wake up, please save my children." The pleading voice echoed endlessly in Xiao Nian's mind. Her head throbbed as if it would burst. When the world had fallen into chaos, she had unexpectedly gained a special space ability and became her teammates' walking storage. Just a moment ago, she had been fighting over supplies with them when someone struck her from behind. Pain exploded at the back of her head, and everything went dark. Now, a strange voice kept begging her to save some children. Children? How could any survive in the end times? As Xiao Nian struggled to make sense of it, someone shook her hard. "Xiao Nian, wake up." She forced her eyes open and saw an elderly woman dressed in rough, old-fashioned clothes. Without thinking, she called out Aunt Xiao. It was strange. She had never met this woman before, yet the name came naturally. When Aunt Xiao saw Xiao Nian awake, she was overjoyed. Lowering her voice, she urged, "Xiao Nian, hurry. Your mother-in-law has taken the 2 children to the village entrance." Xiao Nian's mind buzzed, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed in. As her brain absorbed them, her legs were already moving. Ignoring the pain in her head, she ran toward the village entrance. This was Lijia Village, in the southern region of the Great Qian Dynasty. The original Xiao Nian was 21 years old. 5 years ago, she had married Liao Nian, a scholar, bringing 10 taels of silver as her dowry. At first, their marriage seemed happy for a month or 2. Then Li Yongnian, with sweet words, tricked her out of her dowry, claiming he needed the money to rent a quiet place in the city to study for the next imperial exam. Believing him, she gave him all her silver without hesitation. The very next day, Li Yongnian left the village and rented a small courtyard in the city. When she wanted to go with him, he refused, saying his elderly parents needed her care. Dreaming of becoming the wife of a successful scholar, she supported him no matter what. Li Yongnian returned home only once every month or 2, always asking for more money. He treated her coldly, and even though they shared a bed, he never showed her any affection. After 10 months of marriage, she endured great hardship and gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Every day, besides taking care of her children, she did all the housework, washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. During the busy farming season, she would carry both children in a basket on her back and take them to the fields with her. Sometimes her mother-in-law would even send her to her own family's home to ask for help or supplies. After years of hard work, when her children finally turned 4 and no longer needed to be carried all the time, she thought life might get easier. One day, while she was helping weed the fields, Aunt Zhao, who usually looked after her, came running to tell her that her mother-in-law, Madame Cui, was planning to sell her 2 children. She rushed home and tried to take her children back from Madame Cui and her sister-in-law, Li Rulan. But Madame Cui pushed her hard, and she hit the back of her head on the ground, losing her life instantly. Now, Xiao Nian had just reached the entrance of the village. Madame Cui and Li Rulan were each holding one crying child, walking toward a horse cart. Xiao Nian ran forward and grabbed both women by the hair. "Let them go," she shouted. Hearing their mother's voice, the 2 children stopped crying. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 women were caught off guard, the children broke free and ran behind Xiao Nian on their short legs. With her children safe, Xiao Nian no longer held back. She pulled hard on the women's hair, forcing them both to the ground.
Madame Cui screamed in pain. "Ah!
Xiao Nian, you ungrateful woman! How dare you raise your hand against your mother-in-law? I'll make you pay for this." Despite her age, Madame Cui was still surprisingly strong. Even while cursing, she quickly got up and reached out with her rough, claw-like hands to grab Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian didn't dodge. She caught Madame Cui's wrist firmly. Although her body wasn't very strong, Xiao Nian had learned some fighting skills from her past struggles and knew how to use her strength wisely. Controlling Madame Cui was no problem for her. Madame Cui tried to pull free, but couldn't. Seeing her daughter still lying on the ground groaning, she realized no help was coming. When she couldn't win by force, she started to cry and shout, her usual trick. "Everyone come and see. My daughter-in-law is attacking her own mother-in-law," she wailed. The villagers, however, already looked down on Madame Cui for trying to sell her own grandchildren. They had gathered to watch but didn't step in, since Li Yongnian, Madame Cui's son, was the only scholar in the nearby villages, and no one wanted to offend his family. Besides, they were selling their own grandchildren, so outsiders had no reason to interfere. When Madame Cui turned to them for help, everyone stayed silent, even secretly thinking she deserved it. Failing to get help and still being held by Qiao Nian, Madame Cui's sharp tongue returned. Qiao Nian, how dare you raise your hand against an elder? Believe it or not, I'll report you to the authorities. Qiao Nian gave a cold laugh and tightened her grip. Go ahead. If you do, your precious son's reputation will be ruined, and Li Yongnian can't forget about taking the imperial exam ever again. Madame Cui was so angry she almost fainted. She couldn't understand how the usually quiet Qiao Nian had suddenly become so bold and sharp-tongued. Qiao Nian didn't care what she thought. With one strong push, she threw Madame Cui several meters away. At that moment, Qiao Nian's real focus wasn't on Madame Cui or Li Rilon, but on the woman standing nearby, a shrewd-looking woman in her 40s, dressed in fine silk. Hu Tsuehua was a small broker from the town's trading house. She had made a deal with Madame Cui the day before, 15 taels of silver for a pair of twins. When they agreed, she had already given Madame Cui a 5-tael deposit. If Qiao Nian hadn't arrived in time, the 2 children would have been taken away, and Madame Cui would have pocketed the remaining 10 taels. To Qiao Nian's surprise, Hu Tsuehua ignored her completely and went straight to Madame Cui, who was still lying on the ground groaning. Crossing her arms, Hu Tsuehua looked down at her. I'm canceling this deal. Return the 5-tael deposit right now, and pay me an extra 500 coins for today's travel expenses. The thought of giving back the silver made Madame Cui's heart ache more than her injuries. Returning the deposit was bad enough, but paying extra on top of that?
Impossible.
500 coins could feed her son for a whole month. Thinking of this, Madame Cui ignored her pain and pointed at Qiao Nian. If you want money, ask her. She's the one who stopped the deal, so she should pay. Why should I pay? Qiao Nian said, quietly picking up a small stone from the ground and flicking it toward Madame Cui. I never took your silver. My children belong to me, and no one has the right to sell them without my permission. Mrs. Cui was about to argue back, but just as she opened her mouth, a small pebble hit her front tooth perfectly. She cried out in pain, covering her mouth as blood seeped through her fingers. Spitting out a bit of blood and a broken tooth, she pointed at Qiao Nian in shock and anger. You wicked girl. How dare you hit your elder? Qiao Nian had thrown the pebble so quietly that no one noticed. How could she admit it? You must be dreaming. I'm standing so far away. How could I hit you? Mrs. Cui spoke unclearly through her injured mouth. You hit me with a pebble. Qiao Nian looked confused. I hit you with a pebble? Where is it then? She bent down and casually picked up a small stone from the ground. Is this the one? The crowd burst into laughter. Someone pointed at Mrs. Cui and said, That's really unreasonable. She blames Qiao Nian for everything. Having such a difficult mother-in-law is truly unlucky. Another added. Hearing everyone side with Qiao Nian, Mrs. Cui's anger boiled over. She struggled to get up and rushed toward Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian's first reaction was to pull her 2 children aside to avoid her. Mrs. Cui, filled with hatred, threw herself forward with all her strength. But when Qiao Nian stepped aside, Mrs. Cui couldn't stop in time and fell flat on the ground again. This time, she couldn't get up. She lay there groaning. Oh, it hurts so much. Heaven, open your eyes and see. My daughter-in-law is bullying me. Hu Tsuehua could only sigh. She had been in this business for years and had seen many troubles, but never someone like Mrs. Cui. Yesterday, when Mrs. Cui came to her wanting to sell the children, Hu Tsuehua had asked if the parents agreed. Mrs. Cui had answered confidently, saying she made all the decisions in the family. So, Hu Tsuehua hadn't thought much of it and came to Li family village today, as planned to take the children. But now she realized things were completely different. The children's mother was injured and desperately trying to stop the sale. Hu Tsuehua had her own principles. Making money was important, but she would never take part in something forced or unfair. People like Madame Cui would never do business if it meant losing money, just to avoid future trouble. She walked up to Madame Cui and said unhappily, "Stop shouting. Give me 5 taels of silver and 500 coins, and I'll leave right away. You can deal with your family matters yourself." At the mention of money, Madame Cui stopped crying and suddenly looked more alert. She pointed at Xiao Nian and repeated, "She ruined the deal. Go ask her for the money." Hu Tsuehua laughed at Madame Cui's shamelessness. "You took my silver and now you want me to ask someone else for it?" Not far away, Xiao Nian could feel the 2 children holding her hands tightly, their palms damp with sweat. They must have been really frightened. Without hesitation, Xiao Nian led the 2 children away. In her previous life, she had been single for over 30 years. She had no experience taking care of children and hadn't even been around kids this age for more than a decade. She softened her voice and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The older girl threw herself into Xiao Nian's arms, crying, "Mom, Grandma pinched me really hard just now. It hurts so much." The older boy was braver than his sister. "Mom, we're both fine. Don't worry." Seeing their different reactions, one crying in grievance, the other holding back tears with quiet strength, made Xiao Nian's heart ache. She hugged them tightly and gently patted their backs to comfort them. "Don't cry, my loves. From now on, I'll protect you. No one will ever hurt you again." Hearing her words, the boy could no longer hold back his tears. "Mom, please take us away. Grandma doesn't like us, and Father doesn't care. If we stay, she'll sell us sooner or later." Xiao Nian's heart tightened at his words. How could a grandmother be so cruel to her own grandchildren? She followed her instincts and continued to comfort them. "Don't be afraid, Debao, Dainiu. I promise to protect you, and I will." If someone had asked her, at the moment of her death in the apocalypse, what her biggest regret was, Xiao Nian would have said it was living over 30 years without ever having children of her own. She had always loved children. After the world ended, even adults struggled to survive, let alone the little ones. Because people ate those mutated foods every day, they had long lost the ability to have children. Heaven took pity on her, giving her another chance at life and sending her 2 little ones. Xiao Nian cherished them deeply. The 2 poor children were so thin that their bones showed, and their faces were pale and yellow, clearly suffering from malnutrition. It made sense. The original Xiao Nian and her children had no real place in the Li family. The little ones had learned to do chores at a very young age. They never had enough to eat or warm clothes to wear. The fact that they were still alive was already a miracle. Feeling heartbroken, Xiao Nian held the 2 children even tighter. At the entrance of the village, Hu Tsuehua had already given Cui Shi a final warning. If she didn't return the money, she shouldn't blame Hu Tsuehua for being harsh. Cui Shi was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Knowing she couldn't afford to offend Hu Tsuehua, she unwillingly took out 5 taels of silver from her pocket. Hu Tsuehua put the silver away and then stretched out her hand again. "There's also a travel fee of 500 coins. Cui Shi's face twisted in pain. "Please have mercy. If our family had money, would I have sold my grandchildren?" Hu Tsuehua had already seen through her. It wasn't poverty that made her sell the children. It was simply her bad nature. "Stop making excuses. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the 500 coins, I'll raise the price by another tael."
1, 2.
"Stop counting.
I'll pay."
Cui Shi said angrily, handing over the 500 coins. Hu Tsuehua took the money and left, while Cui Shi silently blamed Xiao Nian for the loss. Shaking, she helped Li Rulon, who was still lying on the ground groaning, and went home. By then, Xiao Nian had already returned to her room with the 2 children. She told them no matter what happens outside later, don't go out, understand? The older child frowned deeply. "Mother, let me stay with you. I'm afraid Grandma will come back and hurt you." Seeing her sensible and brave son, Xiao Nian felt a warmth in her heart. She patted his head. "Trust me, I won't let anyone take advantage of me." The boy saw that his mother had made up her mind and could only nod. After making sure the children were safe, Xiao Nian opened the door and walked toward the kitchen. She picked up the kitchen knife from the cutting board and gripped it tightly. I have to admit, this body is really weak. It can't be helped. The original owner worked hard every day, but was never full, so how could she have any strength? To keep the kitchen knife from slipping out of her hand, Xiao Nian tore off a piece of her skirt and tied the knife firmly to her palm, looking ready to face Cui Shi without backing down. And that was exactly what she intended. She would rather risk being punished than let that cruel old woman bully her again. Just as Xiao Nian returned to the yard, Cui Shi and Li Rulon came back. Cui Shi was still shouting angrily, "Xiao Nian, you ungrateful girl, get out here. How dare you raise your hand against me? I'll make you pay for it." Xiao Nian stood in the middle of the yard, gripping the knife. "Your dear aunt is right here," she said coldly. Cui Shi had brought a crowd of curious villagers with her. When they heard Xiao Nian's words, they started whispering among themselves. Even a cornered dog will fight back. Looks like Xiao Nian's really been pushed too far. Yeah, she's always worked hard without complaint, but now they're even trying to sell her child. I'd fight back too. Cui Shi's in trouble this time. Xiao Nian didn't disappoint the onlookers. She walked straight up to Cui Shi, knife in hand. Seeing her fierce expression and the knife, Cui Shi's confidence faltered. "Xiao Nian, I'm your mother-in-law. How dare you point that knife at me?" Xiao Nian sneered. "If you don't want trouble, stay out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for fighting back. You've always thought my life was worthless, so if I have to drag a few people down with me, it's still worth it." Her words were firm and steady, leaving no room for doubt. Li Rulon shrank behind Cui Shi in fear. Feeling a bit safer, Li Rulon pointed at Xiao Nian and shouted, "Xiao Nian, don't do anything foolish. You'll regret it." This younger sister-in-law had always been spoiled by Cui Shi and the old man. Though she was from the countryside, she never worked, her hands soft and clean, waiting for Li Yongnian to make a name for himself so she could marry into wealth. But now she was already 18 and still unmarried, left behind at home. Seeing her pretending to be brave, Xiao Nian couldn't help but find it amusing. In this household, besides Madame Cui, there was Li Rulon, who always ordered the mother and her two children around, acting like a spoiled young lady. But now that Xiao Nian had arrived from the post-apocalyptic world, she would no longer put up with it. Xiao Nian quickly walked over to Madame Cui. Before anyone could react, she grabbed Li Rulon by the hair and dragged her to the middle of the yard. Li Rulon screamed, stumbling as sharp pains spread across her scalp, bringing tears to her eyes. "Mother, help me. She's gone mad." Li Rulon cried in fear, waving her hands wildly, trying to steady herself. Madame Cui finally came to her senses, trembling with anger. "Xiao Nian, how dare you? Let Rulon go right now, or I'll have Yongnian divorce you." Xiao Nian acted as if she hadn't heard. The kitchen knife in her hand glinted coldly as she held it close to Li Rulon's neck. "Make another sound, and you'll regret it," she said firmly. Li Rulon froze, too terrified to move, her body shaking uncontrollably. Madame Cui was also frightened and shouted toward the onlookers outside the yard, "Someone, please. Go get the village head before something terrible happens." This was no small matter. Someone had actually drawn a knife. A few villagers immediately ran to fetch the village head. The village head had always avoided getting involved in Li Yongnian's family affairs. He knew Madame Cui had even tried to sell her grandchildren, which was outrageous, but he didn't want to offend Li Yongnian, a scholar. He had heard about the trouble at the village entrance earlier, but had chosen to stay out of it. Now, hearing that someone might get hurt, he had no choice but to go. With his hands clasped behind his back, the village had arrived at Li Yongnian's house and saw Xiao Nian still gripping Li Rulon's hair, the knife now pointed at Madame Cui. "Xiao Nian, what are you doing?" he shouted, striding into the yard. He instinctively reached out to take the knife, only to realize that Xiao Nian had tied it tightly to her hand with a strip of cloth. It was clear she was serious and wouldn't back down easily. The village had broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Usually, villagers might fight, but it's only with fists. No one has ever used a knife before. It seemed that Xiao Nian had really been pushed too far by Madame Cui and her daughter. He tried to calm her down again. Xiao Nian, let's talk this through. If you hurt someone, you'll have to face the consequences. What will happen to your 2 children then? Xiao Nian looked as if she had already accepted her fate. That old woman has left no way for us to live. If that's the case, then we'll all go together. I don't care anymore. The village chief actually felt sympathy for Xiao Nian. Ever since she married Li Yongnian, she had worked hard and never complained. Everyone praised her for being a good daughter-in-law. For her to become like this, Madame Cui must have truly driven her to desperation. The village chief stopped scolding Xiao Nian and turned to the spiteful-looking Madame Cui. Madame Cui, stop making trouble. Give Xiao Nian and her children a chance to live in peace.
Madame Cui looked shocked.
Village chief, it's this disrespectful girl who's pointing a knife at me, her elder. She then pointed at her daughter, who was frozen in fear under Xiao Nian's control. She's threatening Roland in front of everyone. Can't you see that? And yet you're blaming me? The village chief sighed. One was reckless, the other unreasonable. He couldn't ignore it, but he didn't want to get involved either. If someone really got hurt, he would be held responsible.
He turned back to Xiao Nian.
Xiao Nian put the knife down.
We can talk this out.
Xiao Nian gave a cold laugh. I'll put it down if Madame Cui promises, in front of everyone, that she'll stop bullying me and my children. After a pause, she added, and whatever Roland eats or enjoys each day, my 2 children should have the same. You're dreaming. Madame Cui shouted angrily, pointing at Xiao Nian. Those 2 children of yours don't deserve the same life as Roland. Xiao Nian didn't get angry.
Fine.
If you don't want us to live well, then no one will. As she spoke, Xiao Nian turned the knife so that the blade faced Li Roland's face. Didn't you dream of marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a young lady of the house? Let's see which rich family would still want you if your face is scarred.
Li Roland struggled desperately. No.
Mother, please help me. I don't want to be hurt. Xiao Nian gripped her hair tightly, wrapping it around her hand several times to keep her from breaking free. As long as she didn't let go, Li Roland couldn't break free unless she cut her hair with scissors. The village chief glared at Madame Cui.
Hurry up and agree.
Do you really want to see your daughter get hurt? Seeing that Xiao Nian wasn't bluffing, Madame Cui began to panic. You troublesome girl, let Roland go. I'll agree to your terms. Xiao Nian stayed calm and asked coldly, what did you just call me? Madame Cui, realizing she had no choice, lowered her head. I said it wrong. Xiao Nian, is that better? Xiao Nian still didn't release Li Roland. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on the village chief. Please, village chief and everyone here, be our witnesses. Madame Cui has agreed that from now on, whatever kind of life Li Roland lives, Debao and Danny will live the same. The villagers all nodded in agreement. We all heard it. The village chief also nodded. I'll personally be the witness. I trust Madame Cui won't go back on her word. Good. Xiao Nian replied simply and let go of Li Roland. Li Roland, relieved, stumbled and hid behind Madame Cui. Madame Cui glared at Xiao Nian angrily, but seeing the kitchen knife still in her hand and the village chief still present, she swallowed her anger. When Madame Cui said nothing more, the village chief gave a few final words of advice and left. With no more drama to watch, the villagers quickly dispersed. Just then, old Li returned home. He had been working on a few acres of wasteland on the west side of the village. Lately, he had been busy every day and left early, unaware of what had happened at home. He only heard bits and pieces from some talkative villagers on his way back. When he got home, he went straight to Madame Cui to ask what was going on. You were going to sell Debao and Danny? Madame Cui usually made all the decisions at home, while old Li focused only on his work. But this time, the matter was too serious for him to stay silent. Having been humiliated by Xiao Nian earlier, Madame Cui couldn't hold back her anger anymore when old Li questioned her. So what if I was? Yongnian spends so much money in town every year. As his children, shouldn't they help their father a little? Old Li was so furious at her unreasonable words that he nearly fell backward. He pointed at Madame Cui, his voice trembling. Nonsense. The imperial exam is important, but it's not worth selling your own children for. If Yongyan's classmates find out what you've done, who knows what they'll say about him? Old Li took a deep breath and continued. Besides, we only have one grandson. If you sell him, are you trying to end Yongyan's family line? Madame Cui lifted her chin and argued. And the family line? Do you think only that girl Xiao Nian can have children? Let me tell you, Yongyan doesn't need just one son. Old Li sensed there was more behind her words.
What do you mean by that?
Madame Cui's eyes flickered for a moment, then she said confidently, once Yongyan becomes a scholar, there will be plenty of women willing to have children for him. Old Li, never good with words, could only say, nonsense. Madame Cui rolled her eyes. You just focus on your work. Don't meddle in family matters. Xiao Nian didn't know they were arguing. She had just boiled some water to bathe the two children. The little ones were so dirty that their thin hands no longer showed their real color. Xiao Nian changed the water twice, but it was still murky afterward. There was no choice. The water jar was almost empty. She used to fetch water for the family, but now she had no intention of serving them anymore. After the children bathed, they didn't even have clean clothes to change into. Xiao Nian had brought supplies from her storage space, but there were no children's clothes among them. There was fabric, but it was too late to make anything now. She tucked the children into bed and went to Li Rulan's room. Li Rulan had been badly frightened earlier. When she saw Xiao Nian, she instinctively stepped back. Selling Debao and Dainyu was mother's idea. I only helped. Besides, you already hit me to vent your anger. What more do you want? Xiao Nian didn't bother to explain. She pushed Li Rulan aside and went straight to her wardrobe. Seeing Xiao Nian rummaging through her things, Li Rulan panicked. What are you doing? Those are my belongings. Xiao Nian ignored her and searched roughly. At the bottom of the wardrobe, she finally found a few pieces of clothing from Li Rulan's childhood. Xiao Nian took the clothes and turned to leave. Only then did Li Rulan realize what had happened. Crying loudly, she ran to the main house to complain to Madame Cui. Mother, that awful Xiao Nian took my clothes. Madame Cui jumped up in anger. Has she lost all respect? She slipped on her worn cloth shoes, grabbed a feather duster from the table, and was about to storm off to confront Xiao Nian. Stop right there, shouted Old Li, blocking her way. Do you want to make the house even more chaotic? Madame Cui glared at him. She dared to take Rulan's clothes. I must teach her a lesson. Old Li refused to move aside. Do you realize what happened today could harm Yongyan's reputation? We're counting on him to pass the imperial exam and become an official. He can't afford any scandal. Today's incident is already embarrassing enough. Do you really want to make it worse? In all her 20 years of marriage, Madame Cui had never seen her husband speak so much at once. But she had to admit he was right. Li Rulan, however, didn't care about any of that. She couldn't accept that Xiao Nian had taken her clothes. Father, that awful woman bullied me first. Why are you still defending her? Old Li glared at his thoughtless daughter. You don't understand anything. Do as I say. No one is to bother Xiao Nian again. We'll wait until Yongyan returns. Xiao Nian took Li Rulan's old clothes back to her room, ready for trouble. But after she dressed the two children in them, everything stayed quiet. Since no one came, she didn't go looking for trouble either. Xiao Nian wasn't afraid of conflict, but she didn't like to start it, especially since she had just arrived in this new world and still needed time to figure things out. The two little ones wore Li Rulan's childhood clothes. They looked a bit oversized, but it was still better than having nothing to wear. By the time Xiao Nian finished washing their clothes and returned to the room, it was already noon. Her stomach growled loudly. She remembered that the original Xiao Nian had only had a thin bowl of rice soup in the morning, barely enough to fill anyone up. The two children looked at her, their lips moving as if they could almost taste food. Wait here, Xiao Nian said gently. Mother will make you something to eat. With that, she turned and headed toward the main house. Usually, Mrs. Cui was the one in charge of the household. She kept all the grain locked in a cabinet in her room to stop Xiao Nian and her two children from taking any. That day, Mrs. Cui was grumbling angrily. That Xiao Nian girl didn't even cook lunch.
She's really getting out of hand.
To old Mr. Li, Xiao Nian not cooking wasn't a big deal, so he didn't respond. Just as Mrs. Cui was about to continue complaining, Xiao Nian pushed the door open and came in. Her face was cold.
Give me some grain.
I'm going to cook. Hearing that Xiao Nian wanted to cook, Mrs. Cui ignored her tone. She thought to herself, so now she's willing to cook again? Putting on her usual dismissive look, Mrs. Cui didn't even glance at Xiao Nian. She slipped on her shoes, reached into her waistband, pulled out a key, and opened the cabinet where the grain was kept. She scooped out a bowl of brown rice and another bowl of coarse flour for Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian took the rice and flour, glanced at them, then pushed Mrs. Cui aside and reached into the cabinet to take out 3 eggs. If her hand had been bigger, she would have taken even more. By the time Mrs. Cui realized what was happening and tried to stop her, it was too late. Xiao Nian was already at the door with the rice, flour, and eggs.
Xiao Nian,
Mrs. Cui shouted, chasing after her. Who gave you permission to take the eggs? Without turning around, Xiao Nian said calmly, didn't you promise in front of the village head and everyone else that my 2 children would eat the same as Li Rolan? If you've forgotten, I don't mind calling a few people over to remind you. Mrs. Cui was so angry she could hardly speak, not knowing what to do with Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian walked into the kitchen. As she closed the door, she gave Mrs. Cui a small, triumphant smile. Following the memories of the original owner, she lit the stove. This time, instead of making porridge, Xiao Nian steamed a small pot of brown rice and cooked a few flatbreads from the coarse flour. She turned the 3 eggs into a soft, smooth egg custard. There was also a cabbage in the kitchen, which she stir-fried with vinegar. Unlike the original Xiao Nian, who always tried to save oil for the family, this Xiao Nian didn't hold back. Cabbage was already plain enough. Without some oil, it wouldn't taste good. When the food was ready, she carried it all back to her own room. Madame Cui waited a long time without hearing Xiao Nian call them for lunch and couldn't help complaining. That girl is getting slower and slower. How can lunch take this long? Old Mr. Li, who had been working all morning, was also hungry. What's the use of complaining here? Go check the kitchen. Muttering under her breath, Madame Cui went to the kitchen, only to find it empty, the fire already out. She shouted, Xiao Nian, where's the lunch? Meanwhile, Xiao Nian was setting the food on the table and calling the 2 children to eat. When they saw the steaming dishes and the egg custard they had never tasted before, their eyes widened. Mother, is this really for us? The older boy asked, hardly believing it. The little girl, more cautious, tugged at Xiao Nian's hand. Mother, maybe you should take this to the main house. If Grandma finds out, she'll be angry. The children were so thoughtful that Xiao Nian felt even more tender toward them. She served each of them some egg custard. Don't worry. Eat as much as you like. Even though the food was simple, to Xiao Nian it felt like a feast. After years of surviving in a harsh world, the normal food she and her teammates had stored only lasted 3 months. For the next few years, they had to eat strange, unpleasant things that even harmed their health. Seeing the children still hesitate, Xiao Nian urged again, eat while it's hot. The hungry children finally began to eat eagerly. Xiao Nian had just taken a bite of her flatbread when Madame Cui's angry voice came from outside. The 2 children trembled, and the little girl dropped her spoon. Xiao Nian quickly comforted them. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Then she stood up and went out. Madame Cui seemed to have forgotten how strong Xiao Nian was now. She raised her hand to grab her face. Xiao Nian didn't dodge. She lifted her foot and kicked Madame Cui in the stomach. Madame Cui lost her balance and fell backward, screaming loudly. Oh no! Xiao Nian hit her elder. Everyone come and see this. Since the Li family lived in the center of the village, her shouting quickly drew a crowd. Old Mr. Li rushed out first, pointing at Xiao Nian. How could you raise your hand against your elder? Xiao Nian didn't have a good impression of the old man Li. Although he had never bullied the original mother and son, he also never spoke up for them when Madame Cui treated them unfairly. If she dares to act proud again, I'll deal with her myself. After saying this, Xiao Nian turned and went back inside as if nothing had happened, calling the two little ones to continue eating. Such good food shouldn't be wasted. By this time, many villagers had gathered outside the yard to watch the commotion. Madame Cui slapped the ground and shouted angrily, "That ungrateful girl! I'll make Yongnian divorce her. Xiao Nian, you don't respect your elders. You'll be punished for it." Xiao Nian listened to the shouting outside, but didn't react at all. Seeing their mother so calm, the two children also relaxed. The three of them quickly finished every bit of food on the table. "Mother, now I finally know what it feels like to be full," said the older girl. Hearing her daughter's words, Xiao Nian felt a pang in her heart. She pulled the girl onto her lap and said softly, "From now on, I won't let either of you go hungry again." The little girl looked up with wide eyes. "Really, mother?" Xiao Nian nodded. "Yes, really." After shouting for a while, and seeing that Xiao Nian didn't come out, Madame Cui didn't dare to act further, and finally quieted down. Supported by the old man Li, she went back to her room, still fuming. "That girl Xiao Nian is getting out of hand. We must call Yongnian back to deal with her. If that doesn't work, he should just leave her." The old man Li sat silently, head lowered, saying nothing. Madame Cui knew that his silence meant agreement. That night, Xiao Nian took a kitchen knife and went to the main house. She took enough food from Madame Cui's supply. From then on, she only cooked for herself and her two children. The rest of the family had nothing to do with her. Late at night, after putting the two children to sleep, Xiao Nian quietly left the room. From the original owner's memory, she knew that whenever the Li family earned some money, Madame Cui would always go to the backyard that same day. The soil under the jujube tree there was often loose. Xiao Nian guessed that something valuable might be hidden there. There was also the cellar, where the family's stored grain was kept. Xiao Nian quietly walked to the jujube tree in the backyard and carefully brushed aside the loose soil. About half a foot deep, her hand touched something smooth. She pulled it out and saw it was a round jar. Without checking further, she quickly stored everything inside the jar into her space and buried the jar again. Then she went to the cellar. The cellar was locked. That didn't bother Xiao Nian. She took out a thin piece of wire from her space, poked it into the keyhole a few times, and the lock opened. The cellar was completely dark, so she took out a flashlight from her space. In an instant, the small cellar was filled with light. The Li family was quite well off. There were about 400 to 500 pounds of grain stored inside. There was also a bag of wheat seeds. To Xiao Nian, those seeds were a treasure. Her space contained a small field where crops grew very quickly. When she first got the space, her teammates had planted corn there. In just 3 days, the corn had ripened. Because the mutated food outside was hard to eat, her teammates couldn't resist and ate all the corn, forgetting to save any seeds. After that, they never found more seeds, and the magical land had been left unused for years. Xiao Nian had planned to go to town the next day to buy some seeds to plant in that field. That way, she and her two children would never have to worry about food again. Now that she had found ready-to-use wheat seeds, there was no need to wait. She locked the cellar again and returned to her room. After checking that the two children were sound asleep, she entered her space. She first counted the valuables she had taken from the jar. There were more than 90 taels of silver and copper coins in total. For a farming family, that was already a fortune. Madame Cui was truly cruel. Despite having so much money, she still wanted to sell her own grandchildren. Li Yongnian had even taken away the 10 taels of silver that originally belonged to her dowry. Thinking of this made Xiao Nian furious. Even though she wasn't the original owner, she would still get those 10 taels back from Li Yongnian. Every single coin. Yes, she would take them back. Tomorrow, she would bring her two children to town to find Li Yongnian. Xiao Nian put all the money into the drawer in the storage room. With a thought, the acre of land was planted with wheat, ready to grow and be harvested. Leaving the space, she lay down again beside her two little ones. The next morning, she was woken by Madame Cui's loud scolding. "Lazy woman, get up and make breakfast. You useless girl, if you keep being lazy, I'll tell Yongnian to leave you." Xiao Nian wanted to ignore the noise and keep sleeping, but the two children were startled. They quickly sat up, got out of bed, and started putting on their shoes. Xiao Nian pulled them back gently. "Come here, go back to sleep." The two children were still confused, but then they remembered how strong their mother had been yesterday and how their grandmother didn't dare bully them anymore. So they obediently climbed back into bed. After years of waking up early, their bodies were used to it. Even lying down again, they couldn't fall asleep. Xiao Nian couldn't either. The shouting outside was giving her a headache. She told the children to stay put, then got dressed and went out. Madame Cui had been yelling so long that her throat was dry. But when she saw the fierce, cold look in Xiao Nian's eyes, she immediately stopped and tried to walk away. Xiao Nian stepped forward and grabbed her by the back of her collar. "Tell me where Li Yongnian lives in town." Madame Cui stumbled and screamed, "Xiao Nian, what's wrong with you? How would I know where Yongnian lives?" After having 2 proper meals, Xiao Nian was clearly stronger now. With one pull, she dragged Madame Cui down to the ground and stepped lightly on her mouth to stop her from shouting. "Are you going to tell me or not?" Seeing the sharp look in Xiao Nian's eyes, Madame Cui lost her courage and stammered out Li Yongnian's address in town. Xiao Nian turned back to her room, washed up quickly, and left the village with her 2 children. At the village entrance, there was an ox cart that went to town once a day, leaving early in the morning and returning at noon. When Xiao Nian and the children arrived, 3 people were already seated on the cart. One of them was Aunt Zhao, the woman Xiao Nian had seen when she first woke up yesterday. The Zhao family lived next door to Li Yongnian's house. In Li family village, half the people had the surname Li. Those with other surnames were families who had settled there long ago, after fleeing hardship. There were many people with the surname Li, and outsiders had little status in the village. Aunt Zhao only helped Xiao Nianyang and her 2 children because she felt sorry for them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to get involved in the Li family's affairs. When she saw Xiao Nian, Aunt Zhao moved aside to make room next to her. "Xiao Nian, are you going back to your mother's home?" Xiao Nian's family lived in Lushui village, which was on the way to town from Lijia village. In the past, whenever Xiao Nian went out with her children, it was always to visit her family, so Aunt Zhao asked out of habit. Xiao Nian shook her head. "Auntie, I'm going to town to find Li Yongnian." Aunt Zhao quietly gave her a mental thumbs up. She had hinted before that Xiao Nian's husband's family was treating her unfairly and that she should go to town to find Li Yongnian. But Xiao Nian had always acted as if she didn't understand and never did anything about it. After a while, Aunt Zhao stopped mentioning it. "You should have gone to find Yongnian long ago. Young couples shouldn't live apart like this," Aunt Zhao said. Xiao Nian wasn't going to town for that reason, but she didn't want to argue, so she just smiled and said nothing. There were many people heading to town that day, and the ox cart left as soon as it was full. While pretending to adjust her sleeve, Xiao Nian quietly took out 6 copper coins and handed them to Uncle Li, the driver. He looked at them and returned 2. "The child is small, so I'll only charge you for 1 person," he said. Xiao Nian thanked him gratefully and stayed silent for the rest of the trip. When they reached town, she followed the address given by Madame Cui and found the place. It was a small courtyard. Xiao Nian stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, an impatient woman's voice came from inside. "Who is it, knocking so early in the morning?" Hearing that voice, Xiao Nian's heart skipped a beat. She knew that voice very well, so did the original owner of this body. The door opened, and a familiar face appeared. Xia Xiaoran was startled when she saw Xiao Nian standing there. "Xiao Nian, what are you doing here?" she asked, quickly trying to close the door. But Xiao Nian was faster and held the door open with one hand. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to live here. No matter what, we're family. You can at least let me come in, can't you?" Xiao Nian kept talking while stepping through the doorway. The 2 little ones looked at each other, unsure what their mother was doing here, but they quickly followed her. Just like that, Xiao Nian easily led the 2 children into the yard. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside. "Yunner, who's here?" Xiao Nian clicked her tongue twice.
"Oh, Yunea, who?"
That sounds quite close. Xia Xiaoyan's face turned pale with anger, and she moved to push Xiao Nian out again. Xiao Nian raised her hand and gently pushed Xia Xiaoyan aside, then walked toward the voice with her 2 children. Li Yongnian came out while straightening his clothes. And there he was, face to face with Xiao Nian, who was watching him with a half-smile. He stepped back in shock.
Xiao.
Xiao Nian, how did you find this place? Xiao Nian looked him up and down. She had to admit, he looked refined, much more pleasant than the rough farmers in the village. But she wasn't the type to be fooled by appearances. TSK. No wonder you don't want to go home. So, this is where you've been hiding someone special? As she spoke, Xiao Nian glanced at Xia Xiaoyan. No, wait, it's not hiding someone. It's a younger brother and his sister-in-law keeping secrets together. Li Yongnian's face turned from pale to red. Xiao Nian, stop talking nonsense. My sister-in-law is just taking care of me. No one would believe that, least of all Xiao Nian. Her amused gaze moved between the 2 of them. Li Yongnian, I think I understand now. Li Yongnian grew uneasy. Understand what? Xiao Nian leaned closer, her expression exaggerated. You're not planning to marry both women, are you? Just then, a boy slightly taller than Debao and Daniu ran toward them. Father. Mother. Li Yongnian tried to cover Li Jin's mouth, but it was too late. He looked guilty as he faced Xiao Nian. Before he could say anything, Xiao Nian spoke first. Oh, so you secretly had a son too? As soon as she said that, Li Jin's words made Li Yongnian freeze again. Father, mother, my little brother is awake. From the room, little Li Sheng, just over a year old, came out crying. Xiao Nian was stunned. Well, Li Yongnian, you've really done it. You and your widowed sister-in-law even have 2 sons together. No wonder your mother wanted to sell my 2 children. Turns out she already has other grandchildren and doesn't care about mine at all. Xiao Nian, Li Yongnian scolded. Don't talk nonsense. How could my mother do such a thing? Although he still tried to sound stern, his heart was already in chaos. Especially seeing Xiao Nian's expression now. She wasn't angry as expected, but rather looked as if she were watching a joke unfold. The 2 children clung tightly to Xiao Nian's clothes, glaring angrily at Li Jin and Li Sheng, as if they understood something. Meanwhile, Xiao Nian carefully watched Li Yongnian's face. When she mentioned that Madame Cui wanted to sell her children, his eyes flickered for a moment. That was enough to show he knew about it. She thought so. Madame Cui valued her scholar son too much to sell his children without his knowledge. Xiao Nian realized that talking to such a person was useless. It would be more satisfying to teach him a lesson. In other words, a good beating might make things clearer. She moved the 2 children to a safe spot, then turned back to face Li Yongnian and Xia Xiaoyan. Her eyes were cold and sharp. Hidden by her sleeve, she quietly took out a small iron whip from her storage space. The whip was as thin as a rope, with tiny metal tips along its length. It was less than a meter long, flexible, and one of Xiao Nian's favorite tools for dealing with people like him. Most wouldn't realize how dangerous it was until it struck. And when it did, the pain was unforgettable. Since Li Yongnian had acted without conscience, she couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. As expected, Li Yongnian didn't take the whip seriously at all. To him, it looked like nothing more than a piece of rope she was using to bluff. Xiao Nian didn't care what Li Yongnian was thinking. She raised the iron whip and struck him hard. With just one hit, Li Yongnian screamed in pain. It felt as if countless needles had pierced his skin, the pain tearing through him. Xiao Nian, are you crazy? How dare you hit your own husband? Believe it or not, I'll divorce you right now. Xiao Nian ignored his shouting and swung the whip again. Li Yongnian tried to dodge, but she was faster. The whip landed heavily on his back. Xiao Nian, you cruel woman. Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Nian's smile was cold and eerie. In her eyes, Li Yongnian was no longer a man but one of the monsters she had fought in the end times. The original Xiao Nian had loved Li Yongnian deeply, but this new Xiao Nian did not. Without hesitation, she struck him a 3rd time. Whose husband are you? Xia Xiaoyan's? Seeing Li Yongnian being beaten, Xia Xiaoyan rushed toward Xiao Nian. You wicked woman! How dare you hit Yongnian? I'll fight you! Xiao Nian raised her whip and struck Xie Xiaoyan across the face. I haven't even had time to deal with you, and you come running to me? You're asking for it. The whip left a thin red mark on Xie Xiaoyan's face, with tiny punctures barely visible. Xie Xiaoyan screamed, clutching her face, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian, you hurt me on purpose. I'll report you to the authorities. This time, Xiao Nian didn't move again. She pointed toward the door. Go ahead. Go report me. If you only talk and don't act, don't blame me for looking down on you. She was certain that neither Xie Xiaoyan nor Li Yongnian would dare go to the officials. Xiao Nian took a few steps closer, smiling faintly. I may not be well educated, but I understand some things. Li Yongnian, you and your widowed sister-in-law have been secretly involved. To put it nicely, you're trying to keep both families together. To put it bluntly, your behavior is shameful. She then pointed at the frightened Li Jin and Li Sheng. These two children are the best proof of your wrongdoing. I don't know if you'll really go to the authorities, but I will. I'll go to the magistrate's office and accuse you, Li Yongnian, a so-called scholar, of having an improper relationship with your widowed sister-in-law and plotting with your mother to sell your own children. I really want to see if you can still keep your scholar's title. Xiao Nian, that's enough. Li Yongnian was truly panicking now. He hurried to explain, my elder brother just got married a few days ago, and then had an accident. My sister-in-law refuses to remarry. My brother and I were very close since childhood. Now that he's gone, I must make sure there's a child to carry on his family line, right? As the wife of a scholar, if you can't even be understanding about this, how can I trust you to manage the household when I become an official in the future? It had to be said. Li Yongnian's words struck right at the original Xiao Nian's weaknesses. The original Xiao Nian cared most about Li Yongnian's scholar title. In her heart, she believed that with his talent, he would one day pass the exams and become an official. She always dreamed of being an official's wife, never realizing that the man she defended so desperately was the one who planned to sell their two children. Xiao Nian's analysis was completely right. Cui Shi knew that Li Yongnian and Xie Xiaoyan had two sons, and his monthly expenses in the city kept increasing. Although the family had saved a few dozen taels of silver for Li Yongnian's future exams, they didn't dare touch that money. Cui Shi's funds were running out, so she went to the city to discuss it with Li Yongnian. At that time, she casually mentioned that the family couldn't afford to keep spending, supporting both the city household and Xiao Nian with her two useless children. If things went on like this, she said, they might have to sell the children to survive. When Cui Shi saw that Li Yongnian didn't react at all, she immediately understood his thoughts. A few days later, she contacted a broker. Early one morning, after sending Xiao Nian to work in the fields, she and Li Rulan took the two children to the village entrance. Who first suggested selling the children no longer mattered to Xiao Nian. What mattered was that she would never again foolishly sacrifice herself and let these people drain her dry. Xiao Nian stepped forward again, and Li Yongnian instinctively backed away. Xiao Nian, if you keep this up, I'll divorce you. Xiao Nian ignored him. She quickly reached out and grabbed Li Yongnian by the collar. If you dare to divorce me, believe it or not, I'll make sure you never take the imperial exam again. Facing Xiao Nian's cold gaze, Li Yongnian had no doubt. She meant every word. This woman had changed, so much that he could hardly recognize her. The determination and chill in her eyes were something he had never seen in his wife before. What? What do you want? Li Yongnian's voice trembled slightly. He tried to pull her hand away, but her slender fingers were as firm as iron, refusing to move. He, a grown man, couldn't break free. What do I want? Xiao Nian gave a short, cold laugh. I want a divorce. The children will stay with me, and you must return the 10 taels of silver I brought as my dowry. That's impossible. Li Yongnian forgot his fear for a moment, because her demand was something he couldn't accept. Xiao Nian knew well that Li Yongnian would never agree easily. A divorce and being dismissed as a wife were two very different things. A dismissed wife was usually blamed for improper behavior or for not bearing children after many years of marriage. It meant the woman was at fault. But a divorce was different. It often meant the man was in the wrong, or that the woman's family was powerful enough to force his hand. Xiao Nian's family were simple farmers with no influence. She had married Li Yongnian less than a year ago and already given birth to a son and a daughter. Not only that, she had worked hard and treated his family with respect. Everyone who saw her would praise Li Yongnian for having such a good wife. Under these circumstances, if Li Yongnian agreed to a divorce, it would clearly show that the problem lay with him, which would greatly damage his reputation. If anyone with ill intentions spread the news, he might never be allowed to take the imperial exam again. Nearby, Xie Xiaoyan's mind was racing. Deep down, she supported Li Yongnian divorcing Qiao Nian. Although Li Yongnian had no real affection for Qiao Nian, she was still his wife in name. That was what Xie Xiaoyan envied most. If Qiao Nian were gone, she and Li Yongnian could live peacefully with the children in the city, without worrying that someone might take her place as the official wife once he became an official. Besides, her thoughts were different from Li Yongnian's. The only thing echoing in her mind was Qiao Nian's demand. He must return the 10 taels of silver from her dowry. Qiao Nian, if you want a divorce, Yongnian can agree to it, but forget about taking any dowry money. The Li family has supported you and your 2 children for so many years. 10 taels of silver aren't nearly enough. These words made Qiao Nian laugh. Xie Xiaoyan, let me ask you, can you really speak for Li Yongnian? Seeing Qiao Nian's calm tone, Xie Xiaoyan thought she was ready to give in, and immediately put on a triumphant look. As long as you give up the dowry money, I'll make Yongnian agree to the divorce. Nonsense.
Li Yongnian interrupted sharply.
I will never agree to a divorce. If Qiao Nian wants to leave with the children, I can dismiss her, but a peaceful separation is out of the question. Qiao Nian had expected this. Fine, if you won't agree to a divorce, then don't even think about dismissing me. I'll make sure everyone knows about you secretly spending time with your widowed sister-in-law and having 2 children with her. Let's see if someone with your reputation can still take the imperial exams. After saying this, Qiao Nian took her 2 children and turned to leave. Seeing that she was serious, Li Yongnian broke into a cold sweat and quickly blocked her way. Qiao Nian, don't ruin my reputation. I already explained, my time with my sister-in-law was only to continue my late brother's family line. Qiao Nian turned to look at Li Jin and Li Sheng, the 2 brothers, with a mocking smile. Oh really? You were just helping your brother, yet somehow you couldn't stay away from her? And look at these 2 boys, they're at least 3 years apart. Li Yongnian knew his excuse didn't make much sense, but he had no other choice and stuck to his story. It's not what you think. Then what is it? Qiao Nian cut him off, unwilling to hear more excuses. Don't tell me your brother appeared in a dream and asked you to give him another child? She couldn't help but laugh. Li Yongnian, do you really think everyone else is foolish enough to believe such a ridiculous excuse? Li Yongnian's face turned pale, then red with anger. Qiao Nian, you're going too far. In the Great Qian dynasty, it's not unusual for a man to continue 2 family lines. My brother passed away early. What's wrong with me doing this? Since you're so jealous, I'll use that as my reason to dismiss you right now. Qiao Nian shrugged carelessly.
Sure.
If you want to dismiss me, I can't stop you. But be ready to face the consequences. Li Yongnian was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Qiao Nian, how dare you? Qiao Nian still looked calm and unbothered. I don't care. I have nothing to lose, so why would I be afraid of someone who does? Li Yongnian was furious. For the first time, he felt powerless in front of Qiao Nian. But Qiao Nian didn't care how upset he was. She continued speaking on her own. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You agreed to marry 2 women from the same family not because you wanted to, but because you wanted me to stay in the village and take care of your parents, right? Meanwhile, you live in the city and need someone there too. Your parents, one is quiet and unhelpful, the other always causes trouble and embarrassment. And your sister only wants to climb higher in society. If you ever pass the exams and become an official, this family will only hold you back. By then, for the sake of your reputation, you'll have to bring your parents to live with you. But if I stay, it's different. You can leave me here with them and tell others that your parents love the countryside and your wife is happy to stay behind to care for them. That way, your reputation stays perfect, and you don't have to live with your troublesome parents." Then Xiao Nian turned to Xia Xiaoyan. "And you don't think that just because you're living with Li Yongnian in the city now, your future will be secure. Remember who you are. Even if he publicly admits to having 2 wives, you'll always be known as his sister-in-law. He betrayed me to be with you. If he becomes successful, what makes you think he won't betray you too? You're lying," Xia Xiaoyan shouted, pointing at Xiao Nian. "Yongnian isn't like that. We truly love each other. He would never abandon me." But even as she said it, doubt crept into her heart. To her, Li Yongnian was an outstanding man. When the Li family came to propose marriage, they had brought him along to make a good impression and show how much they valued the match. At that time, Xia Xiaoyan was secretly watching the 2 brothers from outside the door. The elderly brother had an honest face and was taller and stronger than Li Yongnian. He looked like a true farmer, someone you could find anywhere in the village. Xia Xiaoyan often saw men like him and didn't find that type appealing. Instead, she liked Li Yongnian, who was fair-skinned, gentle, and scholarly. However, the Li family had come to arrange a marriage for the elder brother, not for Li Yongnian. Xia's parents were pleased that the Li family had a scholar in the family. Even though the betrothal gift was only 2 taels of silver, they were still willing to marry their daughter into that family. Without asking for Xia Xiaoyan's opinion, her parents agreed to the match. After marrying into the Li family, Xia Xiaoyan often found fault with her husband, the elder brother, but treated Li Yongnian very differently. As a sister-in-law, she often showed him special care and concern. Li Yongnian had spent years studying hard and had little contact with women. Being treated so kindly by a woman, especially one as pleasant-looking as Xia Xiaoyan, stirred feelings in him that he shouldn't have had. Neither of them realized that the elder brother had noticed their behavior. He was a simple and honest man, and since their parents always favored the younger, educated son, he didn't dare say anything. Upset and hurt, he left the village to work elsewhere. Unfortunately, he had an accident at work and passed away. When Xia's parents heard the news, they went to the Li family, planning to bring their daughter home. They thought it would be better for her to remarry than to live as a young widow. But Xia Xiaoyan refused to leave because she couldn't bear to part with Li Yongnian. With the elder brother gone, there was no longer anything standing between them. During the mourning period, the 2 secretly grew closer, but before long, Cui, the Li family's mother, discovered it. This couldn't continue, so Cui hurried to find a marriage match for Li Yongnian, hoping that once he married, he would end his connection with Xia Xiaoyan. She heard that in Greenwater village, the Qiao family treasured their only daughter dearly and was willing to provide a dowry of 10 taels of silver if she agreed to the match. Madame Cui was very tempted by the 10 taels of silver offered as a dowry, especially since she had great confidence in her son. In the nearby villages, everyone knew scholar Li Yongnian, not only for his academic title but also for his handsome looks. Which young woman wouldn't be drawn to him? So, Madame Cui immediately asked a matchmaker to visit the Qiao family to propose marriage. When the original Qiao daughter heard about it, she secretly went with her sister-in-law to catch a glimpse of Li Yongnian. Just one look from afar was enough for her to be captivated by his gentle and refined appearance. The next day, the Qiao family invited the matchmaker over to inform Madame Cui that they had agreed to the marriage. The engagement was arranged in a hurry. Madame Cui explained that Li Yongnian would soon leave for the city to study and didn't have much time at home, so they wanted to hold the wedding quickly. The Qiao family had no objections, and half a month later, the marriage took place. A little over a month after the wedding, Li Yongnian left the village, saying he was going to study in the city. Not long after, Xia Xiaoyan also left. At that time, the original Qiao daughter was completely devoted to her scholarly husband and didn't care about Xia Xiaoyan's sudden departure. She had no idea that for years, her widowed sister-in-law and her husband's younger brother had been living together in the city and even had 2 sons. Xiao Nian sighed at the fate of the original woman, then pulled her thoughts back and looked coldly at Xia Xiaoyan. Without hesitation, she slapped Xia Xiaoyan twice across the face. Those 2 slaps were to vent the anger that the original woman had endured. Her eyes were icy and filled with anger. You really have no shame. Do you even know your place? How dare you talk about having feelings for my husband in front of me? If the clan finds out about what you 2 have done, do you think they'll let it go? Xia Xiaoyan covered her stinging face and glared at Xiao Nian. Yongnian only did this to continue the family line for his elder brother. How can you call us shameless? Xiao Nian, you're the wife of a scholar. Everything you say and do reflects on Yongnian's reputation. You shouldn't speak carelessly. Otherwise what? Xiao Nian raised her hand and slapped her again. Are you going to report me to the authorities? Xiao Nian's movements were so quick that Li Yongnian didn't even have time to stop her. As the situation grew more tense, Li Yongnian's face darkened. He scolded, Xiao Nian, my patience has limits. If you keep making trouble, neither of us will end well. Xiao Nian shrugged carelessly. I don't care how I end up. What matters is seeing you suffer. That's what makes me feel better. While speaking, Xiao Nian slowly stepped closer to Li Yongnian. You have 2 choices now. First, agree to my terms and separate peacefully. Second, we can both lose everything, and you can forget about being a scholar.
No.
I can't accept any of your conditions, Li Yongnian refused without hesitation. To stop Xiao Nian from leaving and spreading rumors about him, Li Yongnian quickly blocked the doorway, clearly showing he wouldn't let her go until the matter was settled. Xiao Nian had planned to leave, but seeing his reaction, she changed her mind. If you don't want me to go, fine. I'll stay here with the 2 children. At least here I don't have to do endless chores or work in the fields, and I don't have to worry about anyone selling my children. With that, she took the 2 children and walked straight into the room Li Yongnian had just come out of. The room was small but tidy. It looked like he had just gotten up, since the bed was still unmade. Xiao Nian suddenly remembered something from the original owner's memories. Li Yongnian liked to show off his wealth and always carried his silver with him. At night, he would habitually place his money pouch under his pillow. Xiao Nian walked toward the bed. Her special ability allowed her to store things with just a thought, without touching them. With a single thought, everything under the pillow disappeared into her storage space. When she checked inside, she found quite a bit of silver, at least 10 taels. She also took a silver hairpin that Xia Xiaoyan had left under her pillow. Li Yongnian saw Xiao Nian moving toward the bed and instinctively reached to grab his pouch. He pushed her aside and reached under the pillow. It was empty.
Li Yongxian froze in shock.
When Xiao Nian entered the room with the child, he followed right behind her. He was sure that Xiao Nian had stayed far from his bed, so she couldn't have taken the purse. If it wasn't Xiao Nian, then it must have been Xia Xiaoyan. Lately, Xia Xiaoyan had been talking about a piece of fabric she liked and wanted to make a summer dress from it. He hadn't given her any money, and she had been trying to persuade him. It must have been while he was asleep that Xia Xiaoyan secretly took the money. Normally, in front of Xiao Nian, Li Yongnian wouldn't have asked Xia Xiaoyan for the money right away. But Li Yongnian was not one to follow the usual way. Money, to him, was a matter of pride. When he went out to meet his old classmates, he always made sure his purse looked full. Thinking of this, Li Yongnian reached out towards Xia Xiaoyan at the door. Give me back the purse. Xia Xiaoyan looked confused. She thought Li Yongnian had rushed into the room to send Xiao Nian away. But instead of that, he was asking her for a purse? Yongnian, what purse are you talking about? Li Yongnian's face darkened. What? Are you refusing to listen to me now? Xia Xiaoyan was completely puzzled. Yongnian, what do you mean? Li Yongnian was losing patience. He stepped closer and started searching her clothes. With Xiao Nian present, Xia Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't allow him to do that. She stepped back, her eyes filling with tears. Yongnian, I told you I didn't take it. Don't you even trust me a little? Li Yongnian had already checked her sleeves and collar. There was no purse. Ignoring her tears, he began to panic. Xia Xiaoyan didn't have the purse, and Xiao Nian hadn't gone near his bed. So where had the money gone? He clearly remembered putting the purse under his pillow before going to sleep last night. Seeing his expression change, Xia Xiaoyan realized something was wrong. Yongnian, did you lose your purse? When Li Yongnian didn't answer, She knew he had silently agreed. Xia Xiaoyun pointed at Xiao Nian. It was her. It must have been her who took your purse. No one else has been in our room. Li Yongnian immediately argued. Impossible. I was right behind her. She never even touched our bed. While the two of them argued over the missing silver, Xiao Nian sat at the table with her two children, watching with interest. She even crossed one leg over the other, looking as if she were enjoying a show. Seeing Xiao Nian's indifferent attitude, Li Yongnian glared at her angrily, then unwillingly went to the bed and started searching through it. But after a long while, he still found nothing. When Xiao Nian saw that he had searched for so long, she decided she had seen enough. We haven't had breakfast yet. Xia Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? Go cook. Xia Xiaoyan was already upset about losing the silver, and now Xiao Nian was acting like the lady of the house, ordering her around. Her anger finally boiled over. She grabbed a broom and swung it at Xiao Nian. Get out. I don't want to see you. Xiao Nian quickly pulled her two children aside to avoid the broom. When Xia Xiaoyan missed, she swung again, but this time Xiao Nian was ready. She caught the broom, twisted it out of Xia Xiaoyan's hands, and struck back. You, who've been secretly close to your husband's younger brother, have no right to tell me to leave. I think you're the one who should go. Xiao Nian didn't hold back, hitting Xia Xiaoyan several times. Xia Xiaoyan cried out for help. Yongnian. Xiao Nian is attacking me. Why are you just standing there? Seeing his mother being hit, Li Jin grabbed a small stool and tried to throw it at Xiao Nian. But Debao and Daniu noticed right away. The siblings rushed over. Daniu snatched the stool from Li Jin's hands, and Debao kicked him down. Li Jin, never having been treated like that before, stood up crying and swung his fists at Debao. Although Debao and Daniu were a bit younger than Li Jin, they had worked hard since childhood and had eaten well recently, so they were much stronger than him. Li Jin was pushed to the ground, and little fists started hitting him repeatedly. Li Yongnian was about to stop Xiao Nian when he saw his beloved son being beaten. He forgot about saving Xia Xiaoyan and grabbed both the big girl and the big boy, lifting them up. You two are asking for trouble, daring to hit Jiner. When facing an adult like Li Yongnian, the strength of the big boy and big girl was no match. Li Yongnian easily threw them aside, as if they were small chickens. Seeing this, Xiao Nian felt heartbroken. She had initially planned to use the broom to teach Xia Xiaoyan a lesson for a while. Now that the two children had been hurt, she lost her desire to continue teasing Xia Xiaoyan step by step. Her tiny iron whip appeared again in her hand, and she struck fiercely at Xia Xiaoyan. Xia Xiaoyan was completely unable to resist and screamed in pain.
Ah!
Someone's hurt. Xiao Nian, this wicked woman is going to kill someone. The commotion in the small yard was loud enough to alarm the neighbors. Someone knocked on the door from outside. Li Xiaozai, is everything okay at home? Are there thieves? We can help report it to the authorities. Hearing the neighbors' voices, Li Yongnian felt overwhelmed. He quickly responded, Thank you for your help. It's just a family quarrel, not thieves. That's good. That's good. The neighbors, realizing there was no danger and not planning to leave, gathered at the gate, listening in on what was happening inside. Li Yongnian was at a loss for what to do. Xiao Nian was acting like she was crazy. If he tried to stop her, the whip might hit him instead. Helpless, he could only scold Xia Xiaoyan. Xiaoyun, stop shouting. Do you want the neighbors to come in and see a joke? Xia Xiaoyan had only been crying out in pain and hadn't cried before. Now, hearing Li Yongnian's words, her feelings of grievance made tears uncontrollable. But she knew that if she kept shouting, it would badly affect Li Yongnian's reputation. Seeing Xia Xiaoyan endure the pain silently and start crying, Xiao Nian felt that continuing to hit her was pointless. In fact, the one who deserved to be beaten was Li Yongnian, this scoundrel. By the way, he just now bullied her children to protect that outsider. Thinking of this, Xiao Nian changed her target of punishment. The whip shifted from Xia Xiaoyan to Li Yongnian. Li Yongnian didn't want the neighbors outside to hear the noise. He hid and covered his mouth to keep quiet. Xiao Nian whipped him more than 10 times. When he finally lay on the ground without moving, she stopped. She stepped forward and kicked Li Yongnian. How does it feel? Does the whip on your body make you feel like you're suffering more than death? Li Yongnian slowly turned over and looked at Xiao Nian with anger. Xiao Nian looked down at him and said, "If you don't want to be beaten every day, agree to my conditions." She shook the whip in her hand. "Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a daily lesson." Xia Xiaoyan, with her body full of injuries, came to Li Yongnian's side. She helped him sit up. "Yongnian, why are you still keeping this troublemaker?" "She's just causing trouble," Li Yongnian wavered too. Not because of what Xia Xiaoyan said, but because of Xiao Nian's fighting strength. If what she said was true, and he was whipped every day, he would eventually be beaten to death. Strangely, this woman seemed to have changed completely. She used to look gentle and weak, but now her fighting power was so strong. When she attacked, he couldn't fight back at all. Li Yongnian's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but then the door was knocked on again. "Yongnian, are you home? Open the door for Mom." After Cui Shi told Xiao Nian his address in the city, she worried that Xiao Nian might cause trouble there. She tidied up and went to the village entrance to take a bullock cart to the town. But she arrived too late. The cart had already left. Feeling helpless, she had to walk to the town. When she reached Li Yongnian's house, she saw many people gathered outside. Her first thought was that Xiao Nian, that little troublemaker, was causing trouble here. Hearing her voice, Xia Xiaoyan seemed to see a savior. She hurriedly ran to open the door. As soon as Cui Shi entered, she saw Li Yongnian and Xia Xiaoyan covered in injuries. Even her most precious grandson had bruises and was hiding timidly behind a pillar. Cui's anger suddenly flared up. Her sharp voice broke the tense atmosphere in the small courtyard. "Oh my! Are you planning to rebel? Xiao Nian, you little troublemaker, how dare you hit my son and grandson like that? Our Li family must have done something wrong to marry a troublemaker like you." As she scolded, she waved her arms and rushed toward Xiao Nian, trying to use her usual method of grabbing hair and tearing to deal with her daughter-in-law. Xiao Nian quickly moved her wrist, and the tiny, intimidating iron whip cracked through the air, hitting the ground in front of Cui's feet with a loud snap, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Cui was so frightened she slammed on the brakes, nearly falling over, and her arrogance was immediately cut in half. Li Yongnian quickly reminded her, "Mom, don't argue. There are so many neighbors outside." Xia Xiaoyan also whispered from behind Cui, "Mom, Yongnian's reputation is important." Xiao Nian knew that Li Yongnian cared most about his reputation. With so many neighbors watching outside, this was a good chance to get him to agree to a divorce. "Li Yongnian, if you don't want me to cause trouble, agree to my terms and divorce me. Otherwise, I will ruin your reputation and make your home a place of constant trouble." Cui listened to her son and stopped arguing. She grabbed Li Yongnian's sleeve and said, "Yongnian, this troublemaker is out of control. She just hit me and Roland yesterday, and today she hit you and Sharon again. We can't keep such a troublemaker in our family. If she wants a divorce, she won't get it. Just give her a divorce paper and tell her to get lost." Xiao Nian looked at Li Yongnian with a half smile. "You can listen to this old woman and give me a divorce paper, but I want to remind you, think about the consequences." Li Yongnian's head was about to explode. He crouched down, holding his head, and said nothing. Cui didn't know how to read the situation and was angry at her son's cowardice. "Li Yongnian, you are a talented scholar, yet you're controlled by a clueless rural woman. How did I end up with such a useless son?" Li Yongnian was getting more annoyed from the nagging. Suddenly, he stood up, gritted his teeth, and said, "Fine, I agree to your conditions and divorce.
But
you must promise not to spread my affairs outside." Xiao Nian answered quickly, "As long as you meet my demands, I can even write you a guarantee. The guarantee is certain. If you cannot do what you promise, you must pay me 100 taels. No, make that 1,000 taels of silver." "Okay." Xiao Nian replied quickly and confidently. "I promise you." This attitude made Li Yongnian suddenly feel a bit confused. He always felt that Xiao Nian agreeing so readily was not a good sign. But since the request was made by him and she agreed, there was no problem. Xia Xiaoyan moved faster than a rabbit, showing no signs of having just been beaten. After Li Yongnian and Xiao Nian reached an agreement, They quickly got paper, pens, and a small table from home. Now Li Yongnian was no longer hesitant. Xie Xiaoyan had already handed him the pen. Li Yongnian seemed to have made a big decision, and he wrote a divorce letter. Of course, he didn't write that he was secretly supporting 2 households, nor did he accuse Qiao Nian of any fault. It simply stated that the couple's relationship was not good, and they agreed to divorce voluntarily. Qiao Nian didn't care about the reasons for the divorce. As long as she could leave Li Yongnian, who was a bad man, she was happy. After confirming that Qiao Nian had no objections, Li Yongnian copied the same letter twice. 3 identical divorce agreements were signed and stamped. Li Yongnian kept one, Qiao Nian kept one, and the third was filed with the government. Qiao Nian didn't hesitate and pressed her thumbprint on all 3 copies. Li Yongnian, at this point, still maintained the proper scholarly demeanor, writing his name with elegant brushstrokes before pressing his thumbprint. That wasn't enough. He immediately wrote another guarantee. He demanded that Qiao Nian not reveal his affairs to others, or she would have to pay him 1,000 taels of silver. While writing this guarantee, Li Yongnian watched Qiao Nian very seriously. But he mocked her, saying, "You can't even read or write, so stop pretending to look at this." "Who says I can't read?" "Your whole family can't read," Qiao Nian retorted bluntly. In her memory, the original owner could read. Her maternal grandfather could read and had taught Zhao some characters. When she was young, she learned to recognize characters from her mother, but because her family was poor and couldn't afford paper and ink, she only learned to recognize words, not to write. After marrying Li Yongnian, he never cared about this issue and simply thought she couldn't read. Especially since her body had been replaced by Qiao Nian from the end of the world, she not only knew how to read, but could write just as well as Li Yongnian, who was a scholar. Li Yongnian was scolded and looked very unhappy. But now, he was truly afraid of Qiao Nian. He couldn't fight her, and she had leverage over him. He only hoped she would take the divorce papers and leave immediately, so he wouldn't see her again in this life. Qiao Nian was too lazy to waste words on these scoundrels. After signing the agreement with her fingerprint, she kept 1 copy in her pocket. Then she picked up the 3 divorce papers. Divorce only takes effect after going through official procedures. Since it's still early, let's go to the government office now. Li Yongnian didn't want to wait any longer either. "Okay, I'll get ready and go with you right away." As a scholar, he didn't want to appear so messy outside and be laughed at. Luckily, when Qiao Nian hit him earlier, he desperately protected his face. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to go out for a long time. Qiao Nian crossed her arms and smiled, reminding him, "Don't forget to return my 10 taels of silver dowry." Li Yongnian paused and turned around. "You saw just now that I lost the money pouch with the silver. Can I owe you those 10 taels for now?" "No." Qiao Nian still smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. "If you don't return my dowry silver today, don't blame me for spreading your bad reputation everywhere. You." Li Yongnian pointed at her nose, unsure of what to say. When Cui Shi heard that she still wanted to return the 10 taels of dowry silver to Qiao Nian, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. "Yongnian, are you crazy? Just divorce. Why are you giving back the silver?" "Old hag." Qiao Nian stepped closer to Cui Shi and looked her in the eyes. "You've lived so long. Don't you know that dowry is a woman's private property?" "Li Yongnian took my dowry silver. Now that we are divorced, I naturally want to get that silver back. Dream on." When it came to silver, she was as stubborn as if she were threatening Cui Shi's life. She refused to give in. "I've raised you for so many years. Do you think I want to feed you for free?" This made Qiao Nian laugh. "You say I eat and drink at your house. Since she brought it up, let's settle this properly. I married into the Li family 5 years ago. During these 5 years, I wake up before dawn every day, first fetching water, then preparing breakfast for the family. I wash all the family members' clothes and do as much farm work as anyone else. In the city, wealthy families hire workers like me, costing at least 800 coins a month. Over a year of 12 months, that adds up to 9 taels and 6 qian of silver. In 5 years, it totals 48 taels. For food and drink at the Li family, I get a bowl of rice soup without rice grains and half a black flatbread in the morning. Most days, I have no lunch. Evening meals are similar, with some wild vegetable soup and half a black flatbread. Such meals are worth less than a penny each. I am generous and count each meal as 1 penny, so eating at the Li family costs 2 pennies a day. In 5 years, that totals 3 taels and 6 chien. I am generous again and rounded up to 4 taels. So you only need to give me 44 taels. At this point, Xiao Nian hits her forehead, suddenly remembering something. I almost forgot. During these 5 years at the Li family, you often sent me back to my parents' house to gather autumn harvest. The things I brought from my family are worth about 10 or 15 taels of silver. I don't ask for much from you, just 15 taels is enough. Adding the 44 taels earlier, that makes 59 taels in total. Xiao Nian extends her hand to Cui Shi. Just give me the money. You're dreaming. Cui Shi scolds angrily, pointing at Xiao Nian's nose. You little brat, are you gilded or what? How dare you ask for so much silver? Your son, the talented scholar, already married you, a country girl. That's a huge blessing. Not only do you not behave, but you also cause trouble for a divorce. A divorce is one thing, but now you dare to ask for so much silver. Let me tell you, Xiao Nian, if you don't want a divorce, no one is forcing you. Just have Yong Nian write a divorce paper and send you away. Then, you'll be a woman cast aside, despised everywhere.
Fine.
Xiao Nian slams the table hard. If I don't want a divorce, I won't. I want to see who can bear the consequences. At this moment, Li Yongnian and Xia Xiaoyan look at Cui Shi with expressions as if poisoned. The dowry of 10 taels of silver given to Xiao Nian is already enough to make people feel heartbroken. Now that Cui has caused so much trouble, there's no way I can pay Xiao Nian 10 taels of silver. Li Yongnian, with a dark face, said, Mother, please say less. Xiao Nian and I have already agreed on this. Can you stop interfering? Cui, who had already been humiliated by Xiao Nian and was now scolded by her son, couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She sat down heavily on the ground and started crying loudly. Oh heavens, you're leaving me no way out. My own son is treating me like this. How am I supposed to live? Seeing this, Xia Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward and covered Cui's mouth. Mother, are you worried that the neighbors outside will find out about our family? Hearing this, Cui immediately stopped crying. But she was still unwilling and lowered her voice, saying anyway, I don't agree to give Xiao Nian 10 taels of silver. Xiao Nian shrugged indifferently. You're wrong. It's not 10 taels, but 69 taels. She looked at Li Yongnian and said, if you give me 69 taels now, we can go to the government office and stamp the divorce papers. Li Yongnian wanted to kill Xiao Nian, but her fighting spirit was too strong. He was afraid that even his whole family couldn't match her alone. Xiao Nian, we've been married.
You don't have to be so extreme, do you?
Xiao Nian didn't explain. What's so extreme about it? Today, if you don't give me 69 taels, I'll keep causing trouble, and everyone in the neighborhood will know that Li Yongnian, the scholar, is having an affair with his widowed sister-in-law and cheating her out of her dowry. Li Yongnian realized that today, he had no choice but to compromise.
Fine, I agree, he said. Yongnian.
Cui wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Li Yongnian. Mother, later you give 69 taels to Xiao Nian, Li Yongnian promised, worried she wouldn't agree. Don't worry, after I pass the imperial exam, I will pay you back double. Cui's heart was already bleeding, but thinking of her son's future, she could only grit her teeth and agree. All right, I agree, she said. Seeing that everything was settled, Li Yongnian let out a heavy breath. Xiao Nian, is this okay now?
No.
Xiao Nian stepped forward. With your mother's character, do you think I can believe what she promises? Li Yongnian asked calmly, what do I need to do for you to agree? Xiao Nian pointed to the paper and pen on the table. Write a promissory note. Only today. You must give me 69 taels of silver. If you are late by a day, you owe an extra tael as interest. Li Yongnian knew his family had silver, so he wasn't worried about not being able to pay. He didn't hesitate. He took the pen and wrote a promissory note. After drying the ink, he pressed his thumbprint on it. Mrs. Cui thought about how much silver she was about to give away and almost fainted from pain. But she also knew that if she didn't give the silver, her son's reputation would be ruined. Weighing the pros and cons, her son's reputation was the most important. She could only bear the pain and give the silver to Xiao Nian. At this moment, Xiao Nian almost wanted to laugh out loud. She wondered if the old woman would faint on the spot when she found out the silver was gone. Anyway, she wasn't worried at all that the Li family wouldn't give her the silver. The promissory note clearly stated that if late by a day, she would get an extra tael of interest. Knowing how much the old woman loved money, she wouldn't give up a tael of interest a day. Later, whether selling the house or land, they would have to pay this money. Xiao Nian originally just wanted a divorce from Li Yongnian, this scoundrel. But now, after all this fuss, the Li family had to give her so much silver. While Li Yongnian's family was under her control, she decided to settle everything once and for all. Something else just came to mind, she said. Li Yongnian's face darkened completely. Xiao Nian, I've already agreed to what you asked. What else do you want? Xiao Nian pointed to her 2 children. Your Li family doesn't care about the 2 kids I gave birth to. Since we're divorcing, it's better to cut ties completely. My eldest son and daughter won't have anything to do with you, Li Daxiu, in the future. This time, before Li Yongnian could respond, Mrs. Cui spoke first. I agree. Our Li family doesn't need the children you gave birth to. Xiao Nian was too tired to pick at Mrs. Cui's words. As long as someone in their family agreed, she would sign the divorce papers immediately, avoiding future trouble. Thus, under Mrs. Cui's urging, Li Yongnian wrote another set of divorce papers for his eldest son and daughter. Then, his words once again shocked Xiao Nian and turned her worldview upside down. The divorce papers are ready, but I want you to promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. Zhou Nian looked at Li Yongnian with a mocking expression and said, All right, this time I am willing to help Li the scholar with his little scheme. Li Yongnian didn't quite understand what Zhou Nian meant, but he knew it wasn't a good thing. What do you mean? Zhou Nian patiently explained. Playing both sides means wanting to be a good person on the surface, but secretly doing something else. Li Yongnian. He really wanted to slap this woman right now. But he was no match for Zhou Nian and could only swallow his anger. After signing the divorce papers, Li Yongnian didn't dare delay any longer. He was afraid Zhou Nian might cause trouble again before reaching the government office. He changed into a simple long robe and hurried with Zhou Nian to the town's official office. As a scholar, showing his identity at the office still gave him some face. Soon, someone from the office came to receive them. Before stamping the official seal on the divorce document, the official looked at Li Yongnian with suspicion. Scholar Li, are you sure about the divorce? Are you giving the 2 children to the Zhou family? Li Yongnian knew the official looked down on him because of this. But he had already promised Zhou Nian. If he now said he wouldn't agree, Zhou Nian, with her fiery temper, might reveal that Cui's family was selling children, which would be even more embarrassing. Sure enough, Zhou Nian was now looking at him with a teasing smile. Li Yongnian forced himself to say, The 2 children have grown up with their mother and share a deep bond. We were married for a few years after all. I can't bear to let them and their mother suffer the pain of separation. The official instinctively glanced at Zhou Nian. Seeing she remained unmoved, he didn't bring up the matter again. He stamped the official seal on the divorce papers. Zhou Nian kept her copy of the divorce document and didn't leave immediately. Sir, Li Yongnian and I are divorced. The 2 children will stay with me from now on. I want to register a separate household for women. Is that possible? The official felt sympathetic toward Zhou Nian and her children and didn't want to make things difficult for her. Registering a female household isn't unheard of in our great Qian dynasty, but you need your own residence and property. Zhou Nian was completely unfamiliar with the process of registering a female household. But she knew that the original owner had no residence or property of her own. She thought for a moment and asked, Can I transfer my household registration and my children's to my mother's family? The official explained again, That also requires your mother's family's approval. Zhou Nian was confident about this because her biological parents loved her very much and would not oppose it. All right, thank you for the reminder. I will go back and discuss with my family, and I might trouble you again later. The official waved his hand and said, No trouble at all. The attitude of the government official truly surprised Zhou Nian. In her understanding, Ancient government offices had very high barriers. For ordinary people like her with no background, money was the only way to get things done. Otherwise, even a simple matter could take a year or more to resolve. This shows that the small-town office was quite honest. After thanking the official, Zhou Nian took her 2 children and went to the ox cart for the return trip. The timing was just right. Soon after she sat on the ox cart, they set off. Unlike when they came, there was an extra person on the cart, Cui Shi. Cui Shi's face was so gloomy it looked like water might drip from it. She sat diagonally across from Zhou Nian and kept sneaking glances at her. Zhou Nian ignored her completely, thinking about the good show waiting for her back in Li's village. On the way, besides Zhou Nian and Cui Shi, everyone else was sharing what they bought in town today. Everyone knew about what happened at the Li Yongnian household yesterday. Since the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were tense and silent, no one dared to speak to them. So, Zhou Nian silently returned to Li's village. Once they left the crowd, Cui Shi spoke. "I'll give you 15 minutes. Pack your things and your 2 kids and get out immediately." Cui Shi's words were harsh, but Zhou Nian was not angry. As if your family is some treasure trove. Who would care? Cui Shi noticed that since yesterday, this little brat had become sharp-tongued and she couldn't argue back. To avoid getting annoyed, Cui Shi shut her mouth and said nothing. Halfway there, they met a passing villager who saw Cui Shi and Zhou Nian and came over to warn them. "Zhou Nian, your family is here. They're causing trouble at Yongnian's door." Zhou Nian quickened her pace with her 2 children. I'm not sure if the original owner's feelings are affecting her, but she feels strangely nervous. When she arrived outside the Li family's yard, Xiao Nian heard a voice she knew very well. "I don't care. As long as I can't see my Nian Nian, I can't leave." Xiao Nian pushed open the gate and called out, "Mom." Big girl and big boy didn't need Xiao Nian to remind them. They ran toward Zhao Shi on short legs.
Grandma.
Uncle Da, Uncle Air. Their voices calling out made Xiao Nian feel very close and warm. Xiao Chongqing and Xiao Chongsong each held one of the children, carefully looking at them. "Big boy, big girl, it's all my fault that Uncle came late and made you both upset." Zhao Shi hurried over to Xiao Nian, hugging her thin, dark daughter tightly. "Nian Nian, why didn't you tell someone to send a message home when you were upset? Even if your father and I, along with your 3 brothers, risked our lives, we wouldn't let anyone bully you." In her past life, Xiao Nian was an orphan and never experienced a mother's love. Now, being tightly held in Zhao Shi's arms, she felt a warm feeling rise from her heart, and her eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. She could clearly feel Zhao Shi trembling slightly, and her words full of deep pain and guilt. This kind of pure, intense motherly love was a precious feeling she had never experienced in her 2 lives. Seeing her daughter cry, Zhao Shi didn't care about her own dignity and used her sleeve to wipe away her tears. "Don't cry, Nian Nian. If that old woman Cui dares to bully you, your mother will make her pay today." Xiao Nian hugged Zhao Shi back and said, "Mom, I didn't suffer any injustice. Everything has already been resolved." While speaking, Xiao Nian couldn't help but complain a little about the original owner. With such loving family members, how could she be bullied so badly by that old woman Cui? It was truly unbelievable. Of course, she inherited the original owner's memories and knew why she didn't ask her family for help. But to Xiao Nian, that reason seemed too cowardly. It was mainly because the original owner cared too much about her scholarly husband, Li Yongnian, and was afraid that her family's interference would leave a bad impression on him, so she kept silent and endured everything. After so many years of marriage, she never told her family when she was wronged. If it weren't for the big fuss about selling the child yesterday, the Qiao family probably would know what kind of life the original owner was having at the Li family. The person responsible for hosting the Qiao family just now was Li Rulan. In the past, when the Qiao family came over, they always showed respect to Xiao Nian and were polite to her family. This gave Li Rulan the impression that the Qiao family dared not offend her family. So, when the mother and son of the Qiao family arrived just now, Li Rulan's attitude was very bossy. She still hasn't realized the situation clearly. When she saw Xiao Nian leaning on Zhao's shoulder, complaining, she thought Xiao Nian was tattling. Xiao Nian, don't think that your family's support can make yesterday's fight with me and my mother go away. Today, Cui Shi returned from the city and clearly realized that Xiao Nian had changed and had already broken up with Li Yongnian, so she could no longer be controlled by the Li family. Especially now that the Qiao family has come, dealing with Xiao Nian, she is no longer a match. Xiao Nian now has several helpers, and in the end, their Li family will suffer. Thinking of this, Cui Shi hurriedly ran to Li Rulan's side, planning to stop her from saying more. But she was still a step too late. Xiao Nian had already slapped Li Rulan's face. "Shut up. When I hear you talk, I just want to hit someone." Li Rulan was stunned by the slap. She forgot to cry out and stared blankly at Xiao Nian. Although Cui Shi felt sorry for her daughter, at this moment, she really dared not confront Xiao Nian and her helpers from her family. She covered Li Rulan's mouth and dragged her back to the room. Back in the room, Li Rulan had recovered from her shock. She struggled free from Cui Shi. "Mother, what are you doing? Didn't you see Xiao Nian just hit me? Not only are you not standing up for me, but you also won't let me speak. Is this what a mother does?" Cui Shi also hated Xiao Nian, but she was very calm now. Seeing her daughter lose her temper, she could only patiently explain, "Xiao Nian has been acting strange these days, as if she's possessed. We're no match for her. Her family has come again. If you keep provoking her, in the end, we will be the ones who suffer." After Cui Shi's reminder, Li Rulan regained some reason. "So what should we do? We can't keep letting Xiao Nian, that little brat, ride on our necks and do whatever she wants, right? You just went to the city, didn't you? Let my second brother divorce her." Mrs. Cui sighed heavily and briefly explained what happened at Li Yongnian's house today. "They are now already divorced. Don't bother her anymore. Soon she will take her things and leave, and our family will finally be at peace." After hearing Mrs. Cui's story, Li Rulan didn't calm down. She completely exploded. "Mother, what are you saying? You're going to give that unkind girl 69 taels of silver? You said those silver coins were for my dowry. You've already given her everything. How am I supposed to get married in the future?" Mrs. Cui closed her eyes. God knows, giving Xiao Nian those 69 taels of silver was like cutting her own flesh. But what could she do? Her son's reputation was the most important. If she lost money, she could earn more later. While comforting herself, Mrs. Cui also had to soothe Li Rulan. "Your eldest brother will take his exams next year. When he becomes a successful scholar, there will be plenty of money. Then will you still worry about your dowry?" Indeed, this was very effective for Li Rulan. Since that's the case, these 69 taels of silver will be cheap for that little troublemaker Xiao Nian. Humph. When my eldest brother becomes successful, I want to see her regret and cry. Finally, her daughter stopped making a fuss, and Mrs. Cui left her room. She picked up a small hoe standing under the eaves, cursed softly in her heart, and headed to the backyard. In the yard, Xiao Nian had already told her mother and two brothers about her divorce from Li Yongnian. When her mother heard about the divorce, tears once again uncontrollably flowed. "Nian Nian, why are you so foolish? After women get divorced, they will face many people's scorn. How will you live in the future?" "Boo-hoo." Xiao Nian gently patted Zhao's back to comfort her. "Mother, don't be sad. I divorced Li Yongnian, so I won't have to suffer from Cui's family or Li Rulan anymore. I also don't have to worry that Cui will sell my children. Moreover," Xiao Nian leaned close to Zhao's ear and whispered, "Li Yongnian agreed to give me 69 taels of silver as compensation after the divorce. Mother, I have silver now, so I don't have to worry about making a living." Xiao Nian had no intention of hiding Li Yongnian's good character. Even though she signed a guarantee, she had other ways to ruin Li Yongnian's reputation. However, when discussing these matters, Xiao Nian did not immediately explain anything to Zhao Shi. Later, Xiao Nian whispered to Zhao Shi, but Xiao Chongqing and Xiao Chongsong did not hear her. However, they clearly heard the earlier conversation about the separation. Xiao Chongqing was furious and said, "After I send my little sister home, I will go to the city to confront Li Yongnian. My sister married into the Li family, bore children for him, and worked hard without complaints. Why should he just divorce her?" Qiao Chongsong agreed. It's wrong to bully my sister like this. I won't let him get away with it. Zhao Shi scolded. Both of you be quiet. We'll talk about this when we get home. The brothers were not happy, but they listened to their mother. Just as they were about to advise their sister to stay calm, they suddenly heard a sharp scream from the Li family's backyard.
Ah!
My silver. Cui Shi dug up a small hole under the tree and took out a porcelain jar. She found that all the silver inside was gone. She shouted loudly, then suddenly felt breathless and weak, collapsing straight to the ground. Qiao Nian understood what had happened. Especially Cui Shi, who valued her money so much, losing all her silver was not surprising that she fainted. She hadn't even taken the silver yet, and Cui Shi's reaction was understandable. Qiao Nian knocked on Li Rulan's door and asked, Li Rulan, your mother fainted. Aren't you going to do anything? At first, Li Rulan didn't understand what fainted meant, but when she thought about Qiao Nian's harsh words, she pushed open the door to ask. Qiao Nian didn't give her a chance to speak. She pointed to the backyard and said, Your mother just screamed and then stopped moving. Aren't you going to check? A bad feeling rose in her heart. Li Rulan quickly ran toward the backyard. Soon, the family heard Li Rulan crying out, Mother, wake up. Come help. My mother has fainted. After crying for a while and seeing no one come to help, Li Rulan realized something was wrong. She was shouting in the backyard, but only the people in the front yard could hear her. Zhou Nian now hates the Li family very much and definitely won't help them. She needs to ask the villagers for help instead. So, Li Rulan cried loudly as she ran to the village. It was busy farming time, and most villagers, except some women and children, were working in the fields. Li Rulan called out, but only a few women came to check on her. When everyone heard that Cui Shi had fainted in her backyard, they didn't care about her usual bad behavior. This was a life and death matter. They followed Li Rulan to the backyard and saw Cui Shi lying on the ground, unconscious. Near a big tree and a small hole in the ground, there was an empty jar. No one paid attention to the hole or the jar. They hurried to lift Cui Shi. Everyone stop, Zhou Nian shouted when more people arrived. She took her mother and 2 brothers to check on Cui Shi. She didn't want to see Cui Shi's joke earlier, but she knew Cui Shi and Li Rulan well. Before there were other witnesses, if she took her family to see Cui Shi might wake up and blame them. She could say the Zhou family pushed her, which would cause trouble. Now, with so many villagers around, her family didn't need to worry about Cui Shi causing trouble. Some women had just touched Cui Shi when Zhou Nian shouted loudly, making them stop. Zhou Nian pointed at Cui Shi and said, The Li family is often unreasonable. If you help carry her and she dies, she might blame you. Everyone heard this and quickly moved back about a meter from Cui Shi. One person exaggeratedly patted his chest. Thanks to Zhou Nian for reminding us. With Cui Shi's temper, she might blame us when she wakes up. Someone looked at Zhou Nian with gratitude and said, Thank you, Zhou Nian. I almost caused trouble. Li Rulan was anxious. She called people to help Cui Shi, but because of Zhou Nian's words, everyone avoided Cui Shi like a snake. Li Rulan got angry. Zhou Nian, you're so mean. You didn't help your mother when she fainted, and now you're stopping others from helping? If something happens to my mother, I will send your second brother to the government to accuse you of being unfilial. Zhou Nian smiled playfully. My second brother and I are already divorced, and we have nothing to do with your family. What does your old mother's life or death have to do with me? This statement was very shocking to the women who came to help. Everyone had forgotten their original purpose and was now in shock. Someone couldn't help but feel curious and tugged at Qiao Nian's sleeve. Qiao Nian, did you divorce Master Li? Qiao Nian hadn't intended to hide anything. Yes, I just went through the divorce process today in town. Now, I am no longer part of the Li family. At this point, everyone, regardless of whether they were family or not, started to discuss. It seems Qiao Nian was really bullied by the Li family. Otherwise, why would she divorce? Boldly trying to sell off someone's children. If it were me, I would also take my kids and leave. Without Qiao Nian, no one in the Li family can do the work. Hearing the gossip, Qiao Nian's thoughts were confirmed. Once people found out she divorced Master Li, they would definitely think it was because Chui's family sold her children. Most of the women watching were relatives of the Li family. Although they genuinely thought it was wise for Xiao Nian to leave, they still offered some superficial advice. Xiao Nian, you must think carefully. Women who divorce often have a hard life. Don't act impulsively and regret it later. Xiao Nian smiled and replied, Auntie, don't worry. Even if my future days are difficult, they will be better than staying in the Li family. After she said this, the women who wanted to advise her didn't know what to say. Everyone knew what kind of life Xiao Nian had with Master Li. Her husband was often away, and as a young wife, what was the difference between that and being a widow? And that wasn't all. Chui's family and Li Rulan were not kind people. They were lazy and always left all the chores to Xiao Nian. What was most intolerable was that, even though the family had enough food, they still wanted to sell her children. Chui's heart was truly cruel. She was willing to sell her only grandson and granddaughter.
Well,
Since you say that, we can't persuade you anymore. We just hope your days will be smoother in the future. Xiao Nian understood that this auntie had no bad intentions. Thank you for your concern, auntie. I will work hard to make a good life and ensure the children are no longer wronged. Li Rulan knelt in front of Chui. After so long, her mother still hadn't regained her senses, and she was panicked. Stop arguing about useless things. Please save my mother. Everyone then shifted their gaze from Xiao Nian to Chui Shi. Seeing Chui Shi still lying on the ground without any response, everyone was at a loss. Rulan, go to the fields and call your father back. Also, ask someone to run errands and invite the doctor from the next village. Li Rulan didn't hesitate and was about to leave. Xiao Nian calmly said, It's nothing serious, just a sudden rush of anger. If you press on her middle point, she will wake up. In her previous life, Xiao Nian was in elementary school and was mentored by a well-known traditional Chinese medicine doctor. After meeting the old doctor, he saw that Xiao Nian was smart and took her as his apprentice. Later, when the doctor's only son died in a car accident, he chose Xiao Nian as a successor and taught her all his medical skills. When the apocalypse came, the old doctor, worried he wouldn't live long, handed all his family's medical books to Xiao Nian. During the apocalypse, besides her team going out to find supplies, she spent her free time reading these medical books. Without a doubt, if there had been no apocalypse, Xiao Nian's medical skills would be among the best in the world. For example, now, with Chui Shi unconscious, Xiao Nian didn't need to check her pulse. Just a glance was enough to know her condition and how to treat her. Li Rulan naturally didn't believe Xiao Nian's words. She looked around and saw that none of the women helping were willing to run errands. Knowing her limits, she immediately stood up. Please, aunts and sisters-in-law, help take care of my mother. I will go find the doctor now. Xiao Nian didn't want to waste time with her family here. As soon as Li Rulan left, Xiao Nian directly pressed on Chui Shi's middle point in front of everyone. In just a few breaths, Chui Shi took a deep breath and woke up. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on the empty jar inside. She let out a loud cry and started to wail again. I can't go on. Heaven, take me away. Someone stole my silver. Woo-woo. You're leaving me no way to live. Now everyone understood why Chui Shi suddenly fainted. It turned out her silver was stolen. Mrs. Chui really wanted to die now. She had lost everything, and it felt like someone was stabbing her heart with a knife. As she cried, her eyes fell on Xiao Nian. She noticed that Xiao Nian had no expression at all. Although she had already separated from Li Yongnian, she thought that knowing their family's money was gone would at least cause some shock, right? But Xiao Nian's calm and emotionless face made Mrs. Chui feel like she knew everything. Thinking of this, Mrs. Chui felt she had uncovered the truth. Xiao Nian, it must be you. You took the silver from the jar while our family wasn't paying attention. Mrs. Chui's accusation drew everyone's attention to Xiao Nian. Before Xiao Nian could speak, Zhao Shi couldn't hold back. Mrs. Chui, don't go around blaming my daughter for everything. I don't believe that, with your greedy nature, you would hide silver where my Nian Nian could find it. Not only my Nian Nian, but probably everyone in your family, except you, doesn't know where it is. In fact, the place where Mrs. Chui hid the silver was unknown even to Old Man Li. And every time she hid the silver, she chose a safe time, so no one ever saw her. It was impossible for Xiao Nian, this little troublemaker, to know the hiding spot. But now, the silver was missing for no reason. Until the thief was found, she needed a place to pin the blame. I don't care. The silver was taken by Xiao Nian, Mrs. Chui insisted stubbornly. She wouldn't explain further. If she was sure Xiao Nian did it, she wouldn't change her mind. Xiao Nian remained calm and stepped forward. What evidence do you have that I took the silver? If you can't prove it, don't slander my name in front of everyone. Do you believe I'll go to the officials and sue you for defamation? Mrs. Chui was no longer rational. The silver was gone, and she didn't care about anything else. Fine, then I'll report it to the authorities. Let them give me justice. As she finished speaking, Mrs. Chui clapped her hands on the ground and started crying loudly. Oh heavens! Please open your eyes. Let the thief who stole our silver get what she deserves. Xiao Nian listened to Mrs. Chui's curses without any reaction. If the heavens really could see, they wouldn't let so many bad people live happily, nor would they let good people suffer unfairly. Moreover, Xiao Nian took Li family's silver without feeling any guilt. The Li family is full of ungrateful people. None are good. Taking their little silver is just a small punishment for them. Compared to the original owner's life, these 90-something tales of silver are nothing. Xiao Nian really dislikes hearing Chui's crying and wailing, which sounds like a flock of crows passing by, making her annoyed. She scolded unhappily. Enough, stop crying. If heaven really has eyes, someone like you, a bad person, would have been taken away long ago. Some women watching couldn't help but laugh after hearing Xiao Nian's words. But it wasn't appropriate to laugh in this situation, so they quickly looked down, trying not to smile. Chui was so angry she almost fainted again. She felt like she was caught in a difficult situation. If she kept crying, people would laugh at her. If she stopped, it seemed like she agreed with what Xiao Nian said. Just when she didn't know what to do, Old Li hurried back. Li Rilon went to the field to call Old Li home, and many workers in the field heard her. Since there was something interesting to see, they could work later, but they had to come to their house first to taste the first melon. So, a crowd followed Old Li back, including the village chief. The village chief didn't want to get involved in their family affairs, but when he heard Chui was about to die, he knew that any matter involving a person's life was a big deal in the village. He had to come. When they arrived at Li's backyard, they saw Chui sitting on the ground, spitting and cursing Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian, even though you divorced Yong Nian, I am still your elder. Do you curse your elders like this? Seeing Chui like this, everyone, including Old Li, was stunned. Chui's spirit to curse like this didn't look like someone about to die. Everyone's bad eyes all turned to Li Rilon. The village chief was still shocked about Xiao Nian's divorce from Yong Nian, but now seeing Chui's dead-like appearance, he didn't bother to ask questions. He scolded, Rilon, you're a girl. Why are you learning to lie like this? Your mother is fine, isn't she? Why are you causing such a big fuss? Li Rilon was also a bit confused at this moment. Recalling how her mother looked just now, she seemed no different from someone who had already passed away. She was truly frightened. Now her mother was sitting here scolding people, just as fierce as ever, not at all like someone about to die. The village chief scolded Li Rilon, but he didn't need her to give an answer. He pushed through the crowd and came in front of Chui Shi. Chui Shi, what are you causing now? Chui Shi pointed at Xiao Nian and complained to the village chief. Village chief, you have to stand up for us. Our silver was stolen by that little troublemaker, Xiao Nian. With so many people watching, if Xiao Nian didn't say anything, it would seem like she was admitting to Chui Shi's words. Village chief, Chui Shi has no proof that I stole her silver. I won't take responsibility for this. I suggest we report it to the authorities. Let them find the real thief and clear my name. The village chief frowned so deeply that he looked like he could squish a fly. His eyes showed clear dislike for Chui Shi. Chui Shi, don't falsely accuse me without proof. You know what kind of person Xiao Nian is after all these years in your house. This Chui Shi was always causing trouble, disturbing everyone's peace. Who knew if she really lost her silver? Judging by Xiao Nian's confident attitude, it was obvious she didn't take the silver. Old Man Li didn't know what had really happened at home, and Xiao Nian's family was also present. Old Man Li pulled Li Rulon aside to ask about the situation. Li Rulon quickly told him everything she knew. Although Old Man Li usually seemed quiet and serious, he was a thoughtful man. His first thought was, we must not report it to the authorities. If they did, not only might they not find their silver, but if Xiao Nian's side said too much, it could harm Li Yongnian's reputation, and that would be a big loss. Their family had worked hard for years, saving every penny, just to see Li Yongnian succeed and bring honor to the family. If anything went wrong, especially if Cui Shi tried to sell her own grandchildren, and someone used that against them, even if Yongnian didn't know, his reputation would still be affected. Of course, Old Man Li also knew that Li Yongnian and his wife had been living in the city, and they had 2 children. Otherwise, he would have stopped Cui Shi from causing trouble. Thinking of this, Old Man Li walked straight over to Cui Shi and reached out to pull her up from the ground. Enough, stop making trouble. Yongnian promised to give a proper separation settlement to Xiao Nian and her son, without missing a single coin. Hurry up and give it to them. Having lived together for many years, Mrs. Cui naturally understood her husband's personality. He rarely expressed opinions, and when he did, his words were absolute and unquestionable. Mrs. Cui couldn't understand Mr. Li's intentions at first, but she didn't argue. Instead, she cried and said, Old man, we've lost all our savings. What am I supposed to give to Xiao Nian? At first, Mr. Li thought Mrs. Cui didn't want to give money to Xiao Nian and was just causing trouble. Now, seeing her attitude, it was clear the money was really gone. He felt like a thunderbolt struck him. But as a man, Mr. Li couldn't faint like Mrs. Cui did. When problems arise, you must face them. He looked at Xiao Nian and said, You see what's happened. Our silver is gone. Can you give us some time? We'll pay you back once we have enough money. Xiao Nian shrugged casually. Sure, whenever you want to pay, just do it. No, Mrs. Cui suddenly remembered, mentioning the interest of 1 or 2 silver coins per day. Old man, Yongnian signed a promissory note with her. If he delays even 1 day, he has to pay 1 or 2 silver coins in interest. Given Xiao Nian's current stubbornness, she agreed so quickly, probably just to get more interest. What? Mr. Li looked at her with disbelief. How could Yongnian be so foolish? Why is he agreeing to all these conditions? Mr. Li was starting to feel overwhelmed. 1 or 2 silver coins a day was a lot for him to delay. Mrs. Cui tugged at Mr. Li's sleeve. Old man, what should we do about this? Mr. Li's temples throbbed rapidly. This was a very tricky situation. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, Village head, we plan to sell 6 acres of land. Old man, are you crazy? Mrs. Cui finally started crying, feeling heartbroken. Their family had quite a bit of farmland, especially after Li Yongnian became a scholar and no longer had to pay grain taxes. They also bought a lot of land from villagers. But farmland was the foundation for rural families. The reason they had saved so much money was because they owned a lot of land. Mr. Li didn't even look at Mrs. Cui and said again, I am selling 6 acres of top-quality farmland. Those interested can buy immediately. 3 acres for my family. As Old Man Li finished speaking, someone immediately wanted to buy their farmland. Old Man Li's land was not only in a good location but also had very fertile soil, so buying it would be a good deal. At this moment, the village chief forgot his status and spoke up as the next person called out. In that case, we want the remaining 3 acres. Old Man Li directly told Cui to get the land deed. With the village chief present, the land transaction went smoothly. The cost was 12 taels of silver per acre. Soon, Old Man Li had collected 72 taels. Xiao Nian received the silver, her face calm, but her 2 brothers were stunned. They had heard her mention that Li Yongnian gave her 69 taels before. They thought it was a joke and believed their sister wouldn't get that much silver. Now, the silver was really in Xiao Nian's hands, and they could no longer doubt her. What puzzled them was how Cui, who was so obsessed with money, agreed to give their sister so much silver. It must mean the Li family had some leverage over her. Of course, the brothers wouldn't ask for details openly in front of others. With so much silver on their sister, their only job was to protect her safety and not let her lose it. Xiao Nian didn't leave immediately after getting the silver. She turned to her mother and brothers. "Mother, big brother, second brother, please take care of Daniu and Debao for me. I need to organize some daily supplies." They nodded repeatedly. "Go ahead, dear work. We will take good care of Daniu and Debao." Xiao Nian entered the room she shared with her children. Actually, they didn't have much belongings. Besides a decent bed, their bedding and clothes were tattered and torn. Although Xiao Nian disliked these things, she didn't want to leave them for the Li family. Broken tables, broken cabinets. She planned to burn them as firewood, so her family wouldn't need to go up the mountain to chop wood for days. As for the torn quilts and clothes, she would give them to her mother and sisters-in-law, either to make shoes or burn for fire. Her main goal was to never let the Li family get these things cheaply. Thinking this, Xiao Nian used her mind to store all the items in the room into her space. While Cui, Old Man Li, and Roland were still outside arguing, Xiao Nian quickly slipped into their rooms, grabbing everything she could find and storing it all at her space. She also took all the items from the kitchen, leaving nothing behind. After confirming that the Li family's house was completely empty, Xiao Nian hurried back to her own room and then suddenly ran out, shouting, "Ah! It's haunted. All my things are gone." She loudly ran toward the crowded area, pretending to be scared. The village chief hadn't left yet and asked coldly, "Xiao Nian, are you possessed? It's broad daylight. Where's the ghost?" Panting, Xiao Nian pointed to her room. "Village chief, please go check. All my things are gone." "Ridiculous." The village chief snapped, turning to walk toward her old room with his hands behind his back. Cui and Old Man Li exchanged looks, confused about what Xiao Nian was up to, and followed him. When they opened the door, they were all stunned. The room was completely empty, nothing but dust and air. Not even a fly was left. The village chief broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively took a few steps back. Cui shouted again, "Oh my God! It's really haunted." After Xiao Nian left that morning, Cui had come to the room to look for valuables, thinking she might have hidden something. At that time, the room still had all its belongings. Roland had also been at home, moving the furniture out, which would have caused a lot of noise. Roland couldn't have missed it. While everyone was still in shock, Roland suddenly screamed from the next room, "Ah! There really is a ghost. A ghost. My things are gone too." This made things even more strange. Before the Qiao family arrived, Roland had been in her room the whole time, not leaving the yard. If she had gone out, it was only briefly. She went to call Old Man Li from the fields, which took less than 15 minutes. Who could have moved her things so quietly and quickly, except for ghosts or spirits? Hearing Roland scream, the village chief, Cui, and Old Man Li all rushed to her room again. When they saw it, they were all stunned again. The house was exactly the same as Xiao Nian's, except for the spider webs on the beams. There was nothing else. Old Mr. Li felt a sudden chill and quickly ran back to his and Cui's main house. Standing at the door, Mr. Li felt dizzy and almost fainted. He leaned on the doorframe, swayed a few times, and his face turned pale as paper. When Cui saw this, she let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. "God help us. Our house has been robbed." "No, it's haunted." The village chief checked the kitchen and found the same. Even the firewood in the shed was gone. No one would have thought that such a strange thing was done by Xiao Nian. The only idea was that Li Yongnian's family had committed too many wrongdoings, angered the spirits, and not only lost money, but also had their belongings stolen. The few who gathered outside to watch were too scared and ran away early. The remaining brave ones hesitated and whispered among themselves. It must be Cui's grandson and granddaughter who angered the spirits and got punished. People say, heaven sees everything. Don't do anything that harms your virtue. From now on, we must learn from their mistake. Never do anything immoral. Cui heard these words clearly. If it had been before, she would have jumped and cursed at them. But today, She really didn't dare. Such strange things happening at home made her worry she might have done something to anger the spirits. Now she had to stay low and avoid attracting attention, in case she angered the spirits again, and her life was taken. Old Mr. Li stood stunned against the doorframe, his eyes empty. After a long while, he said to the village chief, "Village chief, please send someone to the city to bring Yongnian back." "No." Chui, though terrified, kept her wits about her. "Yongnian is busy studying. Don't involve him in the family matters." If the villagers went to the city to send a message to Li Yongnian and saw Xie Xiaoyan again, his reputation would be ruined forever. How could he take the imperial exams then? Old Mr. Li didn't understand the complications on Yongnian's side. He glared angrily at Chui. "Our home is in this state. He's the only son of this family. Shouldn't he come back to see what's happening?" Mr. Chui stubbornly said, "Yongnian just got divorced today, and he's in a bad mood. I will go see him myself tomorrow." Old Mr. Li saw that Mr. Chui was determined, and he suspected there might be reasons he didn't know. So, he decided to put aside his worries for now. The village chief was also feeling overwhelmed. Standing on a small piece of land at Li Yongnian's house, he was covered in goosebumps. Today's events definitely weren't caused by thieves. If you're scared, you can invite a master to perform a ritual to drive away evil spirits. There's no need to report to the authorities. Even if the officials come, they won't be able to solve this case. The officials aren't gods. If spirits take away your belongings, they can't do anything about it. The village chief left with those words, turning around quickly, afraid that some evil thing might follow him. Seeing this, Xiao Nian hurried after him. "Uncle Village Chief." "Wait a moment." The village chief hesitated, stopping with a look of impatience on his face. Xiao Nian didn't care about his expression. She used her sleeve to hide her hand and took out the document Li Yongnian wrote, which severed ties with Daba and Dainu from her space. "Village Chief, please take a look. This is a handwritten document from Li Yongnian, officially filed with the authorities. Also, I need you to remove Daba's name from the Li family genealogy." The village chief was also surnamed Li, from the same clan as Li Yongnian, and was the son of the old clan leader. Over the years, the old clan leader had grown old and was no longer able to handle affairs. The village chief had taken over many responsibilities. When he heard that Li Yongnian had written a document severing ties with his children, he was so angry he forgot his fear. Nonsense. If he's divorced, then he's divorced. How can he also cut off his own flesh and blood? Xiao Nian had suggested the severance, but she wasn't obligated to explain anything for that scoundrel Li Yongnian. "Village Chief, the severance document clearly states everything in black and white. Please help me handle this matter first. As for why Li Yongnian did this, it's better to ask him directly when there's a chance." The village chief carefully examined the document, confirmed there were no issues, and responded angrily. "Follow me. I'll handle it right now." With that, Xiao Nian jogged behind the village chief to Li's ancestral hall. Women were not allowed inside the hall, so she waited outside. The village chief entered the ancestral hall, first lighting a stick of incense to honor the ancestors and pray for Mrs. Li's safety. He hoped no evil spirits or monsters would come after the Li family. After reciting some prayers, he took out the family tree and, in front of Xiao Nian, crossed out Li Daba's name. As for Li Dainu, since girls will marry in the future, her name wouldn't be included in the family record, so only Li Daba's name was crossed out. Once everything was done, Xiao Nian and her 2 children had no more ties to the Li family. She was finally satisfied and returned to Li Yongnian's house. Li Yongnian's house was haunted, and Zhao Shi and his 2 sons were very frightened. If it weren't for accompanying Xiao Nian to finish the task, they would have run away in fear. When Xiao Nian returned, Zhao Shi and her sons were standing under a big tree across from Li Yongnian's yard, holding Daba and Dainu. Seeing Xiao Nian, Zhao Shi quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Nian Nian, is everything done? This place is too spooky. Let's go home quickly." Xiao Nian nodded and said, "Okay, let's go home first." There were no carts, so they had to walk. From Li Jia village to Lu Shui village, it took about half an hour on foot. After leaving Li Jia village, Zhao Shi finally relaxed a little. She patted her chest and said with relief, "Nian Nian, luckily you decided to leave Li Yongnian's family. They must have angered the spirits, and the spirits punished them. In the future, the Li family might face even stranger things. You and the children should stay away from there. I won't feel at ease." Qiao Nian deliberately caused a scene at the Li family to make a show after clearing them out. She also thought that with Cui Shi's temper, if she caused trouble again, she could use some mysterious or strange methods to deal with her. Today's actions were also a way to leave herself a perfect excuse for future revenge against the Li family. Of course, these were all secrets of Qiao Nian, and she would never tell anyone. She linked her arm with Zhao Shi and said, "Mother, the Li family is no good. I also think leaving Li Yongnian's family was the wise choice." After chatting for a while, Zhao Shi's fear eased a lot. She then carefully asked Qiao Nian, "Nian Nian, did you find some evidence against Li Yongnian? Otherwise, how could he agree so easily to divorce and give you so much silver?" Qiao Nian didn't hide anything. She told them everything about going to the town to see Li Yongnian and what she saw and heard. That scoundrel. Qiao Chongqing's veins bulged with anger. Li Yongnian is really shameless. How could he do such a thing? He looked at Qiao Nian. "Little sister, this isn't over. I'll go to the town tomorrow. I won't rest until I ruin this scoundrel's reputation." Qiao Nian knew her older brother could read and write. She took out the signed guarantee she had signed with her fingerprint and showed it to him. "Big brother, don't be impulsive. Do you think Li Yongnian is a fool? The 69 silver coins he gave me are just hush money." Qiao Chongqing, holding Daba, unfolded the guarantee to look at it. Qiao Chongsong, holding Daniu, also leaned in to see. After reading, the brothers' faces turned dark with anger. "Unbelievable," Qiao Chongsong said fiercely. "Little sister, how can you give up ruining that scoundrel's reputation just for a few silver coins? If it were me, I would rather lose the silver and see him fall from grace." Zhao Shi also scolded, "Nian Nian, our Qiao family may not have much money, but we shouldn't give up revenge on that scoundrel just for these few dozen silver coins." Seeing their mother and brothers upset because of her, a warm feeling filled Qiao Nian's heart. She could feel that her mother and brothers truly cared for her. Despite the large sum of silver compensation, they would rather give it up than let her vent her anger. This attitude of valuing integrity over money, not to mention in this era of male dominance, even in modern times, few people could truly do it. Qiao Nian's soul had experienced modern times and the apocalypse. She was even less likely to be moved by just 69 silver coins. The reason she agreed so readily to Li Yongnian's conditions was because she had already thought of a way to ruin his reputation. Initially, she planned to do it quietly on her own. But seeing her mother and brother's reactions, Qiao Nian changed her mind and shared her plan. "Mother, eldest brother, second brother, don't worry. I have already thought of a way to make that scoundrel fall from grace. Here's the corrected and simplified version. It's like this. As long as we do it this way, it will work." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. Qiao Chongqing praised warmly, "You're so clever, little sister. This plan is really good. Not only can we get compensation from the scoundrel, but we can also ruin his reputation." Mrs. Zhao pushed her eldest son gently and said, "Be quiet. You're so loud. Afraid others will hear." Qiao Chongqing quickly covered his mouth. Mrs. Zhao looked serious and warned, "Let's pretend we don't know about this. Whatever your little sister plans, we just cooperate. No one else should find out, understand?" Qiao Chongping raised his right hand and swore, "Mom, don't worry. I promise I won't tell anyone." A few adults walked and talked about Qiao Nian and Li. They spoke about the important points and even scolded a little. The two children didn't understand much. They only knew that their mother took them away from that nightmare of a home to live with their maternal grandfather. For them, days without being scolded or hit were good days. Feeling safe, the two little ones leaned on their uncle's shoulders and fell asleep. They were very thin, almost like skin and bones. Carrying them, Qiao Chongqing and Qiao Chongsong didn't feel tired at all. Half an hour later, they arrived at Greenwater Village. As the name suggests, Greenwater Village has many small rivers and ponds, and it is backed by a big mountain. Xiao Nian thought it was a beautiful place with green mountains and clear water. Most villages have an old locust tree at the entrance, but Green Water Village is different. Instead, there's a large pond about 1,000 square meters. The water in the pond is very clear. Since it's in the southern region and the weather warms up early, the lotus leaves are already showing their pointed tips. The Qiao family lives in the northernmost part of the village, closest to the mountain. To get to the Qiao house, you have to pass through the village. It's noon now, and villagers working in the fields are resting at home. No one was on the road, and even if they saw someone, it wouldn't be strange. Xiao Nian took the two children back to her parents' house. It wasn't unusual. The group walked through the middle of the village and reached the Qiao family's door. In the yard, sister-in-law Jin Xiujuan was sitting under the eaves, shelling beans. Second sister-in-law Wu Kaihua was squatting in the shade, carrying her 1-year-old daughter on her back with a strap, washing clothes. In the corner of the yard, there was a simple grass shelter, where third brother Qiao Chongbai was sitting, making fan ribs. The only person missing was old Father Qiao. Chongbai, has your father come back? Hearing his mother's voice, Qiao Chongbai put down his work and stood up. Mother, my father hasn't returned yet. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Nian. At the same time, Xiao Nian was also observing her third brother. Qiao Chongbai had a noticeable scar on his face, starting from his left eyebrow and slanting down to the corner of his right mouth. At first glance, he looked quite fierce. Qiao Chongbai was originally the most handsome among the 3 brothers in the Qiao family, tall and strong. Using modern standards, he had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. He often went into the mountains to hunt, developing a strong, muscular body. If his face hadn't been disfigured, he would have been a heartthrob in modern times, charming many girls. However, for years ago, shortly after the main character's 2 children were born and a month old, Chuisher kept complaining in front of the main character, saying the family had 2 more mouths to feed, and life was getting harder. If things continued like this, the family would run out of food. The main character, naive and eager to please her in-laws, didn't think much about Chuisher's words. The 2 newborn children could only be fed breast milk. Even if the family was truly running out of food, what did that have to do with such small children? Naively, the main character took the children to her parents' house to ask for help. At that time, Qiao Chongbai was already engaged, with less than a month before the wedding. The family had pooled all their silver to give the bride's dowry. But the Qiao family didn't want Xiao Nian to leave empty-handed. Qiao Chongbai took his tools and went into the mountains, hoping to hunt some small game to bring back for his sister, so her trip to her parents' house wouldn't be in vain. But during that trip, he encountered a black bear. He fought the bear and was injured. Fortunately, he survived, but he was left with a permanent scar on his face. His fiancée, upset that Qiao Chongbai was disfigured, broke off the engagement. Xiao Chongbai also became self-conscious because of the scar and refused to talk about marriage anymore. I'm not sure if the original owner's feelings are influencing me, but when Zhou Nian sees Zhou Zhongbai, my first reaction is guilt. If the original owner hadn't gone back to her parents' house to visit, Zhou Zhongbai wouldn't have gone into the mountains that day. After they got married, their child would already be running around everywhere. Quickly, Zhou Nian gathers her thoughts and calls out, "Third brother." Zhou Zhongbai doesn't hold any resentment toward Zhou Nian because of this. He still cares for her as he always has. Little sister, has the Li family been mean to you? I wanted to go with the older and second brothers, but mother said I should stay at home to help dad with chores. Don't worry, third brother. I haven't been bullied. Zhou Nian forces a small smile and replies. Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua also put down their work and stand up. The way they look at Zhou Nian, she can't quite describe the feeling. If I say they dislike her, it's not as strong as Chui's look of disgust when she sees her. But it's not like they like her either. If Zhou Nian sums it up, it's more like numbness or a sense of helplessness. Zhou Nian really understands how her 2 sisters-in-law feel right now. Anyone would find it hard to like a little sister-in-law who often goes back to her parents' house to visit. Unfortunately, her in-laws are very indulgent of such a sister-in-law, so they can do nothing about it. Thinking of this, Zhou Nian forces a shy smile and says, Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. Jin Xiujuan shows no expression, just nods slightly. Wu Kaihua turns around, unfastens her daughter's carrier, and holds the child in front of her, pretending not to see Zhou Nian. Zhou Nian doesn't get upset about this attitude. If it were her, she wouldn't like a little sister-in-law who often visits just to cause trouble. When Zhao sees her two daughters-in-law treating her daughter poorly and wants to scold them, Zhou Nian stops her. Mother, you've been busy all morning and must be tired. Go rest in your room. I'll prepare lunch. When she says this, not only Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua, but everyone looks at her in disbelief. They think, did the sun come out from the west today? Someone who usually doesn't help with chores when visiting her parents' house is now actively offering to cook? Zhou Nian understands what they are thinking. She has no choice. The original owner left such a deep impression on this family that she can only change their view of her little by little through actions. Zhou Nian says nothing more and heads straight into the kitchen. Jin Xiujuan glanced at her husband with a reluctant heart and followed Xiao Nian into the kitchen. Xiao Nian wanted to change her impression on the Qiao family from the day she returned. But she wasn't very familiar with the things in her own family's kitchen. Luckily, Jin Xiujuan was there. Although Jin Xiujuan didn't usually talk to her, whenever she asked for something, Jin Xiujuan would bring it to her. The Qiao family had many members but little land, so life was not very wealthy. Moreover, rural families rarely ate refined grains. Like the Li family, their main food was brown rice and black flour. When the end of the world first happened, Xiao Nian took her space and teammates to gather supplies everywhere. At first, whenever they found a mall or supermarket, they would rush in and loot everything, whether food or supplies. Because of this, her space stored many books. Later, when all supplies ran out and everyone ate mutated food, they longed for normal food from the past. Xiao Nian, on one hand, was passing time. On the other, she wanted to learn from ancient people's way of calming their thirst by looking at food books whenever she had free time. She thought that if she could escape the end of the world, she wouldn't do traditional Chinese medicine anymore. Instead, she wanted to be a Michelin-starred chef, cooking all kinds of delicious foods for herself every day. Over time, she nearly wore out those food books, and she could recite many of her favorite recipes by heart. Finally, Xiao Nian escaped the end of the world and got the normal food she dreamed of. However, none of the recipes she learned used black flour or brown rice. It proved the old saying, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Fortunately, the original owner's memory remained, and she used these coarse grains to cook for her family every day. Xiao Nian asked about her sister-in-law's family eating habits and cooked a big pot of brown rice porridge, with a circle of black flour pancakes around the edge of the pot. As for vegetables in this season, besides the stored cabbage, radishes, and potatoes from last year, if they wanted fresh ones, they had to go into the mountains and try their luck. Now, Xiao Nian didn't have time to go into the mountains, so she simply stir-fried some cabbage with vinegar. Seeing Xiao Nian scoop out a large piece of lard from the jar to cook, Jin Xiujuan winced at the sight, feeling heartbroken. The oil that the younger sister-in-law used was enough for their family to eat for 7 or 8 days. Xiao Nian really had no idea about this and had forgotten how much oil the original owner used when cooking. To her, since there was no meat in the dishes, it was better to use more oil to make it tastier. While preparing lunch in the kitchen, Qiao Liang, who was working in the field, came back. He didn't bother to wipe the sweat from his face and asked, did Nian Nian's mother and the other 2 girls get bullied at Li's village? Mrs. Zhao saw her husband and, feeling angry about what had happened in the morning at Li's house, vented her frustration all at once. The people from Li's family are really terrible. Xiao Liang, hearing this, clenched his veins with anger. They're really too much, relying on their scholar to look down on others. Nian Nian was right. Such scoundrels should be cut off. Tell her to take the children back to the Qiao family, where her father and brothers will support them. Qiao Chongqing also agreed. Dad is right. With so many of us, can't we support a woman and 2 children? Yes, if our Qiao family had even a little bit of food, they wouldn't go hungry, Qiao Chongsong also said angrily. Wu Kaihua, holding her child in the corner, couldn't help but let her lips droop. The family was already poor enough. If 3 more mouths joined, life would be even harder. Although she thought this, Wu Kaiwa didn't dare to say it out loud. Everyone in the family, except her and her sister-in-law Jin Xiujuan, was very welcoming of Nian Nian and the children coming back. They were both low in status in this family, and speaking up wouldn't help. It might even get them scolded. Feeling frustrated, Wu Kaiwa turned around with her daughter and went back to her room, wishing she couldn't see it anymore. By this time, Xiao Nian had finished preparing lunch and, with Jin Xiujuan, who still looked pained, brought out the dishes. 2 plates of vinegar-flavored bok choy, shiny with oil, were placed on the table, and everyone was stunned. Xiao Nian, a bit careless at the moment, thought everyone was surprised because they found her cooking appetizing. She wiped her hands with an apron, showing her big, bright smile. Dad, Mom, brothers, sisters-in-law, let's eat. Xiao Liang was the quickest to react. He waved his hand and said, everyone eat. The 2 little ones were still sleeping. Xiao Nian left some food for them and then sat at the table to eat with everyone. This is the most complete memory of the original owner about visiting her family for a meal. Qiao Chongqing and his wife, along with their 8-year-old son Qiao Lei and 6-year-old daughter Qiao Miao. Qiao Chongsong and his wife, with their 6-year-old son Qiao Zhuang sitting on the left, and their 1-year-old daughter Qiao Jing being held in Wu Caihua's arms. Their parents and older brother were also there. This big family was supposed to be lively during the meal. But thinking about what happened to Qiao Nian at the Li family's place, no one could smile. Everyone enjoyed the tasty stir-fry, but no one praised it. Even the children, who are good at reading adults' faces, didn't dare speak. Xiao Nian didn't find this strange. After all, she had just separated from her husband, and her family was worried about her. Who could smile happily now? Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua took on the task of clearing the dishes, not letting Xiao Nian do it. Xiao Nian knew her father probably had something to say to her, so she stayed at the table without leaving. Xiao Liang sighed and finally spoke. Xiao Nian has separated from her husband. She will stay in the Qiao family for now. Later, your mother will help find a good family for her. You don't need to worry about the older brother and sister. Once you get married, they will stay in the Qiao family. Isn't it true that she's already cut ties with the Li family? From now on, they will change their surname to Qiao. They are my children. Xiao Nian was stunned. She never expected her father to have already planned her future, and he was even thinking of finding her a new husband. Cough, cough. Xiao Nian couldn't help but cough a few times. Dad, I've already decided. I want to set up my own household and not get married in this life. When she said this, everyone was shocked. Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua, who had just finished washing dishes, were stunned. Jin Xiujuan quickly stepped forward, looking at her nervously. Little sister, what do you mean by that? Setting up your own household is not a joke. In our village, there's a woman from a wealthy family who divorced and set up her own household. She owns some property. But forget about property. If you don't even have an acre of land, how can the government give you a household registration? What Jin Xiujuan didn't say was, even if she managed to set up her own household, a woman with 2 children would eventually have to rely on her family for support, as she'd be living off her family's help. Instead of causing trouble by going out to earn silver and relying on your family to support you, it's better not to become a burdensome woman. Stay at your parents' house, rest peacefully, and be a good homemaker. This way, you can save the money you would spend on starting a business. Wu Kaihua usually speaks little, but she is very clever. She nodded in agreement with her sister-in-law's words. After nodding, she also looked at her husband and mother-in-law, worried about being scolded. Actually, not only Jin Xiujuan, but everyone in the Qiao family thinks the same way. They believe that Xiao Nian wants to establish herself as a woman of the household mainly to compete with Li Yongnian. After marrying into the Li family for many years, she worked hard and hoped Li Yongnian would succeed and become a respected man. But she found out that Li Yongnian secretly took a second wife and was living a small life in the city with his widow sister-in-law. Even though they are now divorced, who can be happy after giving so many years without any reward? Because of this, Xiao Nian wants to establish herself as a woman of the household to show that she can stand on her own. But this is not just about showing off. As a woman with 2 children, even if she has a house and land, without support, life would be very hard. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang spoke up. Nian Nian, you're no longer a child. You need to be responsible for your actions. You're a woman, raising 2 children alone outside. How can your parents and brothers rest assured? Qiao Liang said this to protect her dignity. Even so, anyone with a bit of sense can understand. Qiao Nian knows her family is only trying to help her. She secretly took out 69 taels of silver given by Zhao. Everyone in the Qiao family now knows that Qiao Nian got 69 taels of silver after divorcing Li Yongnian. This money is enough for daily expenses, but not enough to start a business. Qiao Nian, regardless of her family's thoughts, first took out 10 taels of silver and placed it on the table. This is my dowry from when I got married. Then she took out another 15 taels and placed it on the table. I was naive, thinking I could go back to my parents' house after marriage. I can't remember exactly how much I took, but whatever it is, I want to use this 15 taels to make up for it. Nian Nian, what are you doing? Mrs. Zhao looked angry and pushed the silver back. This silver is given to you, and there's no reason to return it. Yes, little sister, this silver is for you. No one expected to ask for it back. Qiao Chongqing agreed. The 2 sisters-in-law had very different attitudes. Although they didn't say much, their eager looks showed everything. Qiao Liang pushed the silver back to Qiao Nian. Nian Nian, you have 2 kids and life isn't easy. Keep this silver for yourself. We don't want it. Dad, Jin Xiujian finally lost her temper. Qiao Lei is already 8 years old. He's smart and everyone says he's meant for studying. But because we don't have enough money, he hasn't even seen a school. I don't mind you caring for my younger sister, but what about the other children? Isn't Xiao Lei part of our family? Shut up. Before anyone else could react, Qiao Chongqing stepped forward and pulled Jin Xiujian aside, loudly scolding her. All our silver belongs to our parents. They can give it to whoever they want. If you say more, believe me. Seeing Qiao Chongqing raise his fist, Jin Xiujian also gave up. She held her head high, tears in her eyes. I insist on saying this. If you have the courage, hit me today. I married into the Qiao family and worked hard. I bore children for you, Qiao Chongqing. Isn't that more than someone who married and often visits her parents' home? I don't know what you all are thinking. An outside daughter-in-law is almost like a piece of wood to be used. Wu Kaihua, who usually got along well with Jin Xiujian, quickly stepped in when she saw her about to be hit. She handed the children to Qiao Chongsong and pulled Jin Xiujian away. Big sister-in-law, don't argue with the older brother. It's not worth suffering for an outsider. Qiao Chongqing was also pulled aside by Qiao Chonghua. Jin Xiujian quickly wiped her tears and glared at Qiao Chongqing with anger. Qiao Chongqing, I can't live like this anymore. I want to leave you. I've suffered a bit, but I can't let my children suffer too, she said. Everyone stop arguing. Qiao Nian suddenly stood up. She shoved the 25 taels of silver into Mrs. Zhao's arms. Mother, listen to me today. Keep this silver. Tomorrow, Big Brother will find out where a good school is, and Qiao Lei will start learning. Next, Qiao Nian walked up to Qiao Chongqing. Big Brother, sister-in-law is right. You can't ignore your children just for me. Little sister. Qiao Chongqing's face turned red with anger. Don't listen to your sister-in-law's nonsense. This family isn't her decision to make. Qiao Nian waved to stop him. She faced everyone and bowed deeply. I'm sorry for being immature in the past and hurting my family. Now I've learned my lesson and won't make the same mistakes again. You 2 sisters-in-law, don't worry.
Give me some time.
I promise to establish a household for my daughter, and I will do what I say. When the time comes, no matter how my life turns out, I won't take a single cent from the family. Qiao Nian's actions were sincere, both to apologize to her family and to reassure everyone. Her 2 sisters-in-law were right to defend their families and children. She couldn't let her own actions cause her brothers and sister-in-law to lose trust. Mrs. Zhao, with tears in her eyes, stood up and held her hand. Nian Nian, we are family. We shouldn't say such things. If you have difficulties and we don't help, are we really family? You're right, Mom. Nian Nian, don't worry about what others think. As long as our parents are alive, they won't let you and the children suffer. Xiao Chonghua, who had been silent, finally spoke. Sisters-in-law, don't worry. I'm single, and in the future, I will earn money to support you and the children. I won't let big brother or second brother worry anymore. Chonghua, what are you talking about? Xiao Chongsong was unhappy. Nian Nian isn't just your little sister. We should all help together. Xiao Nian was touched by her parents' and brother's support, but she still refused. Please don't worry about me anymore. I promise I can support myself and the 2 children. And the money I earn will be used to respect our parents, just like my brothers and sisters-in-law. Little sister, you're a woman. How will you earn money? Xiao Chongqing didn't believe her. Xiao Nian had just traveled here and hadn't figured out how to make money yet. But she believed that with her skills, earning some money to support her family wouldn't be a problem in this era. I have my own plans. Do you believe in me? She asked. Since it had come to this, Xiao Yang felt it was unnecessary to keep arguing. Anyway, whether Xiao Nian agreed or not, their family would do their best to help her. All right, let's put an end to this matter. We will discuss future issues later. Mrs. Zhao told Xiao Chongbai. Nian Nian just came back. Clear out your room. I will stay with them and their mother for now. You and your father can stay in the main house, okay? Xiao Chongbai replied and quickly went to his room to pack his things. Wu Kaihua tugged on Jin Xiujuan's sleeve. Big sister-in-law, let's go help first. Jin Xiujuan was angry, but not unreasonable. Since her parents-in-law had made a decision, complaining wouldn't help. Life still had to go on. She couldn't just stand there and watch the elders do all the work. Xiao Nian had packed her bedding and clothes into her space to create a fake ghost story at the Li family. Now, she had no reason to take them out. After moving Xiao Chongbai's belongings, the room was empty. Without Mrs. Zhao telling her, Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua each brought a quilt from their own rooms for her. Little sister, we don't have extra quilts either. You can use this for now. Xiao Nian looked at the quilts they brought. They looked almost new and were very clean. If she guessed right, these should be the best quilts from her eldest and second brother's rooms. Thank you, 2 sisters-in-law. I will go to the city tomorrow to handle some affairs and buy a few quilts. I will return this one to you. Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua didn't say anything. They helped tidy up the bedding and left the room. It was spring planting season. After resting a while, Qiao Yang went to the fields with Xiao Chongqing and Xiao Chongsong. Xiao Chongbai was busy making fan ribs. His side needed the goods urgently, so he stayed at home to work on them. Soon after Xiao Nian finished tidying up, Dinyo and Abao woke up. The first thing they did after opening their eyes was to look for their mother. Mrs. Zhao brought them to Xiao Nian. Nian Nian, the children are probably hungry. Wash their hands first. I will heat up some food in the kitchen. The 2 little ones threw themselves into Xiao Nian's arms. Even though they knew they wouldn't be mistreated at their grandfather's house, they still didn't want to leave their mother. Xiao Nian patted their heads. Let's go. Mom will take you to wash your hands and have lunch. Xiao Nian's cooking was delicious. The 2 little kids didn't have to worry about being scolded by grandma for eating too much. They each ate more than half a bowl of plain rice porridge and half a pancake. Big girl tugged at Xiao Nian's sleeve, lifting her small head high. Mom, will I be able to eat as much as I do now every day in the future? Xiao Nian gently held her and sat her on her lap. Yes, big girl, and your brother will never go hungry again. At this moment, Xiao Nian felt a strong sense of responsibility and vowed in her heart to give them a good life. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. Xiao Lei looked at Xiao Nian with a shy expression. Little aunt, I want to go to the pond to release the ducks. Do you want to come with me and my siblings? Last month, when the aunt brought her big brother, and little sister over, there were just a few ducklings hatching at home. The siblings loved them very much and kept asking to go to the pond to release the ducks with him. But that time, the little aunt had to leave with them, and the disappointed looks on the siblings' faces still linger in Xiao Lei's mind. Now, the ducklings have grown quite a bit, and Xiao Lei has been the one taking care of releasing them into the pond every day. He just wanted to ask if his siblings wanted to come along. When they heard about releasing the ducks, their eyes sparkled. However, they still looked obediently at Xiao Nian, seeking her opinion. Xiao Nian patted the heads of the 2 little ones. If you like to go, then go with Brother Lei. After getting her approval, the two children immediately ran to Xiao Lei. Brother Lei, we want to go with you to release the ducks. Xiao Nian smiled and reminded them. You two must listen to Brother Lei, okay? Got it, Mom. The two replied in unison. Seeing the little ant smile, Xiao Lei's tense nerves relaxed a lot. The little ant had changed. In the past, when she brought his siblings back, she was always giving orders or doing this and that, and she never smiled. Xiao Nian didn't realize that her 8-year-old nephew was secretly criticizing her in his heart. She had plans to establish a household, and the first thing she needed to do was earn money. Xiao Nian went to the yard, saw a basket under the eaves, and carried it on her back. Then she went into the storage room and took a sickle. Xiao Chongbai saw her actions and asked, Little sister, what are you planning to do? Xiao Nian pointed to the mountain to the north. I plan to go into the mountains and take a look. Xiao Chongbai put down his work. I'll go with you. Xiao Nian knew that Xiao Zhongbai was busy working and refused. No need, third brother. I'll just take a walk and pick some wild vegetables. Things are not peaceful on the mountain lately. It's not safe for you to go alone, Xiao Zhongbai said firmly. He also carried a basket on his back and picked up a machete, holding it in his hand. I'll also cut some bamboo on the way back. Seeing that he was determined, Xiao Nian didn't refuse further. She didn't have any other purpose for going into the mountain, just wanted to see if she could find some medicinal herbs. Since crossing over, the only thing she thought of was digging herbs to sell for money. She was good at preparing medicinal herbs, so no matter how much she could sell them for, she wouldn't need much initial investment. As for other ways to make a living, she hadn't thought of anything yet. She planned to learn more about this era before making decisions. Xiao Zhongbai often went into the mountain and knew the routes well. The path he led Xiao Nian on was very smooth, worn down by many footsteps. Xiao Nian saw many spring bamboo shoots in the bamboo groves on both sides of the small path. Her first thought was, could it be that the people here are quite well off? Such good bamboo shoots, yet no one was digging them. Soon, the memories of the original owner flooded her mind. The reason no one was digging the bamboo shoots wasn't because people were wealthy, but because they didn't know how to handle the bitterness of the shoots. If they weren't starving, hardly anyone would eat them. What a waste. Xiao Nian remembered that before the apocalypse, she often ate oil-braised bamboo shoots, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat slices, and cold bamboo shoots. She couldn't help but swallow. Trusting her instincts, Xiao Nian directly entered the bamboo grove and squatted down to dig for bamboo shoots. There were many, and she specifically chose the tender ones. Xiao Zhongbai frowned as he watched her move. What kind of life had his little sister been living all these years in her in-laws' house? She treated these unliked bamboo shoots as treasures. Xiao Nian dug several tender bamboo shoots in one breath and placed them in her basket. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Zhongbai standing there, staring at her in a daze. Third brother, come help. I'll cook a delicious meal for you tonight, she called out. Xiao Zhongbai didn't want to discourage his sister. He nodded and started digging with her. After filling half a basket, Xiao Nian stopped. She straightened up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, Third brother, this is enough for us to have several good meals. Let's go into the mountain and see what else we can find. Xiao Chongbai also dug out half a bamboo basket of bamboo shoots. When his younger sister said she needed to go up the mountain, he directly poured the bamboo shoots from her half basket into his own basket. Xiao Nian knew her brother was kind to her and wouldn't take advantage of his kindness. With that, feeling light and free, Xiao Nian continued walking into the mountain. Xiao Chongbai quickened his pace and walked ahead of her. Little sister, there are often fierce animals like black bears in the mountains lately. It's safer if you stay behind me. If not for this, Xiao Chongbai wouldn't be earning money by making fan bones at home. The family didn't want him to risk going deep into the mountain now. Even today, accompanying his sister, Xiao Chongbai didn't plan to go far into the forest. Xiao Nian, having developed habits from the end of the world, was very alert while walking. She could notice dangers in time. She followed behind Xiao Chongbai, observing her surroundings, but her pace didn't slow down. This also had a benefit. She could find useful things quickly. For example, now, Xiao Nian found a patch of summer cypress grass in the woods. Summer cypress grass is a common medicinal herb used throughout history. It helps clear the liver, reduce fire, improve eyesight, and reduce swelling and lumps. It's used to treat red, swollen eyes, headaches, and dizziness. The best time to harvest it is in spring when it has flowering spikes, as its medicinal value is highest then. Third brother, wait a moment. She pointed to the summer cypress grass and explained, this is a medicinal herb. It can be sold for money. Qiao Chongbai stopped and looked at Qiao Nian with suspicion. You know about herbs? This was hard for Qiao Chongbai to believe. Qiao Nian knew her brother was doubting her. She quickly thought of an excuse. When I was in Li's village, I delivered food to an old lady who lived at the end of the village. She was very grateful and gave me several medical books. I sometimes read them and learned a little. Qiao Chongbai still looked suspicious, clearly not fully convinced. Qiao Nian didn't care about his doubts. She had already given her explanation. If he didn't believe her, there was nothing she could do. She stepped over the weeds and approached the summer cypress grass, directly picking the seed heads from the plant. As for the roots, they weren't very useful medicinally, so she discarded them. Seeing her serious, Qiao Chongbai relaxed his doubts and picked some of the seed heads with her. In no time, the brother and sister had gathered all the seed heads from that patch of summer cypress grass. Qiao Nian's basket was almost full. Qiao Chongbai reached out and took the basket from her. It's too heavy, let me carry it. Seeing that her third brother was carrying 2 baskets with ease, Qiao Nian decided not to argue. This was her first time entering the mountain and she gained a lot. But she had no plans to leave yet. Third brother, is there a good place to put the baskets for now? I want to go further into the mountain. There are places to hide things, but I don't recommend going deeper, Qiao Chongbai said seriously. If we run into wild boars or something, it's not easy for a girl like you to avoid them. Actually, Qiao Chongbai thought that going into the mountain with his little sister was just a waste of time. Instead of finding wild vegetables, it felt more like sightseeing. What has my little sister been doing? Eating bamboo shoots that are so bitter they make you cry. And all these wild grasses that can be used as medicine. He needed to make a fan frame, which was due tomorrow. If his sister liked going into the mountain, he could go with her after finishing his work. Qiao Nian didn't know what her brother was thinking. She stretched happily. Don't worry, third brother. I can climb trees just as fast as you. If a wild boar comes, I promise to climb a tree first. Seeing her excited look, Qiao Chongbai hesitated to stop her anymore. He found a cave, put down the basket, and then took Qiao Nian into the mountain again. Not even 15 minutes later, Qiao Nian found something good on the shady side of the slope, much more valuable than summer grass. It was Huangjing polygonatum. In modern times, most Huangjing on the market is cultivated artificially, and its medicinal effects are much weaker than wild Huangjing. Seeing so much wild Huangjing, Qiao Nian felt like she was seeing a pile of silver coins. She excitedly ran toward the spot. Third brother, come quickly. There's Huangjing here. Qiao Chongbai didn't know what Huangjing was, but seeing his sister so excited, he didn't want to ruin her mood. This season, Huangjing just sprouted, and its underground roots are at their fullest. Qiao Nian carefully used the tip of her sickle to loosen the soil. When she saw the roots, she would dig them out by hand to avoid damaging the roots with sharp tools, which would reduce their value. Zhou Chongbai watched for a while and then tried to dig like Qiao Nian did. Digging for yellow ginseng is not as easy as picking summer savory. The brother and sister worked for about half an hour before they finished digging all the visible yellow ginseng. The dug-up yellow ginseng roots were full and piled on the ground in a big heap. Qiao Nian roughly estimated that there were at least 50 jin, about 25 kilograms. She wasn't sure about the value of yellow ginseng in this era, but since it was such a good medicinal ingredient, it probably wouldn't be cheap. Zhou Chongbai stood there, looking at the yellow ginseng still covered in dirt on the ground. Little sister, are you sure this stuff can sell for money? Qiao Nian knew that the impression the original owner left on the family was already deep. Now, explaining too much might not convince many people. She simply shrugged and said, if third brother doesn't believe me, he can come to the city with me tomorrow and see if we can sell it. Zhou Chongbai still had doubts but didn't want to discourage his sister's enthusiasm. He said nothing more, took off his outer shirt, spread it on the ground, packed up the yellow ginseng, and slung it over his shoulder. It's getting late. Let's go down the mountain first to avoid any danger. After speaking, he didn't give Xiao Nian a chance to reply and headed down the mountain first. Xiao Nian also didn't plan to go deeper into the mountain. Her body was too weak, and she was already exhausted. The brother and sister walked down the mountain one after the other. Suddenly, both of them sensed something was wrong. Zhou Chongbai threw the yellow ginseng to the side of the road and said, "Little sister, I'll hold you and climb a tree. There's a wild boar." Xiao Nian didn't want to hold Zhou Chongbai back. "I can manage myself." As she spoke, she skillfully climbed up a sturdy big tree. Seeing that his sister didn't need his help, Zhou Chongbai quickly climbed another tree. Just as they found a good spot in the trees, a large wild boar, weighing over 200 jin, about 100 kilograms, suddenly rushed out of the grass. Zhou Chongbai felt frustrated. He had only come up the mountain to pick some wild vegetables and hadn't brought any hunting tools. Now, such a fat wild boar appeared in front of him, and he was really tempted. But he had no bow and arrow, so he could only watch helplessly as the meat remained out of reach. Xiao Nian was even more excited. Her mind was already imagining countless delicious dishes made from pork. Braised ribs, stir-fried pork, steamed pork with rice. Thinking of this, Xiao Nian took out a slingshot from her space. Compared to other weapons in this space, this one has the smallest power. But it doesn't seem out of place in this era. On the ground in the space, there are many small stones. Xiao Nian picks up a smooth stone from the ground, skillfully places it in her pouch, and holds her breath, focusing intently. In the apocalypse, to save ammunition, she has used this modified slingshot to hunt countless small mutated creatures, and her aim is excellent. The wild boar is clearly attracted by the yellow essence emitting a smell of earth and roots on the ground, and it is sniffing and pushing with its nose. Xiao Nian's eyes sharpen, and her arm suddenly exerts force. The rubber band is stretched to its limit, and with a whoosh, the stone shoots out precisely toward the boar's eye. Yowl. A sharp, painful scream suddenly breaks the silence of the forest. The boar, in pain, jerks its head, and the eye that was hit bleeds heavily. It is completely enraged, its scarlet eye wildly scanning everywhere, quickly locking onto Xiao Nian's figure in the tree. The boar roars, lowers its head, and with its tusks aimed at the trunk, charges forward fiercely. Little sister, another Xiao, on a different tree, is so frightened that she almost faints and instinctively tries to jump down to attract the boar's attention. Third brother, don't move. Xiao Nian shouts sharply, her tone unusually calm and steady. I can handle this. For some reason, seeing her like this, Xiao Chongbai feels a deep trust from the bottom of his heart. Especially just now, he doesn't know what she used to hit the boar's eye, but from the injury, it's clear that not everyone can do that. Ignoring his shock and confusion, Xiao Chongbai keeps a close eye on the frantic boar. If his little sister is in danger, he will jump down immediately to draw its fire. While thinking, the boar's tusks have already hit the big tree. The trunk shakes violently, and leaves fall rapidly. Xiao Nian's legs grip the trunk tightly, steadying herself, with no trace of fear on her face. She takes another small stone from the space, places it on the rubber band, and quickly pulls back, so fast that Xiao Chongbai can't see clearly. The boar, missing its attack, retreats a few steps, preparing for a more powerful charge. Just as it rushes again with lightning speed, Xiao Nian's second small stone shoots out, this time aiming at the other healthy eye of the boar.
Pop.
A faint sound had a deadly effect. The other eye of the wild boar also burst open with a splash of blood. Yowl. The completely blinded wild boar went into a wild frenzy, crashing around wildly. Xiao Chongbai knew his chance had come. He quickly jumped down and swung his machete at the boar's throat. The large body of the boar twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Xiao Nian put away her slingshot and jumped down from the tree to check on the boar. At this moment, Xiao Chongbai's attention shifted from the boar to Xiao Nian. He looked at her with curiosity in his eyes. Xiao Nian knew that her recent actions couldn't be explained without some reason. Using her sleeve to hide, she took out her slingshot from her space and waved it in front of Xiao Chongbai. Third brother, I didn't expect this simple slingshot to be so powerful. She spoke calmly, as if talking about someone else's matter, with no emotion on her face. Xiao Chongbai took the slingshot from her and examined it carefully. The slingshot was very delicate, especially the rubber band, which looked like it was made from a special material. Such an item was clearly valuable and not something ordinary people could own. Xiao Nian's face remained calm, her heart steady. I found it and thought it could be used for self-defense, so I always carry it. Xiao Chongbai asked with some doubt, "You're so accurate when shooting wild boars. Have you practiced?" Xiao Nian rubbed her hands nervously, her voice carrying a slight hint of embarrassment. "When we were in Li family village, my grandmother was harsh and wouldn't let us three eat enough. I thought about secretly shooting some birds to improve our meals. I practiced in secret for a long time, but I never hit a single bird. I didn't expect that today I would be so accurate with a wild boar." Her voice grew quieter as she spoke, which made Xiao Chongbai feel a deep sense of sadness. What had his little sister experienced in Li family village? She had even learned to use a slingshot. He gently patted her thin shoulder and said, "It's all in the past. From now on, your third brother will work hard to earn money so you and the children won't go hungry." Xiao Nian pretended to be strong and nodded. "Okay." Xiao Chongbai lovingly stroked the slingshot a few times, then reached out as if to give it back to her. Xiao Nian didn't take it. "If you like it, third brother, I'll give it to you." Although Xiao Chongbai really liked the slingshot, he decisively refused. "Keep it for yourself to defend yourself." Xiao Nian still didn't take it. "I've found several of these kinds of slingshots." Xiao Chongbai. He felt like he was dreaming. Is such a good thing really something you can find casually? And he even found several. Xiao Nian didn't care about Xiao Chongbai's inner complaints. In her space, she had many slingshots, various kinds, at least dozens. The one she was giving to Xiao Chongbai wasn't even the best. Since she was bragging, she decided to boast even more. "I really found many. To hide them from the Li family, I kept them in a secret place. When I have time in a few days, I'll go get them back and then let my third brother choose freely." Xiao Chongbai. He could choose freely. But just this one slingshot in his hand made him so excited he couldn't sleep all night. At this moment, Xiao Chongbai, ignoring his joy over the slingshot, went into the bushes to find some vines and braided a long grass rope to tie up the wild boar. "Let's hurry down the mountain. The blood smell here is too strong. It might attract other fierce animals." Xiao Nian understood this too, and took the yellow essence that was thrown on the ground. The siblings quickly headed down the mountain. Passing by the place where bamboo shoots and summer-dried grass were stored, Xiao Chongbai ran over, carrying a basket on each side, and continued down the mountain, holding the grass rope that tied the wild boar. Seeing Xiao Chongbai carrying the load, Xiao Nian also felt helpless. If only she could go alone, she would just toss these things into her space and easily go down the mountain. But she couldn't, because her space was too extraordinary, and she absolutely couldn't let anyone else know about it. Xiao Nian didn't know yet that her separation from Li Yongnian had already spread throughout LV Shui village in just a short afternoon. Li Pozi from LV Shui village, whose maiden family was from Li Jia village. The Qiao family learned that Xiao Nian's child was sold by Cui Shi from Li Pozi. Early in the morning, Li Pozi saw the Qiao family heading to Li Jia village and knew there would be a good show, so she followed them. After having lunch at her maiden home and returning to LV Shui village, she spread the news everywhere. Most people showed little sympathy for Xiao Nian. Those who knew the Qiao family well understood that Xiao Nian was just a selfish girl, completely unaware of how to care for her parents and older brother. Even though she is already married, she often comes back to cause trouble. No normal person would like a daughter like this. All afternoon, the villagers talked about Xiao Nian and Li. After all, this is a feudal era. Women who are widowed are often abandoned, and divorce is rare. Grandma Li spread the news, but didn't add any extra details. She just told the truth. Because of this, the people in Greenwater Village thought Xiao Nian and Li divorced to protect the child, not knowing the real reason. Because of this, some people changed their opinion of Xiao Nian. Anyway, everyone had mixed feelings about her divorce. The Qiao family is one of the oldest in Greenwater Village, living here for several generations. Qiao Liang is the third among his brothers. 10 years ago, after Grandpa Qiao passed away, Grandma Qiao suggested dividing the family property among the 3 brothers. Now, Grandma Qiao and her 2 older sons also live in the village. When Grandma Qiao heard about Qiao Nian and Li, she hobbled over to Qiao Liang's house with her cane. At this moment, she was sitting in the yard, angry and shouting. Li's family is really too much. Third son, why didn't you tell your mother about such a big matter? Qiao Liang sighed. Mother, I was worried about your health. I didn't want you to get upset. Grandma Qiao, full of energy, rubbed her makeshift cane made of branches. I'm not worried about my health. Our Qiao family's daughter shouldn't be bullied by outsiders. She was furious, and Qiao Liang could only come for her. Mother, Nian Nian wasn't bullied. She even fought that wicked woman Cui. Hearing this, Grandma Qiao's eyes brightened. Really? Nian Nian fought that wicked woman? Qiao Liang nodded. Yes, she did. She was beaten up and had a black eye. Grandma Qiao smiled.
Good. She fought well.
My daughter from the Qiao family should be bold like that. Qiao Liang forced a smile and agreed. Yes, yes. Grandma Qiao was satisfied and stood up. Since Nian Nian has vented her anger, I won't interfere anymore. Third son, remember this. If anyone dares to bully our Qiao family again, call your older brothers and let them all come together. I understand, Mother. Qiao Liang felt a bit amused and helpless. Old Madame Qiao took a few steps, then suddenly remembered something. Third brother, Nian Nian brought the 2 kids back. Your house might be too small to hold everyone. Let Nian Nian come to my place tonight. I have a big bed, and even with their mother and the 3 of them, it won't be crowded. Qiao Liang was about to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw Qiao Zhongbai dragging a big wild boar back. Qiao Nian followed closely behind, carrying a large bundle on her shoulder. Behind them, a bunch of villagers who wanted to buy wild boar meat were following. Zhongbai, say something. Are you selling the wild boar meat? We want to buy some. Yeah, Zhongbai, you have so much meat. You can't finish it all yourself. Zhongbai, after coming down the mountain into the village, everyone was talking about the little sister and Li. Although they didn't blame Nian Nian, it wasn't a good thing to be talked about like that. These people's gossip could hurt her reputation a lot. So, Qiao Zhongbai scowled and scolded several women who were gossiping. But these women were shameless and unbothered by the scolding. When they saw him dragging the big wild boar, they all ran over. Zhongbai's voice was full of anger. If I don't sell it, your mouths won't be shut. Eating it is just wasting food. Qiao Liang saw his son bring back a big wild boar. His first thought was to check if he and Nian Nian were hurt. Seeing that the 2 kids were safe and sound, he finally relaxed. He didn't pay attention to Zhongbai and went forward to take the big bundle from Nian Nian's shoulder. It was quite heavy. She really worked hard. Nian Nian, you must be tired. Sit on a stool and rest. Father, I'm not tired, Nian Nian replied, then looked at the old ladies standing in the yard. She called out, Grandma. In the original owner's memory, this grandma was fiery and protective, and she was very kind to the original owner. Old Madame Qiao looked at Nian Nian from head to toe. You little girl, if you're wronged, why don't you go back to your mother's house and ask for help? Are you stupid? Is she stupid? Yes, she is quite foolish. Of course, it's the original owner who is foolish. Grandma, the past is over. I won't let anyone bully me like that again, Nian Nian said as she helped old Madame Qiao sit on a small stool in the yard. Qiao Liang placed the bundle on the ground and kicked Zhongbai's butt. You little rascal! How dare you take Nian Nian into the deep mountains? What if you encounter danger? Can you compensate me for my daughter? Qiao Chongbai carried 2 baskets on his back and was dragging a wild boar. Even though Qiao Liang didn't put much effort into kicking, he still made the person stumble. Being scolded in front of so many people made Qiao Chongbai blush deeply. He quickly explained, Dad, we didn't go into the deep mountains. Qiao Liang pointed at the wild boar on the ground. If we didn't go into the deep mountains, Where did this wild boar come from? Although the mountain hasn't been very peaceful lately, there was only one recent sighting of a black bear. And that was just once. Later, villagers going up the mountain would go in groups of 10 or so for safety. Qiao Chongbai was really brave. Not only did he go alone, but he also took Nian Nian with him. Xiaoyang felt more and more scared thinking about it. Nian Nian saw her third brother being scolded because of her and hurriedly explained, "Dad, I and third brother really didn't go into the deep mountains." That wild boar suddenly ran out on the way down the mountain. Qiao Chongbai looked sad. "Dad, my little sister is telling the truth. We really didn't go into the deep mountains." Qiao Liang knew he had wrongly accused Chongbai, but his father never apologized to his children. He frowned and took the 2 bamboo baskets from Chongbai. He looked at them and asked confusedly, "Chongbai, our family isn't starving. Why are you collecting these dried bamboo shoots? And these wild grasses, I told you, the ducks don't like to eat them." Chongbai was speechless. At that moment, he had also told his little sister the same thing. Now, his father was repeating it to him word for word. "Dad, Nian Nian said the bamboo shoots are tasty, and she said these wild grasses are medicinal herbs that can be sold." Nian Nian nodded along. "Dad, these are what I want to gather. It has nothing to do with third brother." She realized that in this family, girls are valued less than boys. All her brothers were considered useless, and only she, the troublesome daughter, was treasured. Sure enough, when Xiao Liang heard that Nian Nian was the one collecting these, his expression softened immediately. "Nian Nian likes it. In the future, I'll let your brothers go into the mountain with you to gather." Her father was too biased, and Nian Nian couldn't stand it. She quickly changed the subject. "Dad, since it's not dark yet, let's quickly deal with this wild boar." Zhao Liang called out to the west room, "Jin Shi, go to the fields and call the older and younger brothers back to work." The noise outside had already reached Jin Xiujuan. Because Jiao Nian was busy with the children and had left to visit her parents, Jiao Chongqing scolded her. She felt a bit embarrassed and hid inside the house, unwilling to come out. Now that her father-in-law had specifically called her, hiding was no longer an option. Jin Xiujuan came out with a serious face. As she passed by the wild boar, she took a quick look and almost drooled. That wild boar was really fat. Just as Jin Xiujuan left, Zhao Shi came back holding a bag of dried vegetables. Seeing so many people gathered in front of her yard, she thought something had happened. She hurried into the yard and saw Jiao Chonghua and Jiao Nian standing there safely, along with a large wild boar weighing over 200 jin. She immediately understood what was going on. "Chonghua, did you hunt this wild boar?" Zhao Liang was busy dealing with the wild boar and urged Zhao Shi, "Don't ask now. Go to the kitchen and boil some water." Zhao Shi understood the urgency and stepped quickly into the kitchen. Jiao Nian followed and said, "Mother, I'll help you." Zhao Shi filled the big iron pot with water and lit the stove. Only then did she look at Jiao Nian. She asked the same question as Jiao Liang. "Nian Nian, did your third brother take you deep into the mountains? I'll teach him a lesson." Jiao Nian had to repeat what she had just explained to her father. Boiling water didn't require 2 people. After explaining, she left the kitchen to check on her treasured bamboo shoots and medicinal herbs. Outside the yard, villagers still gathered, waiting to buy the wild boar meat. Jiao Nian didn't want them to see how she handled the bamboo shoots and herbs, so she quickly carried the 2 baskets and the large bundle into the kitchen. Wu Kaihua also carried her little girl inside. Since the family was busy, she couldn't just stand around doing nothing. The Jiao family's kitchen was spacious. Jiao Nian first poured the yellow essence onto an open space. Seeing what she poured out, Zhao Shi and Wu Kaihua were both surprised. "Nian Nian, what are you doing with these roots?" "Mother, these aren't roots, they're medicinal herbs," Jiao Nian patiently explained. "Medicinal herbs?" Zhao Shi was even more shocked. "When did you learn about herbs?" Jiao Nian knew she would need to give many explanations in the future. She repeated the story she had told Jiao Chonghua earlier. Zhao looked at her with surprise and said, "Nian Nian, is this really medicinal herb?" Jiao Nian nodded and replied, "Mom, this really is a medicinal herb called huangjing." As she spoke, Jiao Nian began to prepare the herb. The most common way to process huangjing is to slice and steam it. But for Jiao Nian, this process is too complicated because after steaming it needs to be dried. Although she knows that processed herbs can sell for a higher price, given her current situation, she prefers to make quick money. This way, she can buy a house and land sooner and move out of her family home to let her two sisters-in-law live peacefully. Thinking this, Xiao Nian decided not to process the herbs right now. Instead, she washed the huangjing with clean water and neatly placed it in the corner of the kitchen to dry. Seeing Xiao Nian arranging the so-called medicinal herbs, Wu Kaihua also came forward to help. She said nothing and simply mimicked Xiao Nian's actions. Xiao Nian knew that her two sisters-in-law were kind people. Although they didn't like her as a younger sister-in-law, they had never done anything wrong to her and even helped her sometimes. With Wu Kaihua helping to arrange the huangjing, Xiao Nian decided to handle other things. Processing summer grass was more complicated, so she planned to give up for now. She carefully selected some, repacked it into her basket, and planned to take it to the city tomorrow to ask about the price, then decide whether to process it further before selling. Next was bamboo shoots. This time, Wu Kaihua couldn't hold back and spoke up. Our family is poor, but we're not at the point of eating these bitter bamboo shoots every day. Second sister-in-law, if we process these bamboo shoots well, they'll be very tasty, Xiao Nian said, treating her explanation as part of her daily routine. She skillfully peeled the bamboo shoots, removing the old part at the bottom, then sliced them into thin strips on a cutting board. She blanched them in cold water, adding salt and a little oil, boiled for a while, then rinsed in cold water to cool. The big pot in the kitchen was boiling water for processing wild boar, so Xiao Nian could only use another small pot. To process the bamboo shoots she dug up today, she would need to repeat this process several times. What she didn't notice was that Wu Kaihua was watching her carefully as she handled the bamboo shoots. While Xiao Nian was preparing the second batch of bamboo shoots, Wu Kaihua had already started to imitate her actions. Having help with work makes things faster. In less than an hour, the bamboo shoots that Xiao Nian brought back were all cleaned and prepared, looking neat and white, filling a large wooden basin. Mrs. Zhao looked at the bamboo shoots her daughter had prepared, hesitant to speak. Xiao Nian understood what her mother wanted to say. "Mom, trust me. After this treatment, the bamboo shoots will taste very good." Mrs. Zhao still didn't believe her, but didn't criticize her daughter. In the yard, Qiao Liang was already processing a wild pig with his 3 sons. Old Mrs. Qiao stayed behind with Qiao Liang, eating some meat before leaving. Moreover, Qiao Liang sent Jean to call people from the main house and the second house. The family couldn't host so many people, but since they were relatives, giving some pork to each family was necessary. Soon, several men from the main and second houses arrived to help process the wild pig. With more people, the work went faster. In no time, one big wild pig was cut into pieces. When Xiao Nian came out of the kitchen, she saw her second uncle's cousin, Qiao Chonglin, carrying a large basin of pig offal heading outside the yard. Xiao Nian stepped forward to stop him. "Chonglin, where are you going with that?" Qiao Chonglin looked at her with sympathy and said, "This offal smells too bad. I'm taking it far away to chop up and feed the ducks." Feeding the ducks. Xiao Nian pursed her lips, thinking it was such a waste. She quickly grabbed the pig offal from Qiao Chonglin's hands. "Chonglin, this stuff is delicious. It would be a shame to feed it to the ducks. Let me take care of it." Without waiting for permission, Qiao Nian snatched the pig offal and turned to walk into the yard. Qiao Chonglin felt even more sorry for his cousin. It seemed true what people in the village said, that Nian's sister-in-law had suffered a lot at the Li family. Even such smelly pig offal looked like good stuff in her eyes. Xiao Nian didn't know what Qiao Chonglin was thinking. She placed the pig offal in a corner of the yard, far from the crowd. Seeing that Qiao Chonglin followed her, she directly ordered, "Chonglin, help me fetch more water." Qiao Chonglin didn't reply but took a bucket and left. Xiao Nian went to the kitchen, gathered some ash from the stove, and carefully scrubbed the pig offal. She was facing away from others, so no one except Qiao Chonglin knew what she was doing. Qiao Chonglin disliked the smell of pig offal and set down his water, stepping far away. That was perfect. Xiao Nian didn't want anyone to learn her method of cleaning the pig offal. After washing it several times, Xiao Nian finally felt satisfied and carried a basin of pig offal to the kitchen. Mrs. Zhao didn't understand what her daughter was up to. She was messing with those bamboo shoots no one wanted to eat and also planning to cook pig offal. This was very unusual, but Mrs. Zhao was good at imagining things. She thought that her daughter must have been upset at the Li family, which was why she was acting so strangely. Xiao Nian was already prepared to be questioned by her mother. However, her mother didn't ask anything and simply helped her light the fire. To save time, Xiao Nian decided to make marinated dishes with a pig offal. The most important part of marinated dishes was the seasoning. All the usual supplies in her space had already been used up, except for a lot of seasonings. While everyone was busy, Xiao Nian went back to her room. Following the recipe from the book, she prepared the seasonings, wrapped them in gauze, and put them into an iron pot. Unfortunately, there was no soy sauce here, so the marinated food didn't look very colorful and didn't look very appealing. At this moment, Xiao Nian had another idea: to try making soy sauce herself. Of course, these plans were for later. For now, they were just on her to-do list. Marinating takes time, so Xiao Nian took the chance to go outside for some fresh air. Just then, the two little ones came back with Xiao Lei, who was herding ducks. The Qiao family didn't just have those 10 or so young ducks, but also several adult ducks they had raised since last year. Having survived many years in the apocalypse, Xiao Nian was very hungry. Seeing anything edible, whether meat or vegetables, she could imagine countless delicious dishes. For example, right now, seeing those ducks, she was already thinking of crispy roast duck, spicy duck snacks, soy sauce duck, and salted water duck. Luckily, they had caught a wild boar today. Otherwise, Xiao Nian might not have been able to resist attacking one of the ducks. The two little ones were cared for by Xiao Lei, so Xiao Nian didn't need to worry. As she turned around, she saw her mother and two sisters-in-law bringing some pork into the kitchen. Xiao Nian followed into the kitchen and saw them washing the pork casually, preparing to put it into the iron pot. She became anxious. "Mother, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, are you just going to cook this wild boar meat?" Mrs. Zhao was a bit confused by the question. "What else should we do with it?" Xiao Nian quickly reached out and took the wild boar meat from her mother's hands. "Mother, you and my sisters-in-law can go take care of other things. Leave the cooking to me." Madame Zhao wanted to stay and help, but Xiao Nian gently pushed her out of the kitchen. Xiao Nian planned to secretly take out some seasonings from her hidden supply, which would be inconvenient if others were around. She glanced at the meat her mother and sisters-in-law had brought, 2 large pieces. One was streaky pork with both fat and lean parts, and the other was a leaner cut from the hind leg. Xiao Nian decided to make braised pork with the streaky meat. As for the hind leg, she used part of it to stir-fry with bamboo shoots and the rest to make meatballs. In the yard, Qiao Liang and the others had already finished cutting up the wild boar. They sent a piece of about 4 or 5 pounds of hind leg meat each to Uncle Qiao and second Uncle Qiao's families. Then it was time for the villagers who had been waiting to buy meat. Each person bought about 1 pound or 2, and soon, only the bones that no one wanted were left. After counting the money from selling the wild boar, Qiao Liang and his sons found they had earned more than 2 taels of silver. When Madame Zhao was about to put the money away, Qiao Changbai quickly said, "Mother, I think this money should go to our little sister." Madame Zhao didn't question giving money to her daughter, but Qiao Changbai still wanted to explain. After all, his 2 sisters-in-law were already unhappy with their younger sister. If he didn't make things clear, the misunderstanding might grow worse. "Mother, here's the thing. The wild boar was actually shot by our little sister with her slingshot. I only helped carry it back. So, I think it's fair that the money goes to her." Madame Zhao was shocked that her daughter had such skill, but she nodded repeatedly. She glanced at her 2 daughters-in-law. If either dared to object, she was ready to argue back immediately. Although Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua found it hard to believe, they knew Qiao Changbai's character well. He was an honest man who never lied. So they didn't doubt his words. They were also reasonable people. Since the wild boar was hunted by Xiao Nian, even though they were tempted by the 2 taels of silver, they had no thought of keeping it for themselves. Madame Zhao eagerly took the silver to the kitchen to give it to Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian had just finished the last dish, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, and was about to carry it out. Mother, dinner's ready. Instead of helping with the dishes, Madame Zhao pressed the silver into Xiao Nian's hand. Mother, what's this for? Madame Zhao held her hand tightly. Your third brother said the wild boar was your catch, so the silver belongs to you. Zhou Nian refused, saying, Mother, don't listen to my third brother's nonsense. I was just helping out a little. The wild boar was killed by him. Zhou Nian was determined not to accept the money. After a long struggle, the mother and daughter finally reached an agreement. They carried the freshly cooked dishes into the main room one after another. The steaming, oily food looked so tempting that it made people swallow their saliva. Old Mrs. Chiao couldn't help asking, when did Nian Nian learn to cook like this? Nian Nian quickly explained, Grandma, during my years at the Li family, I often didn't have enough to eat. When I was hungry, I would imagine all kinds of delicious food. Over time, I learned to make them myself. Old Mrs. Chiao. She had also gone hungry before, so why couldn't she figure it out? At this moment, Qiao Liang saw the delicious dishes, and his stomach started to growl. He directly took a piece of braised pork and placed it in old Mrs. Chiao's bowl. Mom, try the dishes Nian Nian made first. Old Mrs. Chiao was hungry, and not only hungry, but also very tempted. She stopped being curious and started eating. In rural families, there weren't many table manners. When elders picked up their chopsticks, everyone could start eating. Nian Nian first served 2 small meatballs to the children, then began eating braised pig offal herself. Zhao Shi saw her actions and thought her daughter was too considerate, unwilling to eat meat. Nian Nian, you made so much braised pork, don't eat those pig offal. Nian Nian knew her mother misunderstood her. She didn't explain, but directly served her a piece of braised pig large intestine. Mom, you'll see why I eat this once you try it. Although the pig offal looked very clean, Zhao Shi was still hesitant to eat. But then she thought her daughter made it herself, so she had to try it no matter what. Zhao Shi closed her eyes and put the pig large intestine in her mouth. She initially planned to swallow it directly to save her daughter's face. But once the pig intestine touched her tongue and she tasted a bit of flavor, her attitude changed. She chewed carefully. Delicious. Zhao Shi's eyes lit up. Nian Nian, is this really pig large intestine? It tastes so good. Looking at Zhao Shi again, she took another piece and put it in her mouth. This action drew everyone's attention. Old Mrs. Chiao couldn't help but scold. Even if you're trying to praise your daughter, you don't have to pretend so obviously. No, mother, you misunderstood. This really is delicious. You should try it too. Mrs. Zhao spoke as she reached out to help Grandma Chiao pick a piece of marinated pig intestine. Seeing this, Qiao Liang and his brothers didn't need Mrs. Zhao to say anything. They all reached for the plate of marinated pig offal with their chopsticks. It was very tasty, better than braised pork. Little sister, Qiao Chongqing said with a mouthful of delicious food, your cooking skills are good enough to open a restaurant in the city. Qiao Nian didn't deny this, but she didn't want to open a restaurant. She had finally escaped the end-of-the-world situation. Even if she wanted to make money, she preferred something easier. Now, her cooking was fully approved by her family, which made her very happy. Xiao Chongsong was the smartest among the 3 brothers. During this meal, he seemed to see a big business opportunity. Little sister, after you process these bamboo shoots, they are no longer bitter and taste really good. Since it's the season when bamboo shoots are the tenderest, should we take this chance to earn some money? Qiao Nian hadn't thought about this before because she didn't plan to start a food business. But since her second brother mentioned it, she answered, I don't recommend you, second brother, to do this business. Qiao Chongsong looked confused. Why? Qiao Nian explained, bamboo shoots are easy to prepare. With a little thought, you can figure out how. Seeing her disappointment, Qiao Nian continued, but if you make other dishes with bamboo shoots to sell, that's different. Qiao Chongsong's face showed his feelings clearly. He was excited when he heard she could make other dishes. Little sister, tell me, what kind of dishes? Qiao Nian kept him in suspense. Second brother, once I finish handling everything, I'll show you how to do it. When Qiao Chongsong wanted to say more, Mrs. Zhao angrily slapped him. Can't you understand what she's saying? She already said she'll teach you when she has time. Why ask again? Xiao Chongsong shrank his neck and obediently shut up. After dinner, Grandma Qiao invited Xiao Nian to sleep at her place, but she refused. Xiao Chongbai took Grandma home. It was still Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua cleaning up the dishes. Xiao Nian was busy all day. After washing up the children, she went to bed early. When Zhao returned to her room, Xiao Nian was already half asleep. Later that night, when she woke up, she looked at the two little ones and Zhao, all of whom were sleeping soundly. She quietly slipped into her space. Since crossing over 2 days ago, she had only planted wheat once in her space. She hadn't carefully sorted the rest of her supplies yet. Xiao Nian planned to do a quick check of the usable items inside her space. Of course, there was no food at all, but she had plenty of seasonings, daily necessities, and weapons. Every time she entered the space, she appeared near that 1-acre field. Xiao Nian noticed that the wheat she planted had grown quite tall. In just over a day, it would be ready to harvest. Beyond the field, there was a clear pond. This pond was where she and her teammates took baths. The pond has a filtering system, so no matter how dirty the water gets from bathing, it becomes clear again by early morning, even clean enough to drink. Xiao Nian didn't take a bath right away. Instead, she went to the nearby warehouse. The warehouse had a fully automatic washing machine with its own power supply. She threw her clothes into the washing machine to clean, then turned to the pond for a bath. Feeling refreshed after washing up, she saw that her clothes had finished washing and drying inside the machine. After putting on her clothes, she used a hairdryer to dry her hair before checking the supplies in the warehouse. The warehouse was very large. She had stored so many supplies during the apocalypse that it wasn't full. First, she looked at her treasured weapons. There were all kinds of guns and ammunition, as well as various cold weapons, all made of fine steel, much sharper than ancient cold weapons. There were also different clothes and fabrics. Xiao Nian felt a bit disappointed because many of them weren't suitable for this era. But some pure cotton, silk, and gauze fabrics could still be used. Besides that, there were books, leftover seasonings from the apocalypse, shampoo, body wash, skincare products, makeup, laundry detergent, various tissues, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and even a large stock of baby diapers. There were all kinds of outdoor gear, tents, air mattresses, pots and pans, all brand new. There were life jackets, rescue boats, and even parachutes. In summary, after checking the warehouse, Xiao Nian was very satisfied. Besides food, it was like a modern shopping mall with all kinds of items. All the things collected from the Li family were piled outside the warehouse. Wooden items, with a thought, instantly turned into firewood. As for the tattered clothes and bedding from the Li family, Xiao Nian found them dirty and, with a mental command, they were all broken down into fabric and cotton. She planned to take out the fabric to her mother for making shoes, and the cotton could be used for other purposes. In this era, resources are scarce. She would find a place to work on the cotton and see what her mother could do with it. Actually, her actions were also a way to indirectly hide stolen goods. This way, no one would suspect their family of theft. Finally, Xiao Nian walked to a full-length mirror. She had been here for a long time but was seeing herself in a mirror for the first time. Her height was pretty good, about 1.63 meters. Her weight was a bit surprising, probably only around 70 to 80 pounds. Because of years of hard work, her skin was dark from the sun. When she smiled, her big white teeth looked very bright. But overall, her appearance was quite good. Her features were delicate, with a touch of toughness in her expression. Her nose was straight, and her lips were full. However, long-term malnutrition and overwork made her face look too thin, with slightly protruding cheekbones and faint dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Nian gently touched her cheek, thinking silently, her foundation is good. With proper care, she should recover. Although there was no ready food in the space, there were nutritional supplements and basic skincare products. She could take her time to improve her health. Speaking of which, she wanted to praise the nutritional supplements from the end-of-world era. No one knows who invented them, but they not only stave off hunger, but also improve beauty. Once, during a siege, Xiao Nian and her team hid in the space for 7 or 8 days. Without food, they relied solely on the supplements to survive. Later, her teammates found that after 7 or 8 days, everyone's skin became fair and smooth, and even scars disappeared. When thinking about scars, Xiao Nian first thought of Qiao Chongbai. She took a bottle of the supplement and planned to apply it to his scars tomorrow. She believed that soon, that scar which made him feel ashamed would vanish. Xiao Nian doesn't like her current dark and gloomy appearance, but she dares not take unlimited nutritional supplements like in the end-of-the-world scenario. If she does, she will turn white too suddenly and be suspected. She can only gradually become whiter, step by step. She drinks about 1 milliliter of a 10 milliliter bottle of supplement. Xiao Nian worries that Zhao Shi might wake up at night, so she doesn't stay long in the space and leaves after taking the supplement. Fortunately, Zhao Shi is still sleeping deeply and hasn't noticed her sudden disappearance. Sneaking into the space at night isn't a long-term solution. It seems she really needs to speed up making money and own her own small land, so entering and leaving the space will be easier. She sleeps until dawn, and both Xiao Nian and Zhao Shi wake up almost at the same time. Nian, did you sleep well last night? Zhao Shi asks with concern. Mom, I slept very well. I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time, Xiao Nian replies honestly. During the end of the world, although she rests inside the space, she must always be on guard against powerful people spying on her space. Because of this, she has never relaxed enough to have a good sleep. Mother and daughter worry about waking the 2 little ones, so they tiptoe out of bed. Just as they move, the eldest wakes up. Mom, Grandma, the little voice calls out. Zhao Shi pats the eldest's head. Good grandson, it's still early. Sleep a little longer. Actually, their waking up is entirely due to the environment at the Li family. At dawn, Cui Shi's loud voice can be heard scolding in the yard. She calls Xiao Nian and the children lazy, saying they haven't gotten up even though it's morning. The eldest is afraid of being scolded and has developed the habit of waking early. Hearing the noise, the second girl suddenly sits up. Mom, I'll go help you start the fire. Hearing this, Xiao Nian's hatred for the Li family deepens. How unkind they must be to torment such a young child. Xiao Nian directly hugs the second girl into her arms. Are you still sleepy, dear? We're at Grandma's house. After hearing her mother, the second girl opens her bright eyes, looks around, and instantly becomes alert. Hee. The young girl smiled shyly and snuggled into Xiao Nian's arms. Big sister was really confused. At Grandma's house, I won't be scolded by Grandma anymore. Xiao Nian felt sorry for her and held her tighter, softly comforting her. From now on, we won't have to be afraid of being scolded. The 2 little ones had developed a habit of waking up early over the years, and it was hard to change that now. Xiao Nian didn't insist they keep sleeping. She, along with Aunt Zhao, helped them get dressed and then left the room. The Qiao family was hardworking. By this time, Qiao Chongqing had already filled the 2 big jars at home with water. Qiao Chongsong went out to chop firewood, while Qiao Chonghua was still working hard on finishing a few more fan bones. Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua were busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the family. Xiao Nian wanted to do something, but she saw that her father had already started watering the small vegetable garden in the backyard. Xiao Lei was herding ducks to the pond. When the 2 little ones saw Brother Lei, they stopped calling for their mother and ran with short legs to join him. This time, Qiao Miao and Qiao Zhuang also joined in. Several small children running after the ducks created a very lively and harmonious scene. Xiao Nian was not the type to endure hardships without complaint. With nothing else to do, she went to wash up and tidy herself. Once she was ready, her 2 sisters-in-law had also finished preparing breakfast. Breakfast was simple, just like other families in the village: coarse rice porridge and black flour pancakes. Jin Xiujuan, inspired by Xiao Nian, also fried a big plate of bamboo shoots with meat. There was also the leftover braised pig offal from last night. During breakfast, Qiao Chongqing spoke honestly. These bamboo shoots don't taste as good as when little sister cooks them. Jin Xiujuan noticed this herself and looked at Xiao Nian, her attitude much better than when she first returned. Little sister, tell me, what's the difference? Xiao Nian smiled and explained, "Big sister-in-law didn't add minced garlic for flavor, and there was a bit less oil." Jin Xiuchuan suddenly understood. "Oh, I see." Adding some minced garlic for flavor was easy, but she really couldn't bring herself to add more oil. After breakfast, Qiao Chengbo pushed a wooden cart from the backyard, loaded with the fan bones he had prepared, along with the herbs Qiao Nian picked yesterday. "Little sister, we're going to the city." Mrs. Zhao handed a household registration document to Qiao Nian. "Go to the government office and transfer your and your 2 children's household registrations here." Qiao Nian had planned to mention this to Mrs. Zhao yesterday, but she forgot in the rush. Unexpectedly, her mother had already thought of it before she did. Qiao Nian carefully kept the household registration and, with Qiao Chongbai, went into town. It takes about half an hour on foot to get from Greenwater Village to the town. Yesterday, she went to the town for errands and wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Today was different. She had no urgent matters and felt relaxed. She looked around as they walked. The same was true once they arrived in town. There were many pedestrians on the street, and vendors called out to sell their goods from time to time. As they walked, Qiao Nian realized the place looked familiar. Looking closer, she saw that the small alley was the one where Li Yongnian and Xie Xiaoyan rented a small courtyard. She also saw a familiar figure. Today, Cui Shi had woken up early and was standing outside the courtyard knocking on the door. Xiao Nian paused to watch. Cui Shi knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Later, she knocked on the doors of the neighboring houses, but still didn't see Li Yongnian's figure. Being disturbed early in the morning was upsetting for the neighbors. "Why are you knocking? No one is home." Cui Shi didn't believe it. She raised her voice, saying, "Nonsense. My son lives here. How could no one be inside?" The neighbor explained unhappily. "He moved out yesterday afternoon." Other neighbors also chimed in. "We saw it with our own eyes." "No one is lying to you." Cui Shi refused to believe it and kept knocking on the door. In the end, the door remained still and silent. Cui Shi had to accept the truth and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Qiao Nian could tell that Cui Shi was truly crying this time. "Oh heavens! How am I supposed to live now? The house is empty, not a grain of rice left, and my sons secretly moved away. They're leaving me no way out." Boo-hoo. The neighbors didn't know Cui Shi well, and, seeing an old woman crying so pitifully, some kindly stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Your son moved out in a hurry. He should still be in the town. Don't worry, take your time to find out." Cui Shi continued to sit on the ground, crying loudly. She felt like her world was falling apart. Yesterday, after Qiao Nian left with her 2 children, old Li, Cui Shi, and Li Rulan were too afraid to stay at home, worried that the spirits might still be angry and might harm them. They took the remaining 2 or 3 silver coins and stayed at a relative's house in the same village. They were very nervous and finally managed to stay safe until dawn. Cui Shi immediately went to the city. She had planned to talk to her son about temporarily moving in with her family to avoid trouble, but her son simply moved out without saying a word. Qiao Chongbai felt no sympathy for Cui Shi, who was an old, superstitious woman. He quietly asked Qiao Nian, "Nian, Li Yongnian has moved out. Your plan might be in trouble." Qiao Nian looked confident and said, "It's okay. I have a way to find him." Seeing this, Qiao Chongbai decided not to ask more. The brother and sister continued to watch Cui Shi's embarrassing situation. Cui Shi was tired from crying. She slowly got up from the ground, wiped her tears and runny nose with her sleeve, and hurriedly left the alley. As she reached the alley entrance, Cui Shi saw Qiao Nian looking at her with interest. Cui Shi was so angry she screamed, "Qiao Nian, you bad omen. It's all your fault. You caused my son to leave home, and now I can't find my own daughter." Qiao Chongbai stepped forward, blocking Qiao Nian, and glared at Cui Shi. "Stop talking nonsense. What did your son do? Don't you know? If you keep talking rubbish, I'd rather take on 1,000 tales of debt and expose your family's shame." She sneered to herself. There really are people like Li Yongnian, willing to live anywhere just to avoid trouble. After asking for the exact location, Qiao Nian gave the little beggar some copper coins and pointed to Cui's figure, saying, Go tell her the address." The little beggar thanked her and then went to catch up with Cui. No one else was around, so Chang Song couldn't help but ask, "Little sister, what's really going on?" Qiao Nian smiled confidently. Li Yongnian and Xie Xiaoyan have been together for so many years. Not only did they hide it from me, but even his own father didn't know. This shows he's very careful. Even though I signed a promise yesterday not to tell anyone, he probably doesn't trust me. The best way is to leave here, so I can't find him. When I left, I saw this little beggar, gave him some benefits, and asked him to keep watch. After discovering Li Yongnian's new place, I sent a message to Greenwater Village. And this morning, I ran into him here. Changbo nodded sincerely and gave Qiao Nian a big thumbs up. "You're really clever, little sister. You thought everything through. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to find him to get revenge." Qiao Nian shook her head. "It's not that easy. He's studying for exams, so he probably won't be hard to find. He just hasn't made it easy for us." The siblings talked as they walked and arrived at a pharmacy. Changbo reminded her, "Little sister, this is the biggest clinic in town, Hui Chun Tang. Since you plan to sell herbs, why not ask about the prices first?" Qiao Nian nodded and stepped into Hui Chun Tang. Inside, many patients were waiting, with long lines in front of the two doctors. She went straight to the counter. The clerk hurriedly greeted her. "Miss, do you want to buy medicine?" "No, I want to ask if you buy herbs," Qiao Nian said directly. The clerk looked her over, clearly doubtful that she had herbs. Qiao Nian didn't like to waste time. "I have high-quality Huangjing and Xia cacao. Do you buy these?" Hearing the names, the clerk's attitude changed a lot. "Wait a moment, I'll call the shopkeeper." Soon, the shopkeeper came from the back room and asked directly, "Miss, do you have Huangjing?" The shopkeeper had no unnecessary words. "I need to see the quality of the herbs before setting a price." Without waiting for Qiao Nian to speak, Qiao Changbai turned around and came back, carrying a basket. Qiao Nian pointed to the herbs in the basket. "Please take a look, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper only glanced at them briefly and said satisfied, "The quality of these two herbs is excellent. How much do you want to sell them for?" Since Qiao Nian had just arrived and was not familiar with the local prices, she couldn't set a price. "You're an expert, shopkeeper. You decide the price." Hearing this, the shopkeeper carefully examined the herbs and then said, "These herbs haven't been processed, so I can only buy them at the price of wild herbs. A fixed price. 80 coins per gene of yellow essence and 40 coins per gene of summer grass." Qiao Changbai almost dropped his jaw when he heard the shopkeeper's quote. Yesterday, he had doubted that his sister had gathered a bunch of wild plants. But seeing her confident look, he reluctantly believed they were herbs. He had guessed they might sell for just a few coins per gene.
But now,
he heard the shopkeeper say 80 coins and 40 coins. Could this be a fortune? Qiao Nian was not as hopeless as Qiao Changbai. Although the price was higher than she expected, she remained calm on the surface. Seeing that she didn't respond immediately, the shopkeeper continued, "Miss, our Huichun Hall has shops in the county town, and even in the prefecture. The prices are the same everywhere." Qiao Nian thought the shopkeeper seemed honest, so she agreed. "All right, shopkeeper, please weigh them." Normally, since this was her first time selling herbs, she should have asked around several clinics or shops. At the very least, she could inquire about prices in the county town. But since Huichun Hall was the largest clinic in town, and likely the strongest, she didn't think they would undervalue her herbs too much. Plus, going to the county town would take time. She had other things to do, and didn't want to make a special trip just for these herbs. Even if the purchase price was higher there, the travel costs needed to be considered. The shopkeeper was quick. In front of Qiao Nian, he weighed the herbs. "Miss, summer grass weighs 36 jin and 7 liang. I'll round it to 37 jin, which is 1,480 coins. Yellow essence weighs 52 jin and 8 liang. I'll count it as 53 jin, which is 4,240 coins. The total is 5,720 coins." Qiao Changbai listened to the shopkeeper report the numbers and was once again stunned. Oh my goodness, the things he thought were weeds actually sold for more than 2 taels of silver. This is much more profitable than making fans at home. Qiao Nian quickly thought through the total price of the herbs, double-checked, and nodded in approval. Seeing that Qiao Nian had no objections, the The shopkeeper sent someone to take the herbs to the back room, then handed her 5 taels of broken silver and 720 copper coins. Xiao Nian took the money and turned to leave, but the shopkeeper called her back. "Young lady, please wait." Xiao Nian turned around. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Honestly, this year our clinic is especially short on herbs, especially high-quality ones like these. If you gather herbs again, I hope you will sell them to our Huichun Hall." Xiao Nian was a bit skeptical about this. Anyone who runs a pharmacy in the town, county, or even the prefecture must have their own sources for herbs. How could they be short of herbs? Seeing her doubt, the shopkeeper explained, "This year, I don't know what happened, but there have been frequent reports of wild animals appearing on the nearby mountains. Many herb gatherers don't want to risk their lives for money, which is why herbs are scarce this year. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to pay such a high price for the herbs you brought." Now, Xiao Nian believed him. Yesterday, when they went into the mountains, her third brother kept mentioning this issue. Later, they indeed encountered wild boars in the mountains. No wonder, as a newcomer selling herbs for the first time, she thought the price was high. Now, she understood the reason. "All right, as long as the shopkeeper is sincere in doing business, I will bring herbs here," the shopkeeper assured her. "Young lady, you can ask around. Huichun Hall values honesty in business and never cheats customers." After saying goodbye to the shopkeeper, Xiao Nian and her brother turned to leave. At this moment, Qiao Chongbai's face was flushed with excitement. "Little sister, teach me how to identify herbs. I want to go into the mountains to gather herbs." "Okay, I will teach third brother when we get back." The two continued pushing the wooden cart forward, with Qiao Chongbai being very cautious along the way. His little sister was carrying so much silver, he must not let pickpockets steal it. Nervously, Qiao Chongbai stopped the cart in front of a general store. "My younger sister, I have delivered the fan ribs here." Xiao Nian glanced and saw that the grocery store was opposite a fabric shop. "Third brother, you go deliver the fan ribs, and I will go shopping at the fabric shop across the street." "Okay," Qiao Chongbai replied, reminding her, "Try to stay away from crowded places and keep your money safe." Xiao Nian's money had already been stored in her space, but she couldn't tell Qiao Chongbai. She just said, "I understand, third brother, don't worry." Xiao Nian entered the fabric shop, but she didn't really want to buy fabric. She wanted to see what kinds of fabrics were available here, compare them, and choose from her space. Maybe because she wasn't dressed very well, no one greeted her after walking around the fabric shop. That was fine. It saved her from having to refuse the shopkeeper's suggestions. After looking around, Xiao Nian had a plan in mind and left the fabric shop. She looked around and found a narrow alley between the fabric shop and the neighboring store, just wide enough for one person. At the end of the alley was a wall, and people on the street wouldn't notice this place. Xiao Nian walked straight into the alley and quickly selected some pure cotton fabrics from her space. Since these were from her previous life, even the pure cotton fabrics were much more refined than those of this era. For example, she chose 2 gray fabrics for her father and brothers. They had fine patterns, with a faint dark design that wasn't very obvious. She also picked pink and lotus-colored fabrics for the girls in her family, both with subtle dark floral patterns. The boys' fabrics were gray, but lighter than the ones for her father and brothers. Mrs. Zhao and Grandma Qiao had purple-brown fabrics, while she and her 2 sisters-in-law chose light blue and deep lotus colors, with small daisies in slightly darker shades. Besides that, Xiao Nian took several pieces of fabric suitable for making bedding and enough cotton. She arranged everything neatly, stacking it high. She also took apart clothes and quilts from the Li family last night in her space, hiding the fabric pieces among the new fabrics so she could bring everything home safely. Just as she finished organizing, Qiao Chongbai came out of the grocery store. He was about to go to the fabric shop to find Xiao Nian when he saw her walking out of the alley nearby. "Third brother, push the wooden cart over here." "I bought a lot of fabrics." Qiao Chongbai didn't think much and pushed the wooden cart, as his younger sister had told him. But when he saw the huge pile of cloth and cotton, he was stunned again. "Little sister, what is this?" Xiao Nian felt a bit guilty, but she didn't show it. "Third brother, my 2 children and I left the Li family with nothing. We didn't even have change of clothes or bedding. I bought some fabric to make a few sets of clothes." Xiao Chongbai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You three, making clothes shouldn't need so much fabric, right? Probably the money your sister earned from selling herbs isn't enough. Xiao Nian didn't want her brother to worry too much, so she started moving the fabric onto the cart. Xiao Chongbai habitually went to help. The fabric was placed on the cart, but Xiao Nian thought it was too obvious, so she quickly took out a dull gray cloth from her space and covered all the fabric with it. Third brother, don't just stand there. I'm going to the government office to register our household. Xiao Chongbai nodded silently and pushed the cart, staring intently at the fabric on the cart and following Xiao Nian. The town was small, and they soon arrived at the government office. Xiao Nian had been there the day before. The official was sympathetic to her situation and didn't make things difficult. When the official was about to write down the names of the two children, Xiao Nian stopped him in time. Sir, the children are no longer related to the Li family. I plan to change their names. The official agreed. That's right. Tell me the new names. Xiao Nian was quite careless and hadn't thought of good names for the children beforehand.
She could only improvise on the spot.
Since her surname was Qiao, it was certain she would keep it. She bit her lip and thought hard. She even scolded herself for being bad at choosing names. The official saw her situation and knew that this rural woman probably hadn't gone to school, so she couldn't come up with good names. Do you want the children to keep your surname? Xiao Nian nodded. Yes, I want them to be Qiao. The official paused for a moment and then said, let's name the boy Qiao Yunzhou, meaning high aspirations and a broad mind, able to handle life's challenges calmly. And the girl can be Qiao Xingyao, symbolizing brightness like the stars, with a bright and splendid future. What do you think? Name her Xiao Nian. Her eyes instantly became bright and clear. She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, 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 Qiao Yunzhou and Qiao Xingyao. She gratefully bowed. Thank you, sir, for naming my two children. It's great to have an official who is kind. Not only do they not make things difficult for ordinary people, but they also help name children. Xiao Nian couldn't let the good official's effort go to waste. Her mind quickly entered her space to search. Then, she covered her sleeve and took out a white porcelain snuff bottle with carved patterns. In her memory, the original owner remembered that Li Yongnian had one of these. She didn't know who gave it to him, but he often played with it. Xiao Nian thought that since snuff bottles existed in this era, giving one as a gift wouldn't seem strange. So, she chose this as a gift for the official. She held the snuff bottle with both hands and presented it to the official. Sir, a small token of thanks. I hope you'll accept it. The official wanted to refuse, but when his eyes fell on the snuff bottle, he paused slightly. The porcelain was smooth and warm, with fine carvings and intricate patterns that didn't look vulgar. It was clearly a valuable item. He hesitated for a moment but finally accepted it. When he held it, it felt cool and made him like it even more. Lady Qiao, you are thoughtful, he said kindly. He took out his brush and wrote the names Qiao Yunzhou and Qiao Xingyao on the household registration documents with strong, confident strokes. May these children live up to their names and have bright futures. The process was quick. The new household register was handed to Xiao Nian. She once again expressed her thanks sincerely. Carefully, she kept the thin but meaningful paper and left the government office. Xiao Nian was very excited now because she was happy with her children's new names. Those old-fashioned names like Li Daba and Li Daniu get lost. Third brother, your nephew will be called Qiao Yunzhou, and your niece will be Qiao Xingyao. Xiao Nian couldn't wait to share the children's new names with Xiao Chongbai. Qiao Yunzhou, Qiao Xingyao, Qiao Chongbai repeated the names. Little sister, these names are really nice. Xiao Nian, who usually isn't good at naming, also thought the names were good. The siblings pushed a wooden cart home. Passing by a meat stall, Qiao Chongbai stretched his neck to look at the counter. Xiao Nian asked confusedly, Third brother, we still have wild boar meat at home. Why are you looking at the meat stall? Qiao Chongbai scratched his head. I want to see if they sell pig offal. The two people were talking. The meat seller heard them and quickly responded, Actually, today the pig's internal parts haven't been processed yet. If you want them, just give me 10 coins. No, 8 coins and you can take them. Qiao Chongbai didn't hesitate. He quickly took out 8 coins from his pocket and paid the seller. The seller was happy. Usually, no one bought these pig parts. After closing shop, he would give them to friends or family to feed the ducks. Today was really lucky. He met a fool who was willing to pay 8 coins to buy them. Unaware that he had been criticized by the seller, the fool, Xiao Chongbai, happily placed the pig parts onto a wooden cart. To prevent the pig parts from dirtying the cloths, he specially pulled out a piece of broken straw mat underneath the cart to separate them. Xiao Chongbai couldn't help but walk faster. Xiao Nian didn't need to ask. She knew her third brother was eager to go back and continue eating the marinated pig parts. She didn't expose him and also quickened her pace. When they returned to Lushui village, only Zhao and her 2 daughters-in-law were at home. The men had gone to work in the fields. As they entered the yard, Xiao Chongbai excitedly shouted, "Mother, my little nephew and niece have names now. They're called Xiao Yunzhou and Xiao Xingyao." Zhao heard this and smiled widely. Who gave them these nice names? They sound like young masters and misses from a wealthy family. Mother, it was the officials from the government office who named them, Xiao Nian explained. Zhao was even happier. Wow, these little ones are really lucky to have names given by officials. Xiao Nian understood Zhao's feelings at this moment. For ordinary people, even a small official in town was considered a big figure. Xiao Chongbai didn't rush to unload the cart. Instead, he secretly pulled Zhao into the house. "Mother, I have some big news to tell you." Zhao looked confused. "What good news? Why are you hiding it?" Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua exchanged glances and couldn't help but purse their lips. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Chongbai knew they misunderstood something. "It's not a secret. My older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law can also listen." Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua naturally didn't want to miss out, so they followed. Xiao Nian saw this and thought she shouldn't be left behind either. So, the people who were originally in the yard all went into Zhao's main house. Zhou Chongbai smiled and said, "Mother, do you know how much those herbs my little sister collected are worth?" Zhou Nian. Third brother was acting mysterious. I thought he was going to say something important, but it turned out he was just showing off how much money he made. It was really hard to look at. Zhou Chongbai looked around and saw that mother and the 2 sisters-in-law were all listening eagerly. He didn't hide anything. He spread his fingers and waved them in front of everyone. "More than 5 taels over 5 taels." "What?" Zhao was surprised. "You mean those weeds sold for more than 5 taels?" Zhou Chongbai corrected her. "Mother, those aren't weeds. They're herbs." Zhao patted her chest, still feeling a bit unreal.
"Ah.
Herbs." Jin Xiujian and Wu Kaihua also looked surprised. They didn't expect that little sister-in-law Zhou Nian actually knew about herbs and had some skill. They both looked at Zhou Nian at the same time. Jin Xiujian swallowed and asked, "Little sister, can you take us into the mountains to pick herbs too?" Zhou Nian happily said, "No problem. I was planning to go into the mountains this afternoon. If you're free, come with me." Zhao hesitated a little. She thought making money was good, but the mountains could be dangerous. Zhou Chongbai saw her hesitation. "Mother, I can go with little sister and the sisters-in-law." With third brother there, Zhao felt a bit more at ease, but she still warned, "You can go, but you must promise not to go deep into the mountains, okay?" Zhou Chongbai kept promising, "Don't worry, mother." Everyone was happy now, especially Jin Xiuzhu and Wu Kaihua, who changed their attitude toward Zhou Nian again. If it were someone else with a way to make money, they'd be hiding it. When she just mentioned it, they didn't expect much, but little sister-in-law happily agreed. It seemed she had really improved a lot. After showing off Zhou Nian's skill in making money, Zhou Chongbai went back to the yard to unload the cart. Jin Xiuzhu and Wu Kaihua went to help. When Zhou Chongbai lifted the gray cloth covering the cart, everyone was stunned. Zhao pointed at the cloth and stammered, Did you rob the cloth shop?" Zhou Chongbai pointed at Xiao Nian and said, "When I sent the fan bones, I didn't notice at all, and my younger sister bought so much fabric." Mrs. Zhao felt heartache and said, "Why are you so wasteful? So much cloth. How much silver does that cost? The 5 taels of silver from selling medicinal herbs are not enough. I think we will need to spend more." "Mother, this fabric is for you." Xiao Nian ignored what others thought and held up the purple fabric against Mrs. Zhao's body. "Mother, I chose this for you. It suits you very well." Then she pointed to the fabrics for herself and her two sisters-in-law. "This one is for me, and for elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. This one is for father and the three brothers, and these are for the children." Jin Xiujuan and Wu Caihua's eyes nearly popped out. "Little sister, what about ours?" Jin Xiujuan couldn't help asking. Xiao Nian took out 2 pieces of fabric and handed them to the 2 sisters-in-law. "Yes, these are for you." They were so surprised they refused repeatedly. No, little sister, this is too precious. Elder sister-in-law can't accept it. Second sister-in-law shouldn't take it either. But deep down, they wished to. Xiao Nian looked at them sternly. "The fabrics are bought already. If you don't want them, I will just give them away." "That won't do." Jin Xiujuan blushed. "Little sister, this is too valuable." Xiao Nian had expected this. "Don't worry, sisters-in-law, I won't give you the fabrics for nothing." Jin Xiujuan. Wu Caihua. They thought to themselves, as usual, selfish little sister-in-law. How could she suddenly become so kind? There must be a trick. They said nothing, and Xiao Nian continued. "I want to ask both of you to help make a few sets of clothes for us 3 women to change into. Consider these fabrics as your reward." Jin Xiujuan and Wu Caihua both let out a heavy sigh. They thought, what's the big deal? "Little sister, you are too polite. It's just making a few clothes, no need for reward," Jin Xiujuan said, and was about to return the fabrics to Xiao Nian. As the saying goes, good water doesn't flow into others' fields. Such fine fabric should be kept for oneself rather than given away as a reward. Xiao Nian smiled happily and asked her third brother to help move all the fabric to the rooms of her 2 sisters-in-law. Besides the beautiful fabrics, there were also many old cloth scraps, perfect for making new shoes for everyone. While the Qiao family celebrated happily, the poor area in the south of the town was filled with the crying of children. Li Jin was covered in dirt, with tears and grime on his face, making it hard to see his true appearance. 2 slightly older boys, looking mischievous, sneered at him. "Do you think you're so great? How dare you hit me? You know, in this big yard, I have someone watching over me." As he spoke, one of the boys kicked Li Jin again. Li Jin cried out, "Mom, help me. Someone's hitting me." Wah wah wah. Sue, who was looking for her son, decided to return to Li's village to discuss a plan with her husband, but a small beggar told her that the person she was looking for had moved to the big yard in the south. Although she doubted the beggar's words, Sue decided to go see for herself. She walked all the way to the big yard in the south. Seeing the environment there, Sue felt she had been tricked by the beggar. Her son was a scholar and needed a quiet, peaceful place. How could he have moved to such a place? Thinking of this, she turned to leave, but just then, she heard familiar crying. Without hesitation, Sue hurried toward the sound. "Gina, is that you? Your grandma's good grandson." "Grandma, it's me. I'm your grandson. Someone is bullying me," Li Jin cried desperately. When Sue reached the dirty alley, she saw her grandson, looking helpless, being bullied by 2 small boys. Without a second thought, she grabbed the ears of the 2 boys. "Who do you think you are, little brats? How dare you bully my grandson? Just wait, I'll skin you today." Sue was usually fiery and rough, and her strong hands didn't hold back as she attacked the boys. She was powerful and struck hard. At first, the 2 boys struggled and tried to fight back. Until later, they were beaten so badly by Chui's family that they could not fight back. But that was not all. When Li Jin saw someone standing up for him, he stopped crying. He found a broken broom and started hitting the 2 people. It was only when Chui noticed that one little boy had stopped moving that she became a little scared and stopped. Still, she kept cursing. "Bah! You ungrateful little brats born without a mother's guidance. Today you got lucky. If you ever bully my grandson again, I will take your lives." After saying this harshly, Chui pulled Li Jin and prepared to leave. But just as she turned around, a few rough-looking young men appeared at the alley entrance. The leader looked at Chui with a half-smile. "Where did this old woman come from? Thinking you can walk away after hitting someone to death?" Chui held Li Jin and instinctively took a few steps back, trembling as she said, I didn't hit anyone to death. The leader pointed at the little boy who was not moving. Look for yourself. He's no longer breathing. Chui argued, impossible. I only slapped him a few times.
He can't be dead.
If you dare to accuse me, I will go to the authorities. The young men didn't listen and slowly moved closer to Chui and her grandson. Chui didn't mind hitting her own children, but facing so many strong young men, she was terrified. What do you want to do? The young man's face suddenly turned cold. Killing someone is punishable by law. If you kill someone, you have to pay the price. You can't just walk away. Chui broke out in cold sweat and kept backing away. As she retreated, her heels hit something soft. She turned her head and almost stepped on the still unconscious boy. Terrified, Chui let out a scream, forgot about her grandson, and jumped back quickly to a safe distance. The little boy, who seemed to be asleep, slowly opened his eyes after hearing the scream. Chui pointed at him, trembling. I knew he was pretending to be dead, trying to cheat me out of my money. The young man coldly said, even if he's not dead, you hurt him. You can't just leave it like that. Why you want to do what? Chui asked. Of course, pay up, the young man said, holding out his hand. 50 taels of silver. Not a penny less. The young thug didn't even glance at Chui's wife and ordered his brothers behind him, since they won't admit it, carry the person to the official office to report the case. When Chui's wife heard about reporting, her confidence immediately dropped. Don't report it. My son is a scholar, and he's familiar with officials. Even if you report, you might not get any benefit. The young thug looked at Chui's wife with suspicion. She didn't seem like someone with a scholar's son. Seeing their disbelief, Chui's wife pulled Li Jin closer. Jin, go call your father. Let them see if he's really a scholar. When she said that, the young thugs all started laughing. Old woman, you're lying. If your son is a scholar, he wouldn't live in such a poor neighborhood. Chui's wife raised her chin to defend herself. My son only studies Confucian classics. He doesn't care about where he lives. The leader of the thugs said, if that's the case, bring your scholar son here. Chui's wife pushed Li Jin. Jin, take grandma to find your father. Li Jin led the way, with Chui's wife following. The young thugs carried the 2 injured boys and headed toward Li Yongnian's current home. They turned a corner and entered a dilapidated courtyard. There was no gate, and the house looked very old and broken, sinking due to years of neglect. Thinking about the proud scholar's son living in such a place, Chui's wife silently scolded Xiao Nian harshly. It was all that little troublemaker's fault. If she hadn't caused so much trouble, her son wouldn't have had to move to a place even she looked down on. At this moment, Xia Xiaoyan came out crying, carrying a bucket of dirty water. She saw Chui's wife and her dirty, big son right away. Ignoring Chui's wife, Xia Xiaoyan hurried over to Li Jin, distressed. Jin, what happened? Tell mom, who bullied you? Who bullied him isn't important. The leader of the thugs ordered someone to bring the 2 small boys Chui's wife had beaten over to Xia Xiaoyan. The important thing is your mother-in-law hurt these 2 kids and needs to pay silver. I am reading a book. What's the big deal? Why do you have to call me? The voice suddenly stopped. He saw his mother, his clumsy eldest son, and the confused Xia Xiaoyan. There were also several small troublemakers glaring at him. The leader of the troublemakers tilted his chin and squinted at Li Yongnian. Are you a scholar? Li Yongnian didn't know what was happening, but he could sense that the others meant trouble. Before Li Yongnian could speak, Chui Shi had already hidden behind him and pointed at the troublemakers. Yongnian, they're trying to extort money. The troublemakers were unhappy. This isn't extortion. We saw you hitting 2 kids. How can that be false? Next to his son, the scholar, Chui Shi felt more confident. You're talking nonsense. It's clear those 2 bratty kids bullied my grandson, so I just hit them a few times. Although it was a dispute between both sides, Li Yongnian understood the general situation. He crossed his arms and pretended to be aloof. In that case, I think it's better to report this to the authorities. I am just a humble scholar in this town. When it reaches the officials, the magistrate might show some face. Actually, his words were mainly to scare them. There are many scholars in town, but how many are truly remembered by the magistrate? When the troublemakers faced Chui Shi earlier, they also tried to bluff. Now, seeing Li Yongnian, dressed in a decent long robe and looking refined, who said he was studying, they probably thought he was the scholar the old wife mentioned. They could bully ordinary people, but if he really had connections in the government, they might end up hurting themselves. Plus, they had been caught stealing last month and just came out of jail. They still had official records. If they caused a big fuss, they would be the ones to suffer. You mean you'll see the officials? The troublemaker didn't want to see the officials, but he also didn't want to miss the chance to make money. He pointed at the two boys Cui sure had hit. These two kids are weak and will die before they even get to the government office. As a scholar, do you really think human lives don't matter? Li Yongnian looked at the two young boys. Their faces were swollen and bruised, and they seemed unconscious or unresponsive. He couldn't tell if they were truly in danger or not. If they were, the Cui family might face serious legal trouble. Having a mother who was a criminal meant he wouldn't need to worry about scientific exams anymore, and even his current scholar title might be taken away. Thinking about this, Li Yongnian knew he couldn't be careless. Since that's the case, let's first take them to the clinic. Once we confirm they are not in danger, we can go see the officials, he said. The young troublemaker stretched out his hand toward Li Yongnian. Give us the money, and we'll take them to the clinic right away. Li Yongnian frowned and said, I don't have any money. The troublemaker was unhappy. A scholar like you, who can buy a brush for writing, has enough money to live comfortably for months. If you say you have no money, who would believe that? Li Yongnian hesitated, worried that others might think he was poor. His face changed. You can take them to see the doctor first. I will pay whatever it costs. The troublemaker shrugged. If we had money, we wouldn't be here asking you. We would have already taken them to the doctor. He thought to himself, it's ridiculous. Going to the clinic to settle the bill has nothing to do with us. The troublemaker's eyes flicked as he pretended to talk to his brothers and then signaled them to leave. Since this scholar won't give us money for the boys' treatment, we'll have to risk taking them to the officials. Whether they live or die depends on their luck, he said. This was his last trick. He bet Li Yongnian wouldn't dare cause trouble or harm the boys, or he himself would suffer. If the other side refused to cooperate, the matter would have to be dropped. Seeing that they were really heading to the official office and noticing his mother shrinking back nervously, Li Yongnian knew that even if the case went to court, he wouldn't come out ahead. He stepped forward and asked, How much money do you want? The troublemaker's face lit up with hope, but he kept his tone steady. 20 taels of silver, at least 20. He had originally hoped for 50 taels, but considering the other person's status, he lowered his demand by 30. 20 taels was a huge amount for Cui's family. You're saying this isn't extortion, just a few hits, and you want 20 taels? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Li Yongnian also thought Cui's words were simple but reasonable. 20 taels is too much. Going to the clinic for this kind of problem should cost at most 1 or 2 silver coins. The young troublemaker finally saw a chance and didn't want to push the person to the point of going to the authorities. If he did, he would be completely at a disadvantage. So, tell me, how much silver is not too much? I just said 1 or 2 silver coins are enough for them to see the doctor, Li Yongnian replied. The troublemaker threw 2 bruised and swollen boys in front of him and said, I don't want the silver. You are responsible for taking them to the clinic and seeing how much silver is really needed. Li Yongnian instinctively took a step back and looked at the 2 unconscious boys on the ground, feeling uncertain. 2 taels. I can at most give 2 taels. The troublemakers huddled together and then turned to Li Yongnian, saying, 10 taels. No less. Give us 10 taels of silver. Whether these 2 boys live or die, we won't bother you anymore. Li Yongnian hesitated. He was most afraid that after saving these 2 boys, these people would come back and cause trouble again. If that happened, his life would be very difficult. But right now, he had no money at all. Even the big courtyard he rented was paid for with Xiao Yun's private savings. Thinking of this, Li Yongnian instinctively looked at Cui. Cui covered her pocket and took a few steps back, stammering, I only have 3 taels of silver. The troublemakers exchanged glances, feeling that this family didn't seem to have money, but they didn't want to keep waiting. 3 taels of silver is fine. Just give it to us first, and take these 2 boys to get help. Li Yongnian was quite clever and didn't get confused just because the amount of silver was less. I can give you 3 taels, but as I said earlier, the lives of these 2 boys are no longer our concern. The troublemaker nodded vaguely. All right, you decide. We can't afford to offend you since you're a scholar. Li Yongnian looked at Chui unhappily. Mother, give me the silver. Chui's face darkened as if water could drip from it. However, her son spoke, and she had to give the silver. She turned her back, unfastened her waistband, and reached inside her pants. After rummaging for a while, she took out a small, dark coin purse. Before she could tidy up her pants, Li Yongnian quickly took her purse. He poured out the silver inside, just the right amount, about 3 taels. At this moment, a young troublemaker reached out his hand. Li Yongnian didn't give him the silver right away. Instead, he went back into the house and wrote a note, stating that the silver was given and that the 2 boys' lives and their family had nothing to do with it. The young troublemakers couldn't read or write, but as long as they got the silver, they happily signed and stamped. Li Yongnian kept the note carefully and then handed over the silver. Back in the messy courtyard, Mrs. Chui started scolding nonstop.
Bah!
What kind of thing? Extorting money and even trying to cheat me. I curse you, no matter how much silver you have, you won't live long enough to enjoy it.
Li Yongxian frowned in annoyance.
Mom, stop scolding. Mrs. Chui, who always listened to her son, immediately fell silent. Fearing she might say something inappropriate with her loud voice, Li Yongnian quickly pulled her into the house. Inside the dilapidated house, a strong musty smell hit her face, making her want to cover her nose and mouth. She waved her hand in front of her face, trying to drive away the disgusting smell. Yongnian, the small courtyard you used to live in was so nice. Why did you move to this place to suffer? Li Yongnian didn't want to explain. He asked back, Mom, why did you come here? Mrs. Chui hurriedly told him everything that had happened at home. She also mentioned meeting a little beggar that morning who told her Li Yongnian had moved here. At first, Li Yongnian was shocked because some valuables had gone missing at home, but soon his attention shifted to what she was saying next. Mom, you said a little beggar told you I moved here?
MRS, Cui nodded.
Yes, I was about to go back to Li village, but a little beggar stopped me. That little beggar told me you moved here. At first, I didn't believe it, but then.
Mom, Li Yongnian interrupted her.
Do you still have any silver? I need to rent another place. Mrs. Chui, hearing that her son still wanted money, suddenly cried out in panic. What? You want to move again? Are you trying to push me to my limit? I have already said that our family's belongings have mysteriously disappeared. Even the money given to that little troublemaker Xiao Nian was sold off along with the land. Now you are still asking me for money. Are you trying to force me to the point of death? Li Yongnian hates Chui's loud talking the most, as if he's afraid others might hear. He reminds her unhappily, Mother, are you planning to attract the neighbors' attention with your loud voice and make fun of us? At this point, Chui has completely lost her mind. Isn't our family's reputation already bad enough? She points at Xie Xiaoren. I married you off right away to keep you away from that shameless girl. But what about you? Not only did you not change your ways, but you also started a little life outside with her. If it weren't for that, how could Xiao Nian cause a breakup? If she hadn't caused trouble, would we have had to sell so much farmland? Li Yongnian is no longer interested in Chui's complaints and covers her mouth with his hand. His eyes darken. Mother, are you trying to ruin my future with what you're saying? Chui cares most about her son's future. Hearing this, she finally quiets down. But her face still looks unhappy. She lowers her voice. I don't have a penny right now. Do I look like I can rent a house for you with my life? Li Yongnian knows that at this critical moment, Chui wouldn't lie to him. But he absolutely cannot stay in this big, messy yard. At first, he thought he could stay here for a month or two to avoid trouble, then rent a small house in the city again. Not to mention how uncomfortable he is with the environment here, he also finds the little beggar Chui mentioned just now very suspicious. This yard is full of poor people, the worst part of town. Begging people wouldn't come to such a place. Because some families here are worse off than beggars, and even if beggars come, they can't get anything. So how could a beggar find out he's living here? Unless that little beggar is deliberately following him. Although Li Yongnian doesn't think Xiao Nian would have such intentions, he still has to be cautious. After thinking for a moment, Li Yongnian looks at Xia Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you take the 2 kids back to your mother's house to stay for a while. Thank you for sharing your story. Here is the improved and simplified version. Xia Xiaoyan heard that she had to take her 2 sons back to her parents' house and was so upset she almost cried. Yongnian, you know how my parents prefer boys. They usually don't come to visit us, so they probably won't accept us as a family, she said.
Liunian siga.
We don't have much money now. The best option is for you to go back to your parents' house temporarily. When you get there, tell your father and mother that I will send some money for your family in a few days. That way, they won't be able to send you away. Seeing that Xia Xiaoyan didn't say anything, Cui, her mother-in-law, raised her voice and shouted, "What? After enjoying a few years in the city, you don't even want to listen to Yongnian?" Xia Xiaoyan was always afraid of her bossy and unreasonable mother-in-law. She shrank back instinctively and didn't dare to argue. Li Yongnian spoke again. Stop hesitating. Pack your things and go back to your parents' house now. Xia Xiaoyan didn't dare to argue. Reluctantly, she went back to her room to pack her belongings. Li Yongnian also prepared his own clothes and books. There wasn't much to organize because they had just moved in and many unpacked boxes were still unopened. Then, Li Yongnian reached out to Xia Xiaoyan. How much money do you still have? Let me use some. Tears welled up in her eyes. I don't have any money left. I used it all to pay the rent. Usually Li Yongnian didn't give her any money. The little savings she had were from secretly saving a few coins while shopping for vegetables. I have no money left, she said softly. Li Yongnian didn't believe her. He reached out to check her pockets, but only found a few copper coins. His face darkened with anger. He stomped his foot and left the courtyard. Soon after, he returned with 2 ox carts. He asked the driver to help load their belongings onto the carts, his, hers, and their 2 sons. After checking that nothing was missing, Li Yongnian told Xia Xiaoyan, "You take this ox cart back to your parents' house. Your parents can pay for the fare first, and I will send the money later." Xia Xiaoyan felt very troubled, but didn't dare to argue with Li Yongnian. She held back her tears and took her 2 sons onto the ox cart. Xiaoyan sat in an ox cart and left. Li Yongnian called Cui to get on another ox cart. Cui sat on the cart and asked nervously, "Yongnian, where are you planning to take my mother?" Li Yongnian coldly replied, "Back to Li family village." Cui widened her eyes. "Our family doesn't even have a bed. Where will we stay when we go back?" Li Yongnian looked annoyed. "If we don't have a bed, won't we buy one?" This kind of talk was nonsense. No thief would come to the house and take the beds. That would cause a big fuss. It was really foolish. Cui didn't understand what her son was thinking and continued to argue seriously. "We don't have silver to buy things." Li Yongnian glared at Cui fiercely. "If we don't have silver, won't we sell a few acres of land?" Hearing about selling land, Cui felt pain in her heart, but seeing her son's unhappy expression, she finally held back her words. When they returned to Li family village, it was already noon. The women who usually liked to chat at the village entrance were not there now, which made Cui breathe a little easier. If those women saw Li Yongnian bringing back a cart full of things, they might start gossiping. The driver helped carry the items into Li's yard and asked Li Yongnian for the cart fee. Li Yongnian looked at Cui and said, "Mother, go borrow some silver from the villagers to pay for the cart." In this situation, Cui had no choice but to go. But her social connections were poor. She visited several households to borrow money, but no one was willing to lend her. Finally, she had no choice but to go to the village chief's house and borrow 100 coins. After paying 15 coins for the cart, she carefully kept the remaining coins. Li Yongnian was afraid others would see his embarrassing situation and hurried back to his room. But he was shocked. He remembered what Cui had told him about all their belongings mysteriously disappearing. At first, he thought it was just their money that was lost. But it turned out everything was gone. Li Yongnian didn't want to believe this and checked other rooms. "Mother, what is going on? Did you report it to the authorities?" Cui, with red eyes, said, "What's the use? Everyone says our family is cursed by the gods. Even if we report it, can the officials go to heaven and catch the gods? Li Yongnian was so shocked he took a few steps back. The situation at home is indeed strange. Even if someone stole from us, they wouldn't have taken everything so cleanly. After a long while, Li Yongnian hesitantly spoke. Mother, where is my father? We need to discuss buying more land and getting some supplies. Otherwise, how will we get through these days? As soon as he finished speaking, old Li returned home feeling very discouraged. He didn't know that Li Yongnian had moved back. When he entered the yard, he called out, "Wife, go to the city." Did Yongnian bring back any silver? He looked up and saw Li Yongnian and made eye contact. Yongnian, you're just in time. Our family has been cursed by the gods, and all our belongings are gone.
How much silver do you still have?
Take it out first so your mother can go to the city and buy some things to get by. Li Yongnian squatted on the ground, holding his head, looking very distressed. Father, I lost all the silver I had yesterday. Mrs. Cui had always thought that when he said the silver was lost, he didn't want to give the 69 taels to Xiao Nian. Now Li Yongnian was saying this again, and he couldn't even produce the money for the carriage ride earlier. Could it be that his silver really was lost? Yongnian, did you really lose your silver? Li Yongnian nodded. At this point, if I had silver, I would have used it. Mrs. Cui suddenly became sharp. When did you lose the silver? Li Yongnian replied, I found out when Xiao Nian caused trouble at our house yesterday. I can't say exactly when it was lost. Mrs. Cui seemed to have an idea. Something's wrong. It's too strange. Why does something go missing whenever Xiao Nian is around? Li Yongnian looked at Mrs.
Cui.
Mother, what are you trying to say? Mrs. Cui shared her suspicion. We all lost silver. I suspect that little troublemaker Xiao Nian did it. No way, Li Yongnian firmly objected. Xiao Nian never even touched where I kept the silver. It can't be her, and our house has so many things. How could Xiao Nian, a woman, secretly move everything without anyone noticing? Old Li also scolded Mrs. Cui. Stop talking nonsense. If you have any brains, think about what we should do next. Even if it wasn't Xiao Nian who did it, she must be cursed. Mrs. Cui thought that insulting Xiao Nian a few times might make her feel better. Little scoundrel. Xiao Nian is currently applying nourishing ointment to the scar on Xiao Zhongbai's face. Suddenly, her nose itched, and she sneezed several times. Xiao Zhongbai asked with concern, Little sister, are you feeling cold? I will go to the doctor and buy some medicine for you. Xiao Nian rubbed her nose and said, Third brother, I am not cold. Xiao Zhongbai was confused. If you're not cold, why do you keep sneezing? Xiao Nian smiled slyly. It must be someone cursing at me. With Cui's personality, after she divorced Li Yongnian and took so much silver from their family, she wouldn't stop cursing for months. Xiao Zhongbai clenched his fists. If Li's family insults you, I won't let it go. While the siblings were talking, the workers returning from working on the field arrived. Behind them were a group of little kids herding ducks. Xiao Zhongbai hurried over, picked up Xiao Yunzhou and Xiao Xingyao. Third uncle has good news for you. You both have nice new names now. The two children looked at Xiao Zhongbai with surprise. Third uncle, tell me and my brother quickly, what are our new names? Although they were young, they knew their original names sounded bad, and many people in the village called them that. Xiao Zhongbai didn't keep them in suspense. Dabao is called Xiao Yunzhou, and Xiao Niu is called Xiao Xingyao. When they heard this, their eyes lit up. Xiao Yunzhou held his sister's hand. Sister, our names are so nice. Xiao Xingyao nodded happily. Yes, my brother and I have nice names. Xiao Zhongbai also told his little nephew about his niece. From now on, don't call them Dabao and Xiao Niu. Call them Yunzhou and Xingyao. The children nodded happily. We got it, third uncle. Xiao Yunzhou and Xiao Xingyao jumped down from Xiao Zhongbai's arms, ran a few steps, and each held one of Xiao Nian's legs. Mother, today my brother and I saw little ducks catching fish. It was so amazing. Xiao Nian picked up her daughter. Little ducks catching fish is really impressive. Xiao Xingyao, with a joyful voice, said, Yes. Little ducks catching fish is very impressive. Xiao Yunzhou then opened his hand, showing a small fish about the same thickness as his finger in his palm. Mother, look, this is the small fish I snatched from the little duck's mouth. Xiao Nian gently touched her son's little head. Yunzhou, are you craving fish? Yunzhou looked a bit shy. No, Xiao Nian smiled and didn't tease him further. When I have free time, I will catch some fish for you to eat. Yunzhou, you don't have to wait for me. Your uncle will go catch fish later, Zhao Chongbai said as he picked up Yunzhou. Yunzhou's eyes lit up. Third uncle can catch fish. Zhao Chongbai affectionately poked Yunzhou's small nose. Of course I can, but he always caught small fish like little carp, not big ones. Carp have many bones and can get stuck in the throat. Zhao Chongbai didn't want to mention this. As long as his little nephew was happy, that was enough. In the kitchen, Xiao Nian had already prepared lunch with her two sisters-in-law. Her long-cherished dream of braised pork ribs was finally coming true. The weather wasn't very cold, and the leftover wild boar ribs from yesterday couldn't be stored, so Zhao suggested cooking everything thoroughly and eating it now. The ribs were served in a basin, showing there were quite a few. Moreover, Jin Xiujin learned from Xiao Nian and added more oil, making bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. This time, the flavor was almost as good as what Xiao Nian made. The whole family sat around the table, eating happily and messily. After a short rest, Xiao Nian started preparing to go into the mountains. Learning that her daughter could earn so much silver by collecting herbs, Zhao Liang immediately arranged for all his sons to go with her. The field work was almost done, so he could handle the rest himself. Zhao knew her second daughter-in-law also wanted to learn about herbs, so she volunteered to help take care of Zhao Jing. Now, 6 people from the Zhao family were heading into the mountains. With so many people leaving together, they attracted the attention of many villagers. Some who had good news approached and asked, "Where are the Zhao family going with so many people?" Jin Xiujian replied vaguely, "To dig some wild vegetables." The villager frowned, clearly not convinced. "Why do so many people need to dig wild vegetables?" Zhao Chongqing pulled Jin Xiujian aside. "Let's go, don't talk to them." The Zhao family ignored the gossiping villagers and continued walking toward the foot of the mountain. Once they were out of sight, the villagers gathered and started discussing among themselves. It must be that old Qiao caught a wild boar yesterday. The Qiao family tasted success, so today many people are going into the mountains, probably to hunt more wild boars. That's quite possible. Nonsense. Even if they do want to hunt wild boars, why bring so many women along? Well, tell me, if they aren't hunting, what are so many people doing in the mountains? No way. Someone couldn't hold back and ran home to call others. The villagers didn't understand the Qiao family's simple-minded thinking. Near the foot of the mountain, Xiao Nian pulled Xiao Chongsong aside and asked, "Second brother, does this land have an owner?" Yesterday, when they entered the mountain, Xiao Nian noticed a large piece of wasteland with a small pond nearby. Xiao Chongsong explained, "This is salt alkali land. You can't grow crops on it and nobody wants it even if it's given for free, so it's been left unused." Xiao Nian asked again, "Second brother, is this kind of land cheap?" Xiao Chongsong seemed to realize something. "Little sister, aren't you thinking of buying this wasteland to start your own business and become a landowner?" Xiao Nian didn't deny it. "Why not?" Xiao Chongsong advised. "I suggest you forget about that idea soon. In the future, just stay with the Qiao family and take care of the children. Don't think about becoming a landowner. Buying a piece of salt alkali land with money is just a big mistake." Xiao Nian remained calm. "Second brother, just tell me, how much silver does it cost per mu?" Xiao Chongsong sighed. "All the wasteland in the village costs the same. 1 tael of silver per mu." He continued explaining, "Our green water village has little land, and most of the arable land has already been bought. Only this salt alkali land is left unused. Little sister, we can't take it either." Xiao Nian stayed silent, having her own plans. Salt alkali land doesn't prevent building houses and can be used to grow certain herbs. For example, licorice and goji berries prefer this kind of soil. Moreover, Xiao Nian didn't necessarily need to grow crops. She had plenty of plastic film in her space to build greenhouses. When she had time, she planned to study agricultural books inside her space, learn how to cultivate mushrooms and black fungus, so she wouldn't need to farm for money like others. Of course, these are all easy ways for Xiao Nian to think about making money, but she doesn't necessarily plan to do them all. Right now, her main goal is to build her own house and move out with her 2 children. Although her family doesn't dislike them, Xiao Nian is not the kind of person who doesn't pay attention to others' feelings. After all, she has two sisters-in-law, and her younger sister-in-law often stays at her parents' house, which isn't ideal. Most importantly, her parents' house is small, and she doesn't have a private room. It's not convenient to come and go freely. Xiao Nian never expected that the land in the village would be so cheap. She has over 100 taels of silver and finds it very easy to buy some wasteland. However, building a house there still requires effort. She plans to build a brick house that stays warm in winter and cool in summer and is safer. But building a brick house is expensive, especially since she wants a bigger yard and, if possible, she hopes to bring her parents to live with her. In that case, her 100+ taels wouldn't be enough. But that doesn't stop her from buying the land first. Once she owns the land, she can plan ahead, design a good house plan, and start building when she has enough money. While thinking about buying land, Xiao Nian and her group have already reached the mountain trail. This time, Xiao Chongbai is paying extra attention. He recognizes the 2 types of herbs his sister picked yesterday and calls everyone over as soon as he finds them. Xiao Nian has also been observing carefully. Jin Xiujian gets a bit impatient. "Little sister, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't we found any herbs?" Xiao Nian secretly rolls her eyes. Big sister-in-law, if it were that easy to find, everyone would be out selling herbs for money. Xiao Chongqing scolds displeasedly. "Do you think herbs are like cabbage?" Jin Xiujian pouts and keeps quiet. Before she can complain inwardly, Xiao Nian quickly walks toward a patch of weeds. She sees small white flowers among the grass. It's fish mint. Jin Xiujian can't hold back and asks again, "Little sister, did you find some herbs?" Xiao Nian calls everyone over. "There is fish mint here." Jin Xiujian runs over the fastest, and upon closer look, she is a bit stunned. "Little sister, isn't this just stinky grass roots?" These are medicinal herbs called fishy grass, which help clear heat and toxins, reduce swelling and pus, and promote urination, Jiao Nian explained helplessly. Jiao Nian's explanation about the herbs didn't matter to Jin Xiujuan. She only cared that it was a medicinal plant that could be sold for money. Jiao Nian described how to pick the herbs, and everyone started working. Although the fishy grass wasn't very concentrated here, there was quite a lot in this area. Soon, everyone had filled 2 large baskets. It was still Jiao Chongbai who hid the bamboo baskets in a nearby cave, while everyone continued up the mountain. From the weeds to the small path, the Jiao family noticed many people coming up from below. Jiao Chongbai frowned. What are these people doing? In the past, there hadn't been so many people going up the mountain. Jiao Chongsong also frowned. Don't worry about them. Let's take a different path. So, Jiao Chongsong led the way, opening a new route up the mountain. The villagers behind saw the Jiao family change their path and started talking about them. Most thought they were selfish, afraid others would steal their game, and that they changed routes on purpose. But this was actually better for the Jiao family, making it easier to go up the mountain. No matter what the villagers thought, the Jiao family continued walking, stopping and picking various herbs along the way. Besides the familiar herbs like yellow essence, summer grass, and fishy grass, they also found purple dandelion flowers. As for common plants like plantain and water dropwort, Jiao Nian told everyone to recognize them but not to pick them, since they weren't worth much. This trip was a big success for everyone. In addition, Jiao Nian found a basket full of wild white fungus along the way. She discovered it while exploring during their herb gathering. White fungus was very valuable in this era. Only wealthy families could afford it. Jin Xiujuan was exhausted, panting heavily, and pointed to a clear stream ahead. "Little sister, should we rest there and drink some water?" Jiao Nian was also a bit thirsty. "Yes, let's rest there." They all placed their harvest in the shade and went to the stream to scoop up water with their hands. A few sips of cool, sweet water made everyone feel refreshed and energized again. Jiao Chongbai didn't forget his promise to Yunzhou to catch some fish for him. There was fish in the stream, so Jiao Chongbai rolled up his pants and went into the water to help his little nephew catch fish. Xiao Chongqing and Xiao Chongsong saw this and followed along. Xiao Nian was thinking that the older brothers had no tools, so catching fish with their hands might not work well. The best way was to find a narrow part of the stream and block the water flow with mud and sand. This way, the fish couldn't swim past, and they would gather together slowly. With this idea, Xiao Nian followed the stream downstream. She noticed that there were many rocks further down the stream. She had a clever idea and looked into the cracks between the rocks. Sure enough, just as she expected, there was a type of medicinal herb called He Shou Wu inside. It wasn't the right season to pick He Shou Wu now, but since she found it, Xiao Nian didn't want to give up. She looked at her brothers and sister-in-law, who were busy catching fish, and then she used her mind to put the herbs into her space. Tonight, she could harvest the wheat she had planted. Later, she would plant the herbs in her space's field, wait until they grew enough, and then sell them. This way, she wouldn't waste the opportunity. Seeing so many herbs, Xiao Nian was so excited she forgot about blocking the stream. She turned around and saw her brothers still focused on catching fish. The water was shallow, with only small fish fry inside. Catching a few for the children to play with was fine, but eating them was out of the question. Since it wasn't related to food, Xiao Nian wasn't interested in catching fish. While everyone was busy, she decided to take a walk nearby. They were in a mountain valley, surrounded by mountains. It wasn't a deep mountain, so the peaks weren't very high. But even though the mountains weren't tall, there were some steep cliffs. Xiao Nian looked at the cliffs around her and thought she saw something good. She was a bit far away, so she wasn't sure. She glanced at her brothers and sister-in-law, who were still focused on fishing. Quickly, she ran to the bottom of the cliff. Now she was sure that what she saw was definitely a type of medicinal mushroom called lingji, and it was quite large. She quickly took out an iron claw from her space, threw it up, and tugged to make sure it could hold her weight. Once she confirmed it was strong enough, she grabbed the rope and climbed up quickly. Xiao Nian's iron claws couldn't reach the edge of the cliff, but that didn't matter. As long as she could get close enough within her space, she could use her mind to bring the spiritual mushroom into her bag. Fortunately, when Xiao Nian climbed to the spot where her iron claws hooked onto the mountain, she tried using her mind. The distance was just right, and the visible spiritual mushroom was successfully absorbed into her space. Not just one, but 3 mushrooms of different sizes. Xiao Nian was very happy. She followed the rope back down. The Qiao brothers worked hard, but only caught a few small fish fry. Feeling a bit discouraged, she turned around and saw that her little sister was gone. "Where did my little sister go?" Xiao Chongqing asked his wife. Jin Xiujuan looked around nervously and said, "She was just nearby. How did she disappear so quickly?" Xiao Chongqing became anxious and abandoned the small fish fry in his hand. Hurry and find her. Their little sister was the most precious to their parents. If something happened to her in front of the brothers, they would never be able to lift their heads in front of their parents again. Qiao Chongsong and Qiao Chongbua also dropped their fish fry and started searching. Jin Xiuzhu and Wu Kaihua shouted loudly, "Little sister." Xiao Nian was holding onto the rope of her iron claw on the mountainside, not far from them. Her voice could be heard clearly. To avoid making her family worry, she called out, "Big brother, sister-in-law, I'm here." Everyone looked toward the sound and broke out in cold sweat. Xiao Chongbua, who often went into the mountains and moved quickly, ran toward her as soon as he was shocked. "Little sister, don't move. Third brother will come up to get you." Yes, little sister, don't move." Xiao Chongqing and Xiao Chongsong also ran over. But Xiao Nian didn't listen to her brothers. Instead of waiting for them to climb up and get her, she decided it was safer to come down herself. Xiao Nian sped up and, before her brothers could reach the cliff, she had already landed steadily on the ground. Xiao Chongqing was the first to show a stern face in front of Xiao Nian. "Little sister, you are too reckless. Do you know how dangerous your actions just now were?" Xiao Nian thought she could quickly grab the spiritual mushroom while everyone was busy catching fish, then quietly come down. Now that she had been discovered, she needed to give a reasonable explanation. She thought for a moment, then moved her hand behind her back and took out the largest spiritual mushroom from her space, showing it to everyone. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, I saw the spiritual mushroom on top, so I couldn't wait to go up." While showing the spiritual mushroom, Xiao Nian also took a close look herself. This mushroom was quite large, about the size of a plate, with dense, somewhat blurry rings. Based on her experience, she judged that this mushroom was at least 100 years old. She felt very happy inside. Just now, she was worried about buying land and not having enough silver to build a house. But now, it seemed like everything was coming together. Xiao Chongbai tentatively asked, "Little sister, could this be the legendary spiritual mushroom?" Xiao Nian nodded. "Yes, this is a spiritual mushroom, at least 100 years old. I risked climbing the mountain just for it." While speaking, she noticed that her brothers and sister-in-law were all focused on the large mushroom. Taking advantage of this moment, she quickly put her iron claws back into her space. Thinking about how she had just climbed a steep cliff for this big ginseng, she felt a mix of emotions. "Little sister, our family can't afford to support all three of you girls yet. In the future, don't take risks just to earn silver," said Xiao Chongqing, patting his chest with a worried look. Jin Xiujuan also spoke kindly. "Yes, little sister, even if your big brother supports you all for the rest of your life, your sister-in-law won't complain anymore." Jin Xiujuan was being honest. In the past, she didn't like this younger sister-in-law. Every time she visited her parents' home, it was like a big cleanup. Whenever they saved some silver or items, the younger sister-in-law would take everything when she came back. But now, things were different. She saw that her younger sister-in-law had changed. She was no longer as greedy as before and was willing to bring the whole family into the mountains to gather herbs and earn silver. Also, the fabric she bought for everyone looked very expensive, and she didn't even blink. Jin Xiujuan was such a person. If you treated her well, she would return 10 times more kindness. This time, after leaving her husband's home and returning to her parents' house, Qiao Nian treated her and her 2 children very well. Jin Xiujuan simply ignored all past unpleasantness. Hearing her sister-in-law say such things, Qiao Nian felt even more touched than if her own brother had spoken. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I know what I'm doing. I won't let you and big brother support me and the children." What she didn't see was Wu Kaiwa secretly sneering beside her, with a strange look in her eyes. With such a big harvest of Lingji, Qiao Chongqing no longer planned to stay in the mountains for long. "It's getting late. Let's go down the mountains so we won't worry our parents when we get back." Everyone agreed, and happily headed down the mountain with their full baskets. When luck is on your side, good things often happen. On the way down, Qiao Chongbai used Qiao Nian's slingshot to shoot a wild chicken and a fat rabbit. This made everyone even happier. Thinking about having meat for dinner tonight, when they reached the pond at the foot of the mountain, Qiao Nian decided to catch some fish. Qiao Chongbai heard that his little sister wanted to fish, and was about to roll up his pants to go into the river, but Qiao Nian stopped him. "Third brother, I have a way to catch fish." She turned around and cut a bamboo stick near the bamboo grove, sharpening one end with a sickle. Qiao Chongbai had seen people catch fish like this before, but it wasn't easy. It required enough strength and good aim. "Little sister, do you think you can do it?" Qiao Chongbai asked curiously. Qiao Nian grinned. Watch and learn. She had learned many skills in the apocalypse. Since she would be living in ancient times for a long time, she couldn't keep hiding her abilities. She needed to let her family gradually get used to it. Confident, Qiao Nian took the sharpened bamboo stick and went to the pond. She looked into the water for a while. The sunlight shone through the clear pond, revealing several fat grass carp swimming leisurely. She held her breath, sharpened her eyes, and tensed her muscles. Then she suddenly moved her wrist with force. With a whoosh sound, the bamboo stick shot through the water like an arrow, piercing precisely into the pond. When she pulled it out, a large grass carp was still struggling on the tip of the stick, its tail flapping and splashing sparkling water. "Wow!" Qiao Chongbai was the first to exclaim, eyes wide. "Little sister, your skill is amazing." The others were also stunned. They knew their sister had changed, but they didn't expect her to become so formidable. Her fishing technique was even more skillful than the best fisherman in the village. Just good luck, Qiao Nian said modestly with a smile, but her hands kept moving. She repeated the process, making several precise strikes. In less than 15 minutes, 4 or 5 big fish, each weighing 2 or 3 jin, were flopping on the grass by the shore. That's enough. Jin Xiujuan quickly shouted, her face showing both surprise and concern. So much. We can't eat it all before it spoils. Her gaze at Xiao Nian had completely changed. Just moments ago, she was accepting. Now she was full of admiration. Without needing Xiao Nian to say anything, the three brothers directly found some grass ropes, tied up the fish, and headed home. On the way, they met some villagers who were idly passing by. Their family hadn't returned from the mountain yet, but the Qiao family was coming back loaded with their catch. It was impossible not to feel a little jealous. But they also knew that the Qiao family had earned these things through their own hard work, so jealousy was pointless. The villagers' envious looks were ignored by the Qiao family as they hurried back home. Before Qiao Chongsong arrived, his voice reached them first. Dad, Mom. Little sister caught several big fish. We'll have a good meal tonight. Zhao had just put Xiao Jing to sleep and was tiptoeing out of the room when she saw the children not only with full baskets but also carrying wild chickens, rabbits, and large grass fish. Zhao couldn't help but smile widely. I didn't expect you to have such a big harvest. Qiao Chongqing couldn't help but praise. All thanks to little sister. Then he leaned in and whispered a few words into Zhao's ear. Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. Then she went over and gave Xiao Nian a playful slap on the butt. You really are reckless. Going to such dangerous places. What if you lost your life? Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time someone had slapped her on the butt. But for her, it was a special kind of happiness. Looking at her mother, her eyes were red. If she dared to argue back, tears would immediately flood her eyes like a bursting dam. Xiao Nian pretended to be hurt by the slap, covering her, but Mom's right. I won't take such risks again. Zhao glared at her daughter fiercely, then grabbed the broom by the door and called out to her 3 sons. How did you become brothers? Seeing your sister take risks and not stopping her? Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson today. The 3 brothers didn't dare to fight back and ran around the yard, hiding their heads in fear. Jin Xiujuan also thought they deserved a scolding and didn't stop her. Wu Kaihua felt a bit strange. Whenever Zhao tried to scold Xiao Chongsong, she would step in to stop her. Mother, it's not like we told little sister to take that risk. Besides, the money she earns from those herbs won't come to us, so why should we punish Chongsong? Madame Zhao was stunned when she heard that. Usually this second daughter-in-law spoke the least. Even when she disapproved of the family's daughter, she never said it so directly like the eldest daughter-in-law did. What was going on today? Why did she seem like a completely different person? Wu Kaihua seemed to realize something and quickly changed her words. Mother, when little sister went up the mountain to pick the herbs, none of us noticed. Otherwise, we would have stopped her. On the surface, that explanation sounded fine, but for some reason, Xiao Nian still felt uneasy about it. She couldn't quite tell what was wrong. Xiao Chongsong scolded. Wu, this matter is our fault today. It's fine for Mother to scold us a little. Don't say unnecessary things. Feeling wronged and now being scolded by her husband, Wu Caihua's eyes filled with tears. She turned and ran back to her room, crying. Xiao Chongsong quickly explained to Xiao Nian, little sister, your second sister-in-law is just like that. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Nian shrugged. Of course, she wouldn't argue with Wu Kaihua. Second brother, don't be harsh on her. She's just worried about you and doesn't want you to get scolded. Madame Zhao threw down the broom and snapped. Unbelievable. How dare she show me that attitude? Mother, please don't be angry. Wu is probably just tired. She didn't say anything too bad, Xiao Chongsong said, forcing himself to defend his wife. Madame Zhao wanted to say more, but Xiao Nian pulled her toward the kitchen. All right, Mother, we've got fish and meat for dinner today. I can't handle it all by myself, I need your help. Xiao Nian gently pushed Madame Zhao into the kitchen to start preparing the food. Meanwhile, Xiao Nian called her brothers and sisters-in-law to help sort the herbs. This time, she decided not to process them further. There was a lot of fish mint which wasn't worth much, so there was no need to spend extra effort on it. As for the other herbs, the Qiao family didn't have the proper tools to refine them anyway, so they would just sell them directly to the pharmacy. Following Xiao Nian's instructions, everyone cleaned off the damaged leaves, arranged the herbs neatly in bamboo baskets, and placed them in a cool spot. They could take them to town in the morning. As for Qiao Nian's precious large herb, she stored it safely in her special space. Now, everyone in the Qiao family knows that Qiao Nian is a good cook, so she naturally takes charge of cooking. Wu Kaihua didn't dare to be upset for long. She cried in her room for a while and then went to help in the kitchen. However, she never spoke up, and Qiao Nian didn't bother to talk to her either. Since Jin Xiujuan was there, she kept the atmosphere from becoming awkward. While cooking, she chatted casually with Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian is excellent at cooking fish. She secretly took out a little white sugar from her space and made caramel. The fish cooked this way looked and smelled wonderful. There wasn't much wild chicken, so she cooked it with rabbit meat in a braised dish. The main food was still black flour pancakes. Although Qiao Nian craved normal food during the apocalypse, eating a few pancakes now and then was okay. Eating too many made her feel like her throat was sore and the texture was unpleasant. She regretted not buying some rice and flour when she went to town this morning. Qiao Nian told herself to be patient. The wheat she planted in her space would soon be ripe, so even if she didn't buy grain in town, she would have white flour to eat tomorrow. All the dishes were ready, and Xiao Liang and the children who were tending the ducks came back. Seeing the delicious meal, Zhao Shi sent Qiao Chonghua to the old Qiao family house to bring Grandma Qiao over. Grandma Qiao was fair and unbiased. Her 3 sons all took good care of her, and whenever there was good food, they would bring her to eat together. In the past, Qiao Liang's family didn't have much good food, and they rarely had the chance to invite Grandma over. Qiao Liang felt guilty about this. But recently, everything changed. Since Qiao Nian and Li came back, they had already invited Grandma to their home twice. His guilt towards his mother eased a lot. Grandma Qiao was thin and bent over, but she was full of energy. When she entered the yard, she smiled and said, "It's still our Nian Nian." She knew I wanted to eat fish these days, so she prepared and called me over. Qiao Nian helped her sit in the main seat and said, "Grandma, catching fish is very easy. Just tell me when you want to eat, and I'll make sure you're satisfied." Grandma Qiao smiled happily, showing her teeth. "Good, good, good. Our Nian Nian is so thoughtful." At the Qiao family's dinner table, everyone was happy, creating a warm scene. In contrast, the Li family situation was quite different. The family was robbed completely. Even their cooking pots were gone. Because Cui had a talented son, she was always proud and acted high-handedly. Her unpleasant mouth had offended many people. It was impossible to borrow money from the villagers. With no other choice, she had to find the village chief and sell 2 acres of land. Cui felt heartbroken all afternoon, wiping tears several times. With the money from selling the land, Old Li hired a villager's ox cart to go to town and buy some daily necessities. Their home was empty. They had to buy everything. After a whole afternoon out, all the money from selling the land was gone. At least now, they could eat and sleep in peace. Li Rulon was also not easy to deal with. She refused to return from staying at the village chief's house, saying she was afraid because there were ghosts at home. The village chief's wife was stingy. Since she couldn't drive Li Rulon away, she asked for money instead. She charged 20 coins a day for staying and eating at their house. Cui felt sorry for her daughter and handed over all the remaining 200 coins they had for buying things. Besides paying for the ox cart last time, she let Li Rulon stay and eat at their home for now. But that was only enough for a few days. After a few days, she simply couldn't manage anymore. In Li Yongnian's room now, there was only an old bed and an old table. These were second-hand furniture bought by old Li in the city. They couldn't afford new ones because their money was limited. Li Yongnian took out a few books he usually read, but he couldn't focus on them now. He didn't understand how life had become like this. He used to live comfortably in a small courtyard in the city, with Xie Xiaoren taking good care of him every day. When he needed money, he would go back to Li's village, and his mother would be satisfied. But in the blink of an eye, his comfortable life disappeared. All of this started when he had a falling out with Qiao Nian. Li Yongnian clenched his fists and cursed fiercely, "Qiao Nian, you bad luck charm. If you hadn't caused trouble and left, my life wouldn't be like this." The more he thought about it, the worse he felt inside. Breaking up was one thing, but he had also foolishly agreed to give her 69 taels of silver. In the past, when there was extra money at home, it wasn't a big deal. But now that he has no money at all, he feels more and more that giving away 69 taels of silver was a big loss. Thinking of this, Li Yongnian got up and went to the main house. "Dad, I need to go to Green Water Village." Cui Shi was shocked. "Son, are you really going to find that little troublemaker Xiao Nian?" Li Yongnian clenched his fists again. "I want to get that 69 taels of silver back from her." When Cui Shi heard about retrieving the money, she didn't ask why and supported him unconditionally. "All right, I'll go with you," she said. "Stop right there." Old Li knocked on the old, broken bed he had just bought. "With the way Xiao's brothers protect her, you won't get the silver, and you might even get beaten up." Cui Shi was stunned when she heard this. They knew very well how much Xiao Nian's family protected her. Over the years, the reason why Xiao's family didn't come to support Xiao Nian at Li's house was because her son had her firmly under control. Xiao Nian was waiting for Li Yongnian to succeed in the imperial exam and become a government official's wife. Even if she was wronged, she wouldn't tell her family. But now, things are different. Looking at how Xiao Nian behaved when she and Li Yongnian separated, there's no sign of any attachment to Li Yongnian anymore. Cui Shi was at a loss, but Li Yongnian was confident.
"Dad, don't worry.
Xiao Nian is just upset because she saw me with Xia Xiaoren. As long as I say some nice words, she'll obediently bring the silver back to me." Not only that, he promised she would also gather some things from her family and bring them back. Seeing her son speak like this, Old Li hesitated. "Are you sure?" Li Yongnian raised his chin and smiled mysteriously. "Absolutely sure." Cui Shi trusted her son completely. She nervously tugged at his sleeve. "Although this might work, it's a bit unfair to Yongnian. You'll have to sweet-talk that little troublemaker. She doesn't deserve it. Mother, she really doesn't deserve it. But right now, getting that silver back is the most important thing. The wise say that a real man can bend and stretch. For our family's future, I have to endure this one time." Old Li didn't stop him anymore. "If you're confident, go ahead and do it." Cui Shi cursed under her breath, already imagining how Xiao Nian would be submissive and obedient after returning with Li Yongnian. When that little troublemaker returns, I'll see how I deal with her." Li Yongnian ignored Cui's words. "Since that's the case, I will go to Green Water Village now," old Mr. Li asked. "Isn't it a bit late now?" Li Yongnian waved his hand. "It's late, but that's good. It shows I am sincere." Cui insisted on going with Li Yongnian. Li Yongnian didn't stop her. Originally, Li Yongnian planned to hire a cart from a villager, but he heard that his mother had given all her remaining copper coins to the village chief's family. He was so angry, he cursed Li Rulan silently. People who are so clueless and still expect him to help find a marriage for a wealthy family.
Dream on."
Without any money, Cui and Li Yongnian could only walk to Green Water Village holding torches. Li Yongnian was determined to persuade Xiao Nian to stay. If he couldn't bring her back, at least he had to get the 69 taels of silver. Confident, Li Yongnian and Cui finally arrived at Green Water Village after half an hour. At this moment, the lavish dinner at the Qiao family was still going on. Today, Zhao was generous. She lit 2 oil lamps in the dining room, making the room bright and even illuminating the yard clearly. The Qiao family's gate was closed. Through the fence, Li Yongnian saw shadows moving inside a room, lively and harmonious. The smell of delicious meat and dishes wafted out, making Li Yongnian and Cui swallow their saliva unconsciously.
Cui spat in disgust.
Few so shameless. Using our family's money to eat and drink, not afraid of choking to death, Li Yongnian frowned. He didn't like his mother swearing like a shrew. "Mother, say less. Don't let others hear. We came all this way for nothing. You really are interesting." Talking about others behind their back and afraid they'll hear, Uncle Qiao said slowly, walking behind them. He came to pick up his mother. Today, the third brother's family invited her to dinner. She hadn't returned all this time, so Uncle Qiao was worried and came to check. He just overheard Li Yongnian and Cui's conversation. Li Yongnian held a torch, illuminating their faces clearly. Although he didn't have much contact with the Li family, he recognized them at a glance because they were related to his former wife. If it had been someone else, Uncle Qiao might not have said such embarrassing words. But thinking about how his niece had been bullied by this family for so many years, his anger grew. Just a teasing remark was already quite polite. Li Yongnian heard the voice, turned awkwardly, and saw the visitor looked familiar, but he couldn't remember exactly who it was. He cleared his throat nervously. Whispering secrets is not something a gentleman should do. Uncle Qiao scratched his ear. Stop arguing with me about words and speak properly. Li Yongnian looked pale from Uncle Qiao's words, and the torch in his hand trembled. Mrs. Cui saw her son get scolded and immediately crossed her arms, shouting, "What are you? How dare you talk about my son? We came to find our own daughter-in-law, and it's none of your business." Uncle Qiao sneered loudly enough for everyone in the yard to hear. "Who is your daughter-in-law? Don't forget, Li Yongnian and Nian Nian have already divorced. I heard the divorce papers have been officially stamped. So, where is your daughter-in-law?" The laughter in the Qiao family's room suddenly stopped. The closest person to the door, Qiao Chongbai, was the first to come out. Who's at the door?" Uncle Qiao pushed Li Yongnian and Mrs. Cui aside. "Chongbai, there are 2 little dogs at your door. They were barking loudly and I scolded them a few times. Now they look like they want to jump over the wall." Mrs. Cui was furious again, claiming she was capable, but she wouldn't allow anyone to insult her son. "Who are you calling a dog?" Uncle Qiao replied calmly. "Whoever barks is a dog, Mrs. Cui was so angry her face turned red and her neck thickened. She reached out as if to grab Uncle Qiao's face, but Li Yongnian stopped her. Li Yongnian was also angry, but he kept his composure because he knew his purpose for coming. He looked coldly at Uncle Qiao and said, "I don't care what kind of relative you are in the Qiao family. I came here to find Xiao Nian. Don't speak such disrespectful words, and I won't accept it." By this time, the people inside the Qiao house had started to come out one after another. Under the light of the torch, they could see who was at the door. Without hesitation, Qiao Chongbai opened the big door and let Uncle Qiao into the yard. Mrs. Cui and Li Yongnian tried to follow, but Qiao Chongbai quickly closed the door again. Walking ahead was Cui, nearly bumping her nose on the doorframe. Cui had never been treated like this before. Especially when she was embarrassed in front of her disliked daughter-in-law. She couldn't stand it. She was about to curse loudly, but Li Yongnian covered her mouth. Li Yongnian softly reminded her, "Mother, don't forget our purpose for coming tonight." Reluctantly, Cui closed her mouth. Li Yongnian forced himself to hide his anger and dislike for the Qiao family, maintaining his scholarly appearance as he stepped forward. "3 of you, please open the door. I have something to say to Xiao Nian." Qiao Chongbai had just been holding back his anger, not going out to beat Li Yongnian up. He thought about closing the door and ignoring him, expecting Li Yongnian to leave politely. But unexpectedly, this person was so impatient that he shamelessly wanted to see his younger sister. Qiao Chongbai's face darkened. He opened the door, ready to scold Li Yongnian, but was stopped by Qiao Nian. "Third brother, I'll go out and see what he wants." Actually, Qiao Nian didn't want to bother with Li Yongnian at all. But if she didn't stop him, Qiao Chongbai might attack Li Yongnian, and the other person would surely use that against them. She didn't want her family to get involved because of her little sister. Qiao Chongbai also wanted to stop her, but Qiao Nian had already stepped out and closed the door, making it clear she didn't want the family to interfere. But who could be sure she could face the troublemaker alone? As soon as she closed the door, everyone in the Qiao family, including Grandma Qiao, rushed out. Grandma Qiao, sharp and clever, scolded, "Everyone stay right here. No one move." Then, she hobbled over to Qiao Nian with her cane. Before Qiao Nian could speak, Grandma Qiao threw herself onto the ground, grabbing some dirt to smear on herself and her face.
"Oh dear.
This is terrible. The proud scholar actually hit someone. I'm too old to endure this. It might even take my life." Qiao Nian watched her grandma's dramatic act, her lips twitching in shock. People say the older you get, the wiser you become, and that's really not an empty saying. Regarding Grandma Qiao's impressive move, not to mention Li Yongnian. Even the fiery Chui family had to stare in shock. Li Yongnian and Chui were so frightened that they took several steps back. Chui pointed at Grandma Qiao. "Don't talk nonsense. We didn't even touch your sleeve. You're just trying to make trouble." Grandma Qiao was lying on the ground, groaning loudly. Qiao Nian pretended to step forward and support her. "Grandma, where did they hit you? Can you still move?" Then she looked at the crowd from the Qiao family, who were stunned. "My grandma was hurt by Li Yongnian and his son. Hurry and call a doctor." Qiao Chongsong was the quickest to react. He turned around and ran. "I'll go call a doctor right now." Seeing this, Chui shouted loudly, "Aren't you just a bunch of bullies?" She wanted to say more about their shady actions in broad daylight, but when she saw it was already dark, she held her tongue. Li Yongnian felt deeply humiliated. "This is extortion. I will report you to the authorities." "It's really shameful." Qiao Nian was amused by his words. "My grandma is old. She doesn't need your sense of dignity. You can keep that for yourself." Li Yongnian was so insulted that he became angry. "Qiao Nian, don't be too arrogant. I came to the Qiao family to give you face." "Cluck, cluck," Qiao Nian sneered. "Our Qiao family can't afford to lose face. If the scholar wants to report to the officials, go ahead. Let the county magistrate judge how a proud scholar and his mother barged in at night to bully the elderly." Before she finished, Grandma Qiao's groans suddenly grew louder. "Oh no, my back. Scholar, such power. You've killed someone." Her loud, piercing cry in the silent night drew villagers from nearby to come see what was happening. Li Yongnian's face turned pale with fear. He knew he was doomed to be falsely accused today. He clenched his fists and looked at Qiao Nian, hoping for a last bit of hope. "Qiao Nian, I didn't come here to cause trouble today. I have something to say to you." Qiao Nian crossed her arms, looking at him with a half-smile. "I'm right here. Just say what you want." Li Yongnian was a bit impatient. "There are so many people. I can't speak openly. Can we talk somewhere private?" Qiao Nian did not answer normally. "When will you return the favor?" "Qiao Nian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to accept a penalty." Li Yongnian could no longer hold back his anger. Qiao Nian still looked fearless, like a pig unafraid of boiling water. "Are you out of your mind? You said you had something to tell me, but then you yelled at me." Mrs. Chui saw her son get beaten and felt heartbroken. "Yongnian, let's go back. Don't bother with this little troublemaker." Mrs. Chui tried to pull Li Yongnian away. Before they could turn around, Qiao Nian quickly stepped in front of them, blocking their way. "So, you hurt my grandmother and now want to leave?" Mrs. Chui shouted loudly. "Little troublemaker, don't lie. We didn't touch that old lady. It was her own shameful act that made her fall to the ground." Qiao Nian raised her hand and slapped Mrs. Chui. "Who are you calling an old lady? Your whole family is full of old ladies." Mrs. Chui was caught off guard and covered her cheek, glaring fiercely at Qiao Nian. "How dare you hit me? Do you believe I will report you for disrespecting elders?" Qiao Nian smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Go ahead and report me. Even if you don't, our family will still take legal action. Your proud scholar father came to my house to cause trouble, and he even hurt my grandmother. I want to see if the county magistrate will favor you, the scholar." She paused and warned Mrs. Chui again. "And I and Li Yongnian are already divorced. Who do you think you are to be my elder? From now on, don't pretend to be my elder in front of me. It's disgusting." "Qiao Nian," Li Yongnian shouted loudly, pointing at her nose. "You're going too far." Qiao Nian took a few steps forward. "Too far? I let you and your mother come to my house and hurt my grandmother? You keep saying you want to talk to me, but if that's true, why not come during the day? Why walk so far with torches at night? Who knows what your real purpose is? And after standing here so long, can't you say what you want? I think you and your mother are hiding something bad. When my grandmother found out, you got so angry that you attacked her." At this moment, Grandma Qiao cooperated fully. After her granddaughter finished speaking, she deliberately groaned. "Oh." On the ground. The villagers saw this and started criticizing Li Yongnian. "Have you read all those wise books just to turn into a fool? How could you hit an old lady?" "Yes, Grandma Qiao walks with a cane. We wouldn't even dare to touch her, let alone hit her. We always keep a distance when passing by her. From the Chiao family, I think this scholar isn't going to admit to anything. We should report it to the authorities. Li Yongnian and Mrs. Cui listened to the villagers' gossip and felt like they couldn't clear their names, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Mrs. Cui tugged at Li Yongnian's sleeve and whispered, "Son, what should we do now?" Li Yongnian was also feeling overwhelmed. Even though he believed he was innocent, the situation was clear. No matter how much he explained, no one would believe him. While the mother and son were stuck, Qiao Chongsong had already called the doctor. Dr. Liu was from Lushui village and had a good relationship with the Qiao family. On the way back, Qiao Chongsong briefly explained what had happened. Without needing any reminders, Dr. Liu patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I know what to say later. Doctor, please come and check on my mother," Qiao Debo said urgently. It looks like she was beaten badly. Qiao Nian's lips twitched again. She realized that Grandma Qiao and Debo were both acting. If she didn't know the truth, she might have believed it was real. Dr. Liu put down his medicine box and carefully examined Grandma Qiao. "Does it hurt here?" "Ugh." Grandma Qiao grimaced in pain. "Yes, it hurts." "Is it broken?" Dr. Liu's face grew serious. "Yes, it seems like her ribs are broken." Old Lady Qiao cried loudly. "Oh no, I think I've broken a rib. Am I going to die?" Sniff, sniff. "What should I do? I haven't lived enough yet." Sniff, sniff. Uncle Qiao tightly grabbed Dr. Liu's arm. "Dr. Liu, please save my mother. Use whatever good medicine you have for her." "I trust Scholar Li won't be irresponsible." Dr. Liu pretended to think deeply and sighed after a while. "Old Lady Qiao is old, and broken bones are hard to heal. She needs good medicine and enough nourishing supplements." Uncle Qiao looked at Li Yongnian. "Scholar Li, did you hear that? The doctor said my mother needs good medicine and supplements. Just pay with silver." "Why should we pay silver?" Mrs. Cui shouted again. "We didn't even touch that old lady. It's clear she's just trying to cheat us." Qiao Nian stepped closer to Mrs. Cui. "With so many eyes watching you hit my grandma, how can you deny it? Scholar Li, is it okay for you to ignore the law? If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll take my grandma to the officials. I want the county magistrate to help her. I want to see if Scholar Li's reputation can still be saved." Qiao Nian knew what Li Yongnian and Mrs. Cui feared most, so she used this to threaten them into compliance. Sure enough, when she mentioned Li Yongnian's scholar title, Mrs. Cui's arrogance disappeared instantly. "Why you? What do you want?" Qiao Nian said confidently. "What do I want? Isn't it your responsibility to take care of my grandma after you hurt her?" Li Yongnian's face turned red with anger, but he knew this wasn't the time to lose his temper. "Fine, we'll pay. Just tell me how much." Qiao Nian turned to Dr. Liu. "Dr. Liu, how much silver does my grandma need to recover?" Without hesitation, Dr. Liu said a number. 5 taels. Wait, 5 taels is too little? He quickly changed his mind. "No, at least 10 taels. "Yes, 10 taels." Qiao Nian's heart clenched. Why did she ask Dr. Liu? She knew she had no choice but to accept this treatment fee of 10 taels. She then looked at Li Yongnian and his mother. "Did you hear that? The doctor said that the treatment for my grandmother would cost 10 taels, and the later nourishing care would be expensive. I estimate it will cost at least 40 or 50 taels. All right, your Li family isn't short of money. Just give 50 taels for the nourishing care. As for the labor costs for taking care of my grandmother, our Qiao family children are filial and willing to serve her. This expense will be waived for you." When Cui Shi heard the amount that Qiao Nian mentioned, she fainted on the spot. Li Yongnian was panicked. "Mother, wake up. Dr. Liu is nearby." So, he went to check on her. He took out a silver needle and inserted it into Cui Shi's acupoint. Within a few breaths, Cui Shi regained consciousness. Dr. Liu was straightforward. "The treatment cost for this person is about 500 coins. Li Yongnian." He was so angry, he almost wanted to strangle Qiao Nian. Despite his fury, he kept his wits and knew he had lost today. Li Yongnian closed his eyes briefly. "Fine, I'll pay, but I have a condition." Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. "You should pay, and now you want to make conditions? Aren't you afraid I might refuse and report you to the authorities, ruining your reputation?" "Qiao Nian, don't be too much. I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. Li Yongnian was not completely without courage. Xiao Nian still said the same thing. Speak if you have something to say, and shut up if you don't. Xiao Nian, can you act a bit more like a woman? Li Yongnian scolded displeased. He even thought that her timid attitude in front of him was just an act. Now, she was showing her true character. It was really hard for her, pretending for so many years, and now her true nature was revealed. I only have a few words for you. Come with me. Xiao Nian was curious about what Li Yongnian wanted to say. This time, she didn't say anything and followed Li Yongnian outside the crowd. The brothers from the Qiao family saw this and followed closely, wanting to protect their sister. Xiao Nian turned to stop them. Brothers, you don't need to follow. I want to see what tricks he's up to. The three Qiao brothers looked at each other awkwardly, but finally decided to listen to her. Xiao Nian followed Li Yongnian to a large tree. Li Yongnian had prepared his words when he arrived, but his anger made him forget them. Still, he remembered his purpose for coming. Xiao Nian, I know I was wrong for not telling you about being with my older sister, but you have to think about Daba and Daniu. They follow you and have no father. They might be laughed at in the future. Xiao Nian never expected Li Yongnian to come to her house, so late just to ask for peace. She sneered. Haha. Daba and Daniu are no longer here. My children now have nice names, Qiao Yunzhou and Qiao Xingyao. She stepped closer to Li Yongnian, smiling faintly. How do you like their new names? Even children in your Li family don't deserve proper names. Now, these names are very good, aren't they? Also, you've signed a formal separation from my two children. In the future, they will have nothing to do with you, not even a penny. She continued, No father? So what? I am still young. I can find a father for them who is 100 times better than you. Li Yongnian clenched his teeth and said bitterly, Xiao Nian, don't be ungrateful. I was willing to lower myself and come to ask you. Instead of appreciating it, you say such harsh words. Even if you're upset, you've been out for a few days. I advise you to stop now before you regret it. Xiao Nian looked at him in disbelief, pointing at her nose. Do you think I will regret it? Her attitude was completely different from what Li Yongnian expected. He didn't know what to say. Xiao Nian asked with a serious face, Do you have anything else to say to me? If not, I need to go back and take care of my grandmother. Li Yongnian gritted his teeth and said slowly, Xiao Nian, don't regret this. Xiao Nian, tired of his nonsense, turned to leave. Zhao Shi nervously held her hand. Nian Nian, what did he want from you? Xiao Nian patted Zhao Shi's hand. Mom, he's just causing trouble for no reason. Don't mind him. Today, Li Yongnian lost face in Greenwater Village. He grabbed Cui Shi and was about to leave. Stop right there, Xiao Nian shouted. You haven't paid for my grandmother's medical expenses yet, and you want to leave? Cui Shi, who was very greedy for money, especially now that she had no money, felt heartache. We don't have any silver. Xiao Nian quickly took a few steps forward and grabbed Li Yongnian's arm. If you don't pay the silver, Master Li, you can't leave. Usually, a woman like Xiao Nian, who looked thin and weak, wouldn't have the strength to do that. However, the hand she used to hold his arm was like iron clamps, and no matter how Li Yongnian struggled, he couldn't break free. Seeing this, Cui's mother also stepped forward to help her son pull away. The Qiao family was not easy to deal with. Xiao Chongqing and his brothers already felt ashamed because their younger sister was faster and more clever than they were. Now they rushed forward to help. Xiao Chongqing pulled Cui's mother aside, while Xiao Chongsong and Xiao Chongbua took over controlling Li Yongnian. Xiao Nian spoke calmly but with a firm authority, saying to Cui's mother, Go back and gather the silver. Come back when you have enough to pay. Xiao Nian, you're acting lawlessly. Aren't you afraid I will report you to the county magistrate? Li Yongnian shouted angrily. Xiao Nian shrugged indifferently. Go ahead and report. I don't need you to compensate me. When the time comes, the magistrate will decide what crime you've committed. Li Yongnian's anger cooled down again. He warned Cui's mother. Mother, this time we accept defeat. Go back and prepare the silver. Cui's mother watched helplessly as her son was controlled by the two brothers from the Qiao family and couldn't move. She was heartbroken and tears welled up. Son, don't be afraid. Mother will go back now and prepare the silver. After Chui's mother left, Li Yongnian was pushed into the woodshed by the 5 members of the Qiao family, who tied him up roughly. Because many villagers were watching, old Madame Qiao couldn't suddenly act lively and playful. She had to keep pretending for the outsiders. Old Uncle Qiao was good at judging the situation. He stepped forward, picked up his mother, and carried her home. Although Qiao Liang knew that his mother was just pretending to be dramatic to scare people, seeing her like this still made him feel uncomfortable. Big brother, why don't I let mother stay with me for now? It'll save her from more trouble. Before Qiao uncle could speak, old Madame Qiao waved her hand firmly and said loudly, "No need. Your house is already crowded. I don't want to squeeze with you here." Qiao Liang knew his mother was always a person with her own mind, so he didn't try to persuade her further. He waved to the villagers gathered at the door and said, "It's late. Everyone go home and rest." Then he closed his own courtyard gate. Li Yongnian was thrown into the woodshed by Qiao Chongsong and Qiao Chonghua, and soon he started making a fuss. "You have no right to treat me like this." "I'm not a criminal," Zhou Chongsong bluntly retorted. "In our eyes, you're more dangerous than a criminal. What did I do to deserve this? Why are you saying such things about me?" Zhou Chongbai, annoyed by his noise, turned around and went to get his unwashed socks, then directly covered Li Yongnian's mouth. Li Yongnian was almost overwhelmed by the smell and looked at Zhou Chongbai in fear. Zhou Chongbai grabbed Zhou Chongsong and started to leave, then found a thick stick to block the door. Although they had already planned for the brothers to take turns guarding Li Yongnian at night, they still couldn't be careless. Xiao Nian returned to her room, acting as if nothing had happened. She helped the 2 little ones wash up and began telling them bedtime stories. Since she had no experience raising children in her past life, she thought this was the easiest way to bond with them. Xiao Nian told stories from modern fairy tales and children's stories. Not only did the kids enjoy listening, but even Zhao, who was sleeping with them, liked hearing them. After telling 2 stories, both the older and younger children fell asleep. Only then did she quietly enter her space. Inside the space, the wheat she planted had already ripened. Xiao Nian used her mind to harvest all of it. One good thing about the space was that the harvested crops could be processed using her thoughts, which she loved most about it. She decided to process the wheat into fine flour. Over an acre of wheat, she was surprised to find she could produce about 800 jin of fine flour. The warehouse had bags, each holding exactly 50 jin of flour. All the flour filled 16 bags. Looking at the white, fine flour with a pleasant grain scent, Xiao Nian's mind filled with images of delicious food. Soft white steamed buns, scallion pancakes, meat buns, and her favorite dumplings. If she wasn't worried about her mother noticing her absence, she really wanted to start cooking her favorite dishes right away. She planted the small seedlings of Polygonum multiflorum and 2 tiny lingji mushrooms on a small piece of land. Tomorrow, when she went to town to buy herbs, she planned to buy some seeds to plant more. Xiao Nian fell asleep dreaming of delicious food and slept until late morning. Chui's family would probably sell land to raise money. She returned to Li's village at a time when all the villagers were asleep. Even if she wanted to sell the land, she couldn't wake anyone up. Li Yongnian also understood this well and didn't dare cause any trouble all night. The brothers from the Qiao family saw that he could also take a nap, which made them feel quite relaxed. However, early in the morning, when Li Yongnian needed to use the toilet, the Qiao brothers didn't want to help him. He clenched his face in frustration, tightly crossed his legs, and dared not move. He could only silently pray that his mother would quickly come with the money to buy him out. But Chui's family wouldn't be that quick. They watched the night deepen, walking back to Li's village step by step, and then told Old Man Li what had happened. When Old Man Li heard that he was cheated out of 60 taels of silver, his wife had a doctor give him an injection that cost 500 coins, and he felt terrible. "Our family only has 20 acres of land. If we keep selling like this, how will we survive in the future?" Chui's wife also looked worried. "Not selling land, where can we get so much silver? Yongnian is preparing for the imperial exams. If the Qiao family can't get the money and reports us to the officials, all his years of effort will be wasted." Old Man Li held his head and squatted in the corner, looking as wilted as a sun-dried eggplant. After a long while, he slowly spoke. In the future, our days will only get harder. Elon shouldn't stay at the village chief's house anymore. If she comes back, we might still have a few dozen coins left, enough for us to get by for a few days. In the past, Old Man Li would have told his daughter to save some money, but Chui's wife would have retorted quickly. But now, things are different. She also realized that their situation was getting worse than before. She sighed. I really don't know what's going on. How did life become like this? Old Man Li glared at her. Isn't it because of your fussing? When Chui's wife heard this, she immediately snapped. How can you blame me? Old Man Li didn't indulge her as he usually did. Yongnian and Xie Xiaoyan are living together, and you didn't even tell me. Why did you hide it from me? Are you worried I would oppose it? He continued. You knew it wasn't right, but you didn't stop it. And on top of that, you're mean to the 3 members of Qiao's family. Doesn't everyone in the village know? Is it because your family is lacking in food and clothing? He was angry. And now you're even planning to sell your own grandson and granddaughter? As the saying goes, people do things, and heaven watches over them. The actions you took angered the spirits, bringing misfortune to our family. First, all our belongings mysteriously disappeared, and then we had to sell land to cover expenses. I feel that this is just the beginning of our family's bad luck. Although Chui is bold and outspoken, she is not completely without sense. After listening carefully to Old Li's words, she thought about everything and found them reasonable. That night, Chui didn't care if it disturbed the village chief's family. She went directly to bring Li Rulan back. Not only that, she also demanded 80 coins back from the village chief's wife. Li Rulan returned home crying and making a fuss, which made Old Li and Chui both very worried. Scolding her didn't help, so Old Li decided. Tomorrow, when Yongnian comes back, you can invite a matchmaker to help Rulan find a husband. She's grown up now. If she doesn't marry soon, she'll be left alone at home. Hearing this, Li Rulan stopped crying. Father, I want to marry into a wealthy family as a young mistress. How can I let my mother just invite a matchmaker to find someone for me? Old Li was annoyed with his family's lack of understanding. Humph. You're just a girl from the countryside, can't even read, and you're not particularly pretty. Why would a wealthy family want to marry you? Over the years, Old Li occasionally mentioned finding a husband for his daughter, but Chui and Rulan were obsessed with the idea of becoming a young mistress in a rich family. Old Li had said a few times that they didn't care, so he let them be. Now, he was completely fed up. The family was already in such a difficult situation, not knowing if they would go hungry in the future. His irresponsible daughter was crying because she didn't get her way. Such a daughter was better off not being there. Old Li felt he had to show the authority of the head of the family this time and could no longer tolerate these mistakes. Hearing her father's harsh words, Li Rulan started crying again. This time, Chui also lost patience and didn't try to comfort her. Seeing her crying didn't work, Li Rulan had no choice but to retreat sadly to her room. That night was extremely difficult for Old Li and Chui. They thought about selling several acres of farmland again the next day, and their hearts ached. Finally, dawn arrived and both of them, with dark circles under their eyes, went to see the village chief. To gather enough money, Old Man Li didn't let Mrs. Chui go alone to Green Water Village to pick up their son, fearing she might cause more trouble. So, the elderly couple took the money from selling land and went to Green Water Village. Today, the Qiao siblings planned to go to the city to sell herbs, but because Li Yongnian's matter was not yet resolved, no one went out. Fortunately, Old Man Li and Mrs. Chui arrived just after noon. At the gate of the Qiao house, they saw a group of children going out to release ducks. Old Man Li saw his clean-dressed grandchildren, who looked healthier, and felt a bit uncomfortable. He didn't know about Mrs. Chui wanting to sell them before. Until something happened, he blamed Mrs. Chui, but it didn't help. After not seeing his grandchildren for a few days, Old Man Li felt mixed feelings. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly reached out to Mrs. Chui. Give me some money. Mrs. Chui instinctively covered her purse. What do you want money for? Old Man Li's face darkened. Just give me the money, Reluctantly, Mrs. Chui took out her purse, and old man Li impatiently pulled it over. He rummaged inside, took out a dozen copper coins, and hurriedly handed them to Yunzhou. "Dabao, take this." Seeing the Li family members, Xiao Yunzhou was so scared he took a few steps back, clasped his hands behind his back, and refused to accept the coins. Xiao Lei didn't recognize old man Li, but he had seen Mrs. Chui before. The little boy turned and ran. "Dad, Auntie, there's a bad person trying to catch Brother Yunzhou." The Qiao brothers and Xiao Nian rushed out from the yard. Old man Li saw the Qiao brothers looking fierce and awkwardly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to give some money to my grandson." Qiao Chongsong snorted. "Who is your grandson?" When Li Yongnian and Nian Nian separated, they had already signed a formal document cutting ties with the two children. Now they all have the surname Qiao and are not related to your Li family at all. "Don't come here pretending to be relatives," Xiao Chongqing added, when that old lady wanted to sell them. "Why didn't you say they were your grandchildren?" Old man Li's face turned pale and then green as he silently put away the purse. Xiao Nian stepped forward, gently patting Yunzhou's head and softly comforting him. "Yunzhou, don't be afraid. Mom and Uncle won't let bad people bully you." Cloudboat's big eyes are bright and shiny. He nods firmly and says, "With Uncle and Mother here, Cloudboat is not afraid." Cloudboat also wants to protect his little sister. "Yes, we Cloudboat are little men. We can protect our sister." Xiao Nian gently pats the children's shoulders. "All right, you two, go with your brother to release the ducks." Qiao Yunzhou holds his sister's hand and follows Qiao Lei to release the ducks. Old Mr. Li looks at the children with a strange expression in his eyes. Mrs. Chui is unhappy and takes back the purse from old Mr. Li. "You ungrateful people. You treat them like grandchildren, but they don't even recognize you as their grandfather." Old Mr. Li glares at Mrs. Chui fiercely. He doesn't want to say anything in front of the Qiao family to avoid causing trouble or embarrassment. At this moment, Qiao Chongbai has already pulled Li Yongnian out of the firewood room. His mouth is covered with a dirty sock, which has been removed, but his hands and feet are still tied. Li Yongnian feels dizzy from the smell of the dirty sock, as if the smell is everywhere. Seeing his parents come over, he forgets to speak. He feels that if he opens his mouth, the smell of the sock will become even worse. Mrs. Chui feels sorry for Li Yongnian being tied up and says, "Quick, let my son go." Old Mr. Li appears calmer than Mrs. Chui. "We have brought the compensation money. You can let Yongnian go now." The Qiao brothers listen to Qiao Nian and do not want to hurt Li Yongnian to avoid being accused of wrongdoing. If they really wanted to punish him, they could find a quiet place and cover his head with a sack. Xiao Chongqing extends his hand to old Mr. Li. "Pay me for my grandmother's medicine, and then he can leave with you." Old Mr. Li glares at Mrs. Chui. "Hurry up and give the money to them." Mrs. Chui is about to cry. She takes 60 taels of silver from the purse and hands it to Xiao Chongqing. "Our family admits defeat.
Here's the money.
Now let my son go quickly." Xiao Chongqing takes the silver, but does not release him. Mrs. Chui is anxious. "Are you trying to cheat us?" "I already gave the silver." Xiao Chongqing hands the money to Qiao Nian and calmly says, "And also, the 500 when you owed Dr. Liu last night. Give that to them too." Mrs. Chui hasn't forgotten about the 500 one. She deliberately didn't take it out. If the Qiao family forgets, she can save some. Seeing that Mrs. Chui is slow to take out the money, old Mr. Li scolds impatiently. "Give the silver to them." Krui's husband was angry for the first time and looked very stern. She reluctantly handed over 500 coins. Once she received the money, the Qiao brothers and Qiao Nian turned to leave. Old Mr. Li stepped forward and untied the ropes from Li Yongnian. Krui cried loudly, tears streaming down her face. "Yongnian, my poor son. Did those wicked people hurt you?" Li Yongnian found her crying annoying. He frowned and said, "Enough, mother. Don't cry here, or others will laugh at us." Old Mr. Li snorted coldly. "Humph. You and your son have already been laughed at enough." Krui wiped her tears and asked, "How are we laughed at?" "It's all because that little brat Xiao Nian is too mean." "Who are you calling a little brat?" Zhao's wife tried to take back the rope that tied Li Yongnian. As she left the yard, she heard Krui insulting her daughter. I think your whole family is full of mean people. How can a proud scholar do such shameless things? Krui wanted to argue back, but Li Yongnian and old Mr. Li pulled her away from both sides. Old Mr. Li scolded as they walked. Shut your mouth. Li Yongnian also said unhappily, Mother, please stop causing trouble. Seeing her family all talking about her, Krui sat down heavily on the ground and started crying loudly. Oh no. I can't live like this. My son and husband don't like me. I might as well die. Boo-hoo. Both Li Yongnian and old Mr. Li looked very angry, their faces dark as if they could drip water. Suddenly, old Mr. Li slapped Krui hard across the face. Shut up and stop crying, or I will divorce you, believe it or not. Krui's crying stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at old Mr. Li. What did you say? I bore you and took care of the household, and now you want to divorce me? Krui looked at Li Yongnian with a sad face, hoping her son would stand up for her. But Li Yongnian coldly said, a good wife means fewer troubles for her husband. If you keep acting like this, I don't mind if my father divorces you. Krui was stunned. She couldn't even cry anymore, and tears rolled down her old face. Old Mr. Li stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and pulled her up. If you don't want to be divorced, come home with me right now. Krui was too scared to speak again. She could tell that old Mr. Li was serious. When the Li family left, Qiao Nian handed 60 taels of silver to Qiao Liang. Father, please give this to Grandma later. She also gave 500 coins to Qiao Chongqing. Big brother, this money is for Dr. Liu. Qiao Chongqing took the 500 coins to give to Dr. Liu, but Qiao Liang hesitated and didn't move. Nian Nian, I think Grandma might not want to take the silver. Qiao Nian knew that her grandma, though fierce, wasn't like other elders who would greedily take money. Father, just leave the silver there and go. Grandma won't catch up with you. Mrs. Zhao patted Qiao Liang. Just listen to Nian Nian. Take the silver to the old lady. Qiao Liang went to deliver the silver, while Qiao Nian called Qiao Chongwu to go into town to sell herbs. The brothers and sisters left at home continued to go into the mountains to find herbs. Today, Qiao Nian and Qiao Chongwu went out, each wearing a new pair of shoes. These shoes were made last night by their 2 sisters-in-law, who stayed up late to help. The soles were made from old clothes from the Li family, giving a feeling of stepping on the Li family. The siblings pushed a wooden cart into town. When they were still a distance from the market, they met a small beggar coming toward them. Big sister, I have new news. Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. What new news? The small beggar proudly said, You told me to watch that scholar with the surname Li. Did you know he moved again yesterday? Moved again. Qiao Nian was surprised. The beggar nodded. Yes, he moved yesterday. His wife went to find him, but he had already moved. They moved in 2 different directions with 2 ox carts. The scholar's ox cart went east, and his wife and 2 children took another ox cart heading west. Hearing this, the beggar shyly scratched his head. Their ox carts are fast, and I can't keep up, so I don't know exactly where they went. But I thought I should tell you. Qiao Nian quickly took out some copper coins. This is your reward for your effort. This time, the beggar didn't accept the money. Big sister, I can't take this. They've already lost track of each other. Qiao Nian chuckled. It's okay. I already guessed where they moved to based on the direction you mentioned. The beggar smiled and took the coins. Thank you, big sister. He continued begging in town, walking alongside Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian chatted casually with him. You beg in town every day, so you must know a lot of interesting stories. Hearing about interesting stories, the little beggar's eyes lit up. Actually, there's been a big event in town these days. Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. What kind of big event? The little beggar eagerly explained. There's a wealthy family named Fu. I heard that the old master of the Fu family was once a high official in the court. A few years ago, he resigned and came back to Heyuan town to retire. His grandson fell seriously ill a few months ago. They brought many famous doctors to treat him, but no one could find out what was wrong. Now, it's said that the young master is near death. The old master called a master to perform a ritual and pray for his recovery. The master said that for the young master's condition, it would be best to find a girl born in the year of the rabbit, on the 6th day of the 6th month, to bring good luck. Only then might he get better. Xiao Nian didn't believe in such superstitions. If praying for good luck really worked, why would they need doctors? Since it was just gossip, Xiao Nian didn't take the little beggar's story seriously. And then? Did they find a girl to bring good luck? The little beggar sighed and shook his head, looking very serious. No, they didn't find anyone. The girl born in the year of the rabbit is already 19 years old this year. Who would marry a 19-year-old girl? And besides, finding someone born on the 6th day of the 6th month is impossible. Xiao Nian agreed with the little beggar's explanation. According to her memories of the original owner, besides Li Rulan, she hadn't heard of any girl who was 18, 19 in lunar years, and still unmarried. Unfortunately, Li Rulan wasn't born on the 6th day of the 6th month. If she had been, given Yongnian's personality, he might have married her off to a wealthy family just to climb up the social ladder. Xiao Nian only listened to this as gossip and didn't take it seriously. When they entered Heyuan town, the little beggar ran off. Xiao Nian and Xiao Chongbai went straight to Huichun Hall. Today, Huichun Hall was very quiet. The doctors on duty weren't there. Just as Xiao Nian was curious, the young clerk who had served her last time came over with a smile. "Young lady, do you still have medicinal herbs for sale today?" "Yes." Xiao Nian nodded with a smile and casually asked, "Why aren't there any doctors on duty today?" The young clerk sighed helplessly. The doctors in the clinic all went last night to treat the young master of the Fu family, and they haven't come back yet. Xiao Nian usually doesn't care much about other people's affairs. After understanding the situation, she just nodded. The young man ran to the back hall and called the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was very friendly. He had carefully examined the medicinal herbs Xiao Nian brought yesterday. The quality was very good, and they were well handled. "Miss, what herbs did you bring today?" As soon as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Xiao Chongbai turned around and went out, taking the herbs from the cart that were gathered yesterday. The shopkeeper took a quick look and gave a price directly. "In Xing Chao, fishy grass, and Ziding Di Hua, purple dandelion flower, are common. I can only offer you 8 coins per gene." Xiao Nian still knew the value of the herbs. Seeing that Xiao Nian didn't question, the shopkeeper called someone over to weigh the herbs. Yesterday, many people went up the mountain, and they collected a lot of herbs. After weighing, In Xing Chao weighed 123 jin, and Ziding Di Hua weighed 90 jin. There were also 40 jin of Huang Jing, yellow essence. After calculation, the total was 4 taels and 9,004 coins. The shopkeeper was straightforward and directly gave Xiao Nian 5 taels. "Miss, I give you an extra 96 coins. In the future, if you have good quality herbs, think of our Huichun Hall." Xiao Nian liked the shopkeeper's generous attitude. "No problem." She didn't leave immediately but asked, "Does the shopkeeper have a suitable place to talk?" The shopkeeper immediately understood and made a gesture to invite her to the back hall. "Miss, please come to the back." Xiao Nian followed the shopkeeper to the back hall. Xiao Chongbai, worried, also followed. She usually doesn't like to beat around the bush and took out the big lingji mushroom directly. The lingji was wrapped in a piece of pure cotton cloth. The shopkeeper, judging by its shape, guessed what it was and immediately lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait to reach out and open the cloth. Even the seasoned shopkeeper was stunned by the sight of such a good item. This lingji is at least 500 years old. Xiao Nian was confident. More than 500 years. The shopkeeper carefully examined the pattern of the lingji, his face full of greed. "Miss, how much silvers do you plan to sell this lingji for?" Xiao Nian had a clear bottom line. If the price was less than that, she planned to go to the county town to look around. But she still left the initiative to the other person. "Shopkeeper, you're an expert. What's the highest price you can offer?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, 500 taels, no cheating." Actually, Xiao Nian's expected price was around 1,200 taels, but the shopkeeper's offer already exceeded her expectations. However, people are naturally greedy. Since this is such a rare item, she definitely wanted to raise the price a bit more. 2,500 taels deal. The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. "Miss, I admit this lingji is a rare and good treasure. Not to mention our small Heyuan town. Even in the entire Deqian, no one can offer you this price." He said this, but since he had rarely encountered such a good Lingji, he didn't want to give up. After a moment of thought, he extended 2 fingers. 2,000 taels, no more than that. Qiao Nian remained calm. While nearby, Qiao Changbai saw the number and broke out in sweat. He almost wanted to remind his little sister immediately. 2,000 taels. What are you waiting for? 2,000 taels, that's a huge pile of silver. He had never dreamed of having so much silver in his life. Fortunately, before Qiao Changbai could act impulsively, Qiao Nian responded. The shopkeeper seems honest. 2,000 taels deal. The shopkeeper didn't hesitate and went to get the silver notes. Qiao Changbai stood beside Qiao Nian, pinching his thigh. Little sister, did I hear that right? 2,000 taels. Qiao Nian playfully helped pinch his arm. Does it hurt? It hurts. Qiao Changbai nodded dully. If it hurts, it means you're not dreaming, Qiao Nian teased. For Qiao Nian, these 2,000 taels of silver were like an unexpected windfall in ancient times. Not only could she buy land and build a house, but she would also have some left over. After a brief interaction, the shopkeeper took a stack of silver notes and returned. Miss, here are 2,000 taels in silver notes. Please count them. Qiao Nian took the notes, then handed one back to the shopkeeper. Please exchange this 100 taels for silver and copper coins. Besides building a house, she didn't have any big expenses at the moment. Using silver notes of 100 taels was inconvenient. The shopkeeper didn't hesitate and helped her exchange the silver. 100 taels of silver is quite a large amount. The shopkeeper put it in a large cloth bag for Qiao Nian. She counted the silver, then handed it directly to Qiao Changbai. Just as she was about to leave, the shopkeeper spoke. We've cooperated twice. I still don't know what to call you, miss. Qiao Nian generously replied. My surname is Qiao. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned because the young lady's way of introducing herself was very unique. If it had been someone else, they would have mentioned their husband's family name. Although curious, the shopkeeper didn't ask much. My surname is Song. Everyone calls me Shopkeeper Song. From now on, just call me Miss Qiao. Qiao Nian nodded and said, Okay. Qiao Changbai, holding a heavy 100 taels of silver, was so nervous that his palms were sweaty. He had never seen so much silver before. He hugged it tightly, afraid someone might steal it. Little sister, let's not delay on the way and hurry home, he said. With so much silver, only at home would it be safe. Qiao Nian chuckled. Third brother, with your strength, are you really worried about someone stealing the silver? Qiao Changbai felt ashamed. I think it's better to be cautious. Qiao Nian wanted to go into the city to buy many things but didn't want to go back just yet. Third brother, if you're worried about losing the silver, why don't you stay here at the clinic for a while? I'll buy some things and come back to find you. Qiao Nian wanted to take out the flower from her space, using that as an excuse to temporarily get away from Qiao Changbai. Thinking about the safety of so much silver, Qiao Changbai hesitated for a moment. Then you must be careful outside. Come back early. I'll wait here for you. Okay. Qiao Nian took 10 taels of silver from her cloth bag and turned to leave. Seeing how much silver she had, Qiao Changbai couldn't help but remind her, Little sister, silver is hard to come by. Don't spend it recklessly. Qiao Nian waved her hand, indicating she understood. After leaving Huichun Hall, Qiao Nian headed straight to the grocery store diagonally opposite. She had already inquired beforehand. It was the largest grocery store in town with a wide variety of goods. She mainly wanted to buy seeds and also see if there were any seasonings similar to those at her space. Inside the grocery store, a young clerk was using a feather duster to clean the dust off the counter. Qiao Nian was the only customer at the moment. The clerk put down the feather duster and asked enthusiastically, Miss, do you need anything? I can recommend some. She was pleased with the good service and wasn't bothered by her plain clothes. Qiao Nian directly replied, I want to buy some seeds. Seeds, yes. Miss, do you want grains or vegetables? I'll get them for you, the clerk said eagerly, walking behind the counter, waiting for her to specify the type. What kinds of seeds do you have here? Qiao Nian was thinking that she would buy some of everything, but this confused the young clerk. We have many kinds. What do you need? Qiao Nian smiled and said, Anything you have, as long as the price is right. I want to buy some The young clerk was still confused but patiently explained, "We have the most complete seed collection in the whole town, including all kinds of grains and vegetables. Recently, our boss also brought back some medicinal herbs and unknown seeds from across the sea." Xiao Nian was very happy. "Great. How much do these seeds cost? I want to buy a little of each." The young clerk was shocked again. "All of them?" If it weren't for proper manners, he would have reached out to touch her and wonder if her mind was a bit off. Xiao Nian looked calm and said, "Yes, I want all of them." After a moment of hesitation, the clerk started giving prices. Rice seeds are 50 coins per jean, wheat seeds are 50 coins per jean. Xiao Nian listened as he listed many prices. The most expensive were the rice and wheat seeds, along with a few medicinal seed varieties, which cost a little more. The other vegetable seeds were about 10 coins per jean, which was quite cheap. "Young man, I'll take 10 jean of each grain seed you mentioned, and 1 jean of each vegetable seed, and I want to see the medicinal seeds your boss brought back from the sea." Seeing that Xiao Nian was serious about buying, the clerk finally felt it was real. He quickly gathered the seeds as she requested and packed them. Xiao Nian looked at the seeds and thought to herself how unfortunate it was that, just like in those stories, there was no corn, sweet potatoes, or potatoes here. While she was thinking, the young clerk carried over what he thought were strange seeds. Yes, he carried them in a big sack. Not only that, after setting down the first sack, he immediately left and came back with 3 more large sacks. The young clerk, panting, opened the first sack. The first thing Xiao Nian saw was a surprise. It was the corn she had just been thinking about. Before she could speak, the clerk opened the next sack, which contained potatoes. The surprise was so sudden that Xiao Nian felt like these seeds were specially chosen for her, the traveler. The clerk didn't see her excited expression and continued opening the last sack. Inside the reopened burlap sack, Xiao Nian thought it would contain sweet potato seeds, since they already had corn and potatoes. It wouldn't be strange to find sweet potato seeds too. These items originally came from across the sea, but the contents were different from what Xiao Nian expected. The sack held a dozen small bags of various sizes. The young man didn't open the small bags but smiled at Xiao Nian. "Our master brought these back. They are said to be seeds, but no one knows what they are." Many people looked at them and didn't show any interest in buying. "If you think these are useless, I don't mind carrying them back. How much are these seeds?" The young man scratched his head awkwardly. "Our master said no one wants these, so just pay for the shipping fee." Xiao Nian was delighted. "All right, I'll take them." Without waiting for the young man to do anything, she opened another small bag from a different sack. What surprised her even more was that, besides some medicinal herb seeds, there were also chili and tomato seeds. This was like a gift from heaven, giving her another lucky break. Xiao Nian didn't hesitate. Even if the price was a bit higher, she had to take all the seeds, especially since they only asked for the shipping fee. She thought to herself, but kept a calm face. "These seeds are quite strange, but I want to buy them to try." The young man twitched his lips, thinking these seeds would eventually spoil and be thrown away. He didn't expect to meet such a lucky person. Xiao Nian urged him, "Let's settle the bill." The young man felt like he was walking on cotton, dizzy from the excitement. He couldn't calculate the total himself, so he quickly called the shopkeeper. Since there was no business, the shopkeeper was in the backyard counting the accounts. When he heard someone bought so many seeds, including some that were about to be discarded, he didn't dare delay. He hurried to the counter. First, he satisfied his curiosity by seeing what kind of lucky person would buy these useless seeds. Then he smiled and started calculating with an abacus. Soon, the shopkeeper told Xiao Nian happily, "The seeds for grains and vegetables you bought cost a total of 2 taels and 6 qian of silver." He then looked at the strange seeds in the sacks and thought for a moment. "Since you're taking all these seeds, I'll just ask for 2 taels of silver. Seeds from abroad cannot cost only 2 taels of silver for shipping." The shopkeeper, seeing that Xiao Nian didn't look like a wealthy person, was afraid of overcharging and scaring her away. Fortunately, they found a big, naive buyer, so it was good to recover some costs. The seeds in the sack were much cheaper than Xiao Nian expected. Without hesitation, she paid the silver, and the young clerk helped carry everything onto the cart. Xiao Nian looked around the grocery store, bought 1 jean of sugar and 2 jean of salt, then left feeling satisfied. She pushed the wooden cart to a quiet corner, left some chili, tomato, potato, and corn seeds, and stored the rest in her space. She also took out 300 jean of white flour harvested from the space and placed it on the cart. Then she went to the grain shop and bought 20 jean of white rice, enough for her family to eat for a few days. After returning home, she found a chance to plant the empty land with white rice in her space. In 3 days, she would harvest it, and her family would have rice to eat without needing to buy any. However, in this era, white rice was very expensive, 21 per jean. No wonder ordinary families mostly ate coarse rice and black flour. In the city, workers earned only about 20 to 30 won a day, enough to buy only 1.5 jean of white rice. Out of curiosity, Xiao Nian asked about the price of white flour, which was also 21. She looked at the white flour sold in the grain shop, noting its fine texture and color, which were far superior to what she grew in her space. If she sold her white flour, she could easily double the price. But during the apocalypse, food shortages made her afraid, so she was reluctant to sell such good white flour. She placed the white rice on the cart and went to the Spring Revival Hall to find Xiao Chongbai. Xiao Chongbai still looked tense, clutching the silver tightly in his arms, as if he was ready to fight anyone who tried to take it. Seeing his serious attitude, Xiao Nian couldn't help but laugh. "Third brother, it's broad daylight. Don't be so nervous. Little sister, you're back." Xiao Chongbai quickly stood up. "Let's go home quickly. If they were seen by someone with bad intentions outside, it could be dangerous." But Xiao Nian didn't follow Xiao Chongbai's advice and went to the medicine counter. She had been there twice before, only buying some herbs and leaving without really looking around to see what kinds of traditional medicines were available in this era. After taking a closer look, Xiao Nian realized that most of the herbs here were similar to those found in modern pharmacies, except for a few that had come from overseas, such as ginseng, andrographis, picoriza, and senna leaves. She also noticed peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, angelica root, and ginger. To Xiao Nian, these were not particularly valuable as medicines, but they were excellent seasonings. With these available, she now had a good reason to use the spices she had stored in her space. To her surprise, there was even saltpeter for sale. Xiao Nian felt that her trip to the city today had been quite rewarding. Saltpeter could be used to make ice, which would be very useful in summer for cooling off and storing food. Aside from the saltpeter, she only bought small amounts of the other herbs. However, she bought all the saltpeter from the pharmacy, thinking the more, the better. Medicinal herbs were quite expensive in this era. Everything together cost 5 taels of silver. Without hesitation, Xiao Nian paid the money. As they left the pharmacy, Xiao Chongbai looked pained. "Little sister, why are you spending money so carelessly? No one in our family is sick. Why buy all these herbs?" Before he could finish, he noticed the large amount of grain on the cart and was shocked again. "Little sister, why did you buy so much grain?" Xiao Nian realized her third brother was full of questions. Smiling, she said, "Third brother, I didn't buy these herbs to treat anyone. And as for the grain, our family is big, it won't last long." Buying more grain wasn't a big deal, but he still didn't understand why she needed herbs. If it's not for medicine, what are they for? Xiao Nian smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out tonight what they're for." He asked a few more times, but when she refused to explain, he had to hold back his curiosity. On the way home, Xiao Nian also bought some meat and eggs. Watching her spend money so freely made Xiao Chongbai's heart ache, but he knew his sister had her own ideas and wouldn't listen to him, so he kept quiet. Xiao Nian ignored his pained expression and bought whatever she needed. Since she had money now, there was no reason to keep living frugally. Normally, Xiao Chongbai wouldn't want his little sister to work hard pushing a cart all the way. But today he was firm. With so much silver, if it was stolen by bad people, what would happen? He is a man and stronger. If anyone dares to steal the silver, he has a better chance of protecting it than his sister. Luckily, there wasn't much on the cart, so pushing it wasn't too tiring for Xiao Nian. Mrs. Zhao saw Xiao Chongbai and Xiao Nian from afar at their house gate. When she saw Xiao Nian pushing the cart, Her first reaction was to run over and slap Xiao Chongbai on the back. "You're really something. You dare to bully Nian Nian when you're not under my watch." Xiao Chongbai was a bit stunned by the slap. "Mom, I didn't bully my sister." Mrs. Zhao pointed at Xiao Nian and said, "You went out with him, and your sister had to push the cart. Isn't that bullying her?" Xiao Nian found it funny to see her older brother get scolded, so she didn't bother to explain. They were at the house gate, and sometimes passing villagers would see them. Xiao Chongbai preferred to be scolded than explain why he wasn't pushing the cart. So, Mrs. Zhao kept hitting him all the way back to the main house. After placing the silver on the table, Xiao Chongbai finally relaxed a little. But he didn't dare make too much noise about it. "Mom, look at this. It's not too late to scold me after you see it." Mrs. Zhao opened the bag as she was told. Her eyes widened instantly. "Did you sell so much silver from those herbs?" she exclaimed. Then she thought again. No, that can't be. Nian Nian said the herbs she sold yesterday, like the essence and some grass, weren't worth much. Xiao Nian didn't want her mother to waste her brain guessing, so she pulled her to sit down and softly said, "Mom, I found a big Lingji mushroom yesterday and sold it for 2,000 taels." "What?" Mrs. Zhao was so shocked she jumped up from her chair. "How much?" "Say it again." Xiao Chongbai knew his mother would react like this. "Mom, my sister's right. I saw the shopkeeper from Huichun Hall give her the silver." Mrs. Zhao sat back down heavily, staring at Xiao Nian for a long time, tears streaming down her face. "My Nian Nian finally doesn't have to worry about hard days ahead. With this silver, you three can live comfortably for a lifetime." Then she stood up again and bowed to the sky, saying, "Thank you, heaven, for your kindness to my dear Nian. Even if I die, I can rest peacefully." "Mother, what are you talking about? Life is precious. You should live a long and happy life." Xiao Nian knew that since she returned home, her mother hadn't said much, but she was always worried deep inside. Now that she had some money, her mother felt more confident about their future life. It was understandable that she was so excited. Xiao Nian took the opportunity to say, "Mother, I want to buy the land at the foot of the mountain." Zhao was happy at first, thinking heaven was blessing her daughter, but then she was surprised by Xiao Nian's words, that salt-alkali land can't grow crops. "Why buy it? Even though you have a lot of money, you shouldn't waste it like that." Xiao Nian directly shared her idea. "Mother, I want to buy that land to build a house." Zhao immediately refused. "No, that place is too remote. I don't feel safe about it." Xiao Nian knew it wouldn't be easy to convince her mother, but once she made up her mind, she was determined to do it. "Mother, I can build a higher wall around the yard and get 2 dogs to guard it. That should be fine. If not, once the house is built, you and Dad can move in with me. That way you'll feel more at ease." Xiao Nian had also planned this. Zhao and Xiao Liang were her original parents. Since she came back, they had given her endless love and care. She wanted to repay her parents by being a good daughter. Moreover, she planned to find ways to earn more money in the future. The 2 children were still young and needed someone to help take care of them. Having her parents live with her would not only help with the children but also improve their living conditions compared to staying at home. As for her brothers, she sincerely considered them family. But unlike her relationship with her parents, she could help her brothers earn money, but she wouldn't support them without effort. Zhao waved her hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Your father and I have 3 sons. Moving in with you would just make people laugh." At this moment, Xiao Nian wasn't in a hurry to persuade Zhao to live with her. She changed the subject. "Mother, do you agree to me buying that piece of wasteland?" Zhao immediately became serious. "No, I don't feel safe if you move out and live alone." In the end, her words kept circling back to the same point. Xiao Nian could only do her best to persuade, and finally, the Zhao family finally agreed.
This is not a small matter.
Wait until your father and your other 2 brothers come back, and everyone will discuss it together. While they were talking, Xiao Liang returned from the fields with his 2 sons. Mrs. Zhao looked serious and called everyone into the main hall. Also, Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua were called over. Seeing so many people, everyone guessed that something big was happening. "What's going on?" Xiao Liang sat down, took a sip of water, and then asked Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao explained that Xiao Nian had sold her Ganoderma for 2,000 taels of silver to buy the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. At first, everyone was shocked that Xiao Nian's Ganoderma could sell for so much silver, but soon, their concern for her safety took over. Little sister, mother is right. The place is remote. You live alone with the child, and we are worried, said Xiao Chongqing first. Xiao Chongsong echoed, little sister, living alone is indeed unsafe. Second brother also disagrees. Now, 2 more people disagreed. Xiao Nian still used her usual words and added, I know you all mean well, but I have made up my mind. I must do this. Little sister, Jin Xiujuan also looked worried. Father and mother are getting old. You can't let them worry about you. Just as Xiao Nian was about to say something, Qiao Liang spoke first. Since Nian has made up her mind, everyone should stop persuading her. When your house is built, your mother can go and stay with you. That way, we can also feel more at ease. Dad, I mean you and Mom should move there together. Dad and Mom are only in their 40s. How could they be separated because of her? That would be wrong. Qiao Liang waved his hand. Let's decide this first. We can talk about other things later. If it was really necessary, the 2 elders could go and take care of their daughter. As the head of the family, once he agreed, even if others opposed, there was nothing more to say. Xiao Nian didn't expect her father to be the biggest supporter of her. Dad, in that case, I will go to see the village chief this afternoon to discuss buying the land. Qiao Liang looked at his sons. This afternoon, the 3 of you go to the fields. I will go with Nian to the village chief's house. Given such a big matter, Zhou Liang didn't trust a few young kids to handle it. Zhou Nian was about to take out the 5 taels of silver from selling herbs when Wu Kaihua spoke first. Little sister, how much silver did we earn from selling the herbs yesterday? Everyone's eyes turned to Wu Kaihua, and her eager look didn't escape their notice. Mrs. Zhao frowned and said, Why? Are you worried that your little sister secretly kept the silver for herself? Zhou Chongsong also looked displeased. Shut up. How much silver we got from selling the herbs has nothing to do with you. At first, Wu Kaihua felt guilty after being scolded by her mother-in-law. But when she heard Zhou Chongsong say the silver had nothing to do with her, she felt a little wronged. I worked hard climbing the mountain to pick herbs. How can you say the silver has nothing to do with me? Zhou Chongsong was annoyed. Yesterday, it was your little sister who taught us how to identify herbs. Without her, could you tell which plants are herbs? Besides, our family is managed by my mother. Even if the herbs are sold for silver, it all goes to her. Why are you so worried? Wu Kaihua was speechless, but only she knew her inner dissatisfaction. Zhou Nian initially thought her second sister-in-law was honest, but after observing for a few days, she realized the whole family considered her the most petty. Well, whatever. She was about to move out soon, and everyone would live their own lives behind closed doors. It wouldn't affect her. She decided to pretend nothing had happened and placed the 5 taels of silver on the table. Mother, this is the silver from selling the herbs yesterday. It's a total of 5 taels, except for Zhou Zhonghua, who already knew. Everyone else's eyes widened at the sight of the silver. Zhou Nian had said yesterday that the herbs weren't very valuable. Everyone thought they might get 1 or 2 silver coins, which would be good enough. But it turned out to be 5 taels. If Wu Kaihua hadn't just been scolded, she would probably have jumped up to ask how much she could get. Zhou Nian pushed the silver toward Mrs. Zhao. Mother, you decide how to divide this. Mrs. Zhao didn't refuse. In the past, our family earned little silver, so it was all kept by me for household expenses. I never gave you any private money. Today, since we earned more, I'll make the decision. Your father and I will take 1 tael for household use, and the remaining 4 taels will be divided among you 4 siblings, each getting 1 tael. Xiao Nian thought her mother's distribution was very reasonable. Most of the medicinal herbs collected yesterday were gathered by her brothers and sister-in-law. She only told them which herbs were which. Zhao didn't care whether everyone agreed and directly divided the money. Wu Kaihua received her share and quickly put it into her pocket. Jin Xiujuan looked at Xiao Chongqing, and the couple seemed to understand each other, without words. Little sister, without you, we wouldn't have earned this money. My older brother and I decided to give you half. Qiao Changbo was even more straightforward, directly giving the silver he received to Qiao Nian. Little sister, you can have this part too. Qiao Chongsong also had this idea, but Wu Kaihua quickly pocketed her share before he could. Now, seeing the other two brothers also want to give some money to their little sister, his face darkened. Our money should also be split with little sister, half for her. Wu Kaihua wanted to object but was glared at fiercely by Qiao Chongsong, so she had to reluctantly take out her share and give half to Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian quickly refused, saying, "Big brother, third brother, second brother, and sister-in-law. What are you doing? Everyone worked hard collecting herbs yesterday. I only moved my mouth a little. This money belongs to you. Take it back." Zhao saw this and felt both pleased that her children understood each other and annoyed by Wu Caihua's petty attitude. "Big brother and third brother, Nian Nian has accepted your kindness, but since this money is meant for you, keep it for yourselves." Nian Nian is right. Everyone worked hard yesterday, and the days ahead are long. We will help each other more in the future, not just now. She paused and looked at Xiao Liang. Since it's decided, go to the village chief's house this afternoon to handle the important matters. Nian Nian, buying land and building a house is a big deal. The money should be spent carefully. If it's not enough, the family will think of other ways. After speaking, Zhao waved her hand. All right, everyone do what they need to do. Jin Xiujuan went straight to the kitchen, planning to cook. The Qiao brothers also turned to leave, but saw Wu Kaihua standing still, without moving. Zhao asked coldly, "Do you have anything else to say?" Wu Kaihua twirled two fingers together, looking hesitant to speak. Zhao, who was straightforward and impatient, disliked this kind of hesitation. "If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll go do my work." Wu Kaihua mustered her courage and spoke, "Mother, my younger sister sold her spiritual mushroom for 2,000 taels. Why do you only share the money from selling herbs? Isn't my sister part of this family? We all share our earnings equally. Now that she is part of this family, shouldn't her 2,000 taels be shared too?" Suddenly, Zhang Chongqing, who had just reached the door, heard Wu Caihua's words and quickly turned back. He slapped her hard across the face. Wu Kaihua covered her cheek, tears falling instantly. She looked at Zhang Chongqing and shouted, "You actually hit me? You know how hard life has been since I married into the Zhang family. Others may not understand, but do not know? Whenever we save some silver, it's used to help my sister-in-law. Look at Zhang Zhuang, he's 6 years old now, thin and small, not even taller than a 5-year-old. Now that she's divorced and has returned home with her child, she is part of this family. In the past, all the silver we earned was given to my mother. Why should she keep all the silver she earns? Is that fair?" Zhang Nian knew that Wu Caihua's words weren't baseless. In her memory, the original owner was indeed like that. She had taken over this body and was loved and cared for by the original family. She also planned to help the family by making up for what the original owner lacked. But that didn't mean she could give all her earnings away. She couldn't do that, and she had never thought that way. "Second sister-in-law, I understand you're unhappy with my past actions and have some resentment. I can understand that. I am now trying to change and am willing to learn how to make money from herbs with you. Today's earnings from selling herbs weren't kept by just one person but were shared fairly among everyone. In the future, I will teach you more ways to earn money. As long as you're not lazy, I believe life will get better and better. As for the 2,000 taels from selling the spiritual mushroom, my parents didn't think I needed to hand over that money. Even if I give these silver coins to my mother, sister-in-law, you won't get a single penny. On the day I returned, I already returned all the silver I took from home in front of everyone." Wu Kaihua didn't think that made sense. If you really knew how to make money, why haven't you done so all these years? In the Leaf family, if you could earn money, your mother-in-law and husband wouldn't let you leave. Wu Kaihua, what are you talking about? Mrs. Zhao coldly looked at Wu Kaihua. The 1 or 2 silver coins you just received, isn't that money you earned from your own efforts? Besides, your father and I are still alive. It's not your place to tell us how to handle the silver. Qiao Chongsong felt very embarrassed. The whole family appreciated his younger sister for earning money, but his wife was the only one opposing. "Shut up and stop causing trouble, or I might really divorce you," he threatened. The younger sister risked so much to gather the Lingji mushrooms. How could a sister-in-law have the nerve to covet them? Wu Kaihua had never seen Xiao Chongsong so angry before. Even if she felt resentful, she didn't dare say anything more. After all this fuss, Xiao Nian decided she needed to quickly plan buying land and building a house. Although everyone was upset, Xiao Nian still took lunch seriously. She called her eldest sister-in-law and mother to help carry the things she bought today. Mrs. Zhao saw how much Xiao Nian bought and couldn't help but scold her a little. But even as she scolded, she felt somewhat relieved. Her daughter had earned money and was thinking about the family's life, buying so much grain. She initially thought the bags contained black flour and happily said, "Save some of this black flour to eat. It's enough for our family's 3 months of food." When Xiao Nian opened the bags, Mrs. Zhao suddenly stopped talking and her smile froze on her face. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Nian Nian, isn't this black flour you bought?" Xiao Nian smiled and replied, "Mother, black flour doesn't taste good. I bought 300 jin of white flour." "How much?" Mrs. Zhao almost couldn't believe her ears. "You, a spendthrift child, 300 jin of white flour must have cost a lot of silver. If it were black flour, our family wouldn't run out of it in a year." Mrs. Zhao felt her heart ache and started to worry about Nian Nian's future life. This way of spending money, not to mention 2,000 taels, even 10,000 taels would be spent all at once. Xiao Nian didn't expect her mother to react so strongly. "Mom, earning silver is to live a better life. In the past, we didn't have silver, so it was okay. Now that we do, why should we suffer?" She knew Zhao's family was worried about their grandchildren. Look at Xiao Lei and the others. They are all thin and small. If they keep eating poorly, aren't you worried they won't grow tall? Although Zhao was worried about money, she also thought her daughter had a point.
Well,
"Since you've bought it, let's just save some for later." Xiao Nian, saving on food? Wouldn't that mean going hungry? She didn't care what her mother thought. She would do things her own way. Jin Xiujuan, standing nearby, didn't say anything but shared similar thoughts with Zhao. She thought her younger sister was spending money recklessly, but also believed her words made sense. No matter what, she was grateful to Xiao Nian. As for the things Xiao Nian had done before, Jin Xiujuan chose to forgive her. After all, since she returned from separation, she not only paid back the money she owed, but also brought them to learn how to gather herbs and make money. Seeing Xiao Nian confidently filling a big basin with white flour, Jin Xiujuan quickly advised her, "Little sister, with such good flour, your parents and the children can have some to eat. My husband and I will just eat coarse grains." Xiao Nian had noticed recently that her sister-in-law was straightforward but not mean-spirited. Unlike the second sister-in-law, who seemed honest but would show her true colors when it came to interests. "Big sister-in-law, I bought so much grain just to make sure my family eats well. Don't just think about saving. Think about earning more silver so that we can have good food every day." Seeing Xiao Nian say this, Jin Xiujuan didn't try to persuade her anymore. Xiao Nian prepared to make dumplings for lunch. Jin Xiujuan took the initiative to chop the meat. Zhao was worried about the cost and went to knead the dough, and the task of seasoning naturally fell to Xiao Nian. They had stored winter cabbage, so Xiao Nian made pork and cabbage filling. Wu Kaihua, upset, didn't show her face after being pulled back to her room by Xiao Chongsong. It wasn't until the dumplings were cooked and they sat down to eat that she came out, holding Xiao Jing. Instead of helping to set the bowls and chopsticks as before, she sat with the children at the table, waiting to eat. Zhou Chongsong saw her like that and felt angry again. Zhou Nian saw this and immediately pulled Zhou Chongsong aside. "Second brother, dumplings are best when hot." She didn't like second sister-in-law, but she didn't want her actions to cause trouble between her brother and his wife. Anyway, she wouldn't stay in this house for long. After moving out, others would still go on with their lives. Facing Zhou Nian, Zhou Chongsong felt sorry. "Little sister, your second sister-in-law is not sensible. Don't mind her. If she says more nonsense later, second brother will teach her a lesson." Zhou Nian smiled and patted Zhou Chongsong's arm. "Second brother, we're family. I don't mind." Zhou Chongsong saw that Zhou Nian's words seemed sincere and finally relaxed. Mrs. Zhao had already called everyone to start eating. The children looked very excited. Usually they only get to eat dumplings during the New Year. Especially Yun Zhou and Xing Yao. Grandma Cui was mean. Even during the New Year, she only allowed them to share one dumpling. One dumpling for 2 kids, and before they could taste it, it was already gone. Zhou Nian felt sorry for the children and finally gave them her own dumpling. At that time, Yun Zhou and Xing Yao said together that dumplings were the best food in the world. But now it was different. The dumplings Zhou Nian made today were enough for the whole family. She put several in their bowls. She patiently reminded them, "Don't rush to eat. Be careful, it's hot." When children see their favorite food, they can't help but want to eat it immediately. They didn't listen to their mother's warning. The dumplings were so hot they hissed, but they still wanted to eat right away. The others weren't much better. These dumplings were much tastier than those they usually eat during the New Year. Not only was the filling meatier, but the flavor was also perfect. Most importantly, the white flour skin was very chewy and fragrant, much better than the flour they usually eat. At the table, only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking could be heard. The dumplings smelled so good. Despite that, everyone tried to control themselves, thinking that if they ate less, the family could enjoy more. Only Wu Kaihua was different. She had just put a dumpling in her mouth, then reached for another with her chopsticks, holding it near her mouth, waiting to eat. Whenever there was a little space in her mouth, she would immediately put in the next dumpling. Not only that, she kept adding dumplings to Qiao Zhuang's bowl. Qiao Zhuang was starting to feel full, but she kept urging the children to eat more. At first, Qiao Chongsong tried to tolerate Wu Caihua's actions. Thinking that Wu Kaihua had been with him for many years and hadn't had a good life, he decided to let her eat a few more. But later, when everyone was almost done eating, Wu Kaihua, who was clearly already full, still forced food into her mouth. Qiao Chongsong couldn't hold back anymore. Wu Kaihua, enough. Are you afraid of choking yourself to death by eating so much? Wu Caihua's mouth was full of dumplings, so she couldn't reply. Zhao Shi also looked annoyed and scolded her. Just now, you were criticizing Nian Nian for earning money, but not sharing with the family. She bought things with her own money, and no one eats as much as you do. Wu Kaihua hurried to defend herself, trying to swallow her food quickly. But it backfired. She was already too full, and when she tried to swallow, the food in her stomach started to come back up. She was reluctant to spit it out and held it in, her face turning red from the effort. Frightened, Qiao Chongsong didn't bother to scold her anymore and pulled her away into the yard. In the end, Wu Kaihua couldn't hold it anymore and vomited all the dumplings she had eaten. Qiao Chongsong couldn't help but lose his temper and kicked her. Are you eating out of spite? You're clearly full, but you still insist on eating. Wu Kaihua finally managed to speak, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she sobbed loudly. Woo-woo. All this delicious food is wasted. I vomited it all. Woo-woo. Everyone looked at her with mixed feelings, feeling both pity and anger. Zhao Shi scolded Qiao Chongsong. Take her back to her room to rest. You clean up in the yard. Qiao Chongsong, with a dark face, took Wu Kaihua back to her room. Whether he scolded her again, no one knew. Qiao Liang took Qiao Nian and went to the village chief's house. At that moment, the village chief was about to go to the fields. When he saw the father and daughter coming, he put down his hoe. The village chief was a middle-aged man with an honest-looking face, giving the impression of being very straightforward. Did third brother Qiao come to see me? Qiao Liang smiled and handed over 5 jin of white flour that Qiao Nian had prepared. We came to buy that piece of wasteland at the foot of the mountain. The village chief was surprised and pushed back the white flour that Qiao Liang offered. Brother Qiao, what can you do with that saline alkali land if you buy it? Qiao Liang didn't argue with the village chief. He placed the cloth bag in the yard, then looked at Qiao Nian with a helpless expression before speaking slowly. The village chief probably heard that my daughter, Nian Nian, has returned to her mother's home. She wants to buy that land to build a house and live alone as a single woman. The village chief looked surprised. Brother Qiao, I must say, are you sure about letting her live alone with her child? And Nian Nian is still young. She will probably marry again. What's the point of building a house? Qiao Liang had thought about this too. But he noticed that after Nian Nian and Li returned, she became more independent. What Nian Nian decides can't be changed just by others' opinions. That's why Qiao Liang didn't oppose her plan to buy land and build a house today. He didn't want to explain all this to the village chief. Village chief, whether Nian Nian marries again or finds a good match, it's her own decision. Right now, she has no plans to remarry. Our family will listen to her wishes. The village chief's advice was well-meaning, but he wouldn't impose his own ideas on others. All right, then I will go with you to measure the land now. The three of them went to the barren land that Nian Nian liked. Nian Nian carefully observed it. She estimated that the land was at least 20 acres. She mainly wanted to buy the land to build a house. As for her ideas about planting herbs or growing mushrooms, they were just thoughts. If there's a better way to make a living, she wasn't very interested in farming. Clearly, besides building a house, the land had no other use for now. But to avoid being disturbed, she decided to buy the entire piece of wasteland. It cost only a few silver coins per acre, totaling at most 20 or so silver coins. Village chief, I want to buy this land. Please help measure it. The village chief was surprised again. You're building a house and you need so much land. Honestly, even the big landlord's yard in the neighboring village isn't that large. Nian Nian chuckled softly, not wanting to explain too much. Village chief, I have my own plans. Please help with the measurement. The village chief looked at Qiao Liang. Seeing that he didn't object at all, he stopped arguing and called for someone to help measure the land. 20 acres of land seemed quite large at first glance. Qiao Liang and the village chief marked the boundaries with small sticks. Then, the village chief asked Qiao Nian, once the land is measured, officials will come to inspect it. If everything is okay, you can go to the town office to get the land deed. He added, later I will send someone to invite the officials. How quickly you get the deed depends on their work. Qiao Liang knew his daughter was eager and said, Village chief, I will go to the town myself to invite the officials. Seeing how much he supported his daughter, the village chief gave him a meaningful look and left with his hands behind his back, which was a silent approval. Qiao Nian knew her father was going to the town to give some gifts to the officials, hoping to speed up the inspection process. She took out 2 taels of silver from her space and handed it to him, saying, Father, keep this for when you need it. Qiao Liang was planning to ask Zhao for some silver, but since his daughter gave him money, he didn't refuse and went straight to the town. While he was away, Qiao Nian returned home. Jean Xiujuan had been waiting in the yard. She said, Little sister, the older sister still wants to go into the mountains this afternoon to pick herbs. Older sister, the herbs I showed you yesterday are probably in other parts of the mountain too. You should keep collecting those today. Little sister, are you not planning to go up the mountain today? Jean Xiujuan asked. Qiao Nian smiled and explained, Father went to the city to invite officials for the land inspection. I want to stay at home and wait. Since she wasn't going up the mountain, Jean Xiujuan looked a bit disappointed. She wanted to learn more about herbs with her younger sister. But since her sister had other plans, she didn't insist. Qiao Chongqing and Qiao Chongsong needed to work in the fields, so Qiao Chongbai took his 2 sisters-in-law into the mountains. Wu Kaihua was unhappy with Qiao Nian, but she was not lazy. She was eager to help earn silver. Once her brothers and sisters-in-law left, only Qiao Nian, Zhao, and the children remained at home. Xiao Lei was also planning to take his younger brothers and sisters to release the ducks. He first went to the backyard to herd the ducks out, with his younger siblings following behind. Watching the ducks waddle in a line, ready to go outside, Qiao Nian's mind filled with images of delicious food again. Just then, Zhao came out and Qiao Nian couldn't wait to ask, Mother, I want to kill a few ducks to eat. Zhao's daughter. Her appetite is really getting bigger. She wants to eat duck and immediately asks to kill several. Well, she's the boss, after all, because she spoils her daughter. Kill as many as you want, just go ahead. Hee hee, I knew mother is the best. Qiao Nian chuckled happily, coaxing Zhao. Seeing Zhao no longer look so distressed, she ran out of the yard and caught up with some children. Qiao Nian chose 3 male ducks that hadn't laid eggs. Soon, she cleaned the ducks thoroughly. She separated the duck heads, necks, wings, legs, gizzards, tongues, and broken bones into different piles. The remaining meat and bones were used to make soup. In her space, there are recipes for all kinds of delicious foods. Today, she planned to make one of her favorite dishes from before the apocalypse, spicy duck snacks. She bought several seasonings at the pharmacy today. A few days ago, she saw Sichuan pepper trees in the mountains. Although it wasn't the season to pick Sichuan pepper, she was sure they existed in this era. Using the Sichuan pepper in her space wouldn't be a problem. She also had chili seeds, so she wasn't worried about lacking ingredients later. Following the recipe, she prepared the seasonings and made a spice packet. Using this spice packet, the kitchen soon filled with a familiar, tempting aroma. She secretly fried some spicy oil. After the dish was ready, she mixed in a bit. The flavor was absolutely delicious. Just as her spicy duck snacks finished cooking, Zhao followed the smell to check. Nian Nian, what are you making? I've never smelled this before, but it smells wonderful. Qiao Nian handed Zhao a duck leg. Mother, try this. Zhao waved her hand. Just these few pieces. Let the children have some. Qiao Nian pushed the duck leg forward. Mother, this has a strong flavor. The children probably can't handle it. Zhao looked a bit surprised. Huh? Qiao Nian didn't want to explain too much. According to the original owner's memory, no one here had ever eaten spicy food before. She was eager for Zhao to taste it just to see how people in ancient times accepted spicy flavors. Seeing she couldn't refuse, Zhao, who was already tempted by the delicious smell, reached out and took the duck leg. She took a bite, and her face immediately changed. The sudden spicy sensation made Zhao stick out her tongue, and her eyes welled up with tears.
Oh,
What's that smell? Spicy and numbing, like it's on fire. She fans herself with her hand, but can't help licking her lips.
wow.
It smells so good. The more I eat, the more I want it. Qiao Nian laughs at her mother's reaction and quickly offers a bowl of warm water. Mom, eat slowly. That's just how it tastes, spicy and numbing. At first, it might be strange, but the more you eat, the more you like it. After drinking half a bowl of water and catching her breath, Zhao Shi recalls the taste and agrees. It's true. The more she eats, the more she craves it. She takes another bite, chewing carefully to savor the flavor. And this time, it's much smoother. The meat is delicious, and I even want to suck the bones clean. Her eyes light up. Nian Nian, what's in your head? Where did you learn this? Qiao Nian had already prepared her story and speaks mysteriously in a low voice. Mom, I learned it from a book of miscellaneous notes I saw at Li Yongnian's place. Zhao Shi doesn't doubt her, but has other questions. Where did you get these seasonings? Mom, didn't you hear third brother yelling today? Saying I was wasting money buying all sorts of herbs. These seasonings are made from those useless herbs third brother was talking about. Zhao Shi affectionately taps Qiao Nian's forehead. You really are clever. Just as Qiao Nian takes a bite of a duck neck, a loud voice comes from outside. What's that smell? It makes my mouth water just smelling it. This voice is familiar to Qiao Nian. It's the official who once bought her a white porcelain snuff bottle. She quickly puts down the duck neck and walks outside. Sir, why are you coming personally? Qiao Nian didn't expect this. The official smiles warmly, without any airs of authority. My surname is Niao. From now on, just call me Mayor Niao. Qiao Nian knows he's a town mayor, but he's just an assistant promoted by the county magistrate to help her. He has no official rank.
She calls him that out of respect.
She quickly changes her tone. Thank you, Mayor Niao. Please come in and rest. Qiao Liang also politely invites him into the house. Mayor Niao doesn't refuse and follows Qiao Liang into the yard. Zhao Shi quickly brings a chair for Mayor Niao. Mayor Niao sniffed and asked curiously, What delicious food are you making at your home? The smell is so tempting. Qiao Nian knew that Mayor Niao had come to Greenwater Village with his father, probably to check on the abandoned land. But she never expected that the town mayor would come personally. No matter what, since the mayor was here and kept asking about the smell, Qiao Nian couldn't be stingy at this moment. She turned and went into the kitchen, took some of the duck dishes, and placed them on a plate in front of Mayor Niao. Please forgive me, Mayor Niao. These are snacks I made myself. If you don't mind, please try them. What Xiao Nian didn't know was that Mayor Niu loved good food in his daily life, and he also enjoyed a little drink. Even when working outside, he couldn't resist the temptation of tasty food. "Miss Qiao, what is this?" Xiao Nian smiled and explained, "This is called spicy duck snacks. It's spicy and flavorful, and it's a great dish to go with drinks." Mayor Niu was polite and, after listening to the explanation, picked up a duck wing and started eating. The duck wing didn't have much meat on it, so he didn't bite into a big piece like Xiao did earlier with the duck leg. He just took a small bite, tasting a little skin and meat. Xiao Nian thought that Mayor Niu might find the spicy flavor a bit strange at first, like her mother did when she first tried it. But Mayor Niu's reaction surprised her. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he kept tasting and found it more and more delicious. He couldn't help but praise sincerely, "This is really tasty. The flavor is amazing." Xiao Nian was very happy and asked, "Does Mayor Niu really think it's good?" Mayor Niu took another bite of the duck neck, squinted happily, and then said, "I never lie. If it's good, it's really good." He added, "I love good food and I'm quite picky. If I praise it like this, it must be truly delicious." Now, Xiao Nian felt even more confident. Today, she made spicy duck snacks partly to satisfy her own craving and partly because she was thinking that if possible, she could start a business selling duck snacks with her family. After all, Greenwater Village had plenty of ducks, and every household raised them. Thinking of this, Xiao Nian directly asked, "Do you think selling those duck products in the city would make money, Mayor Niu?" Upon hearing this, Mayor Niu's eyes brightened. "Sell them, of course. Such delicious food. I will be the first to support it." Next to them, Qiao Liang looked very nervous. Regardless of the mayor's rank, he was still an official. He felt a bit uneasy because of the official's presence. If not for that, he would have already asked his wife about what kind of delicacy this was, as it was making the mayor so excited. But he was quick to react. Seeing the mayor enjoying the food, he asked Zhao Shi to bring out half a jar of wine they had saved for the new year. Such a good snack to go with the wine. Mayor Niu didn't see himself as an outsider and drank 2 glasses right away. Xiao Nian noticed that Mayor Niu was the kind who liked to eat and have fun. His alcohol tolerance was not great, but he still wanted to drink. After 2 glasses, he started talking more. While eating, Mayor Niu said to Xiao Nian, "I heard you're the one planning to buy the wasteland. I came here personally. Do you want to know why?" Xiao Nian was very curious. "Please, Mayor Niu, enlighten me." Mayor Niu took another sip of wine, then carefully took out a snuff bottle from his pocket. "It's because of this. Many people envy it so much when they see it. Your gift really touched my heart. This time, I came here personally to return the favor, so that's how it was." Xiao Nian didn't expect that giving away something worth just over 10 yuan in modern money could make a mayor appreciate her. That was really good. In the future, if she started a small business with her family, building a good relationship with the mayor could be a strong support. Mayor Niu finished speaking to himself and continued eating and drinking. Watching this, Qiao Liang's lips kept twitching. Mayor Niu was really a foodie. Seeing delicious food, he even forgot why he came here. Although he was thinking this to himself, Qiao Liang didn't dare remind him. Even if the mayor was drunk today and couldn't check the wasteland, he had to accept it. As the drinking continued, Mayor Niu's words became more and more numerous. "Let me tell you a secret," Xiao Nian said with a smile, seeing his mysterious look. "Go ahead, Mayor." Mayor Niu lowered his voice. "It's about your ex-husband, Li Yongnian. He came to see me this morning. He gave me 10 taels of silver and asked me to change his sister's birth date on her household registration." Zhou Nian first thought of the gossip the little beggar mentioned, that the young master of the Fu family in the city was seriously ill and needed a girl born in the year of the rabbit on the 6th day of June to bring good luck. Could he be planning to change his sister's birth date to June 6th? County Magistrate Niu pointed with his finger. Smart. He's planning to change his sister's birth date to June 6th. Zhou Nian couldn't help but smile. "Did you help him change it?" County Magistrate Niu deliberately looked stern. "Who do you think I am? I love money, but I wouldn't take just any bribe." Zhou Nian had already noticed that Magistrate Niu was a decent person. Although he had some small power and liked a little profit, he wouldn't do anything immoral. Because of this, Zhou Nian didn't mind giving him some spicy duck snacks. After finishing his last sip of wine, Magistrate Liao felt satisfied and stood up, not forgetting his purpose for coming. He called to Zhou Liang, "Let's go. Let's see the land you chose." Zhou Liang took Magistrate Liao to see the 10 acres of land that had been measured, and Zhou Nian followed along. It was clear that Magistrate Liao was in a good mood today. Plus, he was a bit tipsy, so after a quick look, he directly agreed. "No problem here. You can go to the town anytime to handle the land deed." When they finished inspecting the land and were about to leave, a group of little kids herded ducks back from the pond. Yunzhou and Xingyao saw Zhou Nian and ran over on short legs, each hugging her big leg. Xingyao pouted and begged, "Mommy, I still want to eat that big fish from yesterday." Zhou Nian picked up her soft and sticky daughter and gently tapped her little head. "Okay, Mommy will make fish for Xingyao." Zhou Liang also politely said to Magistrate Liao, "Sir, would you like to stay for a meal before leaving?" It was just a polite offer, but Magistrate Liao was so straightforward that he immediately agreed. "Sure." Xiao Liang did not see his daughter catch fish himself and thought it was not suitable for a girl to do such things. He said, "Later, let your brothers go fishing and you can go home with Dad." Xiao Nian shook her head. "Dad, I can do it." Seeing her insist, Xiao Liang did not argue further. "All right, be careful." After sending everyone away, Xiao Nian went to the pond where she had fished last time. Last time, catching fish with a bamboo stick was easy, but it was simpler to just put the fish she saw into her space. She observed for a moment, saw no one around, and then looked into the pond to find her target. Soon, she locked onto a big grass carp. With a thought, the lively, jumping fish appeared inside her space. Using this method, Xiao Nian caught 3 large grass carps. With these 3 fish, plus the duck soup she made at noon, her family would have enough to eat. She then headed back along the pond's edge. As she walked, she unexpectedly found several yellow catfish. Yellow catfish have tender meat and taste great when cooked with soy sauce and braised. Without hesitation, she put all of them into her space. Xiao Nian thought, since yellow catfish have appeared, there must be more than just these few. She continued searching. When she left, she was satisfied to have caught over 20 yellow catfish, each longer than her hand. Back home, her father was chatting with Mayor Liao. A few children were playing in the corner of the yard. Mrs. Zhao knew that Mayor Liao was staying for dinner, so she didn't dare slack off and called her 2 daughters-in-law early to help prepare. Fortunately, today Xiao Nian bought white rice and flour from the city. Usually, they only eat coarse grains, so they wouldn't dare to serve them to guests. Xiao Nian caught the fish and cleaned them carefully inside her space before carrying them home in a basket. Once home, she went straight to the kitchen to start working. Because Mayor Liao was returning to the town, dinner was prepared a bit earlier. Xiao Nian personally cooked all the dishes. She made a braised grass carp for the children, and 2 other fish were prepared with spicy flavors. The braised yellow catfish was fragrant and steaming, along with the spicy duck meat and delicious duck soup she had made at noon. Since there was a lot of meat, to avoid feeling greasy, Xiao Nian also prepared a simple, refreshing cabbage salad. Early in the morning, Xiao Liang sent Xiao Chongbai to buy a jar of wine from the town. Just as the meal was served, Xiao Chongbai returned with the wine. Mayor Liao had seen many kinds of delicious food, but in his opinion, nothing he had eaten before was as good as this meal from the Qiao family. Especially their special spicy flavor, which was very addictive. He couldn't help but drink a little more. The Qiao brothers had hired a villager's ox cart to send the mayor back home. Sitting on the cart, Mayor Liao patted Xiao Chongqing's shoulder and said, "Your family could open a restaurant in the city. With me here to help, there won't be any problems." Opening a restaurant? Xiao Chongqing had never even thought about it, but since Mayor Liao said so, he didn't argue. He just nodded and agreed. At the Qiao house, besides Xiao Chongqing, who went to send Mayor Liao, everyone else was gathered around Xiao Nian. "Little sister, if you sell spicy duck products in the city, you'll definitely make money." Xiao Nian was thinking about asking her family if they wanted to try making spicy duck products to sell in the city. She continued based on Xiao Chongsong's question, "Get up early tomorrow, kill a few ducks, and make spicy duck products to try selling in the city." Mrs. Zhao heard that Xiao Nian wanted to kill ducks and, although she understood it was for earning money, she still felt a bit sad. Nian Nian, how many ducks do you want to kill? Our ducks just started laying eggs, and it's a pity to kill them. Xiao Nian knew her mother took care of the ducks in the backyard every day, collecting eggs and waiting until they had enough to exchange for money in the city. Ducks lay eggs, so killing them was a pity, but Xiao Nian was thinking about selling the ducks, not killing her family's own. Mom, every household in the village raises ducks. I think many families have more than us. Tomorrow morning you can help me go to other families and buy a few ducks. She was worried her mother would feel sad about losing money, so she added, "Don't worry, Mom. These spicy duck products will definitely make money and won't lose out." Mrs. Zhao, caught off guard, smiled awkwardly and said, "All right, I'll handle it. I'll go buy ducks early tomorrow." That night, Xiao Nian quietly entered her space again. She planted rice in half of the remaining land and grew a few other vegetables. The next morning, before dawn, Mrs. Zhao got up. Since Xiao Nian was used to waking up early in the apocalyptic world, she woke up as soon as her mother moved. The mother and daughter both got up together. After washing up, Zhao went to the village to collect ducks, while Xiao Nian went to prepare in the kitchen. When she entered the kitchen, Wu Kaihua was there too. She had already boiled a large pot of water. Her attitude was as if nothing had happened yesterday. "Little sister, I know you need to handle the ducks this morning. The hot water is already boiled for you." Because of what happened yesterday, Xiao Nian didn't have a good impression of Wu Kaihua. But since she was her sister-in-law, even if she didn't like her, she wouldn't show it openly. "Thank you, second sister-in-law. It's no trouble at all." Wu Caihua's smile looked awkward. "Little sister, if you need any help here, just tell me and I'll do it." Xiao Nian immediately saw through Wu Caihua's intentions. She just wanted to learn how to make spicy duck delicacies. Xiao Nian didn't plan to hide her interest in making spicy duck from her family, but from Wu Caihua's behavior, it was clear her motives weren't pure. They seemed a bit greedy. Xiao Nian's rebellious side came out. The more Wu Kaihua wanted to teach her, the more she refused to let her know the recipe. Anyway, she used a whole spice packet for her spicy duck. As long as she kept the spice packet hidden when the dish was ready, no one would know what ingredients she used. She also had spicy oil, but right now only she had chili peppers in her space. Even if she learned the recipe without the ingredients, it wouldn't help. Just then, Zhao came back carrying 5 ducks. Most villagers raised ducks, but duck meat was quite fishy. Poor people couldn't afford to eat it and the rich didn't like it, so duck prices were usually lower than chicken. Zhao paid 50 coins for a big, fat adult duck. The same size chicken would cost at least 80 or 90 coins. Today, Wu Kaihua was especially eager. When she saw Zhao bringing back the ducks, she took the initiative to help process them. Jin Xiujuan came out of her room, smiling proudly at her. The two sisters-in-law had always gotten along well over the years. Until yesterday, Wu Kaihua revealed her true nature, and Jin Xiujuan didn't want to bother with her anymore. Seeing Wu Caihua's smug smile directed at her, Jin Xiujuan felt confused. But she said nothing and rolled up her sleeves to help with the work. Xiao Nian gave instructions. Wu Kaihua hurried to operate, dividing the duck properly. After blanching, they began to braise and cook. Wu Kaihua watched as Xiao Nian put a spice packet into the pot. She couldn't help but ask, "Little sister, is this the seasoning?" Xiao Nian smiled gently. "Yes, the key to delicious duck is these spices." "Little sister, what exactly is inside this spice packet?" Wu Kaihua continued to ask. "Wu Kaihua, are you asking too many questions?" Zhao Shi had noticed her unusual behavior early on and was worried she might do something annoying again, so she kept an eye on her. "Mother," Wu Kaihua was scolded, looking quite upset. "I was just asking casually. Once I learn how to make spicy duck, it will be easier for me too." Xiao Nian looked at her with a half-smile. "Second sister-in-law, I've already made small packets of the spices for the spicy duck. Just put one in the soup when you cook. Even if you don't know exactly what's inside, you can still help." "Did you hear that?" Zhao Shi looked at Wu Kaihua with displeasure. "You don't need to know what spices are used." Wu Kaihua felt that ever since Xiao Nian and Li returned, not only had her husband scolded her, but her mother-in-law also often reprimanded her. Thinking of this, Wu Kaihua felt very wronged. She wiped her tears, ran into the house, and, carrying a small bundle, took Xiao Jing and left the house. Xiao Chongsong came out from inside the house and asked, "Where are you taking the child?" Wu Kaihua, tears in her eyes, replied, "You all don't like me. I'm leaving." Xiao Chongsong had just woken up and was still a bit confused. "Who doesn't like you? What are you causing trouble for?" Seeing that she was about to go to her mother's house, and her husband not only didn't stop her, but also said she was causing trouble, Wu Kaihua felt even more wronged. She didn't explain anything and turned around with her daughter to leave. She thought that, in this way, Xiao Chongsong would come after her. But after walking quite a distance, she didn't see him anywhere. Zhao Shi told Xiao Chongsong to go and persuade Wu Kaihua to come back. Xiao Chongsong was angry. He had been causing trouble for 2 days, and this time, he didn't listen to Zhao Shi's words at all. Wu Kaihua kept looking back every few steps. When she reached the village entrance, she still didn't see Xiao Chongsong's figure. Even if she felt embarrassed, she could only carry her child and return alone. She had already decided her reason for coming back. It was because Xiao Jing didn't have enough clothes to change, and it was inconvenient to stay at her mother's house. On the Qiao family's side, nothing changed because of Wu Caihua's fuss. The kitchen was filled with the unique aroma of spicy duck dishes. Villagers passing by in front of the Qiao family's house couldn't help but stretch their necks to look inside. Since most families were not well off and rarely ate meat throughout the year, they couldn't resist the tempting smell. When they saw Zhao come out of the kitchen, someone couldn't help but ask, "Third sister-in-law, what are you making? It smells so good." Zhao glanced at everyone and casually replied, "Nothing special, just the ducks you all raise at home." "What? Ducks can smell this good?" Someone continued to ask. Zhao explained as Qiao Nian instructed. The recipe for making these ducks was given by Mayor Niao. "We helped prepare them and then sent them to the city." Qiao Nian mentioned that if anyone asked about the recipe, she would just say it was from Mayor Niao. Last night, she had drunk too much and couldn't remember anything. This trick worked well. When those curious about the recipe heard it was from the mayor, they all kept quiet. In a large iron pot, spicy duck dishes were boiling. Qiao Nian also cooked some duck soup separately, which she planned to send to her grandmother. Her grandmother was old and had trouble chewing, so spicy food wasn't suitable for her. The duck soup was different. Qiao Nian secretly added some flavoring ingredients, and the meat was cooked until tender, perfect for the elderly. Once the spicy duck dishes were ready, everyone knew they were meant to be sold in the city. Despite their craving, no one dared to eat even a bite. Qiao Nian wasn't that stingy. Today's dishes were just a trial run for the city, not a real business yet. She divided some portions among her family members before packing everything up to take to the city. This time, another person joining her to sell the spicy duck dishes was Jin Xiujian. Qiao Nian needed to go to the government office to handle the land deed. Since selling the ducks might scare customers with Qiao Chongbai's face, Jin Xiujian would go instead, helping him from the side. Stalls and vendors could be seen everywhere in town. To sell food, especially more expensive ones, it was best to find a place with many wealthy people. After discussing, they decided to set up the stall on the east side of town, where the big families lived. It was also the time when their servants went out shopping. They set up the stall, and Xiao Nian started pricing. Duck legs at 50 cents each, duck necks at 30 cents, duck wings and feet at 15 cents, duck gizzards and intestines at 10 cents per liang, and collarbones at 10 cents each. Actually, duck tongue is the most valuable part. Unfortunately, it is very small, and Xiao Nian guesses that ancient people might not recognize it, so she set the price at 5 coins each. If someone buys, she sells. If no one buys, she enjoys it herself. Jin Xiujian listened to Qiao Nian's pricing and swallowed hard. "Little sister, isn't that too expensive? Big sister-in-law, let's try selling at my price for a day. If it doesn't work, we can change it." Qiao Nian couldn't explain much. In ancient times, this was a unique item, and those who liked it wouldn't mind the high price. Although Jin Xiujian was not fully convinced, she still chose to follow Qiao Nian's advice. Before leaving home, Qiao Nian specially tore off a duck leg for everyone to taste. Of course, one duck leg was only a small piece, so customers could only taste a little, just enough to get the flavor. After giving all the instructions, Xiao Nian went to the town's yamen, government office. Long Liao, the town's chief, had drunk a bit too much at Xiao Nian's house yesterday and still felt a little unwell now, but he forced himself to get up and go to work. When Xiao Nian arrived at the yamen, she just happened to meet him. Seeing her, Long Liao smiled happily. "Madam Qiao, are you here to handle the land deed?" Qiao Nian smiled and replied, "Yes, and I also need to trouble Chief Long." Long Liao waved his hand. "No trouble at all." They walked into the yamen together. Soon, Long Liao finished processing the land deed for Qiao Nian. After receiving the deed, she asked, "Chief Long, I now have some property. Can I register as a single-woman household?" Long Liao hesitated for a moment. "In principle, having only wasteland under your name isn't allowed. You need a house deed." He paused and continued, "Today, I will set a precedent for you. You bought this wasteland to build a house, right? In this way, you will eventually become a single-woman household. I'll do you a favor and process the household registration for you today. Thank you very much, Chief Long." Qiao Nian sincerely expressed her gratitude. Long Liao personally handled the process, and Qiao Nian quickly obtained her own household registration. Now, she was a household head in ancient times. Qiao Nian happily took the land deed and her new household registration, preparing to leave. Chief Long Liao personally saw her off. "Lushui village is a good place. I plan to visit there often." Qiao Nian could easily tell what he meant by his words. "Long Liao, if you have free time, you must come. I will prepare a big feast to welcome you." Long Liao smiled happily. "Miss Qiao is so insightful. Things will definitely get better for you in the future. Whenever something happens in Heyuan town, just tell me." Qiao Nian wants to treat Long Liao and spend more time with him. She thinks he's a good person and also hopes to find a reliable supporter in the town. Now that Long Liao likes her food and comes to her willingly, it's much better than her having to flatter him. After thanking him again, Qiao Nian walks toward the place where Qiao Chongbai and others are selling their goods. As she passes a notice board, she notices many villagers gathered around. A young man dressed like a scholar is reading the notice aloud to everyone. Qiao Nian pushes into the crowd to see for herself. It turns out, this isn't just a notice, but an advertisement offering a reward to find a famous doctor. Only someone special could post such an advertisement on the official notice board. The advertisement, posted by the little beggar, offers a reward of 10,000 silver taels to find a good doctor for young Master Fu. 10,000 silver taels is very tempting to Qiao Nian, but she doesn't want to rush to help until she knows what illness young Master Fu has. Thinking about this, she heads straight to the Spring Revival Hall. Today, the hall is still quiet and empty. The young clerk sees Qiao Nian and thinks she's here to sell herbs again, so he quickly calls the shopkeeper from the back. The shopkeeper comes out and looks around the hall, hoping to see what good herbs Qiao Nian has brought today. Qiao Nian knows he's mistaken and explains, "Shopkeeper, I'm not here to sell herbs today." The shopkeeper raises an eyebrow. "Oh," she then directly asks, "I want to ask about what illness young Master Fu has." The shopkeeper doesn't answer right away but asks back, "Miss, did you see the reward notice for young Master Fu?" Qiao Nian doesn't deny it. "I know a little about medicine. I want to find out more to see if I might have a chance to earn those 10,000 silver taels." The shopkeeper doesn't take her words about medicine seriously. A country girl who knows a bit of herbs dares to say she understands medicine. Qiao Nian notices his attitude and doesn't want to explain too much. "I'm just trying my luck. Please kindly help me." The shopkeeper didn't hide anything, since the young master of the Fu family was very sick. Not only the doctors in Heyuan town, but also those in nearby counties and prefectures had already been called to see him. So, it was no secret. At first, the young master had a cold and fever. After taking medicine for a few days, his condition didn't improve. Instead, he developed a high fever and kept coughing. As his illness worsened, he experienced chest tightness and fainted. It's been almost 10 days now with a persistent high fever. Sometimes he's awake, sometimes he's unconscious. Zhou Nian already had a rough idea, but She wanted to ask more clearly, have the doctors diagnosed what illness it is? The shopkeeper sighed. All the doctors agree on one diagnosis. It's a lung abscess.
Jonian understår.
This matched her own judgment. Even in modern times, lung abscesses can be fatal. In ancient times, it was even more dangerous. If they had X-ray technology, they would probably see parts of his lungs turned white.
Zhou Nian understood this well.
After thanking the shopkeeper, she asked about the way to the Fu family's house. Zhou Nian had a special acupuncture technique. As long as the patient wasn't at the point of death, she could save them. She asked around and finally arrived at the Fu residence. The house didn't look very grand from the outside, but it was quite large. There were no stone lions at the gate like some wealthy families. Just a simple red-painted door and 4 steps leading up to it. Just as Zhou Nian was about to knock, the door was pushed open from inside. An old butler looked worried, escorting 2 doctors carrying medicine boxes away. After the doctors left, the butler was about to close the door. Zhou Nian stepped forward calmly and respectfully, bowing slightly. "Sir, I saw the notice about seeking medical help at your house. I'd like to try." The old butler looked her up and down, full of suspicion. He saw a young woman in plain cloth, not dressed like a famous doctor. The best doctors in recent days had no solution. What could she possibly do? "Miss, our young master's illness is very serious. It's not a small matter." The butler politely refused. "Many doctors have already seen him, and they all say it's a severe lung abscess that's hard to treat." Zhou Nian kept her expression calm and her voice firm. "Because it's serious, that's exactly why we need to try different methods. Although I am not a famous doctor, I have a set of traditional acupuncture techniques that may work wonders for lung abscesses. The elderly person has already tried many doctors. Why not let me try? If it works, wouldn't that be better?" She paused and added, "If it doesn't work, I won't take a single coin and will leave immediately. Your household won't lose anything." The old butler hesitated. If the person in front of him were a man, he might believe a little more. Looking at the entire Great Qian dynasty, not to mention such a young female doctor, even older ones are rare, and they are mostly in the capital, treating noble people in the palace. But thinking about his young master's condition, with so many doctors at a loss, he didn't want to give up hope even if there was a small chance. Thinking this way, the old butler no longer kept Zhou Nian outside. He made a welcoming gesture. "Miss, please come in." Zhou Nian confidently followed the old butler. After entering the courtyard, she realized what true understated luxury looks like. Outside, the house looks simple, but inside, carved beams and painted pillars reveal a rich background. Zhou Nian kept her gaze steady and followed the butler past the corridor to an elegant small courtyard. Inside, 7 or 8 doctors were gathered, probably discussing treatment plans. The butler clearly didn't trust Zhou Nian's medical skills. "Miss, do you want to discuss with those doctors?" Zhou Nian shook her head. "No need." "Please, butler, take me to see young Master Fu." The butler's lips twitched slightly. He was both secretly criticizing and feeling conflicted. He really hoped this young lady would accidentally cure his young master's illness. Unaware of the butler's thoughts, Zhou Nian followed him into young Master Fu's bedroom. As soon as the door was opened, a strong medicinal smell hit her nose, along with a suffocating feeling. This feeling of suffocation was only personal to Zhou Nian. She looked around and saw that all the windows in the room were tightly closed. That's why the air couldn't circulate, making it feel somewhat oxygen-deprived. The young servant looked doubtful, but still obediently moved to the back. Zhou Nian did not immediately check young Master Fu's condition. Instead, she instructed the servant, "Open the window farthest from young Master Fu's bed." The servant, already skeptical about whether this young woman truly knew medicine, was annoyed by her order to open the window. "Do you really understand medicine? The young master has a high fever that won't go down, and he's shivering from the cold. Why open the window now?" Zhou Nian ignored his attitude. Because the fever is high and his breathing is rapid, fresh air is needed. Closing all the doors and windows makes the room stuffy with medicine and illness fumes, which is not good for his lungs. High fever and chills are caused by internal heat, not common cold. Opening the window helps clear out the bad air and brings in fresh air, which can help his condition. If you're worried about him catching a cold, just open a window diagonally opposite the bed, away from him, to avoid direct wind. Listening to her clear explanation, both the servant and the old butler were stunned and speechless. They even felt that what she said made sense. After exchanging a glance, the servant went over and opened the farthest window from the bed. A cool breeze rushed in, quickly dispersing the thick medicinal smell and the stuffiness in the room. Even the old butler instinctively took a deep breath, feeling some relief from the chest tightness. Xiao Nian then approached the bed. She saw the young man lying there with a flushed face, sunken cheeks, and cracked lips. Even in unconsciousness, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his breathing was rapid and shallow, with faint sounds of phlegm in his throat. She reached out to feel his forehead, which was hot to the touch. Gently, she lifted his eyelids and checked his pulse carefully. His pulse was rapid and weak, indicating heat toxins blocking his lungs and his vital energy weakening, an urgent and dangerous situation. The lung abscess had already formed. If she delayed further, it might be hopeless. How is he? The old butler saw that this young woman's way of examining the patient seemed professional and believed she really knew medicine. It's a severe lung abscess with intense heat toxins, damaging his qi and yin. Xiao Nian withdrew her hand, her expression serious. The situation is critical, but there is still a chance. I need to give him acupuncture immediately to release the lung heat, clear the blockage, and stabilize his heartbeat. Although the old butler doesn't understand medicine, after seeing the young master ill for so many days, he has learned to recognize the signs just by listening to the doctors. Now, after hearing what Xiao Nian said, he is even more sure that she knows medicine and has a small glimmer of hope in his heart. Other doctors, when they saw the young master's condition, could only explain the cause of the illness, but looked helpless. Only this young lady said there was still a chance of survival. However, she mentioned needing to perform acupuncture, which is a very serious matter. They must ask the old master for permission before making a decision. At this moment, the old butler is much more respectful toward Xiao Nian. He cupped his fists and said, "Please wait a moment, young lady. I need to ask my master first before deciding." Xiao Nian nodded and made a polite gesture with one hand. "Please go ahead and ask." Just as the old butler opened the door, a maid hurried over, walking quickly. She asked, "Butler, the bride has arrived. Is the new room ready?" Hearing the word, bride, a small spark of curiosity lit in Xiao Nian's mind. No doubt, this bride was sent by the Fu family, a girl born in the year of the rabbit on the 6th day of the 6th month, here to bring good luck to young Master Fu. Out of curiosity, Xiao Nian slowly walked to the courtyard and looked toward the gate. The bride, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, was supported by two maids and walking into the courtyard. Normally, after getting married, the bride should stay quiet and calm. But this bride was an exception. What kind of rules does the Fu family have? Marrying a wife without a wedding ceremony? What kind of marriage is this? Where is your young master? I want to see him and ask why he didn't have a wedding with me. This voice was very familiar to Xiao Nian. Li Rulon broke free from the two maids' support and pulled off her wedding veil. I won't accept this marriage without a proper wedding. Yesterday, Li Yongnian returned from the city and told Li Rulon that he had asked someone to help arrange a marriage with young Master Fu. When Li Rulon learned about the Fu family's background and the 100 taels of silver as a dowry, she agreed immediately. Old Master Li was initially suspicious. Why did Li Yongnian go to the city and come back with such a good marriage proposal for Li Rulon? Was there some hidden secret? Later, I heard Li Yongnian say that such a good marriage was not originally meant for Li Rulon. It was because someone predicted for young Master Fu that he needed a wife born under the rabbit zodiac, specifically on the 6th day of the 6th month. This birth date would bring him good luck and help him succeed in the imperial exams. He also used many connections to help Li Rulon change her household registration and set her birth date to the 6th day of the 6th month. Young Master Fu planned to go to the capital tomorrow, get married then, and bring his new wife along. Missing out on such a good marriage meant there might never be another chance to find such a family. Mrs. Cui wasn't very thoughtful. When she heard her daughter could marry into a wealthy family in the city and receive 100 taels of bride money, she thought, where can I find such a good family? Old Master Li wanted to ask around more before deciding, but Mrs. Cui stopped him. She told him to stay at home and not ruin her daughter's good fortune. Everyone in the family, including him, didn't listen, so old Master Li gave up trying to find out more. In the end, Li Rulan was carried to the mansion in a wedding sedan by the Fu family. Xiao Nian saw that Li Rulan had already torn off her wedding veil and went back into her room. She came to treat young Master Fu's illness, mainly to get the 10,000 taels of medical fee. She didn't want any trouble until she received the money.
But
She also wouldn't let Li Rulan have an easy time, or rather, she couldn't let Li Yongnian have an easy time. Mayor Niu said that Li Yongnian wanted to change Li Rulan's birth date to the 6th day of the 6th month, so she could marry into the Fu family. From what she knew, the Fu family claimed to give 1,000 taels of bride money to a girl born under the rabbit zodiac and on that date. Li Yongnian did this not just for the money. She didn't know what method he used, but despite Mayor Niu's disapproval, he still managed to change Li Rulan's birth date. The housekeeper looked displeased at the young madam who had just caused trouble upon entering the mansion. He waved his hand at the two maids. Take the young madam to the side room. The noise is affecting young Master Fu's illness. None of us can afford to bear that. Li Rulan was supported by two maids and didn't say a word as she headed to the side room. Li Rulan also clearly heard the housekeeper's words. I am your young madam. If you don't want to have a wedding ceremony with me, fine. But why are you sending me to the side room? And what do you mean by saying it affects young Master Fu's illness? He wondered how seriously he was ill, as just a few noisy words could affect him. The butler's face grew darker. He directly ordered the two maids, stop her mouth and keep an eye on him. He didn't consider his own status. If it weren't for helping the young master, how could he marry such an unrefined country girl? The old butler was too busy to bother with the unruly young wife. He planned to go to the master and ask about giving the young master an acupuncture treatment. Just as he lifted his foot to leave, Xiao Nian called out to him, "Butler, please wait." The old butler turned around. "Young lady, do you have any instructions?" Xiao Nian moved aside from the doorway. "Butler, please step aside so we can talk." The butler looked suspicious and returned to the young master's room. Xiao Nian watched as Li Rulan went into the side room and asked, "May I ask, do you have her household registration? Is she really born on the 6th day of the 6th month?" The old butler was sharp. "Young lady, do you know our young lady?" Xiao Nian didn't beat around the bush. "To be honest, the young lady of your family used to be my sister-in-law." Seeing the butler look confused, she explained further. "Her name is Li Rulan, from Li family village. I just divorced her older brother, Li Yongnian, a few days ago." After hearing all this, the old butler was sure that Xiao Nian recognized the unruly young wife. "Young lady, what do you want to say?" The butler already had a bad feeling. Xiao Nian said directly, "Butler, I think your family has been deceived by the Li siblings." "What?" The butler's face darkened. "May I ask, how is the Fu family tricked? I saw her household registration myself, and I used to cook eggs for her on her birthday every year. She is definitely not born on the 6th day of the 6th month." To convince the butler, she continued, "If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask Director Niu." Yesterday, Li Yongnian bribed him to change her household registration, but he refused. The old butler, experienced in many things, could tell whether she was lying. Plus, she mentioned Director Niu as a witness. At this point, it was clear the Fu family had been deceived. "Humph," the butler said angrily. "They really have the guts, tricking the Fu family." The old butler respectfully bowed to Xiao Nian. "Thank you for informing us, young lady. I will handle the matter of the scammer later. First, I need to ask the master for permission to give the young master an acupuncture treatment." The old butler hurried away and returned with an elderly man who looked to be in his early 60s, full of energy, with a serious face. For some reason, when Xiao Nian saw this man, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. This feeling was fleeting, and she didn't think much of it.
Fueting observet Xiao Nian.
The young woman looked a bit thin but lively, with well-shaped features. Most importantly, her eyes gave him a feeling of familiarity. "Young lady, do you know how to practice medicine?" Fu Heading's voice was loud and commanding. Xiao Nian knew that the man in front of her was the head of the Fu family, a retired high-ranking official. His presence was so strong that ordinary people couldn't compare. She remained calm and respectful. "I am not skilled, but I know a little about medicine." Everyone could tell she was being modest. A faint look of approval appeared in Fu Heading's eyes. It was rare to see someone so confident in front of him. "Then please, young lady, tell me what to do for my grandson now. Which acupuncture point should be used?" Fu Heading asked, with a tone of evaluation. Xiao Nian didn't hesitate. "The most urgent matter is to treat the symptoms quickly. The first step is to release heat and open the body's channels. The main points should be along the Du meridian, the lung meridian of the hand Taiyin, and the large intestine meridian of the hand Yangming." She paused briefly, then continued when Fu Heading nodded for her to go on. "The primary points are Dazui, Xiuqi, and Higu. Using these 3 points together can clear the heat from the Yangming and Du meridian, which is essential for reducing fever. Additionally, use Feishu and Chai's to directly drain lung heat and promote lung qi flow. Also, select Fenglong to transform phlegm and reduce rebellious qi. Since the young master's vital energy is already weak, we need to protect his heart meridian, so add Naguan to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. All these points should be treated with a draining technique, but the method must be precise, and the stimulation should be controlled carefully. Stop immediately if the patient shows signs of distress to avoid exhausting his already weakened vital energy." Fu Heading listened carefully as she explained her reasoning, the selection of points, and their combination. Her thoroughness and consideration of his grandson's fragile condition gradually earned his approval. "Young lady, who is your teacher?" Fu Heading asked. Xiao Nian had already prepared her answer. "By chance, I once received some old notes from a traveling doctor and learned a few basic skills. I do not have a fixed teacher." She attributed everything to the vague concept of fate, which explained the origin of her medical skills and avoided deeper questioning. Fu Heading looked at her with deep eyes, but did not ask further. Instead, he nodded and said, "In that case, I entrust my grandson's life to you. If you need anything, just tell the butler to prepare it." "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Fu." Xiao Nian nodded slightly. Using her sleeve to hide her hand, she took out a silver needle from her space. "Please ask the butler to bring some strong alcohol." The butler immediately went to prepare. In front of everyone, Xiao Nian disinfected the silver needle with the strong alcohol. Perhaps because Fu Heading still had some doubts about her, he had the doctors outside, who were discussing his grandson's condition, come in to watch her work. He also instructed them openly that if there were any sudden problems with the grandson, everyone must be ready to perform emergency treatment. Xiao Nian paid no mind to this. She was here for the 10,000 taels of consultation fee. Besides, anyone would be suspicious if a young woman claimed she could cure and save lives. They might not trust her, but before inserting the needle, she had to clearly explain what needed to be done. Treating young Master Fu with this acupuncture method is very exhausting. I hope everyone will not disturb me, no matter what they see. Otherwise, all my efforts could be wasted. Fu Heading glanced at the doctors. Without saying a word, they all understood what he meant. Although they secretly criticized Xiao Nian, everyone kept silent in agreement. After all, they had been trying to treat young Master Fu for so long and had run out of ideas. Xiao Nian took out the silver needle, her fingertips steady and her expression focused. She first targeted the Dazui point. The silver needle was slowly inserted, and she used a special technique to manipulate it. In her unconscious state, young Master Fu let out a faint, muffled groan. Next, she moved to the Xiuqi and Higa points. Her needle insertion was quick and precise, her technique skillful and practiced, not at all like someone who claimed to have only learned the basics by herself. Fu Heading stood nearby, silently watching every move she made, especially her focused side profile while she was acupuncture. An inexplicable sense of familiarity flooded his heart again. Everyone held their breath in awe, especially the doctors who had just been criticizing Xiao Nian inwardly. Seeing her skillful needlework, they all marveled. If Fu Heading hadn't warned them in advance not to disturb her, they would have already stepped forward to observe her more closely. Even learning a little about it is good. After finishing the acupuncture, the butler immediately ordered someone to bring a clean cloth for her to wipe her sweat. While wiping the sweat from her forehead, Xiao Nian observed young Master Fu's condition. Clearly, young Master Fu's face was no longer as pale as before, and his breathing was becoming steadier. The old butler couldn't hold back and shed tears. Master, young Master really has hope. Fu Heading was much calmer than the old butler, but Xiao Nian could see his body trembling slightly, clearly also excited inside. Even more surprisingly, in less than an incense stick of time, young Master Fu regained consciousness. Xiao Nian stepped forward again to check his pulse, a relaxed look on her face. Fu Heading eagerly asked, "Miss, how is he?" Xiao Nian showed a relieved smile. Young Master Fu is young and has a good foundation. With 2 more acupuncture treatments and medication, he will recover soon. As she finished speaking, the old butler excitedly ran to the courtyard and knelt on the ground. Thank heaven for its blessing, saving our young master from danger. Fu Heading trembled as he walked to the bedside, gently touching his grandson's cheek, tears streaming down his face. After a few doctors exchanged glances, someone bravely asked, "Master Fu, may I check young Master Fu again?" They had already seen the previous acupuncture, and they were experts. They knew Xiao Nian's acupuncture technique was extraordinary. They were very curious about how much young Master Fu's condition had improved after this treatment. Fu Heading also hoped more people could confirm that his grandson was indeed getting better, so he moved aside to let the doctors examine him.
Wow.
She's truly a miracle doctor. The doctors all bowed to Xiao Nian. "Goddess doctor, please accept our respect." These doctors were quite famous, but now they sincerely admired and bowed to a young girl. If this news got out, no one would believe it. Xiao Nian sidestepped to avoid the bows and said calmly, "You all don't need to be so formal. As a doctor, my duty is to treat illnesses and save lives." She modestly added, "I just happen to have some knowledge of difficult cases. I don't deserve the title, miracle doctor." Xiao Nian knew the world was unfair to women. Before she became strong enough, she didn't want to be too conspicuous to avoid attracting trouble. Moreover, when she traveled to this time, she didn't plan to make a living with medical skills. In stories and TV shows, practicing medicine in ancient times was not easy. If you encountered powerful people and failed to cure their illness, you could lose your life. She was finally able to eat well, have a family who loved her, and didn't want to die early. A few doctors didn't listen to her modest words. "Goddess doctor, please don't underestimate yourself. Your acupuncture technique just now was truly impressive." Zhou Nian could only continue to be humble. "I only learned this one acupuncture method. As for medical skills, I still need to learn from all of you." Unexpectedly, the more modest she was, the more the doctors liked her. At this moment, Fu Heading's gaze at Zhou Nian also changed a little. Besides gratitude, there was a strange sense of closeness. "May I ask if the young lady is willing to stay at the mansion? We want to wait until my grandson is completely out of danger before she leaves." He was afraid she might refuse, so he quickly added, "Rest assured, young lady, we will arrange a separate courtyard for you." Zhou Nian directly refused. "Sorry, Lord Fu, I have children at home. I can't leave my mother tonight." Fu Heading was not unkind. "In that case, I will have someone take you back later. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to pick you up." Zhou Nian gratefully declined. "That would be helpful. However, my brother and sister-in-law are still selling things in town. I need to go back with them later." "No problem. When you want to go back, just tell us, and the carriage will be ready." Fu Heading didn't find it troublesome. Zhou Nian wrote a prescription, handed it to the old butler to fetch medicine, then observed young Master Fu for a while. After confirming everything was fine, she took her leave. As for the 10,000 taels of consultation fee, the Fu family didn't offer it, and Zhou Nian wasn't in a hurry to ask for it. Although young Master Fu's condition had improved, it hadn't fully shown signs of recovery yet. She would wait until the acupuncture was finished. Besides, she didn't think the Fu family was the type to refuse payment. Zhou Nian left the Fu family. Not far from the gate, she noticed the doctors hurriedly chasing after her. She quickly had an idea, turned into a small alley, and slipped into a hidden space. The doctors, realizing they lost her, reluctantly left. Zhou Nian emerged from the space and headed straight to her brother and sister-in-law's stall. Before getting closer, Qiao Nian saw Qiao Zhongbai looking around anxiously. Jin Xiujuan was standing in front of a stall, talking to a well-dressed middle-aged man. She couldn't hear exactly what they were saying because she was a bit far away. Qiao Zhongbai spotted Qiao Nian in the crowd and hurried over. "Little sister, you're finally back." Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. "What happened?" Qiao Zhongbai pointed at the middle-aged man talking to Jin Xiujuan. "That man is the owner of the UFU restaurant in town. He wants to buy your spicy duck recipe. I told him I wouldn't sell it, but he refuses to leave." Qiao Nian understood and walked toward the stall. Jin Xiujuan saw Qiao Nian and looked like she saw a savior. "Little sister, this shopkeeper Dong wants to buy your spicy duck recipe." Shopkeeper Dong knew the main person was here, so he didn't beat around the bush. "Young lady, your spicy duck tastes very special. Our UFU restaurant is willing to pay 200 taels to buy your recipe. How about it?" Qiao Nian could tell that shopkeeper Dong was sincere about offering 200 taels, but she really couldn't sell her recipe. "Sorry, I can't sell this recipe." "Why not?" Shopkeeper Dong looked quite anxious. He thought he had shown enough sincerity. Qiao Nian explained, "The ingredients used in this recipe are not available in Daqian Dynasty yet. I only managed to get a few from a foreign merchant by chance." She continued, "I've been making spicy duck for a while, but once I run out of ingredients, I might have to stop this business." She didn't say it outright, but she already had chili seeds and saw wild pepper trees when she went up the mountain. Still, she didn't want to reveal too much about her ingredients before they became more common. Shopkeeper Dong didn't doubt her words, since this was his first time tasting such spicy flavor. But he was still eager. "In that case, we can cooperate. How long can you keep making your spicy duck? We'll buy it as long as you can produce." Qiao Nian thought this was a good idea, but of course, the key was the price. As long as the price was acceptable, she was open to cooperation. Seeing that Qiao Nian did not respond for a long time, Shopkeeper Dong thought she was still unwilling and spoke again to persuade her. "Young lady, don't worry. Our restaurant will buy at the price you're selling now, and it won't affect your profit." He paused and added, "However, after working with my UFU restaurant, you can't sell your spicy duck products to others anymore." Qiao Nian realized that Shopkeeper Dong was a straightforward person and genuinely wanted to do this business. After thinking for a moment, she made a firm decision. Since the shopkeeper has said so, refusing now would seem unkind. Hearing her agree, Shopkeeper Dong was very happy. Good. UFU restaurant is nearby. "Young lady, how about coming to sign a contract with me now?" Qiao Nian didn't act immediately. Instead, she looked at the remaining half of the spicy duck products on the stall. Jin Xiujuan pouted. "Little sister, the duck products are selling very well. Anyone who has tried them and isn't short of money will buy some to take home." While speaking, Jin Xiujuan looked at Shopkeeper Dong. "If it weren't for this shopkeeper stopping us, we would have sold out these leftovers already." Shopkeeper Dong hurriedly explained, "I told you, UFU restaurant will take all these leftovers." Qiao Nian didn't care about that. As long as the spicy duck products could be sold, it didn't matter who bought them. Shopkeeper Dong was eager to call everyone to pack up and go to the restaurant to sign the contract. Xiao Chongbai saw that his younger sister had already agreed and quickly packed up the stall. Signing the contract was simple, just the conditions Shopkeeper Dong mentioned. Qiao Nian added one more. She asked Shopkeeper Dong not to reveal the source of the spicy duck products to others. Otherwise, if someone else got wind of it, their small farm family couldn't handle it. Shopkeeper Dong naturally agreed to this request, as it was also beneficial for their UFU restaurant. Thus, Qiao Nian and Shopkeeper Dong signed the contract. Seeing that she could write her own name, Shopkeeper Dong was a bit surprised. He thought to himself that this country girl was really impressive. She could write. Qiao Nian didn't care about that. Each person received a copy of the signed contract, and then it was time to settle the bill. About half of the remaining spicy duck products on the stall were not sold and were kept back by Shopkeeper Dong. He paid Qiao Nian 410 coins. When they first set up the stall, Jin Xiujuan was collecting the money. Xiao Nian handed all the silver coins given by shopkeeper Dong to her for safekeeping. Jin Xiujuan held the heavy money bag, feeling very excited. Although she hadn't yet calculated her income precisely, she knew she had made a good profit today. Xiao Nian and manager Dong agreed to sell 10 spicy duck dishes tomorrow to see how they sell, and then adjust based on the sales. Both sides reached an agreement. Xiao Nian and her companions left the Le Fou restaurant and returned to their stall. After waiting a little while, Fu's carriage arrived. The coachman quickly got down, smiling politely. "Goddess doctor, sorry to keep you waiting." As soon as he said this, Qiao Chongbai and Jin Xiujuan looked at Xiao Nian together. "Little sister, what's going on?" Qiao Chongbai felt nervous. He wondered if his sister was out pretending to be something she wasn't, and why she was called a goddess doctor. Xiao Nian simply explained, "Third brother, let's get in the carriage first, and I'll tell you everything on the way." Qiao Chongbai and Jin Xiujuan felt dizzy. They didn't even know how to get into the carriage, but they felt their bodies start to sway as the carriage began to move. Jin Xiujuan looked around at the inside of the carriage. Sitting below her was a soft cushion made of silk, and in the middle of the carriage was a small table with a rack holding a teapot and teacups. Wow, this is so luxurious. Even richer people enjoy life more than I thought. This carriage was more luxurious than her own house, Jin Xiujuan thought. Xiao Chongbai wasn't much better off, but he was a man. He didn't show much surprise on the outside, but inside, he was just as excited as his sister. After a long moment of shock, Xiao Chongbai finally asked again, "Little sister, tell me, why did that coachman call you goddess doctor just now?" Xiao Nian couldn't hide the truth. "I saw a notice in town asking for a doctor, so I went to try. I didn't expect to get lucky and actually help someone," she continued. "No one else knows, but my sister-in-law and third brother probably do. I'm not really a goddess doctor. An old lady from Li's village taught me about herbs and gave me some basic medical skills." Qiao Chongbai knew his sister well. She hadn't learned much medicine, but he believed what she said. "Little sister, in the future, don't take such risks just for money. 10,000 taels of silver is a lot, but if you accidentally hurt someone, you might not get the money, and worse, you could cause trouble. Don't worry, third brother. I won't do anything I am not confident about. Before I went to help young Master Fu with his illness, I made sure to find out what his condition was, and only went when I knew I could treat him." Xiao Nian felt relieved that her story had worked, and gave Qiao Chongbai a reassuring nod. Since she needed to tell a lie, she didn't want to talk too much, as too many words could create loopholes. She simply suggested, "Big sister-in-law, quickly see how much money we made today from spicy duck snacks." Jin Xiujuan had already been eager to count the money. Hearing Xiao Nian's words, she hurriedly took out her money pouch from her pocket. All the copper coins spilled onto the small table inside the carriage. The three of them carefully counted the coins. Jin Xiujuan exclaimed happily, "Little sister, we made 970 coins." Qiao Chongbai, standing nearby, started calculating. After subtracting the cost of buying the ducks, we earned 720 coins. He looked excitedly at Xiao Nian. "Little sister, I didn't expect these spicy duck snacks to make so much money." Xiao Nian reminded him, "Third brother, don't forget I also bought the seasonings, and burning firewood also costs money." Qiao Chongbai's smile froze on his face. "How much does the seasonings cost? Is it expensive?" "Not much. 20 coins are enough, and the broth can be reused multiple times, so the cost isn't high," Xiao Nian explained. Qiao Chongbai became even more excited. "So, today we sold the spicy duck snacks and made a net profit of 700 coins. Jin Xiujuan was so excited she almost cried. "Little sister, we only sold 5 ducks today and already earned so much. Tomorrow, if we send double the amount to the UFU restaurant, we'll make over 100 silver coins." Business is all about careful calculation. "Big sister-in-law, don't forget, today we only sold 5 ducks and we kept 2 duck legs and some samples for free tasting." Jin Xiujuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, if we sell all these together, we will definitely earn even more." Xiao Nian made her final suggestion, making both women even more excited. "Actually, you can also cook some vegetarian dishes with the spicy duck snacks. They taste really good." Jean Xiaojuan now believed everything Qiao Nian said. Little sister, you suggest adding vegetarian dishes. Big sister-in-law will go home and prepare right away. Qiao Nian thought for a moment. In her previous life, along with the spicy duck snacks, they also sold kelp cakes, bean curd sheets, lotus root slices, bamboo shoots, and tribute vegetables. Currently, the home doesn't have kelp and dried bean curd skin, but there is plenty of bamboo shoots and tribute vegetables. Big sister-in-law cooking bamboo shoots and tribute vegetables with spicy duck products tastes really good. Today, let's make these 2 vegetarian dishes first. Tomorrow, we can take them to Bostong to try. If the restaurant keeps them, we will earn some extra money. Hearing Qiao Nian's words, Jean Xiaojian seemed to see many small coins waving at her. Yes, yes, yes. After you go home, big sister-in-law, go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. We have some dried tribute vegetables stored, but if that's not enough, we can buy more from villagers. Every family keeps a lot of these. The 3 of them happily planned tomorrow's business in the carriage. Meanwhile, over at the Fu family, Li Rulon, who had already caused trouble, was making a fuss. Li Rulon was taken to a side room by 2 maids. At first, she thought her status as the young lady meant she shouldn't be treated roughly. Later, the old housekeeper sent someone to tell the 2 maids that this young lady's birthday was not on the 6th day of June, and that the Li family had been tricked into a marriage. The 2 maids no longer tolerated her. They stepped forward together and slapped her fiercely across the face. Li Rulon screamed in pain. You wicked servants, how dare you hit the young lady? Do you want to die? The 2 maids didn't care about her shouting. They kept hitting her, from slapping her to pinching her flesh. Li Rulon desperately tried to break free, grabbing a flower vase to throw at them. If you dare to hit the young lady, you're asking for death. One maid was hit and fell to the ground, bleeding heavily from her head. The other maid saw her companion injured and immediately ran out to call for help. Just then, Qiao Nian had just left. Fu Heading was about to ask the housekeeper to handle the Li siblings' marriage scam when someone reported that the maid guarding Li Rulon was injured and in critical condition. Fu Heading was furious and decided to handle it himself. Bring that woman who tricked into marriage here. The word bring was understood by everyone. Without regard for gender, they rushed into the side room and dragged Li Rulon out. Li Rulon, who had already been frightened and was dazed after injuring the maid, was roughly pulled out by several servants, regaining some sense of reason. I am the young lady of the family. Do you believe I will sell you all? The servants secretly laughed to themselves. You're about to die and you still think you can sell us? I think you'll end up in jail. Li Rulon struggled desperately. Why should I go to jail? I haven't done anything wrong. It was your Fu family who tricked me into marriage. The old housekeeper couldn't stand Li Rulon's tantrum anymore. He gave a secret signal to the uninjured lady. The lady understood and stepped forward, slapping Li Rulon hard across the face. The slap was very effective. Li Rulon stopped shouting wildly and stared blankly at the lady who hit her. The lady slapped her again. What are you looking at? You deserve that hit. At the same time, 2 guards had completely taken control of Li Rulon, forcing her to kneel in front of Fu Heading. Li Rulon struggled to lift her head and saw a serious, commanding face. Fu Heading asked coldly, immediately tell the truth about how you faked your household registration and marriage. Li Rulon's head was buzzing. At first, she thought she had been tricked into marrying into a big family, but it was actually a bandit hideout. Now, with this old man revealing that she changed her birth date, she was sure it wasn't what she had thought. Li Rulon was not a clever person. She was so scared she sat down on the ground, but she still denied everything. I didn't change my household registration. I was born on the 6th day of the 6th month, in the year of the rabbit. Who was Fu Heading? He was once a high official in the court. As soon as Li Rulon spoke, he could tell whether her words were true or false. Humph. Looks like you really don't know when to stop. Fu Heading ordered the housekeeper, send her to the officials for questioning. Li Rulon had never seen such a scene before, especially since she had heard from villagers that when common people see officials, they get beaten first. That made her even more scared. I don't want to see the officials. I will tell everything. Fu Heading waved his hand, signaling the servants to stop. Speak. Li Rulan was now so frightened she dared not hide anything. She told everything that Li Yongnian had said to her and her family. In the end, to clear herself, she even said she was forced by Li Yongnian. Fu Heading was extremely angry. This was a serious matter involving people's lives. He couldn't believe that Li Yongnian dared to cheat by creating a fake household registration for his sister just for 1,000 taels of silver. If what Master said was true, that Li Rulan's birth date was fake, then her grandson might have lost his life. No matter how much they punished the dishonest siblings, it wouldn't bring the grandson back. Fu Heading ordered, "Butler, personally take this fraudster to the authorities and demand they arrest Li Yongnian and his family immediately." Li Rulan, hearing she might be taken to the government, kept kowtowing and begging Fu Heading, "Sir Fu, please have mercy. I only did this because my older brother told me to. Please forgive me." If her grandson was safe, she thought it might not be so bad. But if something happened to him, Li Rulan knew she wouldn't escape punishment easily. Fu Heading was determined to punish the Li family severely. Li Rulan was forcibly silenced and taken to the yamen. Meanwhile, Li Yongnian, now holding the silver, was busy looking for a house in town. The wedding gift from the Fu family was 1,000 taels. He only gave his family 100 taels, keeping the remaining 900 taels for himself. With this large sum, he wouldn't live in that small courtyard anymore. He wanted something more luxurious. Later, he planned to buy 2 servants to serve him. Once Xiao Nian's situation was stable, he would bring Xia Xiaoyan and her children over, and everything would be perfect. Li Yongnian was dreaming of wealth when he came out of the pawn shop. Suddenly, he saw 2 fierce-looking guards approaching him. He recognized these 2 men. They looked familiar. Soon, he remembered. They were the guards who had taken him to see old Master Fu when he claimed Li Rulan was born on the 6th day of the 6th month. Li Yongnian didn't know what was happening. He forced a smile and asked, "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" The 2 guards said nothing. They each grabbed his arms and said, "Stop talking. Come with us to the government." The household servant slapped him on the head and said, "What kind of brother is a young lady's brother? He's just a liar. Our master said to send you straight to the officials." Since the words were so clear, Li Yongnian knew exactly what was happening. If he still didn't understand, he must be very slow. Right now, he felt like the sky was falling and his head was buzzing. "No, you must be mistaken. My sister was born on the 6th day of June. How could it be a marriage scam?" He knew he could never admit to this kind of thing or he would be doomed. The household servants didn't care whether he admitted it or not. Their only job was to take him to the government office, and the rest was up to the local magistrate. Without any argument, they took Li Yongnian and put him into a carriage. Li Yongnian tried to struggle. "Let me go. I am a scholar with a degree. If you treat me like this, I will complain to the magistrate and ask him to judge fairly." One servant, annoyed by his noise, raised his hand and slapped him again.
"Quiet.
"We're taking you to see the magistrate now, and he will decide for you." Li Yongnian's face burned with pain, but it made him more alert. "2 young men, I have money. I can give you all my silver. Please let me go." The 2 servants looked at each other, both tempted. But then they remembered their master was not an ordinary person. Even if they took the silver, they might not live long enough to enjoy it. They quickly gave up that idea. Instead, they thought of a good way to earn a favor. One of them spoke up. "How much silver do you have? I need to see if it's worth risking my life." Seeing that his offer was working, Li Yongnian hurriedly said, "I have 500 taels. I'll give it all to you." The Fu family had given him 1,000 taels as a betrothal gift. The 2 servants knew this. When they saw Li Yongnian still trying to bargain at this point, they raised their hands and slapped him several more times. "At this point, you still want to hide things? You better go see the magistrate and accept your punishment." Li Yongnian offered them 500 taels. He did have some tricks up his sleeve, but not many. Besides the 100 taels he gave to his family, he also gave 200 taels to Xia Xiaoyan. He had just bought a few books, so he was left with about 600 taels of silver. Li Yongnian thought to himself, if he could escape now, he couldn't stay in Heiyuan town. He would need money to hide elsewhere. When the time comes, he will bring Xie Xiaoyan and her son together. He will have over 300 taels of silver and will find a quiet place where no one knows him to settle temporarily. Young master, I am not lying. The silver given by the Fu family has been used. Now I only have 500 taels left. The servant wanted him to use the silver to make a good impression. Since the 1,000 taels of bride price couldn't be returned intact, they gave up on that idea. All right, keep the 500 taels for now. Wait until the county magistrate takes it back from you. Li Yongnian didn't expect that even 500 taels couldn't tempt the small servant. To succeed in leaving, Li Yongnian decided to increase his offer. But before he could speak again, 2 servants covered his mouth. Xiao Nian didn't know all this. If she did, she would have prepared incense and told her that Li Yongnian received the punishment he deserved. She even wouldn't need to think about exposing Li Yongnian and Xie Xiaoyan's affair. Back home, Jin Xiujuan couldn't wait to pull Zhao into the main room. Mother, come look. We made a lot of money today. Zhao was in the yard picking beans. When Jin Xiujuan pulled her, she wanted to scold her, but heard about the money they earned. Her face immediately lit up with a smile. How much did you make? Jin Xiujuan was cautious. Mother, let's go inside to talk. Wu Kaihua, who was watching the children in her room, heard the noise outside. She also ran to the main house with Qiao Jing. They earned silver, and she had a share. She had to keep an eye on things. Jin Xiujuan, just like when they were in the carriage, poured all the money from the bag onto the table. Mother, look. This is the money from selling spicy duck snacks. Including what we spent on our family, we earned a net profit of 700 won. 700 won is a big income for a farming family. Adult laborers working in the city, exposed to the sun and wind, might not earn that much in a month. But their business only took a morning, and they earned 700 won. If they could earn this much every day, they would make over 20 taels in a month. Zhao thought that the spicy duck snack might not be accepted by everyone, but as long as they could sell it without losing money, that was good enough. Who would have thought they actually earned 700 won? This business is better than going into the mountains to pick herbs. The mountain is dangerous, and even if Nian Nian hadn't come up with this idea, I wouldn't let you go. After saying that, Mrs. Zhao carefully counted the money. Once she finished, she took all of it in front of everyone and put it away. Then she took out an old, slightly torn small notebook from the cabinet and made notes with a charcoal pen. Wu Kaihua happily ran over, waiting for Mrs. Zhao to distribute the money to everyone, just like yesterday. But unexpectedly, Mrs. Zhao didn't say a word and simply stored the money away. Mother, I also helped make the spicy duck products, Wu Kaihua said. Mrs. Zhao had just finished putting away the money and turned around unhappily. What do you want to say? Wu Kaihua hesitated. She didn't answer immediately, but looked at Jin Xiujuan, who was calm and expressionless nearby. She thought to herself, is my sister-in-law really naive or pretending to be? She earned money, but didn't mention sharing it. Jin Xiujuan didn't speak, nor did she want to be the one to cause trouble. In recent days, the family's opinions of her had been very harsh, especially Qiao Chongsong, who hadn't spoken to her for over a day. If she spoke up again, she might not only lose her share of the money but also face scolding. Wu Kaihua was unwilling but dared not say anything more. Mrs. Zhao clearly understood her little thoughts. Since Wu Kaihua didn't bring it up herself, she decided to give her some face for now. Jin Xiujuan didn't have Wu Caihua's many thoughts. When Xiao Nian just returned from her divorce, Jin Xiujuan had spoken up because she was worried that her in-laws would take the family's money to support Xiao Nian again. After all, life at home wasn't easy. If they kept supporting her, how could others survive? Now, it was different. After her younger sister-in-law's divorce, she seemed like a different person. Not only did she refuse to take the family's money, but she also earned money for the whole family. Moreover, the family's meals were much better than before. Jin Xiujuan's expectations were simple. As long as there was food, drink, and money, she was satisfied. She didn't look at Wu Caihua's very unnatural face and spoke again. Mother, my younger sister has already signed a contract with the UFO restaurant in town. From now on, all our spicy duck products will be sent there. Tomorrow we need 10 ducks. I think we don't have enough mature ducks at home, and we need to keep some for laying eggs. Why don't I go to the village now to collect some? Girl, this is true. Tomorrow, we won't need to set up a stall in town for the spicy duck products. We'll just deliver them directly to the UFO restaurant, Xiao Chongbai said excitedly. Okay. Zhao Shi took out her purse and gave Jin Xiujuan 500 coins. Go to the village now and buy ducks, choosing the fat ones. Jin Xiujuan grabbed the money and hurried out, seeming to already see her earnings for tomorrow. Wu Kaihua felt uncomfortable again. Her mother-in-law really favored her sister-in-law. Such a good job was given directly to her older sister-in-law. Ducks cost 50 coins each, but buying so many and bargaining with villagers was possible. In that case, the extra coins would be hers. Zhao Shi looked up and saw Wu Caihua's calculating and jealous eyes. Wu Shi, you haven't cooked lunch yet. Why are you still standing here? When she heard she was supposed to cook lunch, Wu Kaihua couldn't hold back anymore. Mother, why can't I go buy ducks? Why should the older sister-in-law stay home to cook? Zhao Shi immediately turned grim. It's all family chores. Usually, you say you can't leave because of Qiao Jing and Xiao Li, but how many things have you missed doing? Has your older sister-in-law ever complained? But Wu Kaihua was not convinced. How can it be the same? Zhao Shi shouted loudly. What's so different? Seeing her mother's chest heaving with anger, Qiao Nian quickly stepped forward to stop her. All right, mother, stop talking. Zhao Shi glared at Wu Kaihua. You've eaten and drunk enough at home. I don't know what you're making a fuss about. Wu Kaihua knew she wouldn't get her way, so she closed her mouth and went to the kitchen. Jin Xiujuan moved quickly. Soon she pushed a wooden cart back, loaded with big, fat ducks. As she entered the yard, she loudly announced, Mother, I bought these ducks from the village chief's house. They're big and fat. I bargained for a good price, 10 ducks for only 450 coins. Then she quickly handed the remaining 50 coins to Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi came out of the house and called Xiao Chongbai to help process the ducks. Wu Kaihua, while cooking, silently thought Jin Xiujuan was foolish. Such a good job, earning 50 coins for free. How nice. But she just had to say it out loud. Unaware of Wu Caihua's inner thoughts, after processing the ducks, Qiao Chongbai took charge of dividing them, while Qiao Nian added some seasonings to the broth and started braising. The weather was not very hot, so I prepared the braised dishes early to avoid rushing tomorrow morning. The prepared duck products were stored in the cellar, and they would still be fresh tomorrow. Next, Qiao Nian asked her mother to take out the dried tribute vegetables from home, soak them until soft, and then cook them together with the duck products. After lunch, Qiao Nian and her 3 brothers went up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. The prepared bamboo shoots were also cooked in the same way. At dinner, the family knew that the duck products could make money, so no one was willing to eat them. Qiao Nian had no choice but to serve a plate of braised tribute vegetables and bamboo shoots. She received praise from everyone again. Nian, I didn't expect these plain vegetables to taste so good when braised. Qiao Liang was happy today because they also drank a little wine with the tribute vegetables and bamboo shoots. Qiao Nian also thought the vegetables were delicious and decided on a price for them. At least 50 coins per Jin. While the Qiao family enjoyed their meal together, the Li family was in trouble. Li Yongnian was taken to the county office. The young county magistrate was fair and strict, especially after learning that the victim was Fu Heading. Without delay, he ordered the case to be brought to court. Li Rulan had never seen such a scene. The officials on both sides of the court struck their sticks on the ground, almost scaring her to lose control. Without even being asked, she quickly told everything she knew. Of course, she tried to shift all the blame onto Li Yongnian, hoping the magistrate would let her go. Li Yongnian had nowhere to hide. The 2 servants who stayed in the hall to testify were his witnesses. He was the one who contacted the Fu family. This time, the magistrate was determined to give Fu Heading an explanation, even arresting the person who helped Li Rulan forge a household registration. The case was thoroughly investigated, and the only thing left was for Li Yongnian to return the 1,000 taels of bride money he had fraudulently obtained from the Fu family. When Li Rulan heard that Li Yongnian had taken 1,000 taels of bride money from the Fu family and only gave her 100 taels, she suddenly went crazy and lunged at him. Li Yongnian, I am your sister. You actually cheated me out of 900 taels of silver. I will fight you. As she lunged toward him, she was pulled back by 2 officials and thrown to the ground. The magistrate also struck the wooden block and announced, "Order in court. Bring out 20 big punishments. Please, sir, I beg you. I know I was wrong. I will never shout in court again." Li Rulan's pleas were useless. 2 officers stepped forward without mercy and dragged her away. The magistrate looked at Li Yongnian again. "Where is the bride price silver from the Fu family?" Li Yongnian was so scared his legs shook. He kept kowtowing to the magistrate at the front. "The silver. The silver has already been taken by the student." "Silence." The magistrate struck the wooden block sharply. "You, a dishonest fraud, dare to call yourself a student in front of me? I will strip you of your scholar title right now. With your character, even if you pass the imperial exam and becomes an official, you'll be a trouble to the court." Li Yongnian was completely stunned. Until now, his proudest achievement was his scholar title. No matter where he went, people looked up to him. Now that scholar title was gone. Li Yongnian felt as if everything inside him had been emptied. The magistrate didn't show any mercy because of Li Yongnian's dazed state. He continued to ask, "Li Yongnian, I order you to tell me immediately where the 1,000 taels of silver are." Li Yongnian seemed to ignore the question. He sat there blankly, his eyes completely empty. The magistrate didn't pity him at all. "Take him out and give him 20 lashes." Li Yongnian was dragged out by the officers and didn't react until the lashes hit him. That's when he finally came back to himself.
"Sir, please stop."
"I will tell you everything." Tell everything? It was too late. Li Yongnian endured 20 lashes and was then dragged back into the court like a dead dog. Li Rulan was also on the ground now, her whole body in pain, feeling worse than death. The magistrate struck the wooden block again. "Li Yongnian, where is the silver? Speak the truth." Li Yongnian painfully supported himself with his arms, no longer daring to hide anything. "Sir, I gave 100 taels to my family, 200 taels to Xie Xiaoyan, and I bought some books with the remaining 700 taels. Now I only have about 670 taels left." The magistrate pressed further. "And where is the 670 taels?" Li Yongnian spoke painfully, saying, The common folk hid the silver in a wall crack inside the small courtyard in town." Li Yongnian mainly gave silver to Xie Xiaoyan to hide his true wealth, not wanting her to know he still had so much silver. Before going to the Xie family, he hid the silver somewhere secret. Even professional thieves would find it hard to discover. The county magistrate immediately ordered, "Send people to search for the silver based on Li Yongnian's description." The constables took a few men to Li's village, bringing Li Yongnian's family and the 100 taels of silver to the county office. The officials left on command. The magistrate then asked, "Who is Xie Xiaoyan?" "That." Li Yongnian hesitated. He was with Xie Xiaoyan, as Qiao Nian said, to keep the family line going for his late older brother. Better to say, he was involved with his widow. Although he had lost his scholar title, Li Yongnian still felt ashamed to speak openly about it. Li Yongnian was embarrassed, but Li Rulan was not shy to speak. To lessen her punishment, she carefully knelt a few steps forward and knelt before the magistrate. "Sir, I know who Xie Xiaoyan is. Speak," the magistrate commanded sternly. "Sir, Xie Xiaoyan is my sister-in-law and also Li Yongnian's sister-in-law." "Oh," the magistrate raised his eyebrows with interest. "Then why did Li Yongnian give her 200 taels of silver?" Li Rulan ignored the murderous look Li Yongnian shot her. "Sir, Li Yongnian and my sister-in-law live in town. They also have 2 sons." As soon as she finished speaking, a handsome man entered the hall. He moved gracefully, and the moment he stepped into the hall, the entire county office seemed to fall silent. He wore a moon-white brocade robe, a jade belt at his waist, with a handsome face. His calm eyes swept over everyone below, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The magistrate quickly stood up, respectfully approached the man, and bowed with clasped hands. "Third Master." The third master waved his hand. "Congratulations, sir. Continue." "I am just here out of boredom, taking a walk," Gao Ziyu seemed to understand this man's temper well. Seeing his casual attitude, he sat back down at the desk without any ceremony. The official seemed used to such situations and immediately brought a chair for Third Master. Third Master sat down lazily, crossed his legs, and looked like he was waiting to watch a show. He then knocked on the wooden block to continue asking questions about Li Rulon. Just as he raised the wooden block, he noticed that Li Rulon was staring intently at Third Master with wide eyes. With a sharp sound, the wooden block hit the table heavily. Li Rulon, how bold you are! In court, you dare to look around carelessly. Do I think you no longer want to live? Li Rulon was so frightened, she quickly snapped out of her daze. No wonder she kept staring at Third Master. He was so handsome. In her 18 years, she had never seen such a good-looking man. If she could stay close to him, even as a simple servant girl, just seeing him every day would be worth it. But reality is harsh. It doesn't even give her a chance to dream. Li Rulon hurriedly bowed to the head of the court. Your Honor, I was wrong. He Zhengyu asked coldly. Just now, you said Li Yongnian and his wife had 2 children together? Li Rulon spoke honestly, trying to make up some details. Your Honor, I have no falsehood. I only recently learned about this. My former sister-in-law, Li Yongnian's legally married wife, found out about his affair with his second wife and left him. Through this, I learned that these 2 had been involved even before my eldest brother died. He Zhengyu chuckled coldly, clearly shocked. Li Yongnian's face turned pale and ugly to look at. He glared fiercely at Li Rulon, then bowed to the court. Your Honor, this is not what Li Rulon said. It's true that I was with my second wife, but it was only to continue my late brother's bloodline and manage 2 households. Manage 2 households, He Zhengyu sneered again. In that case, I ask you, did your wife know and agree to this arrangement? Li Yongnian wanted to say she knew, but he saw that the magistrate clearly intended to punish him severely. If he lied, the magistrate might even summon Xiao Nian to testify. Xiao Nian now looked like a different person. He could see the hatred in her eyes. Bringing her here would only make things worse. No, that won't do. Li Yongnian thought carefully and could only answer firmly. I don't know anything about it. He Ziyu coldly said, our great Qian dynasty has a tradition of managing 2 households, but this is only done after family discussions and with the approval of the main wife. Your wife doesn't know, and from what your sister says, your family is also unaware. What do you call managing 2 households? I see you as a person of poor character, involved with your sister-in-law. I even suspect you. I wonder if your eldest brother was harmed by you too. Hearing this, Li Yongnian broke out in a cold sweat. Your Honor, I am innocent. I would never harm my own elder brother. Humph, whether you harmed him or not, I will investigate thoroughly, He Ziyu said coldly. He disliked men like this. Whether they were guilty or not, he would scare them first. Li Yongnian kept kowtowing. Your Honor, please see clearly. My brother died in an accident while working in the city. It has nothing to do with me. Humph, He Ziyu said with a teasing smile. Whether it was an accident or not, I will decide myself. I won't believe your one-sided story. Sitting nearby and watching the scene, the Third Master seemed interested in the case. Of course, his interest wasn't in the case itself, but in how hearing this trial felt like listening to a story, so strange it couldn't be more so. He still looked lazy and indifferent, slowly speaking. My little uncle and the widow conspired to harm the eldest brother. This part could be turned into a story later, and it would sell very well. He Ziyu knew the Third Master was mocking him indirectly. He certainly wasn't short of money from writing stories. Anyway, what he needed to do now was flatter him. Third Master is right. I also think this story has a lot of potential. If we want to publish it, I can invite a publisher to come and print it immediately. The Third Master nodded. Yes, leave this matter to you. He paused and seemed to remember something.
Not yet.
You haven't heard the beginning of the story. Start over, or the story won't be complete. He Ziyu respectfully said. Understood. I will now re-examine the case from the beginning. Please watch Third Master, Li Yongnian. He feels like he wants to die. The man called Third Master by the county magistrate clearly holds a high position. His small matter has caught the attention of a big person, so what good can come of it? Thinking this, Yu, sitting at the head, straightened up and began to ask questions again. Just like during the initial questioning of their siblings, he asked in the same manner, how he was told to ask. This time, Li Rulan tried even harder to perform. She wanted to answer first, whenever she could speak, before Li Yongnian. She even deliberately used some words to attract the third master's attention. For example, when she was at the Fu family, her face swollen from being beaten by the maid, she kept arguing that she was deceived by Li Yongnian, and that's why she agreed to change her household registration and marry into the Fu family. Unfortunately, all her efforts were useless. The third master didn't even give her a glance. Still, Li Rulan didn't give up trying to look pitiful. Since she couldn't win over the lofty old man, she turned her focus to Yu. The county magistrate was also quite young, probably in his early 20s. He didn't look as good as the third master, but he was still quite handsome. Li Rulan used all her strength to tell him everything she knew. When she had nothing more to say, she started talking about Xiao Nian. She said Xiao Nian was no good and that she had cut her neck with a kitchen knife. Hearing this, the third master seemed more interested in the story. He signaled to Yu, who then asked, "Tell me, why did Li Yongnian's ex-wife want to cut her own neck with a knife?" Li Yongnian felt overwhelmed. Before Li Rulan could say more, he quickly interrupted, "Sister-in-law and the younger sister-in-law don't get along. That's common in the countryside. There's no need to explain it to the adults." Yu coldly scolded, "I ask Li Rulan. If you speak again, you'll get a beating." Hearing that he might be whipped, Li Yongnian immediately shut his mouth. He looked coldly at Li Rulan, warning her not to say too much. Li Rulan no longer cared about Li Yongnian. She had lost her scholar's title and had no hope in him anymore. She had no worries in her heart. "Because my mother wants to sell Li Yongnian and Xiao Nian's 2 children, Li Rulan spilled everything, telling all the family matters, big and small. Yu and the third master listened as if hearing a story. In the capital, noble families often have dirty secrets behind closed doors, but they deal with schemes and plots. In this small countryside, there are no such schemes. They just bully people openly." Both Yu and the third master felt some sympathy for Li Yongnian's ex-wife. Fortunately, she was clear-headed. After saving the children, she decisively divorced this scoundrel. Originally, Yu sent people to Li Jia village to bring Li Lao and Cui Shi to the government office, planning to ask for their statements. Then they would simply punish them and let them go. This case of marriage fraud was mainly planned by Li Yongnian. His parents knew but didn't participate, they just didn't oppose it. Now things are different. Such a wicked person, Yu doesn't plan to let go easily. It takes about 2 hours for the officers to go to Li Jia village and bring the people back. During this time, Yu couldn't wait at the court all the time. He looked at the sky and respectfully asked, "Third master, it's already this late. Why don't we have lunch first? After Li Yongnian's parents are brought here, we can continue the investigation." The third master nodded slightly. "That works." Yu waved his hand. "First, lock up Li Yongnian and Li Rulan. We will hold court later." Li Yongnian and Li Rulan were taken down from the court like dead dogs. Just as Yu and the third master stood up, someone reported that Mayor Niu from Heyuan town wanted to see them. Yu directly ordered, "Bring Mayor Niu to the study in the back yamen." In the study, the third master lazily leaned on a soft couch, while Yu sat at the desk. Mayor Niu respectfully placed an oiled paper package in front of Yu. He didn't recognize the third master, thinking he was a friend of the county magistrate, so he paid little attention. "Sir, there is a new delicacy in Heyuan town. I bought some to send you to try." In fact, Mayor Niu didn't come just to deliver food. His real purpose was to learn about Li Yongnian's situation. After all, Li Yongnian was from his town and had deceived the Fu family's marriage. Such a big matter, he wanted to understand it clearly so he could be prepared. He found it difficult to speak openly about this matter, so he thought of using the excuse of bringing food as a reason. There is a famous pastry shop in Heyuan town that makes peach blossom pastry. Mayor Niu originally planned to buy some to take to the county seat. However, just as he left, he overheard two people talking about a new dish at the UFO restaurant called Spicy Duck Delicacy. Despite its high price, many customers liked it. When Mayor Liao heard Spicy Duck Delicacy, he remembered the delicious dish he had at the Chiao family's place yesterday. Today, Madame Chiao mentioned that her family was selling duck delicacies in the city. It was clear that the duck delicacies at UFO restaurant must have been made by Madame Chiao. Such delicious food isn't easy for everyone to make. Without delay, Mayor Liao hurried to UFO restaurant, worried that if he was late, the last portion of the spicy duck delicacy would be sold out. Fortunately, when he arrived, the last serving was just about to be served to a customer. Mayor Liao is quite respected in Heyuan town. When he heard he wanted to buy it as a gift, the customer immediately agreed to give him the last portion. So, Mayor Liao bought a serving of spicy duck delicacy and took it to the county office. Seeing the paper-wrapped package on the table, Yu didn't think much of it. In the past, when Mayor Liao came to the office, he would bring some snacks. To Yu, it seemed like a polite gesture. Trusting Mayor Liao's kindness, Yu casually opened the paper package. A strong, spicy aroma immediately filled his nose. The usually lazy third master, who was leaning on a soft couch, twitched his nose slightly and then slowly sat upright. His gaze fixed on the seemingly ordinary, reddish, glossy duck delicacy. "What is this?" the third master asked, with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Mayor Liao quickly bowed and replied, "This item is called spicy duck delicacy, a new delicacy in our town today. I heard it tastes excellent, so I thought to bring some for your excellency and this young master to try." Seeing that the third master was interested, Yu pushed the paper package toward him and smiled. "If you're curious, you might as well try it." The third master was usually very cautious. Today, he had no attendants with him, and he was very careful about what he ate. He took a thin, very simple silver hairpin from his hair bun and tested its tip on a piece of duck meat. Mayor Liao had never seen such a scene before. In fact, he was just an ordinary commoner. He had heard that in the capital, noble ladies would have servants test food for poison using silver utensils before eating. He always thought those stories were quite ironic. Who would bother poisoning food just for fun? Was it really necessary to go to such trouble? Now he was witnessing it firsthand. The magistrate, who was very respectful to the young man, was probably one of those noble families he had heard about. Third master didn't know what Liao was thinking. After testing the food for poison, he used a small bamboo toothpick, which was already prepared on the table, to pick up a small piece of duck bone and put it in his mouth. He ate very gracefully, but not slowly. He took a gentle bite and chewed carefully. The duck was already well seasoned, with firm, chewy meat, and the rich marinade had soaked through completely. At first, it tasted salty and slightly sweet, but then the numbing sensation of pepper and the spiciness of chili flooded in like waves, exploding in his mouth, stimulating his taste buds. It made him gasp, but he couldn't stop. For someone used to fine food, this was a thrilling mix of pain and pleasure. Third master's eyes lit up slightly. He was from a noble background and had tasted many delicacies, but this bold, soul-stirring snack was a first for him. He continued tasting the duck neck and duck wing, each joint and strip of meat full of addictive spicy and fresh flavors. "Not bad," third master said casually, putting down the bamboo toothpick, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and asking, "Who made this?" "The flavor is quite unique." He was very surprised. He knew how picky third master was about food. His chefs had changed many times, but none had satisfied him. He never expected that such an ordinary-looking snack with strange flavors could earn his praise. It was truly rare. He only wondered whether the maker of this spicy duck snack and other foods they prepared could also win third master's favor. It would be so wonderful if that were true. The third master's house has a good cook, so we wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Thinking this, Yu urged Liao Zhenjiang after the third master finished speaking. "Quick, tell me, who made this?" Liao Zhenjiang's mind moved, seeing this as a good chance to ask about Li Yongnian. He carefully said, "Speaking of the person who made this, it's quite interesting. It's connected to the case the Lord is investigating today. Oh, Hizeyu raised an eyebrow, interested. How so? This spicy duck dish was made by Li Yongnian's ex-wife, Jiao. Niu Zhenjiang said carefully, watching the expressions of the two men. He continued, yesterday I went to LV Shui village on official business and happened to try it. It was truly delicious. Today, she started selling it at the Mansion restaurant in town. Xiao, though a woman, is decisive in her actions, and her cooking skills are extraordinary. Niu Zhenjiang was not exaggerating. The dinner at Xiao's house yesterday was all made by Mrs. Xiao, and it was even better than the dishes at the city's restaurants. Hizeyu and the third master exchanged surprised looks. They saw in each other's eyes that the strong woman who had calmly divorced and protected her children in the court story also had such excellent cooking skills. The third master picked up a cup of tea, took a sip to wash away the spicy taste, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Quite an interesting person. He was just passing by, came to see Hizeyu, and happened to encounter this case. He thought Li Yongnian and his sister were foolish and wicked, so he listened for a while. Unexpectedly, the woman who seemed to be the victim in this case gave him a surprising taste experience. The third master's long, fair fingers lightly tapped the table, lost in thought. Niu Zhenjiang didn't know what he was thinking and directly asked about Li Yongnian's case. Hizeyu didn't hide anything and briefly explained the whole case. Then he said with a half-smile, who would have thought that in Heyuan town, there's such a top family? Niu Zhenjiang chuckled awkwardly. The world is big, and there are all kinds of people. I made a mistake when Li Yongnian tried to bribe me to change Li Rulan's household registration. I didn't remind Lord Fu in time. Hizeyu said seriously, this matter is indeed your fault for neglect, but you did not accept bribes from Li Yongnian. It seems you are a clear-headed person. He then added, Li Yongnian has spent some of the money from the Fu family. Today, Li Rulan said in court that their family has no money left. To make up the 1,000 taels for the Fu family, they might have to sell property. Mayor Niu needs to keep an eye on this. Mayor Niu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will watch closely. After he finished gathering information, Mayor Niu decided not to stay long. I won't bother you two anymore. I will take my leave now. Just as he stepped back a few paces, the third master called him. Where is Lady Qiao currently living? Others might not know, but the third master, who was poisoned years ago, developed other health issues and also lost his appetite. Many times, he had no desire to eat, which is why people saw him as very picky about food. This impression comes from his poisoning. But loss of appetite isn't real refusal to eat. When he sees delicious food, he still likes it. Because of this, the household has been searching for a good cook. So far, they haven't found anyone truly satisfying. Today, after tasting the spicy duck dish, the third master seemed to feel his loss of appetite had improved. Mayor Niu also mentioned that Lady Qiao's cooking skills are extraordinary, which is what the third master cares about most. Mayor Niu didn't think much and respectfully replied, To answer Your Excellency, Lady Qiao lives in Lushui village within Heyuan town. The third master nodded, indicating he understood. As Mayor Niu left, Hizeyu couldn't wait to ask, Third master, are you feeling hungry now? Yes, the third master replied calmly. It's been a long time since I ate something I still wanted to eat. Hearing this, Hizeyu was very happy. In that case, I will send someone to Lushui village right away to call Lady Qiao here. The third master raised an eyebrow. Why call her here? Of course, to make her the cook for the third master, Hizeyu said honestly. This might not work out, the third master explained. In court, it was learned that Li Yongnian divorced Lady Qiao, and their 2 children are raised by her. She has 2 kids with her, so she probably can't come out to work. Hizeyu hesitated, as if truly believing what third master said. What does third master plan to do? Third master lazily leaned on a soft bed. I've been free these days. Once Li Yongnian's case is finished, I will visit the Fu family and also go to Greenwater village. Hizeyu knew that this lord often had nothing to do. Alright, I will try to finish the case today, and tomorrow I will go with third master to Heyuan town. After 2 hours, Old Man Li and Mrs. Cui, both looking very upset and full of resentment, were brought into the court. He Zhe ordered the court to open immediately. Old Man Li and Mrs. Chui knelt in the center of the court. When they saw their children covered in bruises and injuries, Mrs. Chui could no longer hold back her tears and started crying loudly. Your Honor, please see clearly. My son is innocent. Unfortunately, her tears seemed worthless in He Zheyu's eyes, and instead, he found them quite annoying. With a loud bang, He Zheyu struck the wooden gavel. How dare you shout in court? Take her out and give her 20 big hits. The officers who had just brought Old Man Li and Mrs. Chui back said they had gone to Li village to find out about Li Yongnian's family. Mrs. Chui was the worst. Her family was not short of silver, yet she wanted to sell her own grandchildren. She was also very fierce and petty, always arguing and never liked by anyone. Taking this opportunity, they decided to punish this wicked woman. Mrs. Chui never expected that just calling out her son's innocence would result in 20 big hits. Her old arms and legs couldn't handle it. Please, Your Honor, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. But her pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. He Zhe found her even more annoying. Mrs. Chui, after receiving her punishment, was dragged back to the court and quieted down. Even if she was unwilling, she dared not say another word. She silently looked at Li Yongnian, wanting to know why it had come to this. At this moment, Li Yongnian was already in a difficult situation himself, with no energy to look at Mrs. Chui. He bowed his head very humbly to He Zheyu. I, a commoner, admit my mistake. I am willing to return the 1,000 taels of betrothal silver to the Fu family. I hope the Lord will show mercy and give me a lighter punishment. After all, he was educated and understood the laws of the great Qian dynasty. After being sent to jail, Li Yongnian calmed down and thought carefully. He knew the evidence against him for the marriage scam was solid, and he could see that the county magistrate was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. It was impossible to escape the charges now. The best he could do was admit his guilt voluntarily and try to get a lighter punishment. Just as he finished speaking, Cui Shi suddenly lost her temper, forgetting the pain from the 20 strikes she had just received. Yongnian, what are you saying? You still want to return the bride price of 1,000 taels to the Fu family. You only took 100 taels. We will return it. So why do you want to pay double? He Zheyu struck the wooden block again and shouted, Shut up. I am questioning here. Who allowed you, a stubborn woman, to speak? Someone. Bring the club. Watching He Zheyu's actions, the third master sitting nearby nodded in approval. He also wanted to deal with Cui Shi, who was being so stubborn. Cui Shi was stunned again, crying and begging. Your Honor, please have mercy. I was just curious and asked questions. I didn't mean to disturb the court. The officers didn't care how much Cui Shi begged. As long as the magistrate hadn't ordered to stop, they would continue to punish her. Suddenly, screams filled the court, growing louder and louder. It wasn't until Cui Shi fainted from the pain that He Zheyu ordered the officers to stop. Soon, someone brought in a bucket of cold water and poured it over Cui Shi's head. She immediately woke up. This time, she finally learned her lesson. Although she was full of doubts, she dared not ask again, not even to cry out in pain. He Zheyu didn't delay any longer. He first questioned Cui Shi. Cui Shi didn't dare hide anything. She admitted that she and Old Li both knew about Li Rulan changing her household registration. But she only knew that the Fu family had given 100 taels as the bride price. She had received the 100 taels and hadn't spent a single coin. She was ready to return it to the Fu family at any time. Old Li also knew this and, after being beaten, dared not tell a lie. His confession was exactly the same as Cui Shi's. Cui Shi had already been beaten 20 times, with broken bones from the club. If they continued to punish her, someone might die. Cui Shi was guilty, but she hadn't committed a capital crime. He Zheyu was not a careless official who would kill people easily, especially with the third master present. He wanted to handle everything fairly. So, he ordered the officials to take Old Li out and give him 20 more strikes. Old Li accepted his punishment silently and was taken away without a word. He Zheyu looked at Li Yongnian and Li Rulan and said, Your mother, Cui, will be punished with 20 strokes of the stick. Since she has already been punished before and to prevent any danger to her life, I plan to have you, the brother and sister, take her place. His eyes moved back and forth between them. Who is willing to take the punishment for Chui and show filial piety? Thinking about the 20 strokes, both Li Yongnian and Li Rulan felt cold inside. They never wanted to experience that pain again in their lives. Li Rulan cried and begged, "Sir, I have already been punished before. My body is full of scars, and I can't bear to take this punishment for my mother." She looked at Li Yongnian and said, "My second brother is healthy, and he has been studying here for many years. He hasn't contributed much to the family. Now is a good time for him to show filial piety." He sneered and looked at Li Yongnian. "What do you say?" Li Yongnian knew that even if he refused to take the punishment for his mother, the county magistrate wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, there was no need to refuse. He clenched his teeth. "I am willing to take the punishment for my mother." "Good." He ordered directly, "Take Li Yongnian out and give him 20 more strokes." When Chui saw her son being dragged out to be punished, her heart felt like it was being cut. But this time, she truly learned her lesson and dared not say another word. After the punishment, He announced the verdict. Li Yongnian's act of changing his household registration to deceive marriage is confirmed. He is stripped of his scholar title and is forever barred from taking the imperial exams. Li Rulan, Li Changkai, and Chui conspired with Li Yongnian to deceive marriage. According to the Diqian law, the main culprit, Li Yongnian, will be whipped 20 times and sentenced to 3 years of hard labor. The accomplice, Li Rulan, will be whipped 20 times and sentenced to 1 year of hard labor. Once they recover, the punishment will be carried out immediately. Li Yongnian stared blankly and sank to the ground. Li Rulan burst into tears and wailed, "County magistrate, I was deceived by Li Yongnian. I know I was wrong. Please show mercy." Old Li and Chui also begged for mercy, pleading with the magistrate to show leniency. But their crying was useless to He. He waved his hand. "Take the brother and sister, Li Yongnian and Li Rulan, into custody immediately." Then he looked at Old Li and Chui. "You have 1 day to repay the silver that Li Yongnian spent recklessly and bring it to the county office." Old Li was still relatively calm now. He stopped begging and kowtowed to the official at the front. "Please, sir, let me ask about Li Yongnian's silver. I also need to know how much silver I must gather to cover the bride price for the Fu family." He was not being difficult. He asked his clerk to tell him where the silver that Li Yongnian had confessed to was stored. Old Li already had a rough idea. The county officials had just found the 670 taels of silver Li Yongnian had hidden in the town. After returning home with Chui, he planned to go to Xie Shaoyan to get back 200 taels. He just needed to find a way to gather a little over 20 taels more. Old Li worked all year round and was stronger than Chui. He painfully got up, helped Chui to her feet, and the two of them, trembling, walked out of the office. Just outside, a guard came out and called, "Wait a moment." Hearing the guard call them again, Old Li and Chui were so frightened they almost fell over. Chui, with tears in her voice, asked, "Official, is there something else?" She was worried it might be the magistrate calling them back for another beating. The guard, routine and cold, said, "Li Yongnian and Li Rulan are in jail. Do they want extra food?" He explained. "If yes, each of them gets 1 tael of silver per month." Chui and Old Li stared wide-eyed. "What? Going to jail and still have to pay silver?" As soon as they heard the word, silver, their heads buzzed. The guard was a bit impatient but explained anyway. "They are in jail. They get 1 black-faced bun each day. If they want to eat more, they have to pay silver." Chui and Old Li were stunned. 1 black-faced bun a day. If they weren't starving, they'd still be half dead. They looked at each other, unsure what to do. It wasn't that they didn't care about their children, but 2 taels of silver a month was more than they could afford, even if they sold everything they had. And now, they also faced the debt of returning the bride price to the Fu family. With just a few dozen taels, they would have to sell land to pay it back. Chui thought about how their family's assets were shrinking and couldn't hold back her emotions.
Oh, dear.
What kind of trouble have I gotten myself into? I worked so hard to save most of my family's wealth, and now it's all gone.
Boo-hoo.
How am I supposed to live now? Old Mr. Li felt uneasy inside. Although he didn't cry out loud like Mrs. Cui, he looked very downcast. The officer saw this and scolded coldly. Stop causing trouble in front of the county office. If you want to cry, go somewhere else and cry. There was no need to ask. Judging by the old woman's attitude, their family wouldn't be paying the silver for Li Yongnian and Li Rulan's meals. The officer, displeased, simply left. Old Mr. Li pulled Mrs. Cui away. Both of them were injured all over and couldn't walk back to Li village on their own. They could only grit their teeth and hire an ox cart in the town. They didn't know that what happened inside the county office today and Li Yongnian's so-called plan to take over 2 households would soon spread throughout Li village. Xiao Nian was unaware of what happened to Li Yongnian's family today. At home, Jin Xiujuan and Zhao were busy fighting over chores. Yun Zhou and Xing Yao spent the day with brother Qiao Lei herding ducks and playing with friends in the village. They didn't bother her. With nothing to do, Xiao Nian took the opportunity when her family was busy to find a quiet place and slip into her space. She had already obtained the land deed and wanted to build the house as soon as possible. Xiao Nian didn't have much talent for design, unlike the all-round heroine in novels who could do everything. It was impossible for her to draw detailed plans. But she had stored many books in her space, and she could copy from them. In her previous life, Xiao Nian liked large courtyard houses. The big courtyard, she imagined, could be built bigger here. Anyway, she now had over 2,000 taels of silver, and in 3 days, the Fu family's medical fee would bring in another 10,000 taels. In this small green water village, what kind of house couldn't be built? She found relevant books and looked through them. She was especially fond of a well-designed 3-entry, 4-courtyard house. She bought 20 acres of land, which was about 10,000 square meters. But she wouldn't be extravagant enough to build a 4-courtyard house over 10,000 square meters. Around 1,800 square meters would be enough in this countryside. According to the plans in the books, a 3-entry, 4-courtyard house would cover about 1,200 square meters. In her memory, she had seen the estate of a local landlord in a nearby village, which was said to occupy about 3 acres of land. This little girl who left her family, decided to build a 2-acre house. Xiao Nian carefully copied the design from the blueprint onto rice paper with a pencil. It didn't require much thinking, and was quickly done. Having survived the end of the world, Xiao Nian's needs in life are simple, mainly just food. So, her copied drawings didn't include many modern elements. The only exception was the interior of the house, where she planned to lay wooden floors and combine modern furniture styles. These are things to consider after the house is built, so there's no rush to design them now. After finishing the drawings, Xiao Nian took a shower. When she looked in the mirror, she noticed that in just a few days, her skin had become several shades lighter and she seemed to have gained some weight. Overall, she looked much better than when she first arrived, no longer gaunt and with dull, yellowish skin. At this point, Xiao Nian couldn't help but praise the original owner's appearance. Her features were delicate, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, but long-term malnutrition had made her look tired and aged. Now, after a few days of good care, she was transforming rapidly. However, upon closer inspection, she didn't resemble the Qiao family much. Mrs. Zhao had small eyes, and her nose and mouth were large. She wasn't exactly ugly, but not pretty either. Xiao Liang looked better. An ordinary appearance, nothing special. Her 3 brothers all looked like Mrs. Zhao. The eldest and second brothers resembled her, while the third took the best features from both. Xiao Nian carefully examined her own features and found they were different from Mrs. Zhao and Xiao Liang. If her family didn't treat her like a treasure, she might even doubt she was their biological child. Anyway, she was quite satisfied with her current appearance. With time, if she drank more nutritional supplements and gained some weight, she would definitely become a beautiful woman. It's wonderful, having lovely children, loving parents, a big courtyard, and a harmonious life. These dreams had all come true for her. After tidying herself up, Xiao Nian left the space with hope. Mrs. Zhao, at Xiao Nian's request, made scallion pancakes with plain noodles for dinner that night. The meal was simple, just soup and water dishes. But for the Qiao family, it was a rare delicacy. Just after dinner, Granny Li from the village came over. "Madam Li, why are you free to come over?" Zhao asked warmly. Today, the Qiao family was making fried pancakes and the smell still lingered. Madam Li teased, "Isn't it because I smelled your delicious food and came over?" Zhao believed her and, although she felt a bit guilty about the leftover pancakes, she took a piece from the kitchen and offered it to Madam Li. "There's only this one piece left. Sister Li, if you don't mind, please try it." Madam Li smiled happily. "I won't refuse." After returning from Li's village on foot, she was both tired and hungry. She didn't even go home but came straight to the Qiao family. In front of the Qiao family, Madam Li finished the pancake in one go, wiped her mouth, and then began to speak slowly. "I'm here to tell you some big news." Zhao, who liked gossip, asked eagerly, "What big news?" Madam Li took a sip of water before speaking slowly. "Li Yongnian's family has had trouble." Zhao raised her eyebrows. "Sister Li, tell me what happened." Li Yongnian's family had been bullying her for many years. Zhao secretly hoped they would all get into trouble and have bad luck every day. Madam Li described vividly. People in Li's village saw Old Man Li and Mrs. Cui being taken away by officials. Everyone in the village was talking about it, but no one knew exactly what had happened to their family. Later, someone who had been to the county town came back and said they saw the county magistrate judging a case, and it was about Li Yongnian's family of 4. Madam Li spoke quickly, recounting everything she had heard. All these things were in Xiao Nian's mind. Given the status of the Fu family here, if they dared to lie about marriage, Li Yongnian wouldn't have a good future. What surprised her was that the county magistrate was quite interesting. Out of curiosity, he asked many questions unrelated to the marriage case. Now Li Yongnian had brought trouble on himself, saving her the trouble of ruining his reputation. Madam Li finished explaining the court's investigation, but it wasn't over yet. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I was planning to go back this afternoon, but then I thought about how Old Man Li and Mrs. Cui would gather the money Li Yongnian spent, so I stayed until now." Zhao urged her. "Sister Li, tell me quickly, how did they gather the money?" Grandma Li chuckled mischievously. "What are they gathering for?" As soon as they returned to Li village, Xia Shaoran brought back her 2 children, whom she had with Li Yongnian. Not only Xia Shaoyan, but several of her brothers from her family also came. Zhao became more interested and asked, "What happened next?" Qiao also felt curious. Since Xia Shaoyan wouldn't have brought her children to Li village just for no reason, she must have faced some serious trouble. Grandma Li continued, "When Xia Shaoran arrived at Li village, she shouted for help, begging everyone to save her children. Because of the incident at Li Yongnian's house, many people gathered under the big locust tree to chat. Seeing Xia Shaoran asking for help, they stopped her brothers. Later, Xia Shaoyan cried and said that her relatives from her hometown had gone to the county seat to see the magistrate handle a case. When they returned, they spread the news in the village. Her brothers heard that Xia Shaoyan had 200 taels of silver, and they immediately stole it. And that wasn't all. They even wanted to sell her 2 children. TSK, karma really hits hard. Just as Chui's family was about to sell Daba and Daya, Xia Shaoyan's brothers from her hometown planned to sell Li Yongnian's other 2 sons. Zhao grew more eager and urged. And then, Grandma Li replied, everyone tried to stop them. Seeing how many people were in Li village, her brothers cursed and then left angrily. Xia Shaoran took her 2 children to Li Yongnian's house. Cui immediately demanded the 200 taels of silver from her. But her brothers had already stolen that silver, so she had nothing left to give. Cui, furious, grabbed a wooden stick and hit Xia Shaoyan's leg. Her leg broke right then, but the village chief couldn't stand to see her suffer. He called a doctor to help. The doctor said Xia Shaoyan's leg needed at least 3 months to heal. Even then, there was no guarantee she wouldn't be left disabled. At this point, Grandma Li couldn't help but make a few disgusted sounds. With Chui's vicious nature, she wouldn't let Xia Shaoyan recover properly. It would be a miracle if she didn't die from the abuse. Zhao listened and felt even more satisfied. She angrily slapped her thigh and said, "Karma, that's what it is. People never do wicked things. Heaven has eyes, and sooner or later you'll face the consequences." Grandma Li strongly agreed. Exactly. Li Yongnian's family truly reaps what they sowed. When I left Li family village, old Li was already busy selling land. Xiao Nian knows quite a bit about the farmland owned by Li Yongnian's family. They have 23 acres of land, the most in Li family village. When she left, she sold 6 acres, and after moving out, her family sold some more land to buy household items. Xiao Nian doesn't know exactly how much was sold, but roughly, their family now has at most 12 or 13 acres of land. Li Yongnian's marriage was a scam. He needs over 200 taels of silver to make up the 1,000 taels he owes. Even if their remaining land is all sold, it probably won't be enough. Haha, now, they might have to sell their house. Their house isn't made of bricks or tiles, so it wouldn't sell for much. Even if Li Yongnian survives and gets out of prison, he might end up homeless. Hearing this news from Grandma Li, the Qiao family was very happy. Zhao's mood improved, and when Grandma Li left, she gave her some leftover duck breast meat from making duck delicacies. Seeing so much duck breast meat at home, Qiao Nian had a bright idea, and a new idea for a snack came to her mind. Before the apocalypse, she learned a simple way to make homemade beef jerky from videos on her phone. It's very easy. Cut beef into strips about the thickness of a finger, season and marinate it, then bake it in the oven. The finished product is very tasty, just as good as the ones sold outside. During the Dacian dynasty, the court banned eating beef, so she wanted to try making jerky with duck breast meat to see if it could taste similar. Since beef jerky is hard to produce and mostly sold to wealthy people, she would keep some for her family and sell the rest. Xiao Nian's idea was good. It could bring in extra income, but they needed an oven to do it. Tomorrow, she planned to visit the blacksmith shop in town to see if they could make a charcoal-fired oven. That night, as usual, after Zhao was asleep, Qiao Nian quietly entered her space. She quickly drew a rough sketch of the oven's design before returning to her room to rest. Early the next morning, just after breakfast, the Fu family's carriage arrived. It was the same coachman who brought them back yesterday. Qiao Nian was the first to ask, "How is your young master doing?" Facing Qiao Nian, the coachman was very respectful. "Thanks to the goddess doctor, our young master was able to walk around last night and even drank a bowl of porridge. I am surnamed Qiao. From now on, just call me Lady Qiao, not goddess doctor," Qiao Nian said for the second time to the coachman. The coachman smiled and replied, "All right, I will call you Lady Qiao." Learning that young Master Fu was doing well, Qiao Nian felt relieved from the bottom of her heart. Although she trusted her acupuncture skills, she knew that unexpected situations could happen. Qiao Nian asked Xiao Chongbai to load all the duck products onto the carriage. The carriage was not only fast but also much steadier than a bullock cart. She thought that once she had enough ability to protect herself, she would buy a carriage for travel. Perhaps it was arranged in advance by the Fu family because the coachman first took the siblings to the UFU restaurant to deliver goods. Seeing them arrive, Manager Dong smiled happily, as if he had seen a treasure. The spicy duck products they sold yesterday were marked up 2 times, earning a good profit, not to mention. Every customer who tasted them praised the delicious flavor, and many who hadn't even tasted them paid in advance to order today's duck products. Customers who ordered duck products would come to the restaurant to dine, and also order some other dishes, which indirectly brought more business to the restaurant. Qiao Nian slowed down the carriage and asked with a smile, "Manager, how is the duck product business?" "Thanks to the young lady, the duck product business is excellent," Manager Dong said with a big smile. If the owner knew he was so insightful, she would surely praise him. Xiao Chongbai was not good with words, only knew how to work. Without needing Manager Dong to tell him, he took the duck products he brought inside the restaurant. Manager Dong also praised the vegetarian dishes that had the same flavor as the duck products and bought all 30 jin of vegetables he brought. Xiao Nian was called inside by Manager Dong to settle the bill. Today, the family of Qiao wanted to make more money from the duck products. They didn't want to eat any themselves and brought all 10 ducks. Including the vegetables, They sold everything for 4 taels and 9 qian of silver. Xiao Nian did not take the silver herself. It was directly handed to Qiao Chongbai. Holding the silver, Qiao Chongbai felt it was heavy, more exciting and tense than the silver he helped Xiao Nian earn from selling Lingji mushrooms that day. After all, this silver was truly earned through their hard work. Yesterday, they made 700 coins, which was already enough for the Qiao family. Today, they earned 4.9 taels. The ingredients for pickled vegetables and bamboo shoots cost almost nothing. Buying 10 ducks only cost 450 coins, and the rest was profit. So, in total, they earned over 4 taels. Qiao Chongbai's heart was pounding hard. He wished he had wings to fly back immediately to Greenwater Village and show the silver to his family. Qiao Nian didn't know how Qiao Chongbai was feeling. She had just agreed with Manager Dong to deliver spicy duck dishes tomorrow. As she turned to leave, 3 people arrived at the Li Fu restaurant. These 3 people truly surprised Qiao Nian. More precisely, it was one of them. He wore a light blue brocade robe and had a handsome face that could make people jealous. Most importantly, he looked about 27 or 28, not just 20. His calm and steady aura of someone in a high position was something Qiao Nian really liked. Qiao Nian was not a naive girl. Whether in her past life or this one, she had been with men. Her first thought now was that she wanted to sleep with this man. Of course, that was just her true inner thought. Qiao Nian wouldn't do anything inappropriate just to sleep with a man. She only glanced at the man a few times before continuing to walk outside the restaurant. Manager Dong respectfully went forward to greet the handsome men. Master Dong, why are you free to come here today? He didn't recognize the 3, only greeting the master. Murong Sun waved his folding fan and strode into the restaurant. I heard you brought some spicy duck dishes. They taste very good, so I came to see. Manager Dong pointed to Qiao Nian's back. The spicy duck dishes are indeed delicious, made by Lady Qiao herself. The 3 turned their heads, their eyes falling on Qiao Nian's back. Hazu looked interested. That Li Yongnian is really foolish. He has such a clever wife at home, but doesn't cherish her, instead colluding with his sister-in-law. If not for that, his career might not have stopped here. The 3rd master didn't say anything. He casually looked at Qiao Nian's back and then sat down at a round table. Murong Sun ordered, Shopkeeper Dong, prepare a nice meal immediately and send it to the private room. I want to entertain 2 distinguished guests. Shopkeeper Dong responded quickly and went to arrange everything. Qiao Nian didn't notice the gaze behind her, nor did she think about sleeping with that handsome man. It was just a joke. This time, when she went to the Fu family to give young Master Fu acupuncture, Qiao Chongbai accompanied her. The old butler had been waiting at the gate. When Qiao Nian arrived, she went straight to young Master Fu's courtyard. Qiao Chongbai was sent by the old butler to the flower hall to drink tea and wait. Young Master Fu was still young and in good health. When Qiao Nian arrived, he was not lying down but sitting in a rocking chair in the courtyard, enjoying the sun with a servant attending him. Young Master Fu was also there and they were talking. The old butler smiled and said, Master, young master, Dr. Qiao has arrived. This title was given by young Master Fu in advance to the old butler. He could tell that Qiao Nian didn't like being called a goddess doctor. Out of respect, he called her Dr. Qiao. Qiao Nian was quite satisfied with this title. After nodding to young Master Fu, she walked over to him. Yesterday, young Master Fu had been lying in bed and looked quite unwell. Today, he was different, more energetic, and his face looked a bit better. He still looked handsome. He was handsome but a bit gentle, which wasn't Qiao Nian's usual type. She still felt that she liked the young man she saw in front of the restaurant yesterday. Qiao Nian asked a few questions and then began to check young Master Fu's pulse carefully, paying close attention to his pulse signals. Meanwhile, young Master Fu kept observing Qiao Nian. His gaze was not flirtatious, but more like he was trying to recognize someone. However, he didn't ask anything at that moment. Only after Qiao Nian finished taking his pulse did young Master Fu ask, Dr. Qiao, how am I doing? Qiao Nian honestly replied, You're recovering well. I can confirm that with 2 or 3 more acupuncture sessions, young Master Fu's lung abscess will be completely healed. With proper care for about half a month, your body should return to normal. Hearing that his illness could be cured so quickly, young Master Fu was naturally pleased. Then I thank you, Dr. Qiao, for continuing the treatment. Today, Qiao Nian gave Master Fu an acupuncture treatment. Since there weren't many doctors watching, she felt much more relaxed. After the treatment, Fu had ordered someone to take Qiao Nian back home, but she refused. She asked the old butler about the best blacksmith shop in town and went there with Qiao Chongbai. The blacksmith shop was busy. Inside, a red-hot furnace burned brightly. The old blacksmith and his two sons were working hard at the forge. Qiao Nian showed the old blacksmith a drawing of an oven and asked, "Can you make this?" The old blacksmith looked at it for a while, frowned, and said, "I can make it, but it won't be cheap." Qiao Nian wasn't short of silver now, and asked generously, "How much?" The old blacksmith thought for a moment and replied, "At least 3 taels of silver." Qiao Nian looked directly at Qiao Chongbai and said, "Third brother, pay the silver." Qiao Chongbai didn't hesitate and gave the old blacksmith 3 taels of silver. His quick action surprised Qiao Nian. After all, 3 taels of silver was a lot, and the money from selling duck products was supposed to go to her mother. Yet, Qiao Chongbai didn't even ask what it was for. After paying, the old blacksmith agreed to work faster and told her to come back in the afternoon to pick up the item. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Qiao Nian, curious, asked, "Third brother, I just spent so much silver at the blacksmith shop. Didn't you want to know what I was making?" Qiao Chongbai smiled simply and said, "This silver is yours. You can use it however you want." He continued, "And I know everything you do is for this family. Whatever you decide, I will support you." Not only that, but he also said, "Even if it was 30 taels, I believe our parents would help you find a way." Hearing this, Qiao Nian felt very comforted. It was a good way to get rich in ancient times. What she worried about most was her family's lack of support, or even holding her back. She felt so lucky to have such understanding and supportive family members in her second life. As they walked through the street, Qiao Nian asked again, "Third brother, is there a good builder in town?" This question made Qiao Chongbai look confused. "Little sister, aren't you just building a few rooms?" He explained, "Our land work is almost done. Dad and the brothers can help you build a few rooms easily. Why do you need a builder?" Qiao Nian knew that her third brother misunderstood something. "Third brother, I plan to build a 3-entry courtyard with bricks and tiles. Can you do that?" "What?" Qiao Chongbai was shocked. "Little sister, you have 2 children. Why do you want to build such a big house? You're lucky to have earned some money, but luck doesn't always stay with you. When you raise 2 children in the future, you'll need more money. You can't spend it all just for comfort." Qiao Nian understood that her third brother was speaking for her good, but she had her own plans. "Third brother, you know I have some money. Since I'm not short of money, I want to build a better house. Later, my parents can live with me, and it will be more comfortable. Also, Yinzhou and Xingyao are growing up. They need their own rooms." These are just her surface reasons. In fact, she wants to leave the end-of-world life behind and live a normal life. With some money, she just wants her life to be more comfortable. But she couldn't openly say these reasons. Qiao Chongbai was stunned for a long time, unsure how to persuade her. Recently, he also noticed that his little sister was becoming more determined. She wanted to do things her way, and he couldn't easily change her mind. Since that was the case, he decided not to argue anymore. "In the past, I worked with an old craftsman from the town on building houses. He's skilled, and his home is nearby. I can take you to ask about him." So, Qiao Nian followed Qiao Chongbai through a few alleys to a small courtyard. Qiao Chongbai knocked on the door. A slim girl opened it. However, neither Qiao Nian nor Qiao Chongbai could see her face because it was covered with a piece of silk cloth, only revealing 2 big, watery eyes. "Who are you looking for?" the girl asked clearly, sounding very pleasant to listen to. Qiao Chongbai's scar was a source of insecurity for him. When facing her family, he worried they might be scared, so he instinctively took a step back. Qiao Nian had no such worries. She asked, "Is this Master Liao's house?" Liao Yuqing responded, "May I ask what you want with my grandfather?" Qiao Nian smiled and explained, I want to ask if Master Liao has time recently. I'd like to ask him to help build a house. I'm sorry, my grandfather isn't feeling well lately and can't help you. Liao Yuqing's voice carried a hint of sadness. Xiao Nian could tell that this was not an excuse the young woman was making to refuse her. I don't know what illness Master Liao has. I have some medical knowledge and can try to help. It was clear that she saw some doubt in the other person's eyes. She didn't find this strange. After all, in ancient times, few women knew medical skills, so doubt was normal. As the saying goes, when in doubt, try any remedy. Young lady, let me take a look. Even if I can't cure Master Liao, you won't lose anything. Liao Yuqing hesitated for a moment but finally moved aside to open the door. Then please, sister, help me look at my grandfather. Xiao Nian carefully examined the small courtyard of the Liao family. Although not large, it was clean and tidy. Even the room where Master Liao was resting was spotless. Unsurprisingly, this was probably thanks to the young woman in front of her. Liao Yuqing led Xiao Nian into the main room. Sister, my grandfather hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. The doctor said that his condition is very serious and he might not make it. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Nian patted her shoulder gently. Let me take a look first. Master Liao was sleeping deeply. Xiao Nian pressed her fingers to his wrist to check his pulse. After a moment, she turned to ask Liao Yuqing, did he start experiencing severe abdominal pain, along with vomiting and fever, a few days ago? Liao Yuqing nodded repeatedly, hope flickering in her eyes.
Yes.
At first, he just felt some bloating and pain in his stomach, but it got worse and he vomited several times. She continued, we called the town doctor, who said it was an intestinal abscess. We gave him some medicine, but it didn't help. His condition only worsened. Xiao Nian frowned slightly. An intestinal abscess that doesn't respond to medicine can be very dangerous. She pressed on his lower right abdomen through his clothes to examine him. When she pressed a certain spot, even in his deep sleep, Master Liao groaned in pain. Does it hurt the most here? Xiao Nian asked. Liao Yuqing nodded with tears in her eyes. Yes, Grandpa said it felt like a knife was cutting there. Xiao Nian already had a judgment in her mind. This is clearly acute appendicitis, known in ancient times as intestinal abscess. If not treated early with surgery, perforation can cause peritonitis, which is life-threatening. Miss Liao, your grandfather's condition can't be managed with medicine alone, Xiao Nian said seriously. He needs immediate needle therapy to drain the pus, followed by herbal medicine. There might be a chance to save him. Liao Yuqing's hope flickered, but then dimmed again. The previous doctor also said to do needle therapy, but after the treatment, my grandfather's condition worsened. My method of needle treatment is different, Xiao Nian said firmly. I have a family secret technique specifically for such emergencies. It is painful and requires the patient's cooperation. Just then, Master Liao on the bed slowly woke up and weakly asked, Qing'er, who is here? Liao Yuqing quickly stepped forward and explained Xiao Nian's purpose and diagnosis. Master Liao struggled to turn his head toward Xiao Nian, his cloudy eyes full of doubt. You, a young girl, can treat intestinal abscess? Xiao Nian smiled gently. Yes, I can. This treatment is much easier than curing Master Fu's illness. Hearing someone say they could cure his grandfather's illness, Liao Yuqing didn't have many doubts anymore. Grandpa, the city doctors have no solution for your condition. Why not let this young lady try? Master Liao closed his eyes tightly. All right. As long as you can cure me, I will pay well. The old man had spent his life building houses for others and saved a lot of silver. He wasn't worried about the cost of treatment. He just wanted to get better, see his granddaughter married, and then peacefully pass away. Xiao Nian secretly took out silver needles from her space, hidden under her sleeve, and began to treat Master Liao by draining the pus. Suddenly, Master Liao let out a terrible scream, arching his back, then collapsed heavily again. Grandpa, Liao Yuqing exclaimed in alarm. It's okay. The pus has been drained, Xiao Nian said calmly as she pulled out the needle. A small amount of yellowish-white pus flowed from the needle hole, accompanied by a foul smell. Jiao Chongbai watched his sister's actions in shock, stunned by her skill. But he didn't lose his composure. Although the patient was an old man, he was still a man. Performing the needle to drain the pus was one thing, but he didn't want his sister to continue cleaning up the discharge herself. Look at the girl with her face covered. Taking care of her might be difficult, so he stepped forward first. Little sister, I will handle the pus that is coming out. Qiao Nian didn't refuse and made space for Qiao Chongbai. Then she asked Liao Yuqing, do you have paper and pen at home? I will write a prescription and you can go get the medicine. Liao Yuqing nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll get it right away. Qiao Nian had not practiced calligraphy in her past life, so her writing was not very neat, but it was still understandable. She handed the written prescription to Liao Yuqing. Go get the medicine now. Liao Yuqing turned and ran. There was a pharmacy just outside the alley. Liao Master's pus was flowing out a lot, and he suddenly felt much better. Qiao Nian checked his pulse again. Another treatment tomorrow combined with medicine, and he should recover within 7 days. His body was his own, so Liao Master naturally felt relaxed. He slowly sat up and then saw the person helping him clean the pus. He looked quite familiar. Who are you? Qiao Chongbai put down the cloth he was holding. Master Liao, my surname is Qiao. 5 years ago, I helped build houses with you. Liao Master thought for a moment and finally remembered who the person in front of him was. Your face? If it weren't for the scar on Qiao Chongbai's face, Liao Master wouldn't have recognized him. This young man looked good and was capable. Liao Master liked him very much. Qiao Chongbai casually touched his face. After his little sister applied medicine for him these days, he could feel the scar had faded, but it was still there. A few years ago, I went hunting in the mountains and was injured by a black bear. That's how I got this look. Liao Master didn't expect him to have such an experience. People, this is all fate. Now that Liao Master felt better, he started talking more. Why did you come to find me, old man? Qiao Chongbai pointed to Qiao Nian. My little sister wants to build a house. She asked if there are good craftsmen in town. I thought of you. Liao Master's gaze also fell on Qiao Nian. You saved my life. If you want to build a house, I will do it. Seeing Liao Master's generous attitude, Qiao Nian couldn't help but smile. According to her own budget, the house she wanted to build would cost at least 1,000 taels. It is not fair to blame Master Liao for making such a big wish. Who would have thought that a rural family could build such a large house? Qiao Nian asked quite bluntly, I want to build a 2-acre, 3-section brick and tile courtyard. Will Master Liao also take on this project? Master Liao was startled by her request for a 2-acre, 3-section brick and tile courtyard and broke out in a cold sweat. How big is the courtyard? Qiao Nian took out the blueprint and handed it to Master Liao. You'll see once you look at it. Master Liao looked at Qiao Nian's design plans with surprise. Who designed this? It's very clever. He had helped build many large courtyards for wealthy families, but he had never seen such a reasonable and comfortable design before. Qiao Nian didn't refuse or hide anything. I thought about it for a long time and drew this plan myself. This is the kind of courtyard I want. Do you think you can build it? Of course I can, Master Liao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. But I'm afraid I can't keep the promise I made earlier. Building such a courtyard will cost at least 1,000 taels. I've spent my whole life saving up to build houses, but I don't have that much money. Qiao Nian didn't expect Master Liao to work for free. Master Liao, one thing at a time. I'll pay for the house. You just need to help with buying materials and managing the workers. Hearing this, Master Liao looked both ashamed and grateful. Miss Qiao, you're so kind. I will definitely pay the medical fee as agreed, and I will do my best to build the house without taking any payment. Qiao Nian smiled and shook her head. Master Liao, treating an illness and building a house are two different things. You need to rest for a couple of days. When you're better, just help me supervise the construction. I'll pay you fairly for your work, so you don't work for nothing. Just then, Liao Yuqing returned with the medicine, beads of sweat on her forehead. Qiao Nian checked the herbs, told her to start boiling the medicine, and also gave Master Liao some advice on diet and health. She promised to come back tomorrow to continue treating him, and then left with Qiao Chongbai. I didn't expect that visiting Master Liao's house would take so long. It was already noon, and both Qiao Nian and Qiao Chongbai were feeling very hungry. They passed by a wonton stall and each ate a bowl of wontons before heading home. Today, they had been out for a long time. Zhao Shi was worried and stood at the courtyard gate, looking in the direction they were coming from. When she saw them return, Zhao Shi ignored her son Qiao Chongbai and went to greet Xiao Nian. Nian, why did it take so long? I thought something had happened to you. Xiao Nian held Zhao Shi's arm and said, Mom, we just got delayed by a small matter. Zhao Shi affectionately patted her hand. Remember to come back early next time, or I will worry. Yes, I will, Mom. Xiao Nian said as she walked, pulling Zhao Shi into the main house. Xiao Chongbai placed the money from selling duck products on the table. Mom, today we sold duck products for 4 taels and 9 qian of silver. My little sister used 3 taels at the blacksmith shop to make something. There is 1 tael and 9 qian left. Count it. Zhao Shi didn't say anything or ask what Xiao Nian had used the 3 taels for. She was about to count the silver when Wu Kaihua burst into the house, carrying Qiao Jing. Wu Kaihua had been watching from the window, waiting to see how much money they earned today. When she saw them enter the main house, she hurried over with Qiao Jing in her arms. Before she could get inside, she heard Xiao Chongbai say that Xiao Nian had used 3 taels of silver to make something, and Wu Kaihua immediately became upset. Little sister, the money earned from selling duck products belongs to everyone. Why did you use it without our family's permission? Zhao Shi slapped the table and scolded coldly. Wu Shi, I am still alive. This family doesn't need you to tell us what to do. Wu Kaihua was very angry. Mom, you favor her too much, but there should be a limit. Everyone in the family shares the duck business. Why did little sister spend the silver without saying a word? Wu Caihua's voice was loud, and it scared Qiao Jing, who burst into tears. Hearing the argument in the main house, Jin Xiujian also put down her work and ran in. She pulled Wu Kaihua to comfort her. Second sister-in-law, little sister must have her reasons for what she did. Just listen to her first. How many years have you been relying on your parents' favoritism and taking advantage of the family? When Wu Kaihua first caused trouble, Qiao Nian didn't pay much attention, since the original owner had indeed done some excessive things. But after a while, Qiao Nian started feeling uncomfortable. She is not the original owner, and she is trying to make up for the mistakes the original owner made. She could run her spicy duck business herself, but she chose to do it with her family. Yet this second sister-in-law is still not satisfied and keeps targeting her. Second sister-in-law, you should know I have a lot of money. If I want to spend a little, I wouldn't use the money from selling ducks. Wu Kaihua was unhappy. But today, you clearly spent money from the duck business. What's the point of talking about this now? Qiao Nian sneered. I did this to make money. If second sister-in-law thinks what I do isn't for the family, I will pay for these expenses myself. When the business earns more money, don't be jealous. Hearing this, Zhao Shi was so angry she slammed the table again. Nian, you pay for these expenses yourself. In the future, when you make money, don't give it to the family. That won't do. Wu Kaihua said, upset that Qiao Nian earned money, but didn't share it with the family. Although my younger sister set up her own household, she hasn't moved out yet. Why shouldn't she share her earnings? Wu Shi, are you being unreasonable? Zhao Shi scolded. Wu Kaihua also felt wronged. Your whole family only cares about Qiao Nian. Why can't you think about the other children? I've been married into the Qiao family for so many years. Look at my 2 children, they're so thin, like skin and bones. Qiao Nian didn't like hearing this. Second sister-in-law, I know I made mistakes before. Since I left and came back, I've been trying to make up for it. Now I buy all the flour and rice we eat. And I make sure there's enough oil and water in the daily meals. Not only that, I also work with you to earn money. What more do you want? Is it just because I haven't shared the duck earnings with you these past few days? At this point, Qiao Nian took out 3 taels of silver and handed it to Zhao Shi. Mother, this is my share. Calculate how much money I earn from selling ducks these days and share it with everyone. Little sister, what are you doing? Zhou Chongbai was angry because Wu Kaihua was causing trouble. He originally thought that since Wu Kaihua was his sister-in-law, he shouldn't say anything harsh to her as her brother-in-law. But now it seems that his younger sister is truly upset, and as her brother, he can't just watch silently. Little sister, since you asked Mom to split the money from selling duck products, my share will be included in the cost of that oven you are making today. Jin Xiujuan also quickly agreed. Our big family also counts as a part. Wu Kaiwa looked at Jin Xiujuan in disbelief. Big sister-in-law, why are you also joining Zhou Nian in causing trouble? She only managed to come up with a food idea by chance, after just 2 days of earning money. You think she can come up with other ways to make money? Don't be impulsive and foolish. Think about Zhou Lei too. Look at the grandson of the eldest uncle, who is the same age as Zhou Lei. He has already been studying at a private school for 2 years. Jin Xiujuan was very firm. Thanks for the reminder, second sister-in-law. I believe in my little sister. Wu Kaihua now felt that everyone in the Zhou family, except herself, was foolish. She stopped speaking, feeling that words were useless against these stubborn people. The Zhou family didn't split up, and even when dividing money, Xiaoshi would keep some for future household expenses. Zhou Nian had already covered the full amount from selling duck products today. After subtracting costs, she earned a net profit of 4 taels and 700 won. Zhao Shi directly kept 2 taels and 700 won, then added 3 brothers and Zhou Nian, giving each 500 won. Zhou Chongbai and Jin Xiujuan received 500 won each and handed it directly to Zhou Nian. Little sister, big sister-in-law, this money is for you to make that oven. Little sister, this is from third brother. Zhou Nian took the coins without hesitation. She believed in teaching people how to fish rather than giving them fish. She could help her family earn money, but she wouldn't let them think that having money meant they didn't need to work. She didn't say anything on the outside, but inside, she had already planned that this was the investment from her eldest brother's family and third brother. Zhao Shi also didn't hesitate. From the remaining 2 taels and 700 won, she took 1 tael and 500 won and gave it to Zhou Nian. Nian, this is from Mom, the money for making that oven. Wu Kaihua saw that everyone was working together, except for those who didn't share her views, and she turned away with the 500 coins. I really don't understand what kind of spell Qiao Nian cast on these people, convincing them to give money, without knowing the full reason. What she didn't know was that Qiao Nian was very serious. She used the 3 or 2 silver coins to make an oven, following a profit-sharing system similar to modern joint ventures. Mother, you paid half of the money for the oven. In the future, when it makes money, you get 50% of the profit. As for the rest, I will take 20% because I came up with the idea. The remaining 30% will be split equally between elder brother and third brother. Little sister, we are all family. There's no need to be so strict about dividing everything, Qiao Chongbai said, confused. You're right, sister, Zhao Shi said clearly. She understood the principle of sharing, like a big tree with many branches. But mother and father shouldn't take 50%. We can exchange that for the 20% with you. Qiao Nian shook her head. Mother, this is settled. I want to earn more money, and I have other business ideas. Seeing her daughter's determination, Zhao Shi didn't say anything more. Anyway, the money she earned was hers to give to whoever she wanted. That evening, Qiao Liang came back from the fields with brothers Qiao Chongqing and Qiao Chongsong, not knowing what had happened. Zhao Shi didn't care about the details. She told the story of Wu Caihua's fuss that day, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Qiao Chongsong's face darkened. He pointed at Wu Caihua's nose and shouted angrily, "What are you trying to do? Can't you just live a peaceful day?" Wu Kaihua was scolded and started crying, feeling wronged. "What am I doing?"
It's all for our son, she said.
Qiao Zhuang is already 6 years old. Every day, he envies the children in the village who can go to private schools. Now that we finally have some money-making business, I just want to save more money to send my son to school. What's wrong with that? Qiao Chongsong wanted to say more, but Qiao Liang interrupted. Enough, stop arguing. Since Wu Shi has her own ideas, no one will force you. Sending Qiao Lei and Qiao Zhuang to school is also a wish of me and your mother. When we have more money, we will send them. Wu Kaihua rolled her eyes silently, thinking to herself, if the family could send 2 children to school, they would have done it long ago. Everyone can say nice words, but when it comes to real actions, her sister-in-law just uses money to get everything. She is still clever and quickly took some of the money she earned, or else, In the future, the old lady might not have any at all. Xiao Chongsong felt very ashamed in front of his family. After his father finished speaking, he pulled Wu Kaiwa back to his room. After today's events, Xiao Nian was even more eager to move out. The next day, she and Xiao Chengbo went to the UFO restaurant to deliver goods again. Manager Dong saw them and looked at them as if they were seeing a treasure. It's all my fault for being forgetful. I forgot to ask about your home address. Otherwise, I would have sent someone last night. Today, the restaurant charged double for the duck supplies. Xiao Nian smiled lightly. That's all we can do today. Tomorrow, I'll pay Manager Dong double. If I ask for more, it might be too much. Although villagers kept ducks at home, the number was limited. Even if they sold all of them, it wouldn't last more than 2 months. It seems that when she goes back, she needs her father to talk to the village chief and encourage everyone to raise more ducks, so she can have enough supplies. After settling the money, she earned 5 taels of silver from more vegetable dishes today. The more she earned, the less excited Xiao Changbo was, but he still felt happy. They took the silver and went to the Fu family. To her surprise, she met that man again at the Fu family. Young Master Fu was in high spirits today, sitting at a stone table in the yard, talking with the third master and others. The old housekeeper came forward and reported, "Young master, Dr. Qiao has arrived." Everyone's eyes turned toward Xiao Nian. This was also the first time the third master looked directly at her. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fu, is this the doctor who cured your lung abscess?" Young Master Fu nodded. "Yes, Dr. Qiao." What Xiao Nian didn't notice was that young Master Fu's gaze at her today carried a hint of curiosity, but it wasn't very obvious. She confidently made a gesture inviting him to the room. "Young Master Fu, please go back to your room. I'll check your pulse first." Young Master Fu trusted her medical skills completely and was very respectful.
"Please, Dr. Qiao."
Xiao Nian was very satisfied with young Master Fu's recovery. Today is the last acupuncture session. Continue taking the medicine for a few more days, and you will fully recover. Young Master Fu didn't doubt her diagnosis. This morning, the housekeeper invited several doctors to check on him in the city, and they all gave the same opinion. Then I will ask Dr. Qiao to give another acupuncture treatment. Later, I will instruct the housekeeper to pay you the consultation fee. Xiao Nian didn't hesitate and helped young Master Fu with the acupuncture. She focused her mind, and when 4 people entered the room at different times, she didn't notice. It wasn't until she finished the last needle and turned around that she was startled. When Fu Heading looked at Xiao Nian, his usual sternness was gone. "Dr. Qiao, your medical skills are truly impressive." "I am very grateful," Xiao Nian modestly replied. "I just happen to know how to treat young Master Fu's illness." Fu Heading also stopped being polite and pointed to the third master. "This is my student. He has had a stubborn illness for many years. Please, Dr. Qiao, help take a look." That day, when Xiao Nian saw this third master, she only caught a fleeting glance. Now, seeing him up close, she felt a sudden, reckless urge to be with him, even if it was irresponsible. Quickly dismissing such inappropriate thoughts, Xiao Nian kept a calm expression. "Since Lord Fu trusts me, I will take a look." The third master sat gracefully at the round table and extended his wrist. Xiao Nian sat beside him without hesitation. Her actions startled He Zheyu, who almost scolded her, but was stopped by a sharp look from the third master. Xiao Nian remained composed, her fingertips resting on his wrist pulse, but her expression grew more serious. After a long moment, she withdrew her hand. The third master's voice was deep and magnetic. "How is it?" Xiao Nian hesitated, then looked at the others in the room. "Feel free to speak," the third master urged again. Xiao Nian's tone was serious. "This young man has been poisoned with a very strong toxin, and it's not just one type." Everyone in the room was visibly shocked after hearing her words. Fu Heading stepped forward. "Dr. Qiao, can you tell us more specifically?" Xiao Nian looked around slowly and spoke calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, this young man has been poisoned with 2 different toxins. She couldn't name the specific poisons from ancient times, but she could tell what toxins they were made of and clearly identify the symptoms of poisoning." The third master's deep eyes flashed with a faint surprise. He nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. One type is a kind of cold poison. When poisoned, during rainy nights or cold weather, the limbs become icy, as if falling into an ice cave. The meridians become blocked, and the pain is unbearable. Qiao Nian's voice was calm, but her sharp eyes quickly scanned the third master's face. She saw that although he kept a composed expression, his fingers on his lap twitched slightly, revealing her judgment was correct. She continued, "The other is a poison called Despair's End. It looks harmless on the surface, but it has a side effect that affects appetite, making one. Is there a cure?" Before Qiao Nian could finish, the third master interrupted her. He never expected that an ordinary-looking rural woman could have such impressive medical skills. Even the imperial doctors couldn't diagnose the problem, but she identified it accurately just by taking his pulse. If he had any doubts about her medical ability before, they were gone now. He also had a faint feeling that this woman might be able to cure his own poison. The Despair's End poison was not a big problem. What mattered was the cold poison. As Qiao Nian just said, during rainy nights or when cold air struck, the cold poison in his body would flare up, causing unbearable pain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to live in this remote place, mainly to escape the harsh northern cold. Qiao Nian lightly tapped her fingers on the table, thinking about how to cure the poison. The room was so quiet that even the sound of breathing was barely audible, as everyone was afraid to disturb her train of thought. After a long while, Qiao Nian finally spoke slowly. "To completely remove the cold poison from your body, it will take at least a year. As for the other poison, it's not difficult to cure. However, the medicinal ingredients needed are extremely rare and hard to find. Later, I will write a prescription for you. Once the ingredients are gathered, I can help you detoxify at any time." Hearing her words, everyone was still stunned and unable to recover from the shock. This was the first time they heard someone say they could cure Third Master's poison. Before this, they could only say that Third Master's status was high and various famous doctors could be summoned to keep him alive. "Dr. Qiao, are you serious?" Fu Heading's voice trembled slightly, no longer showing his usual sternness. Qiao Nian's words were entirely truthful. She nodded gently. "I am serious." Fu Heading looked at the Third Master excitedly. "Third Master," Grandpa Third decisively said, "as long as you can remove the poison from my body, name your price for the treatment." "Let her set the price?" "Humph." Without a doubt, Qiao Nian has already considered this gentleman as her main benefactor. To remove the cold poison, treatments need to be done every other day, with a medicinal bath once a week. "I hope that when you treat my illness, you can travel back and forth to Greenwater Village. I have young children at home, so I can't leave often." Qiao Nian isn't really worried about the children not being able to go out. The kids are very sensible and follow Brother Qiao Lei to feed the ducks every day, so she doesn't need to watch over them constantly. She says this mainly because she doesn't want to make trips to the city every other day. She doesn't have the patience for that over a year. "This is no problem. I can personally come to treat you," said the Third Master. For some reason, he feels a bit proud of himself. His visit to the Fu family is partly to see teacher Fu Heading, but mainly to find out about the woman in front of him, Qiao Nian. He hopes to taste her other dishes, especially if they are as delicious as the spicy duck snacks, which he likes. He can give more silver to satisfy his appetite. Now that even detoxification requires her help, the Third Master has new plans in mind. Fu Heading has already guessed his intentions and steps forward to introduce Qiao Nian, saying, "This is Lord John. From now on, it will be hard work for Dr. Qiao to treat Lord John." Qiao Nian nods slightly. Lord John. Hearing the surname John, Qiao Nian can't help but feel suspicious. In the original owner's memory, the royal surname of the great Qian dynasty was John. Seeing how respectful old Master Fu is to him, Qiao Nian can tell that this person's status is not ordinary. It seems she really needs to reconsider her thoughts about sleeping with someone so powerful and influential. She can't afford to offend such a man. She pulls back her thoughts and goes to the bedside to help Fu Shaoxiu remove the silver needles from his body. Today's treatment for young Master Fu ends here. Fu Heading directly orders, "Butler, go get the silver note." The old butler had already prepared the silver note. After Fu Heading's command, he hands it to Xiao Nian with both hands. Xiao Nian takes it without hesitation and puts it away. She looks at John Baihan and says, "My home is in Greenwater Village. Lord John can find out more there." After speaking, Xiao Nian turns to leave. She had just left when someone came to report to Fu Heading, "Master, the investigation you ordered has yielded results." Fu Heading called the person into the study. "What are the results?" The person spoke quickly. "I checked in Lufshui village. Dr. Qiao's parents love her very much. If anyone says she is not a biological child of the Qiao family, no one would believe it." He paused and continued. "However, Dr. Qiao was not born in Lufshui village. She was born outside while her parents were working elsewhere. When she was brought back to Lufshui village, she was already several months old." Fu Heading thought for a moment and asked, "Did you find out where Dr. Qiao's parents worked?" The person nodded. "Yes, I looked into it. The couple worked in Qingyuan County. Her father helped carry goods, and her mother was said to be a nursemaid for a wealthy family. But she didn't work there long." Fu Heading asked again, "Is that all you found out?" The person nodded. "Yes. The wealthy family, where her mother worked as a nursemaid, moved to Qingyuan County later. They didn't stay long before leaving, so her mother didn't work there for long either. When they returned to Lufshui village, Dr. Qiao was born." Fu Heading rubbed his aching temples and waved his hand. "All right, you may leave." Right after the investigator left, young Master Fu came in and asked, "Grandfather, did you find out anything?" Fu Heading shook his head slowly. "These clues can't prove anything. She just looks similar." Young Master Fu was silent, wondering if his instincts were wrong. Unaware that she was being investigated, Qiao Nian went with Qiao Chongbua to Master Liao's house. Master Liao's condition was improving significantly. After Qiao Nian helped him with acupuncture again, it was clear that with one more treatment and medication, he could recover gradually. Master Liao was grateful for her saving his life. He couldn't repay her, as he didn't have the resources to build her a house for free. He could only try to speed up the construction process. "Miss, I've already arranged the workers. We can start building at any time." When mentioning this, he also talked about his health. "You don't need to worry about my condition. It's been like this for many years. I only handle the planning. I don't need to do the physical work when building the house. It won't affect my health." Qiao Nian was indeed eager to build the house. "Since that's the case, the sooner we start, the better." "All right," Master Liao replied happily. "I'll make arrangements tomorrow." Qiao Nian is a person who doesn't like to worry too much. I believe Master Liao has many contacts for buying building materials after so many years in this line of work. "I was thinking of leaving the task of purchasing the building materials to you. How does that sound?" In ancient times, whether common folk or wealthy families, people usually bought building materials themselves during construction. The main reason was to avoid being cheated out of money by outsiders. Of course, sometimes Master Liao was asked directly to buy materials, but only if the person trusted him completely. "If you trust me, young lady, I will help you buy the materials. I will also give you the list to check." Master Liao agreed readily. Qiao Nian handed him 1,000 taels of silver. "Take this first and ask me if it's not enough." She paused and added, "My family members all have their own things to do. The workers' meals will need to be managed by you, Master Liao. I can also increase the wages." "Good, no problem," Master Liao replied happily. With everything settled, Qiao Nian and Xiao Chongbai left together. They bought a large piece of pork and a whole rack of ribs in town, then headed back to Greenwater Village. On the way, Xiao Chongbai reminded her, "Little sister, don't mention the money you earned from treating people's illnesses when you get back. Otherwise, I worry that second sister-in-law will cause trouble again." Qiao Nian thought the same. Her second sister-in-law was quite selfish and petty, but she was honest and lived peacefully with her second brother. Anyway, once the house was built, she could move out soon. From then on, it would be two families living separately, no conflicts over water or land. If they could get along, good. If not, they could stay apart to avoid unnecessary trouble. When they reached Greenwater Village and were still far away, Qiao Nian and Xiao Chongbai saw many people gathered in front of their house. They thought something had happened at home and quickly ran toward the door. Zhao stood at her own yard gate, earnestly persuading everyone, Don't worry, we all live in the same village. When I buy ducks, I will prioritize those from our village. Right now, I only need to buy 10 ducks each day. More than that is just too much. Third sister Chiao, you can buy from my family first. Our ducks are big and fat. My ducks are also fat. Seeing this, Xiao Nian relaxed a little and pushed through the crowd to stand beside Zhao. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say. When the villagers saw it was Xiao Nian, they looked dismissive. Everyone in Greenwater Village knew that Xiao Nian was a troublemaker in the third Xiao family. Without her, the third Xiao family's life wouldn't be so hard. She married and came back home to enjoy herself, and now she's even more troublesome, bringing 2 mouths to feed after her divorce. Nowadays, life is hard for everyone. Having 3 more mouths to feed makes it even harder for the third Xiao family to turn things around. Recently, things were somewhat better. Someone in her family was thinking of starting a food business, probably to earn some extra pocket money. The villagers had noticed that the third Xiao family had been going around collecting ducks from neighbors lately, so they gathered together. Every family kept ducks, but they rarely sold them. Usually, they only sold duck eggs to make a little extra money. But duck eggs aren't worth much. Selling a whole duck would be more profitable. Xiao Nian called out, but seeing no one paid her any attention, she lost patience. If you won't listen to me, then everyone disperse. I decide where to buy ducks, and I won't listen to you. Hearing this, the villagers reluctantly quieted down. What do you want to say? Actually, Xiao Nian had been thinking about buying ducks since last night. The popularity of spicy duck dishes at the UFU restaurant was obvious in just one day. She believed that the restaurant's daily demand for 10 ducks was definitely not enough. Today, her guess was confirmed. The restaurant had increased their purchase to 20 ducks. Although every family in Greenwater Village kept ducks, they weren't raised on a large scale. Her own family kept about 10 mature ducks, plus another 10 ducklings born this year, totaling around 30 ducks, which was normal for Greenwater Village. At the UFU restaurant, without increasing the number of ducks purchased, she buys 20 ducks every day. It won't be long before all the ducks in Lfshui Village are bought up by her. Time is urgent. She needs to encourage villagers to raise more ducks and develop a sizable flock so she can meet her personal needs. I plan to buy 20 ducks today and from now on, at least 20 every day. I suggest you take advantage of the warm weather and hatch more ducklings. I promise, as long as your ducks are healthy and reach the right weight, I will buy each for 50 coins. As soon as Xiao Nian finished speaking, Wang, the village chief's wife, was unhappy. Now you're saying 50 coins per duck. Did we lose money yesterday when we sold ours? Xiao Nian remembered that her sister-in-law sold ducks at 45 coins each yesterday. Don't worry, Auntie, let me explain, Xiao Nian said again to the villagers. The reason I pay 50 coins is so you can handle all the ducks at home and send them to me. The extra 5 coins is your payment for processing the ducks. Since they had to prepare 20 ducks daily for boiling and other uses, their family was already busy. Adding another 20 live ducks for slaughter, bloodletting, and feather removal would be too much work, and she didn't want her family to be overworked. No problem, said one villager.
50 coins per duck.
My family will clean and prepare the ducks carefully before sending them to you. Me too, but you can't trick us. If you kill the ducks and then refuse to buy them, who can we talk to? That's right. You must guarantee you'll buy the ducks we kill. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Xiao Nian waved her hand again. If I decide to buy someone's ducks, I will pay you in advance, so you don't have to worry about losing money if I refuse to buy the ducks after killing them. Besides, Xiao Nian needed a guarantee herself. She moved her mind and took out a thin silver needle from her space, showing it to everyone. Let's be clear first. If you dare to use sick or old ducks to cheat, I can detect it with this silver needle. If that happens, don't blame me for refusing to buy your ducks. Everyone looked at her with suspicion, thinking, who does she think she is? Just a small silver needle can tell if a duck died from illness? Xiao Nian knew no one would believe what she said. She looked at Zhao Shi and said, Mom, go get some of our leftover duck breast from last night. I want everyone to see how powerful this silver needle is. Soon, Zhao Shi brought a piece of duck breast. Xiao Nian moved her mind, and the silver needle absorbed some kind of medicine in the space. Then, the needle's tip was inserted into the duck breast. In an instant, the silver needle turned light purple. The villagers were surprised again. How can that be? Yes, I just saw that the needle was colorless before, but once it poked into the duck meat, it turned light purple. Xiao Nian smiled quietly without speaking, watching the villagers' shocked and ongoing discussions. Gradually, when their voices quieted, she spoke slowly. Everyone saw that? When the silver needle is inserted into overnight duck meat, it turns light purple. That's real. Also, if a duck is sick, the needle will turn black after being inserted. From now on, whenever you send me a duck, I will check it with this needle. So, if you want to keep working with me long-term, don't send me sick ducks to trick me. If I find out, I promise I won't buy your ducks again. Hearing that, several people who had thought about sending sick ducks realized it was better this way. If they had sick ducks, they could handle them and send them over without being caught, saving them dozens of coins. But unexpectedly, Xiao Nian came up with this trick, making those with bad intentions lose their motivation instantly. Still, as long as she was willing to buy ducks, their family would have income, which was a good thing. Xiao Nian didn't care what they thought. I plan to buy 20 ducks tonight. Who's first? I'll go. Our ducks are many. Before she could decide, Zhao Shi tugged at her sleeve and said, Nian Nian, I already promised your aunt to buy their ducks today. Xiao Nian smiled at everyone and said, my mom already promised aunt to buy their ducks. Please go back now. Tomorrow, someone will come to buy the ducks from the Qiao family. My older sister-in-law will go to meet them. When everyone heard that the ducks from the Qiao family would be sold, if it was someone else, they might try to compete. But since it's their own family, there's nothing they can say. Xiao Nian, can you sell my family's ducks tomorrow? Xiao Nian looked at the speaker, who was Granny Li, the one gossiping about Li Yongnian. Yes, Auntie. I will sell your ducks tomorrow. Granny Li proudly lifted her chin, earning a lot of eye rolls. Xiao Nian reminded everyone, after you go back, make sure to hatch more ducklings. This business can last a long time. Xiao Nian was confident about this. Even if no one else could make the spicy duck seasoning, and even if someone else managed to copy it, she could still sell roast duck or salted water duck to make money. There are many ways to eat ducks, so Xiao Nian wasn't worried about losing business. After sending away the villagers who came to buy ducks, Qiao Chongbai handed the money from today's sales to Zhao. Mom, we sold 5 taels of silver today.
Keep it safe.
Zhao took the silver and looked up to see Wu Kaihua peeking through the window slit. Humph. I don't know when, but she's already developed so many little schemes. Wu Kaihua knew her mother-in-law was talking about her, so she stopped peeking and came out of the room. Zhao glared at her sharply and called out, Xiaozhuan, come to my room. Jean Xiaozhuan had been busy making clothes for her family. The last time Xiao Nian bought so much fabric from the city, she hadn't had time to make anything. When she heard Zhao's call, she hurried out of her room. Zhao didn't say much. She kept 3 or 4 silver coins, then divided them into 4 parts, giving each of the 4 children 500 won. Wu Kaihua was clever this time. She took the money without saying a word and went straight back to her room. Jean Xiaozhuan was happy too. She finally had some pocket money. Once she saved enough, she planned to send her son to school. After dividing the money, Xiao Nian went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She bought pork belly and lots of ribs in the city. Since the food was so delicious, she had to cook it herself. Jean Xiaozhuan and Wu Kaihua went to help in the kitchen but were sent away by Xiao Nian. The family had been busy these days, and there wasn't much firewood left. She sent her 2 sisters-in-law away. On one hand, she wanted to take spices from the space easily. Most importantly, she cleared out Li Yongnian's house, turning the broken furniture into firewood with her mind. When no one was in the kitchen, she could take out that firewood to use. Xiao Nian didn't make anything complicated to eat. At home, there were dried preserved vegetables from last year. After soaking, she made a dish called preserved vegetables with pork. Next, she prepared braised pork ribs. She also made a refreshing cold dish from the large cabbage in the house to help clear the greasy taste. As for the staple food, there was no need to mention. Xiao Nian didn't like eating coarse grains. The rice she planted in the space last night had ripened, and she used her mind to grind it into fine rice, ready to try today. The rural kitchen was very simple, with large gaps everywhere. The aroma of the braised pork ribs cooking in the pot wafted out through the gaps in the kitchen. It made passers-by in front of her house swallow their saliva uncontrollably. Fortunately, the Chiao family lived in a relatively remote area. Only people digging wild vegetables or chopping firewood at the foot of the mountain would pass by here. Xiao Nian was feeling proud of her cooking skills when she suddenly heard voices outside. "Excuse me, is this the home of Dr. Chiao?" The voice sounded unfamiliar to Xiao Nian. Immediately after, Zhao asked, "Our family surname is Chiao, but there's no Dr. Chiao here." Xiao Nian pushed open the kitchen door and came out. She turned her head and just happened to meet the deep gaze of Zhan Baihan. Soon, she shifted her gaze. There were 4 people. The person asking the question was probably a servant of someone's. "Mother, they are probably here to find me," Xiao Nian explained simply. Zhao's face was full of shock. "Nian Nian, when did you become Dr. Chiao?" She had heard from Qiao Chongbai that her daughter went to the city to treat people. But her daughter said it was just a lucky coincidence that she could treat that person's illness. How did she become Dr. Chiao? At this moment, Xiao Nian couldn't explain much to Zhao. She walked over and opened the courtyard gate.
He was the first to speak.
"Dr. Chiao, third master is here to see you for treatment." Oh, today, she had indeed promised to help Zhan Sani detox at the Fu family's house, and she also said she didn't want to go back and forth to the town. She didn't expect him to come so quickly. Without much hesitation, Xiao Nian moved aside and said, "Please come in, everyone." Morong Sun, walking at the back, sniffed and said, "Dr. Chiao's family is cooking something very tasty." "What is it?" Xiao Nian smiled generously. "It's just some home-cooked food, nothing fancy." Morong Sun, a friendly person, said, "Dr. Chiao is very modest. I run a restaurant, so I know a bit about food. When I say something is delicious, it must be good." Gurgle, gurgle. Yu didn't say anything, but his body's natural reactions gave him away at this moment. Xiao Nian couldn't help but smile and asked a few people to sit in the yard. She looked at Zhan Baihan and said, "Third Master Zhan, I believe you saw that my home is simple and there are no extra rooms for you to soak in medicinal baths. You'll have to find your own way." Zhan Baihan nodded slightly. "Yes, I will handle it myself. Dr. Chiao hasn't given me a prescription yet, and I haven't prepared the herbs. Can you help me with acupuncture first?" Actually, Zhan Baihan came to Greenwater Village today for a reason. He initially planned to send someone here to look around and rent a suitable yard first. He didn't want to spend all his time traveling with daily acupuncture sessions. Once the yard was rented, he would come back to Qiao Nian for acupuncture and detoxification. But just as he was about to send someone to Greenwater Village, he felt his whole body ache. In the past, when he experienced this feeling, bad weather would follow soon. At that time, the cold poison in his body would flare up, causing unbearable pain. Zhan Baihan wasn't sure if Qiao Nian could temporarily suppress his cold poison, but if she could ease his pain, he wouldn't feel that his trip was wasted. He directly stated his purpose and looked at Xiao Nian with questioning eyes. "I have learned a set of acupuncture techniques that can be used within the first half hour of Third Master Zhan's symptoms to help reduce some of the pain caused by the poison." Zhan Baihan's request wasn't very high. "That will do." After he finished speaking, his attendant handed a silver note to Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian didn't refuse and took it generously. She looked down and saw it was just a silver note worth 10,000 taels. This Third Master Zhan was really wealthy. Before even starting treatment, he offered 10,000 taels. Considering the money, Qiao Nian politely invited Zhan Baihan into Longbo Qiao's room. Removing cold toxins mainly involves several acupoints on the back and limbs. The goal is to push the toxins to the outermost parts of the body. Once all the toxins gather at the extremities, the skin can be pierced to allow the toxins to exit through the blood. Xiao Nian took out a silver needle, cleaned it, and looked at Zhan Baihan. "Third Master, please remove your clothes." Since Zhan Baihan is from ancient times, having traditional ideas is not surprising. He knows Qiao Nian might need him to undress for the treatment. But when it comes to taking off his clothes in front of her, he hesitates a little. Xiao Nian understands that he might be thinking about the usual rules about modesty between men and women. She smiles gently. Third Master Zhan, in front of a doctor, there are no men or women. If you want treatment, don't worry too much. His thoughts are exposed, and Zhan Baihan's cheeks turn slightly red. However, he keeps his head down and doesn't let Xiao Nian notice anything unusual. He turns his back to her and slowly unbuttons his clothes. Just seeing his strong back makes Xiao Nian swallow hard. She silently repeats in her mind, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." This man's status is very high, and she must not sleep with him recklessly. She recites a pure-hearted mantra to clear her mind of inappropriate thoughts. Damn it! She just got her desire under control, and now this man turns around and asks, "Should I lie on the bed? What kind of body is this?" Broad shoulders, narrow waist, muscular with clear six-pack abs. Seeing that Xiao Nian doesn't respond for a moment, Zhan Baihan asks again, "Dr. Qiao?" Xiao Nian snaps back to reality. "You need to lie face down." Zhan Baihan's heart races wildly, not because of anything else, but purely out of embarrassment. Lying bare in front of a stranger woman for the first time. He quickly turns his back to her and lies on the bed, trying to hide his discomfort. Xiao Nian appreciates that when she treats someone, external factors can't disturb her focus. At the moment Zhan Baihan is lying on the bed, she becomes the most dedicated doctor. She takes out the silver needle, finds the right acupoints, and carefully inserts the needle. She also softly reminds him, the back acupoints might be a little painful. Third Master Zhan, bear with it. It's okay. What pain could be worse than the pain of cold toxin attacks? Xiao Nian felt that this man was deliberately pretending to be strong in front of her, intentionally choosing the most painful acupuncture point for the first needle. She was waiting to see him groan in pain. However, her wish was not fulfilled. Zhan Baihan only trembled slightly and then acted as if nothing had happened. Xiao Nian even wondered if this man lacked pain nerves. Her mischievous plan failed, so she continued to help Zhan Baihan with the acupuncture. After 15 minutes, Xiao Nian stepped forward to remove the silver needles. Third Master Zhan, the acupuncture treatment ends here today. Zhan Baihan responded softly and then prepared to get up and dress. As he turned over on the bed, he noticed Xiao Nian wiping the silver needles in front of him, showing no intention of leaving. "Dr. Qiao, I need to put on my clothes." Xiao Nian didn't quite understand what he meant. "Feel free, Zhan Baihan." He thought this woman was deliberately trying to look at his body while wiping the needles. Xiao Nian really had no such intention. After realizing the man's high status, she even stopped thinking about sleeping with him. Zhan Baihan lay back on the bed, facing her. He saw her carefully wiping each needle and then placing them back into the needle case. Xiao Nian packed up the needle case, and when she looked up, she saw Zhan Baihan glaring at her angrily. She didn't understand this. She was helping him with his treatment. Why did it seem like she had made him angry? Finally, Zhan Baihan spoke. "I want to put on my clothes," he repeated himself, emphasizing each word clearly. If she still didn't understand, she would be truly foolish. She turned around and casually said, "Please do as you wish." Xiao Nian returned to her room, took out some rice paper from her space, and clumsily wrote 2 prescriptions with her brush. Holding the 2 prescriptions, she came out of her room. Zhan Baihan was already dressed and sitting in the courtyard. Mrs. Zhao and the 2 daughters-in-law had never seen such a noble young master. They were so frightened that they all hid in the kitchen, claiming they were watching over the braised ribs for their daughter. Xiao Nian was not afraid of these people. She confidently walked over to them and handed the prescriptions to Zhan Baihan. "One of these is for a medicinal bath. The ingredients are bought and boiled with 10 times the amount of water for an hour. Then, dilute with hot water and soak in it for an hour. This is the recipe for preparing the antidote, but some of the ingredients are quite rare. Whether it can be obtained depends entirely on Lord Zhan's own ability." Zhan Baihan took the prescription and almost laughed out loud. It was the first time he had seen such ugly handwriting. However, he usually remained serious and didn't show any real reaction. Instead, Hee Ziyu and Morong Sun behind him didn't bother to hide their amusement or show respect to Dr.
Ciao. Ha ha ha.
Dr. Chow, I want to know, who wrote this handwriting? Chow Nian's face turned red. I wrote it. So what? Don't you recognize some of the characters? Chow Nian has lived 2 lives and believes she's not a fool, but her handwriting is really ugly. Especially with this soft brush pen, which doesn't listen to her at all. The characters she writes are crooked and uneven in size. But that's okay. She comes from a farming family and being able to write is already good. If she had beautiful calligraphy like those ancient women in TV dramas, it would definitely attract suspicion. And it did. Although Hee Ziyu and Morong Sun couldn't help but laugh, they didn't think anything was wrong. Just as Chow Nian imagined, a woman from a farming background with such excellent medical skills is already surprising. Her poor handwriting fits her identity. Zhang Baihan remained calm and handed 2 prescriptions to his attendant. Arranged to buy the medicine immediately, the attendant took the prescriptions, and Chow Nian was already prepared to leave. But these 3 didn't show any sign of leaving. Chow Nian looked at them in confusion. Their meaning was obvious. The next acupuncture session is in 2 days. Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Baihan pretended not to notice her intention and ordered Hee Ziyu, go to the village and find out if anyone has an unused courtyard. If you can buy one, that would be best, Hee Ziyu responded and hurriedly left. Chow Nian couldn't help but think again. Having money really makes a difference. To treat a patient, they even buy a courtyard. Zhang Baihan didn't realize that this woman was secretly criticizing him. He glanced at Morong Sun, who immediately understood. Dr. Chow, just now, the aroma coming from your kitchen. What delicious food is that? Hearing this, Chow Nian's lips twitched involuntarily. After all that, they hadn't left. They were just thinking about their own food. Hee. It's just some home-cooked dishes. Nothing like the delicious food in the city restaurants. She didn't say it outright, but her meaning was clear. Don't bother thinking about our food. Although her words clearly implied they were being asked to leave, Zhang Baihan and Morong Sun still had no plans to go. Honestly, Morong Sun has quite a thick skin. Dr. Chow might not know, but we actually have a close connection. Connection? Chow Nian raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Morong Sun waved his fancy fan and said, I am the owner of UFU restaurant. Dr. Chow, are we connected somehow? Chow Nian remembered the first time she saw them at UFU restaurant. They went straight to the shopkeeper Dong's spot, even though the restaurant wasn't open yet. She thought they didn't look like regular customers. Now she realized that this handsome young man, who acted a bit showy, was actually the owner of UFU restaurant. He was a business partner and also the main supporter of the Chow family. Chow Nian quickly stopped her initial idea of turning them away. Their duck business was stable, and UFU restaurant bought their products at retail prices, which was definitely good for the Chow family. So, you're the owner of UFU restaurant. Seeing her attitude change, Morong Sun no longer beat around the bush. Dr. Chow, we all love good food. When we entered the yard, we thought your cooking smelled very special. If it's convenient, could we stay for dinner tonight? Worried she might refuse, Morong Sun took out a silver ingot worth 10 taels. Don't worry, Dr. Chow, we won't eat for free. Chow Nian wasn't someone who liked to take advantage, except when it came to healing and saving lives. Since crossing over, she had saved many people, effectively saving their lives. The silver for saving lives wasn't a big deal. But paying 10 taels for a simple home-cooked meal was a bit too much. Today, she bought some meat and ribs in the city, costing only a few hundred coins. No, that silver is too much. Chow Nian refused directly. Her refusal caught Zhang Baihan's attention. Just now, when he asked someone to give the silver note of 10,000 taels, the woman took it without even blinking. Now, with only 10 taels of silver in front of her, it seems a bit awkward. Mu Rongxuan didn't care what Chow Nian thought. Seeing she didn't take the 10 taels, he simply placed it on a small stool in the yard. If Dr. Chow thinks this money is too much, you can invite us a few more times. Chow Nian sneered inwardly. These people really have thick skin. Although she was thinking unkind thoughts, she kept her face calm. We are from the countryside, usually eating simple food. Such dishes probably wouldn't impress any of the noble guests. Mu Rongxuan waved his hand. It's fine. We enjoy the same taste. The ingredients don't matter. Someone who can make delicious spicy duck dishes must have good cooking skills. The fragrant smell coming from their kitchen proves this. Seeing this, Qiao Nian didn't refuse anymore. Since that's the case, please wait a moment. I'll go check the kitchen. Haziyu went straight to the village chief's house. To his surprise, the village chief recognized him. The village chief didn't dare to be careless and quickly invited him inside. Your Excellency, the county magistrate has arrived. We are honored to welcome you. Haziyu usually didn't like flattery or sucking up. He waved casually and explained his purpose. I have a friend who wants to stay in Lushui village for a while. Do you have any vacant yards for rent or sale? The village chief immediately recommended his own house. Sir, my old house has been unused for many years. If your friend doesn't mind, they can move in any time. Haziyu had already observed the village while walking around. Most of the villagers' houses were made of mud bricks, and there were no better yards available. So he had nothing to choose from. That's good. Is your yard for rent or for sale? The county magistrate spoke, and the village chief didn't dare ask for money. The yard has been unused for a long time. If your friend needs it, they can move in. No need to pay anything. Ziyu was not someone who took advantage of common people. He took out a small piece of silver from his pocket and placed it on the table.
Here's the money.
Consider it a year's rent. He thought that Zhang Baihan came here to treat his illness and would leave sooner or later. Even if he bought the yard, it wouldn't be useful. The most important thing was that the yard was too old and broken to be worth buying. The village chief looked at the money, unsure whether to accept it or not. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Hizayu didn't look at his awkward expression. He walked out and said, "Take me to see your old house first." The village chief hurried ahead to lead the way. Their old house was just one house away from Qiao Nian's, so it was quite close. As soon as they entered the yard, Hizayu was stunned. The house was really very broken. The sides providing shelter from the wind and rain, it had no other good features. Hizayu had no doubts now. He thought that when Zhang Baihan saw this house, he would turn around and leave. The village chief seemed to see what he was thinking and quickly explained, "Sir, our village isn't wealthy. Most houses are like this. This house has been empty for a while. With some cleaning, it's better than many other houses in the village." He didn't deny this. "In that case, please, village chief, find some people to tidy it up."
Don't worry, sir.
I will arrange it right away, the village chief said, hurriedly calling people to clean the yard. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian was busy in the kitchen. Suddenly, several more mouths needed to be fed, so she had to cook more rice. Seeing her scoop several bowls of rice from the bag, Wu Kaihua winced, her face twitching with pain. Qiao Nian glanced sideways and noticed Wu Caihua's strange expression but didn't say anything. She washed the rice and put it in the pot to steam. Wu Kaihua couldn't help but mutter, "Our family only gets to eat plain rice once a year. Giving it to outsiders, she really isn't stingy." Bang. Zhao's family was pulling at the ribs in the pot when they heard Wu Caihua's words. She slammed her spatula down on the edge of the pot. "Wu Kaihua, if you don't want to stay in this family, go back to your mother's house. Nian bought this rice. She can give it to whoever she wants. It's not your place to boss her around." Jin Xiujuan saw this and quickly stepped forward to comfort her mother-in-law. "Mom, second sister-in-law is just too poor. Don't argue with her. There are others here, and if we make a fuss, people will laugh at us." After saying this, she stepped forward and pulled Wu Caihua's arm. "Second sister-in-law, you should go back to your room and see if Qiao Jing is awake." This second sister-in-law seemed to have changed completely recently. Before, I never noticed her being so petty about small things. Wu Kaihua knew very well that the rice was bought by Qiao Nian, but she felt uncomfortable giving it to outsiders. She hadn't planned to say anything, but her anger was hard to hold back. Her mother-in-law had just said some harsh words, so Wu Kaihua didn't dare to argue anymore. She followed Jin Xiujuan's wishes and left the kitchen. In the yard, she saw the young men dressed in fine clothes and didn't have the courage to look at them directly. But she couldn't stop herself from thinking about Qiao Nian. She really doesn't care about her reputation anymore. She brings home so many young men, and she's not worried about what others say. Xiao Nian didn't take Wu Zaihua's words to heart. Her stay at her parents' house was just a temporary break. Once she moved out, she planned to live her own life without anyone bothering her. As dinner was almost ready, Qiao Liang returned with his sons who were working, followed by a group of little kids chasing ducks. Yunzhou and Xingyao saw Qiao Nian and quickly ran past their older siblings to go to her. These two kids had been living happily lately, eating well, sleeping well, and their faces had gained some chubbiness. They looked much cuter than when Qiao Nian first arrived. Because they had spent so much time together during the day, Qiao Nian had come to see them as her own children. She missed them a lot when she didn't see them all day. She squatted down and hugged the two little ones tightly in her arms. Then she kissed their small faces naturally. Yunzhou and Xingyao, do you miss your mother? Xingyao was thinking about her mother while feeding the ducks today, the girl said, hugging Qiao Nian's neck and pressing her face against her. Yunzhou was a bit more reserved. Mother, you didn't come back for lunch, and Yunzhou was worried about you. Qiao Nian lovingly patted her son's head. Our Yunzhou is a brave boy. You miss your mother, right? Yunzhou nodded seriously. Yes, Yunzhou and my sister both miss mother very much. Qiao Nian kissed Yunzhou on the face again. In the future, I will try to come back early when I go out, so you won't worry. Watching Qiao Nian and the two children interact, the three guests at home couldn't help but feel emotional. You personally handled the case of Li Yongnian's marriage fraud, and during the process, some of his private matters were also revealed. What you disliked most was Li Yongnian's affair with his widow sister-in-law. If the law in Daqian had no punishment for such behavior, he would definitely have punished Li Yongnian more severely. Now, seeing Li Yongnian's ex-wife, his first impression was that she didn't seem like an uneducated rural woman. Not only that, but she also possessed incredible medical skills. Looking at her two children, who were sensible and caring, he thought that such a good wife and children should be cherished. Instead, Li Yongnian was trying to conspire with his widow's sister-in-law, which made him think Li Yongnian must have lost his mind. Zhang Baihan was staring at Qiao Nian's children with a moment of distraction. Once, he also longed to have a few such adorable children and raise them with the woman he loved. But fate played a cruel joke on him. Less than a month after his marriage, he was struck by a deadly poison that could end his lineage. All those past memories lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Murong Sun didn't know much about Qiao Nian and Li Yongnian's past. He only knew that Qiao Nian was a divorced woman. Now, seeing how well she took care of the two children, he felt even more admiration for her. Over on Qiao Nian's side, she washed the small hands of the children and told them to go play with their older brothers and sisters. She then started preparing the meal. To Qiao Nian, the visitors were not really guests. Since she didn't know them well, she treated them as customers because the restaurant owner had paid for their meal. The three of them had their own dishes served separately, and a table was set up in the main house. Qiao's family meals were laid out in the yard. The family sat around a table as usual, each taking care of their own children. Finally, seeing the three wealthy guests leave, Qiao Chongqing let out a sigh of relief. Little sister, your cooking skills are amazing. Even from afar, I could smell the aroma and knew it was coming from our house. Qiao Chongsong nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Besides our little sister, no one else has such skills. The brothers praised their sister one after another. Just as they were about to start eating, the village chief arrived carrying 2 chickens. Brother Qiao, where's the county magistrate? Qiao Yang was about to eat when he was startled by the village chief's words. He quickly stood up and went to the door to greet him. Village Chief Zhang, what are you asking? I don't even know what the county magistrate looks like, so how could I know where he is? The village chief was sweating nervously. The county magistrate just came to my house and rented my old home. Inside, Hizeyu had just taken a bite of food and hadn't had time to praise the delicious meal when he heard the conversation outside. He stood up, not daring to threaten Zhang Baihan, but he said to Murong Sun, Brother Murong, good food should be shared with friends. Don't enjoy it alone just because I went outside to talk. After speaking, Hizeyu looked displeased and pushed the door open to the yard. Village Chief Zhang saw Hizeu coming out of the main house at a glance and ignored Xiao Liang's confused expression. He hurried over with a big smile. "Your Honor, the yard has been cleaned. I also arranged some furniture. Later, you can see if you're satisfied." While speaking, he placed the chicken he was holding in front of Hizeu. "Your Honor, come over. There's not much prepared at home, just these 2 old hens for you to enjoy." While Village Chief Zhang was busy flattering Hizeu, the Qiao family members were all stunned. Their wealthy guest was actually the county magistrate. Except for Qiao Nian, everyone else was buzzing with confusion. They didn't bow or greet the guest. Would the guest think they didn't know proper manners? Qiao Nian had long noticed that these people were not ordinary, especially Zhan Sanyi, whose noble aura was natural and impressive. It turned out that besides Zhan Sanyi, the others also had status. Although the county magistrate wasn't a high-ranking official, to ordinary people, he was like the sky. Their parents' and brothers-in-law's reactions were understandable. Xiao Liang reacted quickly, hurriedly calling his family over, and was about to kneel and kowtow. Seeing this, Hizeu stepped forward and held Xiao Liang back. Probably because of Qiao Nian helping Zhan by Han detox, Hizeu didn't put on any official airs in front of Xiao Liang. Instead, he spoke kindly and politely. "Uncle, there's no need for formalities. I am here today for personal reasons. Please treat me as an ordinary person." At this moment, Xiao Liang was still a bit confused. Doesn't everyone say that officials look down on common people? The county magistrate in front of him not only looked good, but was also very kind. Xiao Nian usually didn't like the old-fashioned customs of kneeling and bowing in ancient times. Taking advantage of Xiao Liang's days, she stepped forward and pulled him away. "Dad, since the county magistrate said so, just treat him as an ordinary person." Xiao Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, all right, I will listen to the county magistrate." He also didn't want to create any tension because of his status. He said to the village chief, "The gift is accepted. Thank you for your trouble." A village chief would naturally be perceptive. Seeing the county magistrate's words, it was clear he was about to send them off. "All right. If you need anything, just tell me and I will do it. I will go now." He looked at the chicken on the ground and then at Qiao Nian. "Dr. Qiao, I can't handle this chicken myself, so I leave it to you." He had already tasted the food on the table and found it incredibly delicious, better than the dishes at Morong Sun's family restaurant. He decided to give these 2 chickens to the Qiao family. After Qiao Nian cooked them, they became another delicious meal. Xiao Nian understood what he meant and couldn't help but purse her lips. But she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Originally, he hadn't revealed his identity, so that was fine. Now that she knew he was the county magistrate, the highest official in Qingyuan County, she knew they couldn't afford to offend someone like him. "All right, these 2 chickens will be kept by my mother. Whenever the magistrate wants to eat, just tell us." He liked the way they interacted before. Now, when Xiao Nian addressed him as county magistrate and was very respectful, he felt a bit annoyed with the village chief. But no matter what, he appreciated their kindness and didn't want to blame them. "Dr. Qiao, my friends and I are out in plain clothes. Please treat me as an ordinary person." Xiao Nian shrugged and was not pretentious. "Since that's the case, I will obey." Listening to their conversation, the rest of the Qiao family was almost scared to death. Wu Kaihua almost went forward to remind Xiao Nian. This is the county magistrate after all. People say things and you should just listen, but she really doesn't treat the official as an important person. If she accidentally angers the magistrate, their whole family will suffer. Wu Kaihua was sweating with worry, but Xiao Nian was completely unaware. She watched Hizeu return to the main house to continue eating, then called her family to sit back at the table. After such a big event, the Qiao family had no mood to enjoy their food. Everyone looked anxious. Zhao was even more worried and couldn't eat. She stood up and took Xiao Nian to a quiet room. Nian, treating people is not a simple matter. It's okay to help ordinary folks. Even if you can't cure them, it won't cause much trouble. But that person who came with the magistrate must have a special status. I'm worried you might get into trouble because of this. Zhao's mysterious tone made Xiao Nian think something was up. Mom, don't worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't treat him. Just relax, I promise I won't cause trouble. Sighing heavily, Zhao said, since you say that, I won't persuade you further. Just remember not to offend anyone. For your own sake, and for Yunzhou and Xingyao, think of them. They don't have a father anymore, so they can't lose their mother too, Mom. Xiao Nian held Zhao's arm. Don't worry. Come on, let's eat. The ribs will get cold and won't taste good. The mother and daughter returned to the table. The little ones, not understanding much, ate happily. The others looked worried. Xiao Nian scooped a piece of rib into each of their bowls. Eat while it's hot. Don't worry. Our guests may be noble, but they are not unreasonable. You don't need to worry about nonsense. Jin Xiaojuan was more relaxed. Over the past few days, she had inexplicably started trusting Xiao Nian more. Hearing her words was like a reassuring talisman, and her earlier worries faded away. She took the initiative to serve the children and also gave Qiao Chongqing a piece of rib. Husband, you must trust my sister. Since she came back from separation, she's been so clear-minded I almost don't recognize her. Anyway, you have to believe her. She definitely won't do foolish things again. Xiao Nian didn't expect that the first person in the family to show trust in her would be her usually least favored sister-in-law. Unknowingly, I felt a small sense of warmth in my heart. What does this mean? It shows that her recent efforts have not been in vain, and her family has noticed. Big sister-in-law is right. I won't do reckless things that hurt my family like I used to. As for Lord John's illness, if I can't cure it, I won't take on the responsibility lightly. Mrs. Zhao just saw her daughter confidently promise, and now she is speaking in front of all the family members. If she doesn't trust her more, it feels unfair. I also believe in Nian Nian. She wouldn't do things that harm others for her own benefit. If anyone in the family knows Xiao Nian best, it's definitely Qiao Chongbai. He has accompanied Xiao Nian on several trips to the city, so he has seen whether his younger sister is truly capable. That young Master Fu, who is seriously ill, was saved by his younger sister. When he paid the 1,000 taels of silver for the treatment, he did so willingly. Thinking of these things, Qiao Chongbai also feels he shouldn't doubt his sister's abilities. I also believe in my younger sister. Qiao Chongbai, though not very talkative, expressed the feelings of the two older brothers clearly. Except for Wu Kaihua, everyone else's mood relaxed at this moment. By the time they finished speaking, half of the delicious dishes on the table had been eaten. Yunzhou and Xingyao looked happy, their little mouths covered in sauce from eating. Mother, the white rice is so tasty, and the meat is delicious too, Xingyao said happily, looking at Xiao Nian. Mother, Yunzhou likes it too. Xiao Nian lovingly patted the two children's heads. From now on, I will cook white rice and meat for you every day, okay? Xingyao wasn't thinking much, smiling as she lifted her little head. Great. Xingyao wants to eat lots of meat and white rice every day. Yunzhou had more thoughts. Mother, maybe we shouldn't do that. Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow. Why? Yunzhou answered seriously. White rice and meat are expensive. Yunzhou doesn't want mother to waste money. Mrs. Zhao couldn't hold back and immediately hugged Yunzhou into her arms. Yunzhou is so sensible. Grandma feels sad hearing you say that. Yunzhou blinked with big eyes. Grandma, third uncle said that a man should be responsible. When I grow up, I will earn lots of silver, and every day I will make sure you all eat white rice and meat. The voices of the Qiao family members were not loud, but they could not escape the sharp ears of Wu martial artist Zhang Baihan. He ate while listening to their conversation outside. This warm and loving family atmosphere was something he had never experienced before. Suddenly, he began to envy Xiao Nian. No wonder people have the courage to leave their marriage. With such a family, only fools would stay and suffer at their in-laws' house. Moreover, Dr. Qiao was also quite capable. Thinking of this, Zhang Baihan couldn't help but curse Li Yongnian silently. While his mind was active, he kept eating without pause. Today, Zhang Baihan ate so much that He Ziyu and Morong Sun were both surprised. Third young master, it's been a long time since we've seen you have such a good appetite, Morong Sun praised. Zhang Baihan didn't argue and simply agreed. Yes, the food tastes very good and suits my stomach. Hearing this confirmation, Heziyu and Murong Sun both showed happy expressions. They came to this remote place mainly for Zhan Baihan. Now that Zhan Baihan was settling in here, the only thing bothering them was his diet. Seeing him eat so well, the two of them relaxed their worries. Third young master, later I will discuss with Dr. Chiao to see if she can be responsible for your meals in the future, Heziyu said seriously. No wonder the third young master had such a good appetite. His cooking skills were so good that even palace chefs would be a bit envious. Yes, you can give her more rewards so she doesn't suffer any loss. Zhan Baihan agreed to Heziyu's suggestion. Although the food was delicious, the three of them ate politely but quickly. Xiao Nian took the money from them, and the amount of food was naturally enough for at least 4 or 5 people. Yet these three finished everything cleanly. Seeing that important guests might be nervous, Xiao Nian personally went to the main house to clear the dishes. Dr. Chiao, Heziyu said seriously, I've already rented a courtyard for third young master in the village, the old house of the village chief. Yes, I know. The village chief just came and mentioned it, Xiao Nian replied, knowing that the main point Heziyu wanted to discuss was not this. Heziyu continued, Dr. Chiao also knows that after the poisoning, third young master's appetite was affected. He usually can't eat much of ordinary food. You can see the dishes on this table. They suit his taste very well. While speaking, Murong Sun took out a silver note and placed it on the table. Xiao Nian glanced sideways and saw that it was actually 1,000 taels. Dr. Chiao, this money can be used as third master's meal allowance here. When you dine, why not call him along? Xiao Nian saw a chance to earn silver and naturally didn't want to miss it. Moreover, she had already noticed that even if she didn't accept their money, these people would still come to her house to eat for free. Since that's the case, I will accept the money. She paused and continued, but I must be clear. I am not a cook. I only prepare simple home-cooked meals every day. If it doesn't satisfy third Master Zhan's appetite, please don't blame me. Miss Chiao, could you please prepare some good food for third master, considering the money? Hizeyu's concern was that Xiao Nian might cut corners, serving plain grains and wild vegetables like ordinary villagers, which third Master Zhan might not be used to. Xiao Nian naturally understood his meaning. I will try to make the meals balanced with both meat and vegetables. But I can't meet too many demands. Actually, she herself didn't like eating coarse grains, and in her previous life, she was a meat lover who enjoyed meat very much. Even to satisfy her own cravings, she wouldn't make the cooking too simple or sloppy. Seeing that Heziyu wanted to say more, Zhan Baihan stopped him. Just follow what Dr. Chiao says. Whatever is cooked at home, I will eat it. Xiao Nian secretly praised this third master. He was quite sensible. If the demands were too excessive, she would rather not earn that silver. Since Zhan Baihan had spoken, Heziyu couldn't argue further. All right, then I will trouble Dr. Chiao from now on. Xiao Nian simply exchanged a few polite words, collected the silver note, and began to clear the dishes. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Zhan Baihan stood up directly. Go check on the courtyard you rented. Hizeyu's lips twitched slightly. Third master, the courtyard is a bit broken, but it provides shelter from the wind and rain. Please bear with it for now. Tomorrow, I will find someone to repair it properly and bring some furniture and belongings. Heziyu waved his hand. It's nothing. This little hardship is nothing. The three of them left, and the Chiao family finally relaxed. Little sister, next time you give this young master an acupuncture treatment, I will go with you to see him. Master Chiao Chongbai suggested. These people have such strong presence that our family members might feel nervous. Actually, Chiao Chongbai himself was also nervous. He couldn't help it. To make his family feel at ease, he decided to go all out. Third brother, I've already collected his meal money. From now on, he will come to our house to eat, so. Xiao Nian finished speaking and looked at Chiao Chongbai with a teasing smile. Chiao Chongbai's face looked very unnatural. He was clutching his clothes with both hands, unsure of what to say. All right, third brother. In my eyes, people are not divided by high or low status. As long as we behave properly and sit upright, there's nothing to fear. This was the first lesson Xiao Nian gave Chiao Chongbai after she arrived. Family members are good, but they lack experience. That won't do. In the future, She might need to find big business opportunities and ask her family for help. By then, if they get scared when they see a noble person, how can they do business? Xiao Nian's words sink in with Xiao Chongbai. He clenched his fist and said, "You're right, little sister. As long as we behave properly and don't do anything shameful, there's nothing to fear." Thinking this way, Xiao Chongbai also told the others in the family the same. In short, he just needed to carry out his little sister's wishes. Soon after, second Aunt Yang and her 2 sons came to deliver ducks. Yang smiled and said, "Nian Nian, you can test these. I promise they were just slaughtered and are healthy." Even though they were family, Xiao Nian couldn't slack off on the quality of the ingredients. She took out a special medicated silver needle and tested all the ducks. After confirming they were fine, she asked Xiao to pay. When Yang received the money, she truly realized that raising ducks could really make money. "Nian Nian, second aunt has about 20 ducks at home. I'll start incubating them tonight. In the future, you must continue to buy from us. Don't worry, second aunt. As I said, as long as your ducks are healthy and not sick, I will buy as many as you have," Xiao Nian assured again. Good. That makes me feel assured," Yang said happily, taking her 2 sons and leaving. Without needing Xiao Nian to organize, Jin Xiujuan and Wu Kaihua took the initiative to divide the ducks. Xiao Nian was only responsible for the seasonings now. During the braising process, her 2 sisters-in-law were there, so she didn't need to worry. The next day, Xiao Nian slept until late morning. Today, Zhan Baihan didn't need to get an injection. She also planned to go to the town to help Master Liao give a last injection and to pick up the oven she made. Seeing the chimney in the kitchen sending up gentle smoke, Xiao Nian knew that her mother and 2 sisters-in-law were busy preparing breakfast. Thinking about the 1,000 taels of silver they received yesterday, along with the 10 taels given earlier, she knew they couldn't afford to make this breakfast look too simple. No one knew better than her about Zhan Baihan's condition. The reason she was given so much silver was because of her stomach issues. Xiao Nian went to the kitchen. Jin Xiujuan had already lit the stove and was kneading dough. However, the dough was made from black flour. Wu Kaihua was also busy, cutting some radishes, probably mixing them with salt to make pickles. With such simple dishes, not to mention Zhan Baihan, even Xiao Nian herself had little appetite. She directly told her 2 sisters-in-law to do other things and took over making breakfast herself. Last night, He Ziyu and Murong Sun didn't leave. They stayed with Zhan Baihan in that shabby courtyard. All 3 of them were living in such a simple place for the first time and didn't sleep very comfortably. In the morning, all 3 had big dark circles under their eyes. Murong Sun stretched lazily. "Third master, if it's too uncomfortable, we should go back to the town and stay. At worst, we can ride horses daily between Lushui village and the town." He Ziyu also advised. "Yes, staying in such a place makes us uneasy even if we leave." Zhan Baihan moved his limbs casually. "It's okay. Experiencing the life of common people isn't a bad thing." As soon as he finished speaking, a servant brought in clean water to help him wash up. After tidying up, the 3 headed toward Xiao Nian's house. Breakfast was just ready. Xiao Nian made a radish soup and, using potatoes and white flour from her space, made potato pancakes. Because time was tight in the morning and she needed to prepare enough food, she didn't make many different dishes. Seeing the radish soup and the pancakes made from unknown ingredients, He Ziyu and Murong Sun looked a bit unhappy. If they hadn't seen Zhan Baihan sitting calmly, they would have asked Xiao Nian why she was giving so much silver and only serving such a simple breakfast. Zhan Baihan didn't care about their thoughts. He sat at the main seat, picked up a potato pancake, and started eating. Seeing him eat a pancake in one bite, He Ziyu and Murong Sun no longer doubted anything. With a picky taste of the 3rd master, if the pancake wasn't good, he would have thrown it aside after just one bite. Since it was delicious, the 2 of them naturally had no more hesitation. When they tasted the shredded potato pancake, all their previous unworthy thoughts vanished instantly. "Third master, Dr. Qiao is really amazing. I don't know what ingredients are used to make this pancake so tasty," Murong Sun said, acting like someone who has never seen much of the world. He Ziyu echoed, "Yes, such a meal. Even if it costs 1,000 taels, it's worth it. Zhang Baihan remained silent, and his eating showed his current mood clearly. After a satisfying meal, Hizeu went straight to Qiao Nian. Dr. Qiao, the pancake this morning was very delicious. Do you know what ingredients were used? Qiao Nian knew they would definitely ask after tasting the shredded potato pancake, so she was prepared. A few days ago, I went to the town's grocery store to buy seeds and found this. I saw it recorded in an old book. It's a food called potatoes. Qiao Nian didn't hide the origin of the potatoes. She bought them at the grocery store herself, so anyone asking about it could be easily verified. Potatoes? Clearly, Hizeu was unfamiliar with the term. When she made the shredded potato pancake this morning, she had placed a few potatoes in the kitchen, which now came in handy. She took 2 potatoes and showed them to Hizeu. Your Excellency, look, these are the potatoes you eat. Hizeu took one from Qiao Nian and examined it carefully. It was round and plump, with some dirt on its surface. Qiao Nian continued explaining. The book says that potatoes can be cooked in many ways, making a variety of delicious dishes. Most importantly, they produce a high yield. In times of famine, they can also fill the stomach. Hizeu looked at her with amazement. This seemingly ordinary potato is as amazing as Dr. Qiao said. Qiao Nian looked confident. Didn't Your Excellency just taste it? Do you still doubt the flavor? No, no doubt, Hizeu admitted. He thought for a moment and then asked, May I ask, Dr. Qiao, where did you buy these potatoes? If possible, I will buy some more to study large-scale planting, which might be better. Today, Qiao Nian showed the potatoes to a few distinguished guests. One reason was that she wanted to eat them herself, and the other was to promote them. Not for any other reason, but life in this era is too hard. The common people work from sunrise to sunset every year, and some families can't even have a full meal all year round. Although these days are not as bad as the apocalypse with zombies, life is still uncomfortable. Qiao Nian is not worried that promoting potatoes will affect her income. After all, besides cooking directly with potatoes, they can also be processed further. For example, potato starch can be made into potato noodles and other products. In short, the business opportunities she sees are much greater than the value of potatoes in people's eyes. Heaven has been kind to her, allowing her to bring her memories to this zombie-free era. She feels blessed and, if possible, will do her best to help the people live better lives. That is her true reason for offering potatoes to these distinguished guests to taste. However, these potatoes were bought by chance a few days ago at a general store. She successfully grew them in her space, and now, if she goes to buy more, she might not find them again. Sir, at that time, no one at the general store knew what this was. I thought if I couldn't sell it, I would just throw it away. But I knew it was a good item, so I bought all of it. Now, besides my place, you probably won't find the source of this anymore. Seeing Qiao Nian speak confidently, Hizeu furrowed his brows. Qiao Nian spoke again, easing his worries. Sir, although the general store no longer has it, I can contribute some of these as seeds. In her space, after the potatoes ripened, Qiao Nian only took out part of them. The rest she kept as seeds. She didn't plant many, and after taking some for eating, she still had about 300 jin, around 150 kilograms, left for planting. Hearing this, Hizeu's face lit up with joy. Dr. Qiao, is what you said true? Qiao Nian nodded. How dare I deceive the county magistrate? Hizeu thought about it and realized it made sense. Dr. Qiao, could you show me that miscellaneous book you mentioned? I want to learn how to grow this crop. If possible, I would like to promote it. Qiao Nian has no such miscellaneous book. These are just her excuses. There are books, but they are professional agricultural planting books, all modern versions. How could she possibly show them to Hizeu? Qiao Nian sighed and said, I only saw these books by chance. They weren't in my hands, and I forget exactly where I saw them. She directly blocked all hope from Hizeu. But it doesn't matter. I have memorized the planting steps. If the county magistrate needs it, I can tell you verbally at any time. There's no need to write it down. Her handwriting is so bad that it's better to avoid showing off. Hizeu finally relaxed and said, In that case, I thank Dr. Qiao on behalf of the poor people of the world. Then, the deep, magnetic voice of Zhang Baihan sounded. If this potato planting is successful, Lord He, don't forget to send a report to the capital to praise Dr. Chiao. You kept promising. Third master, rest assured. I will not let down Dr. Chiao's efforts. Xiao Nian didn't care much about whether she was praised or not. As long as these three people could take good care of the Chiao family and herself. No matter the era, to succeed in a career, you need strong connections behind you. Xiao Nian rationally believed that these three men would become her biggest supporters. As long as she maintained good relations with them, everything would go smoothly. After reaching a simple agreement with Heziu, Xiao Nian called Xiao Chongbai to go into town and deliver duck products. Watching the siblings' figures disappear, Heziu couldn't help but tease Morong's son. So, how about it? Has the spicy duck product from the Chiao family made your UFO restaurant a lot of money these past 2 days? Morong's son couldn't really deny that. The profit from the duck products wasn't high, but they were very attractive. Shopkeeper Dong said that many customers in the past few days came specifically for the spicy duck at the restaurant. When customers come, they don't just order the spicy duck. They also order other dishes, plus drinks, which greatly increased the restaurant's earnings. The turnover of UFO restaurant doubled or more in these days. Xiao Nian and Xiao Chongbai were very experienced in delivering goods. The two directly took the spicy duck from the back door of the restaurant. Today, the earnings were again doubled, reaching over 10 taels. Xiao Chongbai had also become more confident and was no longer nervous about carrying so much silver in his pocket. He followed Xiao Nian to Master Liao's house. The person opening the door was still Liao Yuqing. Today, Liao Yuqing wore a light pink dress with a matching veil, making her look even more charming. Xiao Chongbai felt shy when looking at Liao Yuqing and quickly looked down, following Xiao Nian. Miss Liao, I am here to give Master Liao acupuncture. Liao Yuqing invited Xiao Nian and Xiao Chongbai into the yard. Dr. Chiao, my grandfather is busy sending people to build a house for him. Please wait a moment. Xiao Nian looked in the direction Liao Yuqing was leaving and immediately recognized a familiar figure. It was none other than the attendant of Zhan Baihan, who was talking with Master Liao. Master Liao bowed to the man. Young man, I apologize. I've been busy with work lately. If you're in a hurry, you might want to find someone else. The attendant looked a bit proud. Master Liao, my master heard that you are the best craftsman in town. That's why I came to ask for your help in building a house. If you agree to build one for my master right away, I can pay double the price. Master Liao refused immediately. I always value honesty in my business. I won't ruin my reputation just because someone offers more money. Moreover, he would never accept money to save his life-saving benefactor. The attendant was rejected again and again, his face darkening. Old man, don't be ungrateful. I'm offering double the money, and you still refuse. Don't you want to stay in this town? Such arrogance. Xiao Nian couldn't stand it and stepped forward to mediate. I wonder if Lord Zhan knows how you're treating an elder. He might scold you. The attendant turned and saw Xiao Nian. He knew that Dr. Chiao was the one treating their master, so he had to show respect. Dr. Chiao, why are you here too? Xiao Nian smiled faintly. Master Liao refused you because he's busy building a house for me. What do you think we should do about this? The attendant hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision. I'll find someone else then. He then clasped his fists and left. Master Liao let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of power, but he didn't want to lose his reputation with his benefactor. Moreover, he had promised to pay for the house himself. Now that he didn't have to pay and the agreement was broken, what kind of person would he be if he still went through with it? Seeing that Xiao Nian dismissed the person with just a few words, Master Liao looked at her with a new respect. In her mind, only a few words. This rural woman is not simple. Xiao Nian helped Master Liao with his final acupuncture, then checked his pulse again. Master Liao's condition is stable. With a few more days of medication, he will fully recover. Liao Yuqing was even happier than Master Liao. She knelt directly in front of Xiao Nian. Thank you, Dr. Chiao, for saving my grandfather's life. From now on, Yuqing's life belongs to you. Xiao Nian couldn't stand the old-fashioned custom of kneeling, so she stepped forward and helped her up. Miss Liao, you shouldn't do that. It's just a small effort on my part. Master Liao also appreciated Xiao Nian, but since he was older, it was a bit inappropriate for him to kneel to a young person. Yuqing, go and get the consultation fee for Dr. Qiao. The amount of the fee had been agreed upon by the grandfather and granddaughter yesterday. Master Liao had built houses all his life and saved up 500 silver taels. He originally planned to use this money as Yuqing's dowry. But last year, his granddaughter was targeted by a man who wanted her for himself. When the attempt failed, her face was disfigured. Now, with her current appearance, a better family wouldn't want her, and a less suitable family, Master Liao couldn't bear for his granddaughter to suffer. Yuqing decided she would never marry in this life. After her grandfather grew old, she would become a nun. Yuqing went back to the backyard but soon returned, handing Qiao Nian 5 silver notes, each worth 100 taels. Dr. Qiao, this is the consultation fee. Please don't think it's too little. Xiao Nian didn't know that this was all of the Liao family's savings, and she didn't intend to take too much from Master Liao. She took one of the silver notes and returned the rest to Yuqing. Treating Master Liao's illness, 100 taels is enough. Master Liao was old and didn't know how much longer he could work as a mason. Looking at Yuqing, who was always hiding her face behind a veil, she must have some hidden illness she couldn't show. In the future, this grandfather and granddaughter would need money to live on. She didn't want to take too much and ruin their livelihood. Seeing the silver notes being returned, Yuqing looked a bit confused. Dr. Qiao saved my grandfather's life. Even if I have to give everything I have, I am willing. Xiao Nian shook her head. 100 taels is enough. Liao Yuqing was moved to tears. Dr. Qiao is so kind. Xiao Nian thought for a moment and finally asked, I wonder if Miss Liao feels comfortable sharing the condition of her face. Maybe I can help treat it. Liao Yuqing's hand, covered by her veil, instinctively touched her scar, then shook her head sadly. My face was injured last year, leaving a deep scar. It might scare Dr. Qiao, so I think it's better not to say. When she heard that Liao Yuqing wore a veil because of her scar, Qiao Chongbai immediately felt a connection. Miss Liao, my younger sister also has a way to deal with scars, he said, pointing to a faint scar on his own face. My face was scratched by a black bear's paw. I thought I'd have to carry this scar forever. Recently, my sister developed a special medicine to remove scars. I've used it a few times, and the scar has faded a lot. I believe soon it will disappear completely. If you trust my sister, maybe she can take a look at your face. Xiao Nian looked at Xiao Chongbai with deep meaning. This older brother usually doesn't talk much, and this was the first time she heard him speak so extensively since she arrived. She couldn't help but observe both of them carefully. Both of their eyes were clear, and it was obvious they weren't thinking about anything else. A fleeting hope appeared in Liao Yuqing's eyes. Softly she asked Dr. Qiao, is there really a medicine that can remove scars? Xiao Nian nodded. Yes, that medicine works well. Miss Liao, you can try it. Every girl wants to look beautiful after all. Although Liao Yuqing had already made plans for her future, hearing about a scar-removing medicine still made her feel hopeful. Master Liao, more straightforward, handed the remaining 400 taels of silver to Xiao Nian. Dr. Qiao, this is all the old man has. Please, sell that scar-removing medicine to Yuqing. Seeing the silver notes in her hand, Qiao Chongbai instinctively touched his own scar. He never expected that the scar-removing medicine his sister developed would be so valuable. Such a precious medicine for a rough man like him. Wasting it would be a shame. Xiao Nian didn't care about his thoughts. Looking at the silver notes in her hand, she couldn't help but smile. The nutrients in her space were all taken from laboratories during the apocalypse, shared with her teammates. Such supplies were very common in the end times and weren't worth much money. Zhou Yan still held her usual attitude. Wealthy people could earn as much silver as they wanted without feeling it. But seeing how Master Liao and his granddaughter lived, it was only a little better than ordinary people. In modern terms, it would be considered a modest middle-class life. She didn't plan to take much from them. She left 100 taels of silver and handed the remaining 300 taels to Liao Yuqing. The silver for the medicine 100 taels is enough. The amount will be enough for Miss Liao to completely remove her scars. She hadn't yet seen how severe the scars on Liao Yuqing's face were. Using nutrients to remove scars was just a matter of quantity. Liao Yuqing seemed to understand Zhou Nian's thoughts. She pulled her to her room and casually took off her veil. Zhou Nian saw a long scar on her right cheek, stretching from her ear to the corner of her mouth. From how raised the scar was, it was clear the wound was very deep. Now, it looked like a caterpillar crawling across her fair cheek. If it weren't for this scar, Liao Yuqing would truly be a beautiful woman. She wasn't the kind of bold beauty with striking features. Her facial features were soft and well-balanced, making her look very pleasant. Zhou Nian had already replaced the original glass bottle of nutrients for treating Zhou Chongbai's scar with a small porcelain bottle. With a thought, she took out a newly packaged bottle of nutrients from her space. This medicine, apply it once a day on the scar. In at most 10 days, this scar will disappear. Hearing that her scar would vanish in 10 days, Liao Yuqing was stunned.
Dr. Zhou.
Can it really be so miraculous? Zhou Nian looked at her with complete confidence. You'll see if it's miraculous, once you try. She came to treat Master Liao's illness. Today was the last time she needed to give injections. The process was finished, so there was no need to stay longer. Just as she was about to leave with Zhou Chongbai, Master Liao hurriedly ran after them. Miss Zhou, the old man's health is now fine. Today, I will go back with you. First, I want to see your land. Zhou Nian was eager to build a house, so she naturally didn't object. Master Liao, please wait at home for a while. I will go to the blacksmith shop to get some supplies and come back to pick you up. After leaving Master Liao's house, Qiao Nian and Xiao Chongbai went straight to the blacksmith shop. They had previously arranged to pick up goods in the afternoon. Going now was a bit of a gamble. If the blacksmith finished early, they could go back sooner.